1976 Xiangjiang, Kowloon Walled City, Zheng Kun, a thousand-door descendant with soul possession. Awaken the sign and system and possess the true essence of good luck. This power is internal energy, magical power, and the foundation for traversing the heavens. Master entrusted himself with 1,000 techniques on his deathbed, but he came to a realization that flying cards can break through 10,000 methods. The gambling world is full of ants, and the police force is just a stepping stone. As soon as Zheng Kun appeared, the gods blocked and killed the gods, and the Buddha blocked and killed the Buddha. If you enjoy Hong Kong action stories like this, don't forget to like and subscribe. The adventure is about to begin. Chapter 1. Shiman's Legacy, Fipai's Suppression of Chaos. What is this? It's simply a superpower. Zheng Kun stared at the playing cards in his hand, then glanced at his master's twitching face, revealing an awkward smile. Name, Zheng Kun. Time travel method, soul possession. Identity, Shiman. Age, 16 years old. Master, Xiazabi. Shizu, gambling on the Divine Dragon 4. Location, Kowloon City. Year, 1976. Special ability, check-in system. This is not the real world, but a parallel space-time that integrates multiple film and television works. The clues can be seen from the teacher-student relationship. He is very familiar with the plot of The King of 1,000 Kings returns to the Jianghu. He once wandered towards the center of the play, but his true mentor is about to pass away. Kun, my time is running out. Whether you can master it or not, you must remember this craft and pass it on. We must never let our lineage be cut off. Well, got it. Zheng Kun responded nonchalantly, playing poker cards in his hand. He is more obsessed with flying card tricks than practicing martial arts. It's not that he doesn't appreciate this skill. However, compared to traditional techniques, he is more interested in exploring Rui Jing. The so-called thousand-gate skill is just a way of using the Rui power. The potential of Rui Jing is far more than that. Regardless of the specific function, it's still about hard and soft skills, or it could be a magic trick. Essentially, they are all different forms of expression of Rui Jing. This martial arts skill can be regarded as an enhanced version of mindfulness, which is not only harmless, but also can strengthen the body and prolong life. The martial arts techniques of ancient and modern times, both in China and abroad, trace their origins back to variations of Rui Jing. In Qianmen, it is called Ruijin. In martial arts, it is called internal strength. Call it magic power in the art world. The names are different, but the essence is the same. Although cultivating the Rui energy is not particularly demanding, achieving success still requires exceptional talent. In addition to physical condition, mental aptitude is more crucial. His soul came through, blending memories from 2 lifetimes, and his spiritual strength far exceeded that of an ordinary person. This is also the reason why Xiazabi chose him as his successor. Unfortunately, in the eyes of the master, this disciple is not serious enough. As a descendant of the King of 1,000 Kings, he has no interest in gambling and is addicted to playing cards all day long. Every time Xiazabi sees this scene, he can't help but sigh up to the sky. What kind of wrongdoing has been done? But in Zheng Kun's view, this world of existence and special abilities is much more dangerous than in previous lives. It's ultimately a trick in the martial arts world, and at critical moments, it can't be defeated by just one. Besides fancy performances, the flying card technique is also quite practical. The day's practice is over. Looking at his apprentice who was focused on playing cards, Xiazabi sighed deeply. Is this the will of heaven? Different from other travelers, he is not without relatives. The Zheng family had 4 generations living together. Father Zheng Mingfa fled here with the defeated army in 1949. I am currently running a tea restaurant. My mother is a local and responsible for the cashier. There are brothers and sisters above, and younger brothers below. Grandma is still alive. My family's financial situation is still acceptable. Am I really biological? Every time Zheng Kun looks in the mirror, he falls into deep thought. His appearance is completely different from his parents. The appearance is comparable to that of the petroleum academician of later generations. Therefore, he was nicknamed Zheng Kun at school. Father is 1.7 meters tall, mother is 1.6 meters tall. At the age of 16, he has grown to 1.84 meters. This genetic mutation is also too exaggerated. We can't go on like this anymore. Touching the tofu like tender cheeks. He is determined to change his image. Although this is a world of film and television integration, but social development is almost the same as in the past life. The late 1970s were full of opportunities. Why do we have to rely on gambling to make a living? He has witnessed the fate of gambling kings. We also foresee the development of monitoring technology in the future. Eventually, they will be eliminated by the times. The only thing that interests him, the only technique is to steal and exchange cards. After mastering the skills of Black Horse Crossing the Forest and Lingxi Finger, I feel bored now. Kun, it's time to eat. Second sister's call came from downstairs. Zheng Kun responded with a nod and walked out of the door with his head down. The broken door frame was too short. Although the Zheng family is not a prestigious family, they have a thriving population. For generations sat around a large round table to eat, and the scene was quite lively. Kun, what are your plans after next year's exam? Are you coming to the tea restaurant to help? Zheng Mingfa suddenly asked at the dinner table. Big brother and sister-in-law immediately perked up their ears. Laudo, you know I'm not interested in tea restaurants, Zheng Kun grinned. I'm preparing to take the police exam. Big brother and sister-in-law visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Police? Zheng Mingfa furrowed his brow, his square Chinese face filled with displeasure. Nowadays, being a police officer is not a respectable profession. Yeah, Zheng Kun rubbed his face in distress. The dining table was instantly quiet, with only the sound of rice being picked up. Broken house, ashes, posthumous photos, incense burner. The paper money on the ground was blown around by the wind. Master, with all your skills, you'll end up with this rundown house. Zheng Kun played with the paper money with a wooden stick, and the sadness on his face disappeared in an instant. So I've already said that practicing martial arts has no future. He kowtowed 3 heads heavily towards the tombstone. In 1978, at the age of 18, Zheng Kun had just graduated from the police academy when he received news of his master Zizibiai's death. The old man is alone, leaving only this dilapidated house in Kowloon Walled City. This damn place will definitely be flattened and appreciated in the future. Dream on. Kowloon Walled City, a famous three-nose land area. The densely packed cement buildings block the sky, and the narrow alleys forever emit a foul odor. The wires are entangled like spider webs, and the illegal constructions are stacked layer by layer. The residents with yellowish faces and the gangsters walking sideways form a unique scenic line. When Zheng Kun first arrived, he still felt fresh. 7 years have passed, leaving only weariness. Kuin-gu, a slender figure suddenly emerged. Yuan Jiahao, a 14-year-old indigenous from the city, was raised by his mother after his father passed away. I used to help Zizibiai with odd jobs, appearing obedient on the surface, but actually jealous that Zheng Kun had obtained a true transmission. Are you lazy again? Zheng Kun raised his eyebrows. How could that be? Yuan Jiahao chuckled and scratched his head, his eyes rolling. Kuin-gu, there's a game today. Do you want to go and take a look? This kid has learned some tricks from Zizibiai and always wants to find something to earn extra money. Zheng Kun was about to leave, but his sleeve was grabbed. Zheng Kun has developed a gambling addiction and believes that it is all caused by Zizibiai. There are many gambling stalls in the village of Kowloon City. When Zheng Kun first started learning ***, he went several times to verify his skills. But after going there 2 or 3 times, Zizibiai didn't let him go anymore. Slowly, he also lost interest in gambling. Yuan Jiahao knew that Zheng Kun didn't gamble. Today, I suddenly came to him to support the situation. Anyone who is not a fool can see that there is a problem. This kid has a lot of cunning, but he's just too young and obviously has another purpose. Never mind. You know I don't bet. Zheng Kun frowned and shook his head. Yuan Jiahao became anxious and said, Kuin-gu, there's really nothing we can do this time. You must help me. Have you been tricked? Zheng Kun sneered. In places like Kowloon Walled City, do you think learning a little bit of fur can make a living? It was a game made by ***. I lost a lot of money. Kun, this time really. Zheng Kun turned around and left, but Yuan Jiahao quickly grabbed him. Zheng Kun's face darkened as he said, Do you think I'm a fool? ***, it's a small boss from Hongqing who manages 3 gambling stalls and earns tens of thousands of yuan per month. What are you? A little rascal, worth setting up a game for? Do you have money to pay back? Or can you sell yourself to repay the debt? Yuan Jiahao was speechless. He is indeed just a poor boy, and his mother is also an ordinary woman. Why bother setting up a plan? Zheng Kun left him behind. Turning a few alleys, he suddenly stopped. Kun, long time no see. Zheng Kun squinted at the man in front of him. This person has a medium height and is wearing a black silk jacket, revealing a chest tattooed with a mountain tiger. He smiles with a chubby face and says, Zheng Xiao, it's been a long time since we last met, right? Zheng Kun's fingers flipped over a deck of playing cards. Isn't chatting more enough to establish a relationship? Staring at his agile fingers and laughing. There's nothing to talk about. Zheng Kun wanted to leave, but was stopped by 2 thugs. What does Kun mean? Zheng Kun's fingers gripped the playing cards, his eyes turning cold. He just wanted to make friends. Smiling proudly. I heard Zheng Xiao is a descendant of 1,000 families, very powerful. Zheng Kun said seriously, gambling is not right. His smile froze. When a descendant of 1,000 sects said such things to him, he felt like he was being played. His face darkened. Kid, you don't know how to be arrogant, do you? The person took a sudden step forward, clenched his fists with a clattering sound, his arms bulging with veins, and his whole body emitting a dangerous aura. 2 horsemen also surrounded from behind, and the 3 of them trapped Zheng Kun in the middle. If you are sensible, take a gamble for me and I can give you some benefits. Otherwise, don't blame me for not saving face for your dead ghost master father. The playing cards flashed with a cold light. Before I could see the movement clearly, I saw that the edge of the card between Zheng Kun's fingers had already been stained with blood. He suddenly felt a chill in his neck, and warm liquid flowed down his neck. Reaching out and touching, one's palms were filled with blood. Heh, has sudden difficulty breathing and rapid loss of strength. His fierce gaze turned into terror, and he trembled as he pointed towards Zheng Kun, but could only make a sound of anger. All of this is just in an instant. The two followers also didn't react, and when they were about to move, blood had already sprayed out of their necks, staining their clothes red. Zheng Kun looked indifferently at the three corpses and turned his head to look at the shadows in the corner of the alley. Come out, Jiahao. In the dark corner of the alley, Yuan Jiahao's legs were weak and his pants were soaked. How could this happen? That handsome Kun, who always wears a gentle smile, is so ruthless in his actions. Flying cards are like mowing grass. They don't even blink their eyes. Will he kill me to silence me? You will. Yuan Jiahao trembled all over, never expecting Zheng Kun, who was usually harmless to humans and animals, to be so vicious. Kun Gu, did you wet your pants? Zheng Kun pushed his gold-rimmed glasses with a gentle smile. Do you want to change into a new pair of pants? Kun, I really don't know. It's all *** forcing me. Yuan Jiahao stepped back with a crying tone. I swear I won't dare again. Do you still have the courage to wander the rivers and lakes? Zheng Kun played with his blood-stained poker. Next time, I'll be with them. Yuan Jiahao nodded like garlic and moved backwards out of the alley. When Zheng Kun's figure disappeared, he ran away and disappeared without a trace in a blink of an eye. Zheng Kun didn't kill him, purely out of bad luck. In a lawless place like Kowloon Walled City, it's not a big deal to kill a gangster. Although he is a member of Hongxing, he will not go to great lengths to fight for a small leader. What's more, the relationship between Zheng Kun and Hongxing is much deeper than ***. This world also has Hongxing, and it is surprisingly similar to a certain movie in my memory. Jiang Quan, the leader, not only founded Hongxing, but also served as his father's former boss. If my father didn't have cooking skills by his side, I'm afraid he would have become an old man like Hongxing Yuan long ago. Plus the relationship with Zai, this kind of miscellaneous fish died for nothing. As the legitimate heir of the gambling god Long Si, Zai is not only highly respected among thousands of sects, but also an inseparable friend of Hongxing Long Tu, equivalent to a hidden VIP within Hongxing. There are countless ways to make a living in the martial arts world. The skills of 1,000 disciples are nothing but two: gambling and fraud. Zai relies on *** to establish itself. In this martial world, *** is often used to resolve grudges. So many influential figures will make friends with experts from thousands of sects, and if necessary, invite them to take a chance to settle disputes in the martial world. Just like this time ** came to seek help. Zai was a 1,000-door master of Jiang Quan, who had never suffered a defeat for decades. This is precisely the confidence he has to live comfortably in Kowloon Walled City. With his gambling skills, people in the martial arts world have never sought out Jiang Quan to resolve disputes in the past 20 years, and he has also faded out of the world of right and wrong. This connection is little known. It's just a small role of Hongxing, so naturally he doesn't know the inside story. He only heard Yuan Jiahao mention that this master and disciple were from 1,000 families, and coincidentally, he came to seek help. Therefore, Zheng Kun dared to go down. No one knows, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Of course Uncle Quan recognizes it. If it weren't for his poor card skills and lack of interest in gambling, he would probably have inherited his apprenticeship by now. So there is no such thing as a leak. With the protection of Uncle Quan, Hongxing came to provoke him. Even if he died, it would be a waste of his life. At most, Uncle Quan could be replaced with a watchdog. As for letting go of Yuan Jiahao, it was all because of the voice that rang in his mind at the moment of his two thugs. Ding, the check-in time has arrived. Can you check in here? Is it possible to check in? This voice mixed his feelings. He secretly called out, not good, in his heart, but could only silently recite confirm. After confirming, he felt great and looked at the three corpses on the ground with a smile on his face. Instead, he signed in his treasure. Eagle Claw Iron Cloth Shirt. Chapter 2. A comedic check-in mishap unlocks the Eagle Claw Iron Shirt. The check-in target is Yang Zhuwan. The reward for checking in is the Eagle Claw Iron Shirt. It turns out that Yang Zhuwan met his demise within 10 paces. The check-in process is shrouded in mystery. Having acquired a treasured item signifies a shift in fortune, leading to the decision to spare Yuan Jiahao. Yang Zhuwan, the ultimate antagonist of the Hong Kong drama civic heroes, is the leader of the organization Tiangong. Possessing an almost invincible mastery of the Iron Shirt technique, he mercilessly decimates the protagonist team. Ultimately, he is forced to exit the narrative. What he has obtained is the culmination of Yang Zhuwan's lifelong mastery of the Eagle Claw Iron Shirt, specializing in the Iron Shirt, perhaps? After digesting the experience, Zheng Kun ponders thoughtfully. The intricacies of the Iron Shirt are laid bare within this knowledge, infused with Yang Zhuwan's unique insights. While the Eagle Claw technique remains at a mere introductory level, clearly, this villain specializes in the Iron Shirt. If one were to inquire why the Eagle Claw technique is intertwined with the Iron Shirt, there is no need to ask. It is simply akin to two eggs. One may earnestly cultivate flowers, yet they may not bloom. Conversely, one may carelessly plant willow branches, and they may flourish. Like other transmigrators, he too possesses a golden finger. However, this system appears particularly troublesome due to the irregularities in his method of transmigration. After years of exploration, he confirms that while others enjoy divine versions of the check-in system, his is a lesser version. There are no beginner's gift packs, no ability to check in at will, and certainly no task guidance. It is neither a daily nor a monthly check-in, but an annual one. There is but one opportunity each year. The most frustrating aspect is the inability to directly allocate points. He has managed to summarize a few rules. First, the check-in target must belong to this world. Second, the reward item must have previously appeared within a 10-meter radius of him. Third, time is of the essence. If one fails to confirm, the opportunity for the year is lost. Fourth, there are no point allocations, no enlightenment, no shortcuts, no tasks, no rewards, and no beginner's gift packs. In summary, it is a system with an exceedingly poor user experience, devoid of any monetization options. After 7 years of transmigration, he has only managed to check in 6 times, as this lesser system permits check-ins only once a year. In his first year, he was naive and unwitting, directly checking in a $100 bill from his bedroom. The system automatically fetched the highest valued item within a 10-meter radius, causing him to hastily return the money to its place, fearing that discovery would lead to chaos at home. In the second year, he became wiser, lying in wait beside Xiao Zhabai to check in, unexpectedly acquiring the insights of the Rui technique. The system determined that this martial experience was worth more than Xiao Zhabai's life. Reflecting on this robust and spirited individual who constantly spoke of loyalty and righteousness while being a traitor himself, Zheng Kun nearly laughed aloud. In the third year, strapped for cash, he discreetly checked in at the back alley of Hang Seng Bank and ended up with a Rolex. He then realized that the system valued cash by the individual bill. Even when faced with mountains of billions of Hong Kong dollars, only one bill was signed for. In 1977, when HSBC had just issued the $1,000 note, how could it compare in worth to the golden Rolex? The next day, news broke that the HSBC manager's gold watch had been stolen. This was no mere check-in system. It was clearly a thief simulator. In the fourth year, following the rumors recounted by Xiao Zhabai, he caught wind of a lead related to the Grandmaster. After 6 months of searching, he discovered the former site of Gong Heir's medical clinic, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to check in for the 64 hands or the hidden flower beneath the leaves, only to find that the system granted him something even more precious, the desolate state of Gong Heir's heart in her later years. Fortunately, this skill is toggleable, otherwise, he would have surely succumbed to despair. In the fifth year, he traced the clues to a dilapidated barbershop, hoping to gain insights into the 8 Extremes fist, but instead, he acquired a razor. The system deemed this razor, capable of cutting through iron like mud, more valuable than the master of the 8 Extremes himself. Not proficient with a blade, one can simply check in again. Now, in the 6th year, he had initially planned to check in beside the 8 Extremes master Duan Haishan, who was close to the head of the Hongxing triad, Jiang Quan, but by a twist of fate, he intercepted an even rarer opportunity, the Eagle Claw iron shirt that had once defeated the Duan family ancestors 30 years prior at the hands of Yang Zhuwan. Just as he contemplated further exploration of the treasures within the city, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared at the alley's mouth. Zheng Xiao, Master Quan requests your presence. Jiang Quan, the founder of Hongxing, a 62-year-old retired major general, had once annihilated half a regiment during the war against the Japanese, losing 2 front teeth in the process. During the Civil War, he would cough, for a hero does not boast of past glories. At this moment, he regarded Zheng Kun, who was brought in, and gestured towards the sofa. Have a seat. Thank you, Master Quan. Have you met your master? Yes, Zheng Kun replied, his voice deep. He departed peacefully. I understand. The old man was thoroughly disappointed with me, Jiang Quan thought to himself, rolling his eyes. Not just Xiao Zhabai, back then. They all claimed this lad was a martial arts prodigy, yet he excelled at throwing darts while showing little interest in genuine techniques. Were it not for his father and Xiao Zhabai, I would have long since drowned this kid in a pond. I heard you were assigned to guard a water pond after graduation. Did you offend someone? Absolutely unwarranted. Zheng Kun forced a smile. A police officer named Huang pressured me to drop out and become an undercover agent. After I refused, it just happened. An undercover agent? A cold glint flashed in Jiang Quan's eyes. Although all gangs were aware of police infiltration, targeting Zheng Kun, who had ties to him, made the alarm bells ring in his head. What is the full name of this officer Huang? I'm not sure of the exact name. He's in his 30s, of average appearance, and has a robust physique, Zheng Kun stated calmly, revealing the identity of the officer who had caused him such distress, feeling no psychological burden whatsoever. Huang Haoming. Jiang Quan's mind immediately conjured an image based on the description. This police captain from West Kowloon, although recently transferred, had already caused them considerable trouble. Why didn't you agree? I heard undercover agents get promoted quickly. Huh. Zheng Kun scoffed lightly. Undercover agents die even faster. This place was not as he remembered. Rather, it was a parallel world woven from multiple cinematic narratives. In this realm, most undercover agents did not survive beyond the opening 3 minutes. And 99 did not reach the conclusion. The entire plot unfurled from here, an undercover agent's demise, police investigations, and vengeance. This was no undercover assignment. It was merely a catalyst for the plot. Despite possessing a system, he would do well to keep his distance from such a drama. Moreover, he fundamentally distrusted the character of that Officer Huang. Did he truly think him a fool? Though this world was not his previous one, it bore a striking resemblance. Aside from certain supernatural elements, the historical trajectory and societal development were nearly identical, having mingled with gangs in his former life. How could he be foolish enough to become a peripheral figure now? In an era where gold lay everywhere, even selling plastic flowers could lead to fortune. With foresight and awareness, why take unnecessary risks? Zheng Kun laughed heartily upon hearing this. You are far more astute than your master. Would you be interested in joining me? Uncle Quan, you jest. Zheng Kun shook his head. Am I to help you? I would merely become an undercover agent by another name. Being a traitor leads to a bad end. Do you truly believe these bigwigs are benevolent? I fear that the moment I agree, I'll be placed on a blacklist. That's true. A traitor cannot be tolerated. Zheng Kun lost interest in the idle chatter. For years, they had maintained a peaceful coexistence with the police. But Huang Haoming had disrupted that equilibrium. This unorthodox officer, coupled with Zheng Kun's words today, heightened his vigilance. Are the police keeping such a close watch? Or has there been a slip-up among my subordinates? After some simple pleasantries, Zheng Kun stood to take his leave. Duan Haishan remained like a statue behind Zheng Kun, silently observing. At the northernmost tip of the new territories lies the largest area. Here, hills undulate, bordering the mainland. Zheng Kun has been assigned to the police station in the 8 villages, the most remote jurisdiction of that era. Cases are trivial, familial powers are vast. And village regulations and customs supersede the law. If anyone were to inquire as to why Zheng Kun chose a career in law enforcement, he would respond, I have a dream. When pressed by his foreign superior, he would stand tall and assert, to serve Her Majesty with unwavering loyalty. Faced with the lens of a reporter, he would declare with righteous fervor, safeguarding the welfare of the citizens of Hong Kong Island is my sacred duty. Yet, the truth is rather simple. 30 years hence, when he ascends to a prominent position within the police force, he shall wield the iron fist of justice to chastise those miscreants. Who says a traveler from another realm cannot be patriotic? Even if he were transported to this parallel universe by a mere peanut, his heart would remain steadfast and sincere. More crucially, this world possesses extraordinary powers, such as the seemingly enigmatic Rui technique. In the martial world, the Thousand Doors sect is merely a third-rate faction that survives through deception. What truly captivates Zheng Kun is the martial essence manifested in Yang Zhuowan's Eagle Claw Iron Cloth technique. In comparison to those flamboyant displays, this is the strength worth pursuing. On the day of his police academy enrollment, his elder brother, Zheng Hao, breathlessly chased him to the school gate. The family fortune is all yours. I shall not take a penny, Zheng Kun chuckled, patting his brother's shoulder. The simple-hearted elder brother, his face flushed, stealthily slipped a roll of cash into his hands, saying, Don't shortchange yourself while you're out there. As Zheng Kun gazed at the receding figure through the bus window, he fondled the banknotes. This timid yet kind-hearted brother was the only family member to visit him in 2 years. Years ago, when he insisted on applying to the police academy, their father, a stubborn relic of the past who still viewed police as a menace, had shattered a teacup in fury. Zheng Kun, Basyang Police Station. When the bus finally halted in this remote countryside, even the driver cast a sympathetic glance. The sunset over Shirtang village bathed the police uniform in a warm orange hue. The landlord, Shi Danhui, jangled his keys and laughed heartily. Rest assured, I am a man of my word in this area. Compared to the towering buildings of Kowloon, the rent for a village tenement was significantly more affordable. Moreover, he had already invested the cash he exchanged from his gold in acquiring property in Causeway Bay. No need to question why he chose that location. Every boy from Hong Kong Island harbors a Causeway Bay hero in his heart. The rental income from that property now serves as a steady support during this aspiring officer's period of dormancy. After settling into his residence, he reported to Basyang Police Station, embarking on the fabled duty of guarding the water reservoir. In the Hong Kong police force, guarding the water reservoir signifies marginalization. This secluded locale, teeming with rural villagers, is devoid of any significant events. Mornings are spent patrolling alongside his partner, trudging along muddy paths for an hour or two. Afternoons are filled with card games, smoking, studying horse racing, sipping tea, and idling away. There are no serious duties to be found. With no prospects, no income, and no pressure. This leisurely existence suits him perfectly. Cultivation requires time and patience, and this place offers an abundance of both. As his mastery of card, throwing, and telekinesis encountered a plateau, the iron cloth technique necessitated relentless practice. In this realm, the iron cloth is not a crude external skill. It requires specific herbal baths, which are both time-consuming and costly. Fortunately, under the guidance of Yang Zhuowan's lifelong insights, he was spared much trial and error. Even so, the foundational stage demands a plethora of medicinal materials. He spent a month building rapport with his colleagues before embarking on the preparation of the herbal baths. The foundational training for the iron cloth is of utmost importance. To reach the elusive state akin to Yang Zhuowan's mastery, one must adhere strictly to the quality of the materials and timing. Each detail is critical. Some herbs are not only expensive, but also incredibly rare. Each of the 12 hours has its corresponding prescriptions, with specific durations and transitions that require meticulous attention. To this end, he deliberately cultivated connections within the police station. Once everything was in place, he began to take leave under various pretexts, and after 6 months, he completed his foundational training, becoming a seasoned presence within the station. 6 months later at Baoxiang Police Station, Zheng Kun, "I truly envy you," a colleague remarked. New recruits take leave more often than they work, and Big Head 1 seems oblivious. Could it be that you are his illegitimate child? Big Head 1, the detective in charge, rarely set foot in this impoverished outpost, where actual authority lay with several Chinese sergeants, such as the formidable Lei Laohu, who were merely detectives themselves. Although the police force had undergone recent reforms, the promotion of Chinese officers still required time. Zheng Kun was dispatched here due to offending a powerful figure. Most of his colleagues were similarly fallen from grace. Given his worldly wisdom, a few rounds of drinks and some red envelopes allowed Big Head 1 to overlook his absences. "Come on, Chicken Brother. It's just Big Brother when being considerate to the newcomers." Seeing the sour expression on Chicken Brother's face, he chuckled, offering a cigarette. "Once family matters are settled, I'll be back to regular duty. Hey, what is the point of being here? It's all just a charade." Chicken Brother exhaled smoke rings, lamenting the absence of even a single report to attend to. Suddenly, the jarring sound of the alarm blared. "Emergency assembly," cursed Chicken Brother, slapping his own face as he followed Zheng Kun into the police compound. The foreign officer, James, was waving his arms in a fury. 6 South Vietnamese fugitives have infiltrated Baoxiang. All units, mobilize for a manhunt. Zheng Kun exchanged a wry smile with Chicken Brother in the ranks. He had lived in Baoxiang for a decade, having long accustomed himself to this mundane existence. The sudden appearance of a band of outlaws was enough to drive one to desperation. "Attention! Immediately proceed to the armory to collect weapons. We mobilize in 5 minutes." With a cacophony, a throng of officers surged into the station. At that time, the South Vietnamese refugee crisis had not yet fully erupted, but signs were already emerging. Just 2 weeks prior, several South Vietnamese refugees had escaped from a shelter, robbing several shops and pedestrians. Chapter 3. The Pursuit of South Vietnamese Bandits. Advancement in rank as a police officer. This was not a significant case, for they had neither robbed a gold shop nor a bank. They merely engaged in random street robberies, looting a few small stores, and even snatching some food along the way. Who could have anticipated that when the police arrived, the situation would suddenly escalate? A whole squad of patrol officers was taken down, and several service weapons went missing. Upon investigation, it was revealed that these escaped refugees were seasoned veterans, having endured the ravages of war. How could officers with mere months of training hope to contend with battle-hardened soldiers? The Hong Kong police suffered a loss of 6 firearms. 2 officers perished, and 12 were wounded. 2 of the refugees were shot on the spot, while 4 others remained unaccounted for. The situation escalated in an instant. This was the crux of the matter, and Zheng Kun felt a profound sense of helplessness. It must be said that the quality of the Hong Kong police at that time was indeed concerning, with an alarmingly low level of vigilance. What a stroke of misfortune that those South Vietnamese chose to come here, to this impoverished corner of Baoxiang, where every villager is barely scraping by. What could they possibly hope to gain from robbing the destitute? Were they truly so desperate? As Zheng Kun and Chicken Brother trudged along the rural path, they grumbled about their plight. The previous day's rain had rendered the country roads a quagmire. After patrolling for only 2 or 3 miles, both were already caked in mud. Chicken Brother leaned against a large rock, removed his shoes, and poured out the muddy water within, all the while muttering curses. Zheng Kun, too, wore a frown, slapping his calf to squash a blood-sucking mosquito. "Brother Chicken, this is untenable. This place is so vast. Who knows where they could be hiding? How could we possibly find them?" "Find what? You really think we can locate them? This is all just for show. They had no weapons at first, but now they're armed. How could we possibly stand a chance? Are you looking to get yourself killed?" Bang! Before he could finish, a gunshot rang out in the distance. Both men froze in place. Truly, fear has a way of becoming reality. What's the mouth of the drooling chicken glancing at each other? No one moved. Are you stupid? South Vietnamese refugees have been to the battlefield and have guns in their hands. This is not something that two ordinary police officers can handle. Bang bang. Two gunshots were heard in the distance, mixed with faint screams and angry curses. The sound seems to be coming from over there. After a moment of silence, the drooling chicken raised its hand and pointed towards the north. It seems so. Zheng Kun hesitated for a moment and nodded. To be honest, he also didn't want to confront these South Vietnamese who had been through the war. Although he was confident in playing poker in front of the other party at almost the same time, the gunshot rang out, wiping the tree trunk where the drooling chicken had been leaning. Bang 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 bang. Zheng Kun had not yet fully stood up when he raised his hand and fired 3 shots at the opponent. The person was agile like an ape and dodged behind a tree. All 3 attempts failed. Even if the opponent stands still, Zheng Kun's marksmanship may not necessarily hit the target. His goal is only to suppress the enemy's firepower. The bandit huddled behind the tree, and at the moment when the gunshot stopped, he leaned out and aimed his gun directly at Zheng Kun. Zheng Kun quietly pushed his left hand. An invisible force suddenly attacked the left leg of the bandit. The opponent's center of gravity is unbalanced, and they stumble forward. Zheng Kun took advantage of the situation and pounced on the opponent like a fierce tiger, using his right hand as a claw to strike at the vital points. Monkeys steal peaches. Ah! The bandit screamed in agony, instinctively protecting his crotch with both hands. Zheng Kun's 2 fingers on his right hand are like electricity, piercing straight into his eyes. Ah! The bandits howled again, waving their hands haphazardly, and their guns fell to the ground. Zheng Kun kicked away the weapon and turned over to lock his throat. Insert your eyes. Lock your throat. Kick the crotch. Women's self-defense technique with 3 consecutive strikes is more deadly for men. In this era, there was no rampant spread of the Sacred Heart. Faced with bandits, Zheng Kun had no reservations. The intense pain surged through Wan Wenhao's nerves like a tide. He struggled desperately, but couldn't shake the iron hoop-like arm around his neck. Breathing gradually becomes difficult, and strength rapidly diminishes. In the end, his legs softened, and he passed out with swollen eyes rolled over. Whoosh! The drooling chicken stumbled and crawled up, covered in mud without even bothering to wipe it off, and rolled around to handcuff the unconscious Wan Wenhao. Zheng Kun responded in a low voice. At this moment, everyone around him had a dull face, except for him, who was full of energy. However, the more proud he was, the more he had to restrain himself to avoid being looked down upon. Well done. The Tuan looked at Zheng Kun, who was covered in mud but full of energy, and couldn't help but feel a little envious. Go take a shower and change clothes first. James will arrive later. And this time the senior police officer hasn't run away. Oh, senior police officer. The position promised by James himself. These days, it is difficult for Chinese police officers on Hong Kong Island to advance, and the job ceiling is pitifully low. But times are changing dramatically, and police reform has already begun. No matter what calculations were made by the higher-ups, a crack finally opened in the upward path of the Chinese police officers. And he happened to seize the opportunity and become one of the first beneficiaries. This situation was probably unexpected by Huang Haoming, who had kicked him to Baixiang in the first place. Judging from the seniority of that old boy, he will have to hold on until he becomes the sheriff. Maybe in 2 years, my level will surpass him, and I will send him as an undercover agent. This confidence not only comes from cheating, but also from his fluent English. In this colony where the devil is in charge, English is the passport, but we haven't found a stage to showcase it yet. In addition to the unlucky one who was caught, there are also 3 South Vietnamese fugitives on the run. They are both fellow townsmen and comrades in arms. And there is no guarantee that they will rob prisons, risk their lives to save their comrades. But is it none of his business? Capturing people is his job, and it's not up to a small police officer to worry about what to do next. As for revenge, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. After several encounters, those medicines had already been depleted by 7 or 8. If they really want to fight with their bare hands, his entry-level iron cloth shirt is enough to teach them how to call themselves dad. Setting aside distractions, what's the point of him returning to training as a senior police officer? How can practicing martial arts be so enjoyable? In this era, entertainment on Hong Kong Island is pitifully poor, and television is not widely available. What kind of music can be heard by listening to the radio? Practice has instead become a pastime. There's nothing we can do. Rui Jing is just too tempting. In this eerie parallel world, it is the foundation of all cultivation. Whether it's 1,000 skills, martial arts routes, or even extraordinary abilities, they are all built on the system. The dark horse of the 1,000-gate inheritance crossed the river, and Lingxi pointed out that he was practicing well, but ultimately just following the steps. What really made him play with flowers was the card-flying technique. This craft has been modified by him, breaking through its boundaries and heading straight towards its special abilities. That's right. Nowadays superpowers are called special abilities, and even his mother can cultivate them. Now he can manipulate playing cards with his mind within 10 meters and can move objects weighing up to 1 kilogram. Although the range and strength are limited, It has indeed achieved the transfer of mental power. Lightweight objects are particularly easy to manipulate. After awakening this ability, he understood the principle. The control of objects by the mind does not rely on the ideal force, but is purely the manifestation of spiritual power. The flying card technique was originally a control technique for the Rui style of gymnastics, but in thousands of practice sessions, he noticed that his mental strength increased accordingly. Until one day, with a thought, the water cup automatically flew into the palm of the hand. At this moment, he can not only perceive the flow of desire, but also vaguely capture the existence of spiritual power. Unfortunately, there is no specialized cultivation method, and one can only slowly improve through the nourishment of the Rui energy. Since practicing martial arts can make you stronger, what are you waiting for? At the same time, he also explored more ways of using his psychic power to move objects. For example, Shenluo Tianjin. For example, Wanxiang Tianing. Are you joking? It's clearly a stumbling block. Concentrate and compress your mental energy. Wrap it around your opponent's ankle, and lightly trip it. This way of concentrating strength is much stronger than pushing, sucking, and sucking. He named this move stumbling horse rope. The in effect is excellent. That's how the South Vietnamese monkey was hit. After several years of practice, both the flying card technique and the movement of objects have encountered bottlenecks. To break through, long-term accumulation is needed, and short-term results are difficult to see. Although he loves cultivation, the slow progress day after day makes him a little anxious. I was originally considering developing new abilities, but now with the Eagle Claw Iron Cloth shirt, I finally don't have to worry. He not only gained the Iron Cloth shirt, but also all of Yang Zhuowan's cultivation experience. This is a complete set of inheritance. The inner training method of the Iron Cloth shirt is completely different from that of Rui Jin. Rui Jin's inheritance focuses on skill development, while the Iron Cloth shirt purely strengthens the physical body. Different physical constitution, personality, thoughts, interests, and goals can all affect the direction of development. From this, countless schools and abilities have emerged. Various magical techniques can be evolved when used in the Thousand Gate technique. When used in martial arts, many schools have developed, and the hard skill Iron Cloth shirt is just one of them. Legend has it that ancient generals who were capable of carrying tripods and sweeping through thousands of armies also practiced this type of martial arts. After a deeper understanding, I realized that this seemingly simple and rough hard skill actually has a great mystery. Simple and rough is just the principle. The true application of this principle requires extremely high physical control. Fortunately, with a complete inheritance, he was able to follow Yang Zhuowan's experience and practice step by step. Otherwise, he would have had to go to university to learn medicine from scratch and dissect a few pieces. This exemplifies the distinction between inheritance and lack thereof. The Iron Cloth shirt employs the method of Rui Jin to fortify bones, flesh, and marrow. The entire process is not only gentle, but also remarkably more refined than the techniques of the various schools. As the subject of operation is one's own body, one can never be too cautious. Without the experience of Yang Zhuowan, it would be impossible for him to grasp the fundamentals so swiftly. However, upon entry, he soon discovers a dilemma. This form of hard training has become obsolete. While it offers commendable defensive capabilities, it may prove utterly ineffective against formidable opponents, unless one can internalize Rui Jin to the very marrow, down to the cellular level. There exists a possibility of withstanding ordinary firearms. Reflecting on the progression of the times and advancements in technology, after the initial thrill, an overwhelming sense of ennui washes over him. Following the conclusion of the Nanyue refugee incident, the whereabouts of the other 3 refugees remain unknown, and the anticipated reprisal or prison break has not materialized. It appears that the bond of camaraderie among the monkeys is not as profound as imagined. The Baiyang police station has returned to tranquility, and Zheng Kun has resumed his mundane existence. Patrols, idle chatter, and practice ensue until a nagging feeling arises. Something feels amiss since his return. In his rented room, he deftly manipulates 2 playing cards between his fingers, which dance gracefully at his fingertips. At first glance, it appears he is merely playing cards. Upon closer inspection, one realizes they never actually touch his fingers, but instead weave through the spaces between them. It seems as though an invisible force is at play. He is honing his control. Despite possessing the superpower of telekinesis, true mastery requires relentless practice. After reaching a bottleneck in his mental growth, he can only focus on enhancing his control. This too is a pathway to developing his abilities. The tripwire technique was conceived in this manner. It may appear straightforward, but without precise control over one's mental energy, it is impossible to manifest that very tripwire. As his mental capacity expands, he discovers that alongside telekinesis, his perceptual acuity is also rapidly improving, with an enhanced sense of impending danger. He dubs this newfound perceptual ability as spiritual awareness. Iron Cloth shirt, Eagle Claw technique. Flying cards, telekinesis. Though he encounters barriers with all 4 abilities, he remains steadfast in his daily training. believing that diligence can compensate for deficiencies. Even if his strength reaches a plateau, he is confident that perseverance will ultimately lead to breakthroughs. Yet, upon returning today, an unsettling feeling lingers, a sense of inexplicable irritation. This emotion arises without cause. Zheng Kun vaguely senses that something is about to transpire. But what exactly? Will this event prove beneficial or detrimental to him? This unease disrupts his focus, leading to frequent errors in his training, with cards slipping from his fingers on several occasions. Even during the practice of Iron Cloth Shirt, he nearly succumbed to madness and had to pause. Could it be that the Nanyue refugees are seeking trouble with him? That seems unlikely, even if they were after vengeance. It shouldn't provoke such agitation within him. Logically, they would first attempt to rescue their companions. Just as he contemplates this, a flash of lightning cleaves the night sky, followed by a resounding clap of thunder. Torrential rain pours down, with large droplets battering the rooftop, ground, windowsills, and awnings. The rolling mountains are shrouded in a curtain of rain. Water, mixed with mud and debris, rushes down the slopes. Chapter 4. The first sign in failure. In a certain location, a mountainside is washed away by the heavy rain, sending a cascade of mud and rocks tumbling, intertwined with trees. With a resounding thud, a flying stone seemingly strikes something, ricocheting off. After the mudslide, a broken gravestone becomes visible. Below the gravestone, an entrance appears. Rainwater floods into the opening, revealing a glimpse of a crimson coffin. Within mere minutes, the coffin is buoyed by the rising water. Amidst the flashes of lightning and thunder, a silver serpent of lightning strikes the entrance, sending currents coursing through the water into the cave. With a deafening roar, the crimson coffin is shattered, and a figure emerges from the splintered remains, crashing heavily to the ground. A roar erupts. The figure emits a thunderous bellow, the sound waves rippling outward. The fauna of the mountains stir in unrest. In Shirtang village, Zheng Kun, lost in thought, stiffens, the playing cards slipping from his fingers. He abruptly gazes toward the mountains, his eyes wide with horror. That roar struck at the soul, nearly tearing apart his mental landscape. A searing headache causes him to collapse beside his bed. What on earth was that? Fear flickers in his eyes. It is not only a mental assault, but also a palpable sense of pressure from a superior being. He had long known that this world was complex. Yet he had not anticipated confronting such a terrifying secret. The malice embedded within that roar was unmistakable. In an instant, his vision is engulfed in crimson. The terror from the depths of his soul threatens to overwhelm him. He begins to regret his decision to become a police officer in this cursed place. He sought tranquility, yet finds himself amidst fierce bandits and eerie roars. This is hardly reminiscent of the late 1970s on Hong Kong Island. It is unmistakably a realm of horror. Fortunately, the roar does not seem directed at anyone, more like a declaration of existence or a venting of fury. No, it is not a territorial claim, but rather a pure emotional outpouring. Something extraordinary must have emerged into the world. After the roar, the torrential rain ceases, the dark clouds disperse, and the night sky reveals a tapestry of stars. A cold crescent moon hangs high. Suddenly, his pupils constrict. A tall figure atop the distant mountain seems to howl at the moon. The terrifying aura vanishes in an instant. This time, he no longer hears the roar. The figure merely flashes by. Ding! A notification chimes in his mind. The sign-in system has detected the presence of significant energy and is in the process of charging. Ding! Energy fluctuations detected. The system begins charging. Ding! Energy fluctuations detected. The system begins charging. The continuous notifications echo in his mind as Zheng Kun sits dazed, even forgetting the pain in his head. Significant energy? Charging? What is happening? Such circumstances have never occurred before, yet everything happening today is exceedingly bizarre. Amidst the anxiety and the relentless system notifications, Zheng Kun endures the longest and most arduous night since arriving in this world. Meanwhile, in a certain part of Hong Kong Island, within an old tenement building, just as the figure bursts forth from the coffin, a woman in her 50s or 60s suddenly opens her eyes wide and hastens to the window. Her gaze, filled with shock, fixates on the direction of Bayang. Her brows furrowed. Is this aura that of a zombie? Ha ha ha, Liang Kun, you have lost again. A man named Kashwiji gleefully scoops up the money in front of Zheng Kun, unable to contain his laughter. Damn it, my luck has been terrible these past few days. Zheng Kun's lips twitch as he forces a smile, yet his mood grows increasingly heavy. While playing cards with his colleagues at the police station, he would never cheat. But even without resorting to underhanded tactics, as a disciple of Zaizabai and the legitimate heir of the god of gamblers, he should not be losing so miserably. Yet reality is absurd. He has lost 9 rounds in a row, with no chance to retaliate. The cards he has drawn are utterly ridiculous, in colloquial terms. It feels as though the god of misfortune has possessed him. I'm done. If I keep playing, I'll lose my entire stake. Zheng Kun tosses the cards aside, utterly disinterested. Haha. Kashwiji beams with pride, His luck is soaring. Not only has he risen in rank and salary alongside Zheng Kun, but he also dominates the card table. Clearly, being handsome cannot be eaten. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the saliva chicken was attempting to coax Zheng Kun into indulging in another round, a cacophony of hurried footsteps interrupted the idle chatter of the crowd. Turning to look, they beheld a throng of villagers rushing into the police station, the scene chaotic as if they intended to wreak havoc. Halt! What are you doing? Although the officers at Bayang police station were generally lethargic, they could not allow the villagers to run amok. Immediately, someone stepped forward to intervene. We need to file a report. There are dead people. There are zombies. The zombies have killed many. Help! The villagers clamored in a cacophony of dialects, creating an atmosphere of utter disarray. Silence. Everyone be quiet. A booming voice echoed from the staircase as the 2-1, with his belly protruding, descended. Quiet. Who is leading this? Step forward and explain. Aye. A trembling elderly man in his 60s emerged from the crowd, his face etched with terror. Feng Shuibo? The 2-1 was momentarily taken aback. This old man was the village chief of Baiwei village, who had always held strong familial ties and had never sought police intervention for village matters. What had compelled him to venture here today? Seeing the panic-stricken expression on his face, the 2-1's heart sank. This could not bode well. Indeed, Feng Shuibo's subsequent words nearly caused him to faint. There are zombies terrorizing Baiwei village. Zombies? The 2-1 had certainly heard of such creatures, but had always dismissed them as mere folklore. However, the crux of the matter was not the zombies themselves, but the fact that over 20 people had perished overnight in Baiwei village. More than 20 lives lost in a single night. The sky had fallen. His first instinct was that a psychotic killer had emerged in Bayang. This case was far beyond the capabilities of their small police station and needed to be reported to the district immediately. Yet, despite the necessity of reporting, as the local police station, they had to first investigate the scene to prevent any potential evidence from being compromised. However, judging by the current situation, the scene was likely already a complete mess. The 2-1 was now regretting his decision to descend and speak out. How had this hot potato landed in his lap? Liang Kun, Saliva Chicken, Wei Jia, Jia Yao, you all come with me. Zheng Kun and the other 3 officers exchanged helpless glances, sharing a bittersweet smile. This truly was an unwarranted calamity. Ding. Notable energy detected, system charging. Ding. Notable energy detected, system charging. As Zheng Kun approached Baiwei village, his expression darkened. The closer he drew to the scene, the more frequent the chimes of alerts echoed in his mind. The energy sensed by the system was even more intense than the previous night. What did this mean? The chilling figure that had terrified him was likely still lurking nearby. Though the 2-1 did not believe in the existence of zombies, he had witnessed something extraordinary with his own eyes. In this bizarre world where supernatural abilities had manifested, with the likes of the gambling god Long Si being his master, what else was impossible? The myriad types of zombies depicted in Hong Kong films were nothing to fear. Qing Dynasty official zombies posed no threat, for their clumsy hops would never reach him. But what if it were the kind found in I Have a Date with a Zombie? That would spell disaster. Not to mention the red-eyed zombie King Jiang Chung, or even the second-generation green-eyed, third-generation yellow-eyed ones would easily overpower him. While he had envied such powers when watching the shows, the blood-sucking nature was utterly repulsive. Human blood? Just the thought made him nauseous. Moreover, he now possessed extraordinary abilities. What if those vanished upon becoming a zombie? At least for the time being. He had no desire to become a zombie, unless he were to be afflicted with a terminal illness and facing imminent death. How delightful. We're all here. Feng Shuibo led them to the village ancestral hall. 23 bodies lay neatly arranged. The 2-1 lifted the white cloth and instantly inhaled sharply. Pale, with 2 blood holes in their necks, their bodies were shriveled and devoid of any blood. The zombies had drained them of their lifeblood. The villagers recoiled in terror, whispering among themselves. Silence. The 2-1 barked, and the village chief led the way to the crime scene. Liang Kun, Saliva Chicken, follow me. Wei Jia, Jia Yao. Stay back. Ding. Notable energy detected. The system's alert resounded in Zheng Kun's mind. Charging complete. Would you like to sign in? Zheng Kun was momentarily taken aback. Sign in. This troublesome system demanded timely check-ins. Missing one would render it void. Ding. Sign-in target exceeds limit. Sign-in failed. System, you wretched thing. A jolt of dread coursed through Zheng Kun, his anger flaring, only to have his expression turn pale as he seemingly grasped the gravity of the situation. His eyes darted around as he instinctively began to retreat. After years of exploration, he had gained considerable insight into this sign-in system's parameters. The system could only sign in the most valuable object within a radius of 10 meters, meaning that the source of the heinous incident lay within that vicinity. The 10-meter radius was perilously dangerous. The experience or item responsible for this crime had surpassed the system's sign-in limit, hence his inability to sign in. But you are a system. Isn't the legendary system supposed to be omnipotent? Isn't it supposed to be invincible? Isn't it the protagonist's golden finger? Shouldn't it have a lowly voice? How could this be? How dare it? Did it not fear the reader's wrath? Contemplating this possibility, his legs began to tremble. Looking up at the sun above, he inexplicably felt a flicker of reassurance. After calming himself, he quickly pondered, regardless of what it was, although the limit was high, the situation might not be as dire as he imagined. Based on existing information, this entity had emerged the night before last and had drained 23 individuals of their blood last night. No matter how high its limit was, it should be in a low phase or recovery period now. Perhaps it had already feasted to its fill and was currently in slumber? Ding. Notable energy detected, system charging. Ding. Notable energy detected, system charging. A series of system alerts rang in his mind. It turned out that a failed sign-in also consumed system energy. The system didn't require an annual check-in, but consumed notable energy with each sign-in attempt. Once the energy was depleted, it would recharge automatically, taking a year in the external world. However, in locations with notable energy, the charging speed would accelerate. Having only been a day since last night, the system had already recharged completely. After one failed sign-in, the system continued to charge. Upon realizing this, he found himself somewhat reluctant to leave this eerie place. However, it was evident that this locale was far too perilous to linger. Zheng Kun, what are you doing? The 2-1 and the others had already entered a house when they noticed Zheng Kun still outside and called out again. Coming. Zheng Kun replied as he stepped into the dwelling. It was an ordinary village house. Aside from a large hole in the wall, there was nothing particularly noteworthy. The assailant from the previous night had evidently taken an unconventional route, crashing through the wall to gain entry. The entire family had perished, their bodies laid out in the ancestral hall. Thus, there was little to see. They had not even been afforded the chance to flee or struggle. Were there any survivors? The 2-1 inquired, his brow furrowed. No, not a single one. A person was only discovered after being killed at the gate. Well, that's that. The 2-1 said with a stern expression. What do you mean, that's that? So many people have died, and you police are just going to ignore it? Feng Shuibo exploded upon hearing this. This was his village, and over 20 people had died in an instant. How could he explain that? Do you think our Baxian police station can handle this? With so many deaths, WVE already reported it to the main district. Soon, someone will take over. Just keep an eye on things, and don't disturb the scene. The 2-1 instructed, Zheng Kun, Ko Shuiji. You two guard the ancestral hall, and don't let anyone in or out. Though Zheng Kun and Ko Shuiji were reluctant, they had no choice but to obey. Ding. Significant energy detected. The system is charging. Ding. Significant energy detected. The system is charging. Back at the ancestral hall, listening to the incessant notification chimes echoing in his mind, Zheng Kun rubbed his temples. Have we already left the 10-meter range? Chapter 5. Restart check-in. Unlocking the art of gambling. Judging by the system's notifications, that mysterious source was currently not near the ancestral hall, but lurking in the area where the deceased had appeared. Nevertheless, its influence still cast a shadow over the entire Byway village, and the system continued to charge. Although the charging speed was slower than last night, it was still astonishingly rapid. What good could possibly be found in this wretched place? Zheng Kun glanced around the ancestral hall and the nearby residences, feeling a sense of futility. However, since this unknown entity was nearby, it might provide some energy. Other systems could upgrade, offer substantial rewards, and issue tasks. Why was his system so meager? What troubled him the most was that this wretched system actually had a limit. Who knows what that limit entails? Ding. Charging complete. Would you like to check in? Check in. He sighed in resignation. Ding. Check-in target. Shijian. Check-in reward. Lightning Thunder Fist. A flood of memories surged into his mind, and Zheng Kun felt a thrill run through him, nearly lifting him off the ground. Shijian? Isn't he the senior disciple of Nine Uncle? How could the Lightning Thunder Fist be signed here? Could it be that Shijian had visited Byway Village? Connecting the dots with the unidentified zombie lurking in the shadows, he suddenly felt everything made sense. Since the opponent was of Shijian's caliber, this zombie surely wasn't Jiangchun or Xiankui. It was likely an unnamed formidable character. Yet even so, something capable of causing such phenomena and prompting the system to exceed its limits was undoubtedly not to be trifled with. He was utterly at a loss. Just as he was lamenting, the system flashed once more. An hour later, the 2-1 arrived with reinforcements, and the system completed its charging once again. Zheng Kun slipped outside the ancestral hall and casually signed in, receiving an old-fashioned gold bar, likely a family's secret stash. Unfortunately, there was only one. What a letdown. The third check-in left him dumbfounded. Check-in target, Jiao Wu Dao. Check-in reward, flowery fist, embroidered legs. Who is Jiao Wu Dao? Only after the memories fused did he recall this was the antagonist from the movie Zejia Xiaozai, though it was merely youthful martial arts experience. The complete set of teachings was still quite a gain. The only downside was that the system incessantly chirped in his mind, becoming a nuisance. Ding. The host can activate silent mode. Zheng Kun. This wretched system has been with him for years, and it only now mentions silent mode? He quickly set up the silent mode, but unfortunately, he couldn't trigger the fourth check-in before the 2-1 and his team arrived. And he and Kowloon were replaced. Although somewhat reluctant, today's gains had exceeded expectations. Lightning Thunder Fist plus Flowery Fist, what more could he ask for? This wretched place wasn't a treasure vault, and lingering any longer wouldn't yield better rewards. It was best to leave while ahead. If that figure in the shadows suddenly appeared, should he act or refrain? Everyone's faces would be grim. Too much had transpired today. He needed to return and sort through it all. Zheng Kun, let us go. Kowloon was about to get into the vehicle when he noticed Zheng Kun still standing there, calling out. Oh right, Jigu. Zheng Kun smiled. Just as he lifted his foot when a sudden scream pierced the air, followed by a series of gunshots. What is happening? A wave of crisis surged through him. He turned to see the ancestral hall in chaos, a figure darting into the crowd, toppling several people with a few swift movements. In the blink of an eye, the figure dashed out again, dragging a half-dead policeman. The figure leaned down close to the policeman's neck, revealing a pair of eerie green eyes beneath long hair. Bang bang bang. The gunfire erupted as a dozen policemen simultaneously opened fire, raining bullets upon the figure. Roar. The figure let out an enraged roar. And the impact of the bullets against it sounded like metal clashing. Underneath its tattered clothing, its muscles were as hard as steel. Some bullets ricocheted off, while others lodged into its flesh, falling away with its movements. Thud. The blood-drained policeman was discarded on the ground. The figure raised its head, green eyes glinting through its hair, filled with confusion, anger, and it appears that this zombie is a mere half-finished product. Bang! As the zombie lunged with both hands, Zheng Kun was violently hurled away the moment he attempted to block, crashing heavily against a brick wall. With the iron cloth technique in operation, he executed a roll and landed firmly, facing off against the zombie. This display left the surrounding police officers dumbfounded. Where did this kid come from? His skills are remarkable. Detuwen, where did you find such a subordinate? With a darkened expression, Detuwen retorted, less chatter. First, we must deal with this monster. Zheng Kun shouted. Don't just stand there watching. Guns are useless. Quickly fetch oil. The more, the better. Oil. Hurry, bring the oil. Zheng Kun's cries snapped the sheriff back to reality, who immediately directed the villagers to retrieve oil. Yet the zombie relentlessly pursued Zheng Kun. He understood all too well that his vigorous life force post-training was akin to a delectable feast for this creature. Fortunately, the nail embedded in the back of its head limited its intelligence. After several exchanges, Zheng Kun suddenly noticed the zombie's speed increasing. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the nail had protruded outward slightly. It was reviving. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the zombie's razor-sharp claws grazed his cheek. Zheng Kun executed an iron board bridge, leaning back and rolling behind the zombie, channeling the lightning thunder fist. His fist crackling with a ghostly blue light as it struck the nail with tremendous force. Crack! The plain spectacles shattered on the spot. A piercing pain shot through his fist, nearly dispersing the iron cloth technique. However, this blow drove the nail in an additional millimeter, temporarily stalling the zombie's movements. In an unknown dimension, at the moment Zheng Kun's electrified fist struck the iron nail, fine currents surged through the nail into the zombie's brain. The nail suddenly revealed a myriad of blue runes that writhed like living entities within the zombie's skull, rendering it momentarily frozen. Lightning Thunder Fist. Although it was the first time he had executed this technique, its power had yet to reach its full potential, merely sparking a few embers. The seal of the nail failed to activate completely, and the zombie broke free of its confinement after a brief moment. Realizing it had been attacked, the zombie let out a chilling howl, its emerald eyes radiating a 3-inch cold glimmer, a tidal wave of murderous intent surging forth. Damn it! Zheng Kun gritted his teeth against the searing pain in his palm, rolling and scrambling a distance of over 10 meters. When the zombie lunged again, its movements were noticeably slower and clumsier, indicating that Zheng Kun's previous strike had indeed taken effect. It seemed this monster was not as invincible as depicted in cinematic portrayals. As the zombie charged for the third time, a glint of cold light flashed between Zheng Kun's fingers. The razor, deemed by the system to possess value exceeding that of a grandmaster of 8 extremes fist, finally unsheathed, its blade singing like a phoenix in flight. A sound like gold was priceless. The blade, swift as lightning, aimed for the zombie's throat, but at the last moment, the zombie sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the strike. As the blade grazed its shoulder, an unexpected development occurred. The internal energy Zheng Kun had painstakingly cultivated over the years was frantically siphoned by the razor. Its gleaming surface instantly stained crimson. Rip! The keen edge sliced through the zombie's shoulder, severing the entire arm with a resounding thud. The outcome far exceeded expectations. But Zheng Kun had no time to revel in victory. He soon realized his right arm was visibly withering at an alarming rate. A surge of rage rushing to his head. You seek death. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he sheathed the razor and changed tactics. Lowering himself to unleash the ground-sweeping technique from the flower fist and embroidered leg style, delivering a rain of kicks to the zombie's knees and ankles. Though his legs tingled from the impact, he propelled himself several meters away. Zheng Kun, quickly dodge, as the shout from the pot-bellied chicken echoed. Several officers rushed in carrying barrels of oil. Taking advantage of the momentum, Zheng Kun rolled far away, watching as the golden cooking oil spread across the ground. When the zombie pursued him, it slipped on the slick surface, floundering like a turtle on its back. Witnessing this scene, the police officers expressed their disbelief. The once invincible monster was, astonishingly, ensnared by a few barrels of oil. Zheng Kun, well done. The two when approached Zheng Kun, eager to praise him, but was startled by the ashen pallor of his face, instinctively taking a step back. Are you all right? It was no wonder the two when was alarmed at that moment. Zheng Kun's appearance was truly ghastly. His face had drained of color, his eyes bloodshot, exuding an overwhelming aura of ferocity, resembling someone who had been bitten by a zombie. Save for the fangs that were yet to emerge. I'm fine. Zheng Kun took a few deep breaths, his complexion gradually returning to normal. He had just been startled. It was his first encounter with a zombie in this lifetime. It's my first time seeing one too. The two when replied, still shaken. Thanks to your bravery. The casualties could have been far worse. To everyone's eyes, Zheng Kun was a hero for drawing the zombie's attention. His fierce battle with the creature garnered him a wealth of appreciative glances, particularly from the inspector who had rushed over from West Kowloon. His gaze towards Zheng Kun practically sparkling. Captain, it has only been temporarily subdued. What shall we do next? What to do? The two when fixed his eyes on the struggling zombie in the oil pit, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Burn it. At that moment, several police officers and villagers, panting heavily, brought over several large barrels of gasoline. Overjoyed to see the zombie trapped, they immediately poured the gasoline onto it. With the two wind's command, flames erupted instantly, billowing black smoke. The zombie was instantly engulfed in flames, emitting a series of furious roars. No way. Zheng Kun suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Roar. The zombie abruptly ceased its struggles, quietly burning. Everyone held their breath, eagerly watching the inferno. Suddenly, the burning zombie stood upright, transforming into a human-shaped torch. It turned to Zheng Kun, its eyes glowing with an intensified green light. What the hell? The joy faded from the faces of the police officers. The flames seemed to inflict minimal damage on the zombie, merely charring its surface. As the gasoline burned away, the flames gradually diminished. Crack. The zombie stood resolutely in the oil pit, the ground beneath it dented from its weight. Chapter 6. The turmoil of the police station. A glimpse of brilliance. Damn it, Zheng Kun cursed inwardly. Had this zombie become more agile after being cooked? Gunfire erupted once more, but it was futile. The police officers relied on each other to alleviate their fear. Zheng Kun knew that if he didn't escape now, he would truly meet his end here. The zombie suddenly accelerated, crushing the ground beneath its feet, leaping 3 to 4 meters into the air, embers trailing as it lunged towards Zheng Kun. Whoosh. Just as the situation became dire, a flash, a phantasmagorical golden dragon manifested, weaving through the corporeal form of Zhu Ji with unrelenting ferocity. Crack, crack, crack. As the golden dragon danced, Zhu Ji's body erupted in a cascade of sparks. 10 seconds later, the dragon dissipated. Zhu Ji collapsed with a thunderous thud. The talisman on his forehead reduced to ashes. Who? The dying embers flickered back to life, quickly consuming everything into cinders. Nearby, the severed limb transformed into floating ash. Ding! A half-foot-long iron nail tumbled out of the ashes. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels approached, resonating through the air. A woman in a black dress wielding a peculiar black staff strode past the surrounding police, making a beeline for the ashes. She bent down to retrieve the iron nail. Her expression contemplative. Halt! Do not move. The officers raised their firearms in unison. The woman formed a hand gesture, unleashing an invisible force that froze everyone in place. Save for Zheng Kun, who remained alert. Who are you? She inquired, her surprise evident as she turned to Zheng Kun. Qianmin Zheng Kun, he replied, lowering his weapon to introduce himself. Upon noticing his police uniform and recalling the recent battle, she rolled her eyes. Exorcist Dragon Clan, Ma Dingdang. So it is you. Zheng Kun recognized the familiar visage. In a minute, they will awaken, recalling only that you incinerated a zombie. Ma Dingdang handed him her business card. Contact me if needed. Thank you. Zheng Kun nodded, accepting it. He gestured with the card as if mimicking a firearm, his body frozen in place as if time itself had stopped. Humph. Ma Dingdang scoffed, dismissing him with a wave as she departed. In the aftermath of an indulgent evening, he found himself drained, lacking the motivation to continue writing due to the slow pace of progress and diminishing energy. With the advent of advanced technology and the proliferation of voice input, Xiao Jing discovered a perfect remedy for his sluggish typing speed, akin to gaining wings. He resolved to attempt daily updates. A new creation could be easily found through direct searches, and he welcomed discussions about plotlines. On a side note, it is not that I do not wish to utilize the account snake-swallowing whale, yet it is linked. A flash of cold light. Snap. The razor snapped shut. This blade prized itself on the adage that a sound is worth 1,000 gold, capable of severing a zombie's arm with a single stroke. The 7 to 8 centimeter gleaming edge glimmered with an icy aura, effortlessly slicing through hair as it was originally intended for grooming, but I shall refrain from elaborating. The notion of decapitating zombies sounds thrilling, does it not? Alas, it is a feat seldom replicated. Zheng Kun vividly recalled the sensation of his energy being instantly drained, the malevolent aura nearly spiraling out of control. Most perilously, his right hand had transformed into a brittle husk in that fleeting moment of wielding the blade. Fortunately, the two only glimpsed his pallid visage, failing to notice the skeletal hand, just as he believed his right hand was irreparably damaged, shattering his aspirations of ascending to the position of police commissioner. The signing-in system bestowed an unexpected boon. The Exorcist bloodline not only restored his hand to its former glory, but also unveiled the hidden intricacies of the blade. Upon channeling his energy once more, he found no terrifying sensation of vitality being sapped. Instead, the blade, once crimson as blood, now revealed intricate blood patterns. Swish. The razor danced between his fingers, appearing and disappearing like an apparition. For one hailing from the Qin men, this technique was an ancestral skill. In that moment, enlightenment struck him. Wielding such a small knife required no specialized techniques. In the world of martial arts, aside from pickpockets and magicians, few could truly master the art of the small blade. The dexterous skills of card switching bore a striking resemblance to the manipulation of razor blades. The blade was exquisite. Yet alas, he could not afford to indulge in its mastery. The blood patterns flickered and vanished, the razor disappearing into thin air. Zheng Kun gazed at his pale palm, understanding the implications. While the Exorcist bloodline diminished the cost of usage, this blade drained both vital energy and essence. The more he utilized it, the deeper the entanglement with the blade's aura became, a development fraught with peril. Caution was paramount. The aura of the Exorcist bloodline enveloped him, and the rewards from this signing-in session ignited a whirlwind of thoughts within Zheng Kun. Previously, the concept of aura had been mere legend to him. Even with the acquired experiences of two masters, it remained elusive. Now, with the bloodline coursing through him, he instantaneously sensed the flow of aura within himself, realizing its profound connection to mental prowess. The revelations arrived far earlier than anticipated. It was as though the entire world had been upended in an instant. The razor resonated with his very essence in a wondrous harmony. An indescribable metamorphosis was underway, despite employing the same training methods and investing equal time. The changes were strikingly divergent. The implications of this transformation eluded him for the moment. The most significant change was not manifested in his body or aura, but rather in his eyes. After all, it was through these very eyes that he observed the world and comprehended its myriad complexities. His previous training had been a gradual process, much like the gentle nurturing of spring rain. Yet now, upon returning from Byway Village, he distinctly sensed his vision sharpening to an extraordinary degree. Initially, he even harbored doubts about whether he had been harmed by a zombie, transforming into a third-generation yellow-eyed creature. However, the truth proved otherwise. His eyes had merely grown sharper, as if permanently endowed with the prowess of an eagle's gaze. This experience irrevocably altered his perception of the accursed signing-in system. Clearly, two new rules had emerged. First, the signing-in system has an upper limit. Second, the signing-in system can be charged. Why was it that upon first approaching Zhu Ji, the system indicated that his level was too high for signing in, yet on the second attempt, he successfully acquired the Exorcist bloodline? The answer was evident. It must be linked to the yellow talisman upon Zhu Ji's forehead. A reasonable conjecture posits that Zhu Ji was an exorcist before his transformation into a zombie, perhaps even attempting to subdue Jiang Chun, only to be overpowered and transformed into a zombie himself. The most valuable prize during the initial signing in should have been the second-generation zombie bloodline. No. Given the emergence of the Exorcist Dragon clan, it must be the Jiang Chun bloodline, or rather, the Panga bloodline. Such entities are second only to Nuwa and the human sovereign Fushi, immortal, unmatched in strength, with a singular weakness, a thirst for blood. It was precisely because the level was too high that the signing-in system could not acquire it. During the second signing-in, the Jiangchen bloodline was temporarily suppressed by the talisman, allowing for the successful acquisition of the Exorcist bloodline. Regardless, human bloodlines can never rival the Panga bloodline, after all. According to legend, all of humanity was crafted by Nuwa. This explanation is eminently reasonable. What powers does the Exorcist bloodline possess? What is the nature of this world? Ma Dingdong's emergence confirmed the existence of Zheng Kun. The appearance of the lightning thunder fist corroborated the existence of Master Brother Shijian. If Shijian exists, then surely Jiu Shu must also be present. What, then, is the relationship between the zombie Taoist Mao Xiaofeng and Jiu Shu? Surely they cannot be twins, their surnames differ. This world is absurdly bizarre. Despite my grievances, the spoils from this encounter are indeed substantial. The lightning thunder fist, the Exorcist bloodline, floral fists and embroidered legs, the inexplicably focal razor. This cursed, infuriating system. Why can it not directly grant insight? Why can it not allow for attribute points allocation? Even issuing some tasks would suffice. At least providing a clear direction for development, or granting a space for cultivation would do. Time is simply insufficient. Currently, even the practice of iron cloth shirt and eagle claw technique is becoming increasingly strained, and now there are lightning thunder fist and floral fists to master. The Exorcist bloodline remains elusive for the moment and can be set aside for now. Although the lightning thunder fist inherits Shi Jian's training experience, significantly reducing detours, it ultimately requires time to refine. After much contemplation, it became evident that only the art of flamboyant martial techniques could be readily embraced. Although this was merely the youthful experience of Jiao Wudao, the complete inheritance of such skills is not overly profound in the realm of martial arts. The two ruffians depicted in the film managed to achieve a modest level of proficiency in mere months, with over a decade of foundational practice. Certain techniques from the Qianmen school align quite harmoniously with the flamboyant styles, albeit lacking a systematic approach. Now, having acquired the complete lineage, it is opportune to integrate the Qianmen techniques, ensuring remarkable advancement in his abilities. Patience is key. After contemplating his gains, he resolved to focus on the eagle claw iron shirt and the flamboyant martial arts, devising a plan for his subsequent training. Time was already of the essence. Without a clear strategy, the consequences could be dire. Another matter awaited confirmation, the next sign-in time. Prior to encountering Zhu Ji, the system required annual sign-ins. He had always cherished each opportunity, for not only were the occurrences limited, but the outcomes were also unpredictable. However, it seemed that circumstances had shifted. Manifest energy could now recharge the system. Although Zhu Ji had turned to ashes, remnants of manifest energy lingered near Baiwei village. Before it dissipated entirely, Zheng Kun managed to absorb some, estimating it could save him 3 to 4 months. More significantly, he had discovered a shortcut for the system sign-in. The places where Zhu Ji appeared released manifest energy. Would other zombies do the same? Beyond zombies, what other locations harbored such energy? This required gradual exploration. If all else failed, pursuing a path as a zombie Taoist might not be an unwise choice. 10 days later, at the Baixiang police station, in the director's office, Director James gazed at Zheng Kun with satisfaction, speaking in a stilted Cantonese. Very well, Ah Kun, you have performed exceptionally this time. The incident bore significant implications, and James had endured considerable pressure. Fortunately, it was resolved smoothly, with Zheng Kun's contributions being indispensable. This is merely my duty, Zheng Kun replied. Indeed. James expressed his approval of Zheng Kun's performance. You have just been promoted to senior officer. This time, the headquarters will issue a commendation. But your merits have been duly recorded. Should you achieve further accomplishments, a promotion will be within reach. His tone shifted to one of seriousness. Furthermore, the matter concerning Baiwei village is classified. It must not be disclosed anywhere, understood? The foreigners seem to harbor certain taboos regarding zombies. Your transfer orders have been issued. Report to West Kowloon tomorrow. Remember, do not bring shame upon the Baixiang police station. Zheng Kun stood tall, his gaze resolute, yet internally lamented. The good days are over. Having spent less than a year at the Baixiang police station, he was now being transferred to Kowloon due to his outstanding performance. He had single-handedly detained a zombie and devised a strategy to reduce it to ashes, all witnessed by Inspector Zhou Ziqing of the West Kowloon Criminal Unit. Zhou admired Zheng Kun's skills and ingenuity, promptly transferring him without affording him the opportunity to decline. Although promotions came more swiftly than military uniforms, his free time would be significantly curtailed. Military uniforms allowed for regular hours, and Baixiang was notably tranquil, yet with a case, one would toil day and night. Reflecting upon how police officers from his previous life would react to his current position on Hong Kong Island, Zheng Kun felt a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Leaving the director's office, he bid farewell to his colleagues and returned to his residence to pack his belongings. As a bachelor, his possessions were few, fitting neatly into a single bag. Ah, Officer Zheng, you've been promoted so quickly, congratulations, exclaimed his landlord, Shi Danhui, as he entered. He held a favorable impression of Zheng Kun, finding him youthful and courteous, never defaulting on rent, nor bringing unruly guests, and maintaining a tidy home. Such tenants were a relief. Thank you, Hui. Zheng Kun expressed his gratitude, only to suddenly exclaim as he stumbled onto the bed. Zheng, what happened? Ding. Manifest energy detected. The system is recharging. The long-forgotten notification echoed in his mind. Zheng Kun had initially set the system to silent mode, but upon reflection, he realized this was an excellent method for detecting manifest energy. Thus, he restored the notification sound. To his surprise, there was activity so soon. Chapter 7. Street Gambling Stalls. A small test of skills. No worries. Zheng Kun forced a stiff smile. Hui, how have you been lately? Quite well. Quite well. My daughter got married. And my son has secured stable employment. Sure, Dan Hui replied cheerfully. That's wonderful, Zheng Kun nodded. One must eat and drink well to enjoy life, wouldn't you agree? Huh. Sure, Dan Hui's mouth fell open, sensing something peculiar in the statement. By the time he regained his composure, Zheng Kun had already vanished. Zheng Kun hurriedly exited the rental unit, his pace quickening with rising urgency and anxiety. Good heavens. It's that teacher. Hello, teacher. Goodbye, teacher. Now he comprehended the first effect of the Zhu Ji Exorcist bloodline, opening his eyes. Not the Sharingan, but the yin-yang eye. What a stroke of misfortune. Did he think having the yin-yang eye was glamorous? It was simply a harbinger of calamity. Although Qianmin did not delve into the supernatural, the tales within the martial world were well known. Those who possessed the yin-yang eye were often the unluckiest of souls. When one urinates into the abyss splashes back. This is the essence of the yin-yang eye. Originally, the realms of yin and yang were meant to remain undisturbed. Opening one's eyes effectively constructed a bridge between parallel worlds. It was akin to strangers on the street ignoring one another. Yet if you stared and attempted to take a photograph, you could expect a beating. Typically, it was the living who suffered, which is why those with the yin-yang eye often found themselves beset by misfortune, dragging their families into the fray. As he turned, he clearly saw a blue-clad ghost with long hair drifting behind Sher Danhui. Indeed, it was a specter gliding without touching the ground, casting no shadow in the sunlight. Simultaneously, the system notification chimed. Ding. Manifest energy detected. The system is recharging. He took off running, having recognized that the blue-clad figure was not from the Blue Garment Society, but rather the renowned teacher from the mountain village, teacher Chu Rinmei. As he continued, scenes from that film resurfaced in his mind. How did this teacher appear? Considering a certain possibility, his face turned pale as he leaned against a tree and began to vomit uncontrollably. Teacher Chu followed Sher Danhui. Could it be that he had ingested corpse water? The film depicted it that way. Sher Tang village had a fixed water source, and Sher Danhui had drunk from it, as had he. Zheng Haoming. I will not let this go. Zheng Kun erupted in a fit of curses after emptying his stomach. If it weren't for that individual transferring him to this cursed place, how could he have consumed such repugnant substances? Ding. High energy reaction detected. System energy is replenishing. Ding. High energy reaction detected. System energy is replenishing. As he continued his tirade, the system in his mind suddenly erupted with notifications. He shivered all over. Turning to look, the disheveled, blue-robed Chu Renmei was hauntingly floating behind him. Hiss. He gasped in shock, then fell into deep thought. There was something amiss. Could there be profit to be gained? High energy reaction. The system clamored. Could it be that when Chu Rinmei appeared, the system could recharge? If that were the case, this was no ghost. It was clearly a walking power bank. From the frequency of the system notifications, the energy emitted by Chu Rinmei was evidently inferior to that of the zombie Zhu Ji. Yet, it was clear that this figure was not the true body, which was still submerged in the river. If it was neither the true body nor a mere specter, was it a doppelganger or an illusion? In the film, Chu Rinmei's abilities were limited to illusions and possession. While these tactics might confound ordinary individuals, could they be effective against him? Possession? Dream on. The cultivation technique had fortified his vitality. Any ghostly entity approaching would be met with. As for illusions, his mastery of the secret arts from the Qianmin school was not necessarily inferior to that of ghostly beings. Goodness, the entity is in the river, yet has left a power bank trailing behind it. How intriguing. Teacher Chu truly embodies the spirit of a modern-day lay phone. To put it plainly, what is floating behind is merely a mass of energy, likely the high-energy reaction referred to by the system. What if the system drained Teacher Chu completely? He shivers at the thought. Draining Chu Rinmei? Just imagining it is quite exhilarating. Perhaps the system can even switch to a lowly voice? He glanced sideways at Teacher Chu, whose long hair obscured her face, suppressing the impulse to unleash a lightning-fast punch. Better to observe for now. There might be unexpected rewards. If it can be confirmed that the entities can be charged, combined with the yin-yang eye, then this system would no longer be as inept as it currently appears. The pressing dilemma now is how to return to the city. After tidying himself up, he gazed at the winding rural dirt road and the distant mountains, his temples throbbing. Initially, he had planned to hitch a ride at the Baxiang police station, but now he dared not. The pattern of Chu Rinmei is marked by the water of the deceased. That man was tall and handsome, probably in his early 20s, with a rebellious look about him. He emitted a strong odor of smoke and alcohol, displaying obvious impatience towards Huang Haoming's actions, abruptly shaking off the captured arm. "Oh, I'm here to cooperate with the investigation, fulfilling my civic duty, not your criminal." His nonchalant demeanor ignited Huang Haoming's fury. "Jiang Tianxing, don't think I'm unaware. You are the mastermind behind this, trying to escape by finding scapegoats? One must speak with evidence. We live in a society governed by law. Watch your words, or I'll sue you for defamation." "What did you say?" An officer named Ajin surged forward, grasping Jiang Tianxing's collar. "The police are hitting people." Jiang Tianxing immediately cried out, his rogue appearance inciting irritation. "Ajin, stop!" Huang Haoming hurriedly intervened. Jiang Tianxing adjusted his collar with a cold smirk. "Huang, your subordinates truly lack decorum. I must file a complaint. The complaints office is to your left upon entering. Complaints are welcomed 48 hours later." Huang Haoming replied with a cold glare. Jiang Tianxing scoffed, leading his men into the police station. Upon entering, he noticed 3 or 4 individuals emerging, among whom a particularly tall and handsome figure caught his eye. "Zheng Kun?" Jiang Tianxing halted in surprise, staring at Zheng Kun. Huang Haoming similarly wore a look of astonishment. "Zheng Kun, what are you doing here?" Zheng Kun hadn't expected such misfortune, encountering Huang Haoming on his first day of reporting. He greeted with a smile. "Hello, Huang. I just transferred here. West Kowloon is significantly busier than Baxiang." He then turned to Jiang Tianxing. "Brother Sheng, long time no see." "Indeed, it has been a while." Jiang Tianxing grinned. "Zheng Kun. No, I should call you Zheng now." He mockingly saluted. Zheng Kun chuckled awkwardly. "As long as Brother Sheng is happy." "It seems you and Jiang Tianxing are quite familiar," Huang Haoming noted with a subtle tone. "We've known each other since childhood, doesn't Ti Huang know?" Zheng Kun replied straightforwardly. At that moment, Zhou Ziqing's car arrived at the entrance. "Zheng Kun, get in the car." Watching Zheng Kun and his group depart, Huang Haoming's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated Zhou Ziqing would dare to transfer Zheng Kun back to West Kowloon, placing him in the criminal unit as an undercover officer, clearly a slap in his face. In the car, Zhou Ziqing remarked to Zheng Kun, "I know you have a grudge against Huang, but the police force values discipline. He is your superior. Basic respect is essential." "Understood, Zhou," Zheng Kun nodded. Beside him, Wang Jie curiously inquired, "I heard you were sent to guard the water pond because you refused to go undercover? Why is that?" "Undercover agents get promoted quickly." Zheng Kun pointed to his face. "Brother Jie, do I look like I'm fit to be an undercover agent? You are quite familiar with the Zhang family." "And look at this," Zheng Kun continued, gesturing to his handsome visage. "With my looks and physique, I'd always be the center of attention wherever I go. Going undercover? That is akin to courting death." The car fell into a stunned silence. While this reasoning was undeniably narcissistic, it was hard to refute, given Zheng Kun's physical attributes. He was indeed ill-suited for undercover work. They vividly remembered the day Zheng Kun reported, when all the female officers in the precinct were practically drooling over him. Like a pack of hungry wolves, wherever he went, there were always 1 or 2 female superiors casting lingering glances his way. If the female officers were reacting this way, the young girls would undoubtedly go even more wild. Such a person as an undercover agent? What a joke. Huang's judgment was indeed questionable. Ahem. Zhou Ziqing cleared his throat, timely interrupting the awkward topic. This time, the target is Chun Jianren, one of the 10 most wanted criminals in Hong Kong. Intelligence indicates he and 4 armed accomplices planned to rob the Huaya Bank branch on Fuhua Street this morning. The military police and colleagues from other units are already stationed at the scene. Zheng Kun, this is your first mission. Once at the scene, stick with Huazai, and don't act rashly. Chun Jianren is extremely dangerous and well-equipped. I don't want you in the hospital on your first day. Zheng Kun nodded solemnly. Don't be too tense. This operation is well prepared. Perhaps by the time we arrive, the military police will have already apprehended them. Zhou Ziqing attempted to sound relaxed. Zheng Kun forced a stiff smile, embodying the essence of a rookie officer. Rash, overzealous? How could Zhou think that? Had he established such a successful persona in Baxiang? Truly absurd. This is a colony. The bank's money belongs to the capitalists. What does it have to do with him? Is a few $1,000s worth risking his life? Dream on. He didn't become a police officer to serve the citizens. He purely wanted to experience the sensation of being a people's guardian. Lost in thought, they turned onto Dongpu Street. Just as they rounded the corner, an alarm bell rang sharply in his mind. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of gunfire erupted suddenly. Crash. The car windows shattered, shards embedding into the seat beside him. Had he not instinctively leaned back, he would have been shot by now. Squeal. The tires screeched as they left long black marks on the ground. Gunfire continued unabated. Get down. Quickly get down. Everyone in the car quickly ducked low. Zhou Ziqing and the others skillfully pushed open the car doors in search of cover. Huazai, Ajia, watch your cover. Liang Kun, find some cover. Don't act recklessly. In a flurry of commands, the officers began to fire back from behind the car doors. Ahead lay Fuhua Street. Zheng Kun crouched behind the car door, the sounds of chaos swirling around him, mixed with screams, wails, and the blaring of police sirens. It was like a scene from a Hong Kong action film. What a grand spectacle. In the tumultuous intersection, traffic lights flashed erratically. From Zheng Kun's vantage point, he could see vehicles haphazardly parked along the long street. As for whether those criminals had been hit, he didn't care in the slightest. Hitting or missing was a matter of luck, but looking good was a lifelong concern. With so many police officers already faltering, surely they wouldn't let a newcomer bear the blame. It was just like a classic plot in a Hong Kong film, where criminals suppress the police with ferocious firepower, calmly jumping into a van and making their escape. In the distance, police sirens could be faintly heard, but it would take at least a few minutes for them to arrive on the scene. This operation was destined to fail. Wait. He suddenly realized that the van was hurtling straight towards them. No, it was directly charging at them. The entire street was blocked by their vehicle, occupying only half the road. As he gazed at the approaching van, he squinted his eyes. This was an opportunity delivered right to his doorstep. If he could apprehend this group of individuals, a promotion and salary increase would be well within his grasp, particularly with Chen Jianren, one of the top 10 most wanted criminals in Hong Kong. Capturing him could easily elevate him 2 ranks. He could leap from a senior officer to a senior inspector, surpassing Huang Haoming in rank. What? They say his experience is too limited? Had they not noticed the journalists lurking in the shadows? The entire botched operation was being recorded. After the news aired tonight, what face would the police force have left? If he could turn the tide, he would emerge as a hero, defying the odds. With his photogenic visage, surely it would not be unreasonable for him to receive an exceptional promotion? This was undoubtedly a golden opportunity to become a new star in the police force. At a pivotal moment of police reform, the pathway for Chinese officers to ascend was finally opening. If he could seize this chance, his influence and credentials within the police force would far exceed those of his peers. Accomplishments were the ultimate truth. His previous success in capturing a South Vietnamese fugitive in Baixiang had propelled him from a regular officer to a senior officer within a year. Now, an even greater achievement loomed before him. Accelerate. Chen Jianren in the van was sweating profusely. The plan was flawless, but reality was cruel. The police's response time exceeded expectations. Boss, there are police ahead. Just crash through. Chen Jianren gritted his teeth. A few vehicles had not completely sealed off the road. If they charged through, they could escape. The driver slammed on the gas, as if returning to the racetrack of his youth. Everyone, be alert, move aside. Zhou Ziqing immediately discerned the robbers' intentions and shouted a warning. Zheng Kun raised his voice urgently, and his companions swiftly dispersed, seeking cover. On the frenzied van, several bandits leaned out, guns in hand, firing wildly into the crowd in a desperate attempt to eliminate all obstacles. In an instant, 2 of the 5-member team had been injured, though not critically. They had lost their combat effectiveness. Zhou Ziqing's expression turned grave. What had begun as a meticulously planned operation had devolved into a bloody escape. Chapter 8. Check in at the casino, acquire X-ray vision skill. The van hurtled towards them at a bizarre angle, seemingly on the verge of crashing through the blockade. The criminals inside were increasingly deranged, firing their weapons with wild abandon, their frenzied shouts mingling with the exhilaration of impending escape. Suddenly, cheers turned to screams. The entire van lifted off the ground. No, what the hell? Accompanied by a cacophony of anguished cries. The van spun through the air before crashing down with a heavy thud. Of the 3 bandits who had leaned out, 2 were flung 10 meters away, meeting their demise on impact, while the third was trapped in the window, ground to a pulp as the vehicle overturned. The smoke-filled battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Everyone halted, stunned, gazing at the street where Zheng Kun stood, gasping for breath, his shoulders bearing 3 steel rods. Foreign journalists in the shadows involuntarily crossed themselves. Moments ago, they had witnessed this towering figure rush out, steel rods in hand, precisely inserting them beneath the speeding vehicle. Archimedes' principle of leverage was vividly illustrated in that instant. Zheng Kun didn't need to move the earth. He only had to find the fulcrum to send the speeding car spiraling out of control. Watching the van roll in slow motion, Zheng Kun felt an inner satisfaction. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the journalist filming him, and he discreetly straightened his posture. This time, it would be hard not to gain fame. Zhou Ziqing was left speechless. After years in the force, he had never witnessed such a horrifying scene. What should have been a failed operation had taken a dramatically successful turn. 30 seconds later, faint sounds emerged from the wrecked van. Tough as nails. Zheng Kun raised an eyebrow. Surviving such a collision, no wonder he was among the top 10 wanted criminals. The delayed reinforcement finally arrived. After assisting Zhou Ziqing in transporting the injured to the hospital, this thrilling operation came to a close. Well done. Zhou Ziqing could hardly hide his admiration. Although the process had been perilous, the outcome was nothing short of perfect. Aside from the severely injured and paralyzed leader Qin Jianren, the remaining 4 bandits lay dead. Zhou, I just had a moment of inspiration, Zheng Kun said, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish grin. I happened to see some steel rods nearby, and I don't even know how it all happened. Ha ha ha, if it weren't for you today, we'd all be finished. Zhou Ziqing laughed heartily. Bringing you on board was truly my wisest decision. We're all in this together, so no need for formality. In a few days, it might be my turn to call you. Just call me Chenggu from now on. Yes, Chenggu. And there's good news. Zhou Ziqing continued. The higher-ups are already aware of the operation's details and have just informed me that you'll be attending a press conference with them. Zheng Kun was somewhat surprised, hesitating slightly. Can I handle it? Why not? You've made a significant contribution today. You have no idea how monumental it is. It's meant for you. Zhou Ziqing assessed Zheng Kun, shaking his head with mild resignation. You're the most suitable candidate. And truly, he was. Not only because of Zheng Kun's clever performance during the operation, but in terms of image. He was unmatched within the entire West Kowloon police station and even the entire police force of Hong Kong, at a time when the police's reputation was tarnished. Presenting someone like Zheng Kun as a standard-bearer would greatly aid in restoring the police's image. The Hong Kong station reported that this morning, a gunfight erupted as police attempted to apprehend robbers on Fuhua Street, resulting in injuries to multiple officers and civilians. Observations indicated that the police's inadequate preparation led to significant property damage, and an official response is still pending. According to police sources, the apprehended criminal Qin Jianren's gang was among the top 10 wanted offenders. During the operation, Senior Officer Zheng Kun from the West Kowloon Police Station overturned the robber's vehicle using 3 steel rods at a critical moment. The television repeatedly aired slow-motion footage of Zheng Kun braving a hail of bullets to flip the van, astonishing viewers. No matter how strong the firepower, it paled in comparison to this remarkable maneuver. We now transition to our exclusive interview with Officer Zheng Kun. The scene shifted to a close-up of Zheng Kun. The principle is quite simple. Archimedes once said that if you give me a fulcrum, I can move the earth. I merely calculated the point of force based on the vehicle's speed and weight, combined with the timing of the steel rod's pressure. It's purely a basic mechanics phenomenon. The reporter's expression froze. Why did this officer seem to be lecturing a physics class? She forced a smile and pressed on. Officer Zheng, are you a science major? No. I graduated middle school and then entered the Youth Police Academy. Zheng Kun replied confidently. But I'm currently studying for a degree in electronic engineering at Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, so I know a bit about physics. This response left both the reporter and the audience in bemusement. Middle school education? Electronic engineering? What does that have to do with flipping a car? Brother, you look so cool. Everyone in school is asking about you. In the Zheng family living room, Zheng Peng shouted excitedly at the television. Zheng Kun chuckled awkwardly. His sister-in-law chimed in. Second brother, with such a camera presence and having accomplished so much, you must be getting promoted to inspector now, right? Inspector? Isn't that a detective rank? Zheng Hao said in shock. In the mindset of Hong Kong residents, just stepping out of the era of the 4 major detectives. This would be considered a high-ranking position within the police force. Fortune favors the bold. The police need a positive image, Zheng Kun said nonchalantly. Zheng's father suddenly threw down the newspaper. Years ago, he had opposed his son attending the police academy, and now seeing Zheng Kun rise rapidly, he felt a mix of emotions. The living room fell silent. Zheng's mother, anxiously breaking the silence, asked, Kun, is being a police officer very dangerous? The television said many people have died. In her view, while a promotion may be desirable, the cost of one's life is simply not worth it. This situation is indeed quite perilous, but once promoted, there will be no more cause for concern, Zheng Kun said with feigned nonchalance. So, after the promotion, one can openly accept bribes, can they? Zheng Ming scoffed coldly. Father, the times have changed. Zheng Kun chuckled awkwardly, noting that the police can no longer accept bribes. Nowadays, the emphasis is on high salaries to encourage integrity. High salaries to promote integrity? A dog cannot change its nature. Zheng Kun, disinterested in further debate, found arguing with such a stubborn traditionalist to be a futile endeavor. Brother, are you enjoying your time at the tea restaurant? Do you wish to change your environment? Zheng Kun abruptly turned to Zheng Hao. Zheng Hao momentarily failed to grasp the meaning behind his brother's words. What do you mean by that, second? Well, a few days ago, I won over $1 million in horse racing with my colleagues and thought of starting my own business. As a police officer, I lacked the time to manage it, so I wanted to invite you, brother, to assist me. It's surely better than spending a lifetime in a tea restaurant, right? If you're willing, I can offer you a 20 stake. You won over $1 million in horse racing? Planning to start a business? The living room fell into an astonished silence. Awakens, did you really win over $1 million? Zheng's mother cautiously inquired, glancing at Zheng Ming, who had just set down his newspaper. Of course it's true. Zheng Kun retrieved his betting slips and bankbook, laying them on the table. Last Wednesday, in the second race, horse number 7, with the odds of 1, 2, 3, the prize money has already been deposited. That's wonderful, Zheng's mother exclaimed, her eyes gleaming at the sight of the numerous zeros on the bankbook. She had never seen so much money in her life. Awakens, it would be wise to save this money. You are not young anymore. Why not buy a house and prepare for marriage? Mother, please don't worry about my marriage. I am concerned about the risks of starting a business. What if it fails? Don't worry, I won 1,350,000. I only plan to use 1 million for the business, saving the rest, so even if it fails, it won't be a significant loss, Zheng Kun reassured her. Is this money really from horse racing? Zheng Ming scrutinized the bankbook and betting slips, his gaze flickering. In Hong Kong, horse racing is a legal and popular form of entertainment. Ordinary people occasionally place bets, with dedicated sections in newspapers and radio. Zheng Ming himself would sometimes indulge in a few bets if the mood struck him. You can check if you don't believe me, Zheng Kun said impatiently. Your mother is right. Starting a business carries too much risk. It would be better to save it in the bank. Father, if I am to embark on this venture, I have confidence, Zheng Kun insisted. I just want my brother to help me. What kind of business are you planning? Electronics manufacturing. Electronics? Zheng Ming initially thought he would engage in trade, but was surprised to learn it was the electronics industry. Do you understand this? Of course. Zheng Kun pointed to the television in their home. I assembled that television myself. Moreover, I am currently pursuing a degree in electronic engineering at the University of Science and Technology, and I will graduate within a year. In the late 1970s, televisions had not yet become fully widespread in Hong Kong. The television was assembled from parts Zheng Kun scavenged from the second-hand market. What specifically are you planning to do? There's a radio factory in Sham Shui Pu that is on the verge of bankruptcy. It can be taken over for 600,000. Radio manufacturing? Zheng Ming was even more perplexed. Radio is just the beginning. If you don't understand, don't ask, Zheng Kun retorted, leaving his father momentarily speechless. Brother, think about that 20 stake. How can that be? Zheng Hao waved his hands repeatedly. I am not a college graduate. How could I manage a factory? Managing a factory does not require a degree. You can learn gradually, Zheng Kun replied with a smile. Even if we incur losses, consider it tuition fees. It's far better than spending a lifetime in a tea restaurant. I assent it? Zheng Ming felt unreasonably dragged into the conversation. Well, Zheng Hao hesitated, unsure whether to agree or refuse. At that moment, his wife sitting nearby subtly tugged at his sleeve, prompting him to swallow the rejection he was about to voice. What will happen to the tea restaurant if the eldest leaves? We can hire someone else. With you there, the tea restaurant won't fall into the eldest's hands. He is merely a part-time worker there, with no real prospects. Ming Fa, why not let the brothers give it a try? Zheng's mother looked at Zheng Ming, her tone uncertain. Ultimately, she hoped her son could achieve something worthwhile, given the opportunity at hand. Venturing out would surely be better than remaining in the tea restaurant for a lifetime. Let us discuss this later, Zheng Ming said with a serious expression, feeling somewhat swayed internally, yet unable to let go of his pride. All right then, brother, when you have time, I'll take you to see the factory. This time, Zheng Ming remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Zheng Kun became a police officer to engage with this world and to experience the iron fist of the people. However, this did not imply that he had no other pursuits outside of being a police officer. Hong Kong is a place where money reigns supreme and capital is king. Not all police officers are the same. There exists a stark distinction between wealthy and impoverished officers. There are no prohibitions against police officers engaging in business in Hong Kong. And opportunities abound in this era. Zheng Kun merely needs to seize one. He chose the electronics industry because he had studied electronics in his past life and had even worked as an electronic engineer, only to later veer off course. In this new life, he naturally chose the field he was most familiar with. While televisions were gradually becoming popular, radios remained essential appliances in many households. Though it might be considered a sunset industry, with proper management, earning the first pot of gold and laying a technological foundation for the factory would be more than sufficient. Why entrust the management to his brother Zheng Hao? Because he had suffered losses in his past life and was disinterested in modern corporate structures and professional managers, even harboring disdain for the operations of publicly listed companies. Currently, it was merely a small workshop. The idea of modern enterprise was absurd. The family business had a long-standing history, which justified its existence. Once matters were settled, Zheng Kun exhaled in relief, arranged a time with Zheng Hao to visit the factory, and exchanged a few words with his mother and grandmother before rising to leave. As for his father Zheng Ming, their differing worldviews left no room for conversation. Recently, he had been so busy that he had little time for training. Once the factory matters were settled, He needed to rest and focus on refining his martial arts. He had developed extraordinary abilities through his training, and while he had begun to master the iron shirt technique, he was still not sufficiently practiced for actual combat. The flowery fist and elegant leg technique would help bridge that gap. Though the flowery fist and elegant leg technique may seem flamboyant, it is ultimately a legitimate martial art. When mastered, while he may not become a grandmaster, he could at least become a formidable practitioner. This form of martial arts focuses solely on combat, without involving any esoteric cultivation methods. As a police officer, one inevitably encounters criminals during operations. It would be inappropriate to rely solely on the iron shirt technique from the outset. The techniques learned in the Thousand Doors system emphasize evasion, which is too opportunistic and does not align with the identity of a detective. The flowery fist and elegant leg technique is just right. In Causeway Bay, in the spacious living room, Zheng Kun finished a set of martial arts moves, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He closed his eyes, savoring the intricacies of the techniques, as if gaining insight. Subsequently, he picked up his clothes and headed towards the bathroom. As he neared the bathroom, his pace suddenly slowed, tilting his head in contemplation, and he slapped his forehead in frustration. In the next moment, his foot slipped, his body pivoted sharply, and he unleashed a powerful punch towards the corner of the room. The force of his punch was akin to thunder, the air tearing apart with a piercing shriek. Chapter 9, Hidden Crisis. A short black stick met him, resembling a teaching rod, aimed directly at his fist. Bang! The impact of fist and stick collided with a dull thud, causing pain to shoot through Zheng Kun's knuckles, while a startled gasp emerged from the corner, and a shadow was forcefully expelled. The black stick soared into the air, landing unbroken. Die! Zheng Kun's expression was cold and unyielding as he strode forward, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. His fingers curled into claws, targeting the shadow before him. Halt! I mean no harm. A woman's voice, laced with evident panic, exclaimed. A woman? That voice seemed vaguely familiar. Yet, he did not lessen his grip. He seized the shadow and flung it aside. The figure collided heavily with the opposite wall before crumpling to the ground, coughing up blood. Who are you? Zheng Kun inquired coldly after confirming the absence of any threat. In truth, he already recognized her, the black-clad woman who had unleashed the divine dragon and vanquished the zombie, Zhu Ji, with a flat nose and small eyes. She was Ma Ding-Dang from the Exorcist Ma clan. So it is you. Zheng Kun feigned surprise, stepping forward to assist her. What brings you to my humble abode at such an unusual hour? Since acquiring the bloodline of an exorcist, his perception had significantly heightened, granting him intimate knowledge of every corner of his residence. He had sensed something amiss upon entry, but could not pinpoint the source until he stepped into the bathroom, where he finally identified his target. Ma Ding-Dang had her own grievances. Intruding into a private residence was a grave taboo in the Underworld. Being injured was a mere trifle. Mr. Zheng, I assure you I came here with no ill intentions, she coughed, blood staining her lips as she produced a vial of medicine to swallow. The Ma clan's methods were indeed distinct. It is not as you think, Ma Ding-Dang retorted, clutching her chest in pain. She had intended to observe Zheng Kun discreetly, believing her invisibility charm would ensure her safety. Little did she know, his senses were so acute that even a moment's distraction would lead to her discovery. If you are unscathed, perhaps you could share your purpose. I do not recall any ties between the Qianmen and the Ma clan. After catching her breath, Ma Ding-Dang replied. I seek you out because of the Exorcist bloodline coursing through your veins. Exorcist bloodline. Zheng Kun raised an eyebrow, having never heard of such a thing. Your yin-yang eyes must have awakened by now. They have not. Impossible. You activated your bloodline during cultivation. Your yin-yang eyes must have opened. Are you suggesting that the illusions I had previously witnessed were real? That ghosts truly exist? Ma Ding-Dang nearly spat blood again. You have seen zombies with your own eyes. That perverse lunatic? He is a zombie? This is not a discussion for today, Ma Ding-Dang asserted earnestly. Officer Zheng, whether you believe it or not, the Exorcist bloodline has awakened. You will inevitably encounter supernatural occurrences in the future. It is the fate of the bloodline. Fate? Zheng Kun scoffed. Get to the point. What do you want from me? I wish to enlist your aid in confronting the zombie king, Jiang Chun. What? I did not catch that. Zheng Kun exaggeratedly leaned closer. Ma Ding-Dang had never encountered someone so brazen, but recalling her purpose, she suppressed her anger and stated, I would like to request your assistance against the zombie king. Jiang Chun. Zheng Kun suddenly appeared at the door, flinging it open. Ma, please take your leave. Ma Ding-Dong's face turned ashen. She realized then that Zheng Kun's previous remarks about not believing in spirits were mere mockery. He was acutely aware of Jiang Chen's existence and understood that ghosts were indeed real, not mere illusions. Mr. Zheng, Jiang Chun is about to awaken, and his resurgence will surely unleash calamity upon the world. Are you truly willing to stand by and watch this disaster unfold? Now I believe it. The Exorcist bloodline is indeed toxic, and you all seem to have lost your minds. Zheng Kun waved his hand impatiently. If you only came to say this. I cannot oblige. Ma Dingdang pressed her hand against her aching chest and said solemnly, I am aware this request is excessive, but it is for the sake of, it has nothing to do with me. Zheng Kun interrupted decisively. She inhaled deeply, stifling her pain as she shifted the topic. Even without Jiang Chun, you will face a fated calamity following the awakening of your bloodline. As a member of the Qianmen, you are woefully ignorant of the curse that accompanies the Exorcist bloodline. Since you are unwilling to confront Jiang Chun, how about we strike a deal? What deal? In exchange for information regarding the Exorcist bloodline, I would like your knife. Knife? Zheng Kun flipped his wrist, the razor appearing and vanishing in his palm. His mastery of the Qianmen techniques evident. Indeed, that very one. Ma Dingdong's eyes gleamed with intensity. She had witnessed this knife effortlessly sever the arms of second-generation zombies. Possessing such a weapon would enhance her chances against Jiang Chun. Ma, subduing Jiang Chun does not rely solely on brute force. Zheng Kun scoffed internally, his voice icy. Do you think mere words can exchange for a treasured blade? I have heard the legends of Jiang Chun. With your current abilities, you would struggle to withstand even a single punch from me, yet you dare to fantasize about subjugating the zombie king? The Ma clan possesses secret techniques. Ma Dingdang retorted defiantly, her head held high in defiance of his disdain. Then you need not seek my assistance. Zheng Kun's stance was unwavering. Ma Dingdang scrutinized him deeply. The awakening of your yin-yang eyes signifies the activation of the bloodline's curse. Every exorcist bloodline harbors a deadly curse. Jiang Chun is the Ma clan's nemesis. If you do not unravel the mystery of your own bloodline, no matter how skilled you become, you will ultimately meet your demise and pass the curse on to your descendants. As she turned to leave, she glanced back with a smile, causing Zheng Kun to feel an unsettling shift. Her words seemed to strike a chord within him, his heart tightening as the air around him turned frigid. The exorcist's destined calamity, she is plotting against me. Zheng Kun suddenly realized and dashed out the door. But she had already vanished. The Ma clan of the exorcist lineage, how delightful. Anger flared within him. The awareness of being ensnared while unable to discern the source was maddening. As he pondered, his vision blurred, as if white willow fluff drifted by. Instinctively, he attempted to raise his hand, only to find his body unresponsive. What is happening? Ma Dingdong's warning echoed in his mind. The awakening of the yin-yang eyes was indeed the day of the calamity's onset. I cannot move. He truly found himself immobilized. When he attempted to lift his arm, he felt no sensation of his limbs. As he tried to look down, his neck felt as if it had been welded in place, utterly unyielding. Wait, I am still moving. In the hazy vision, the scenery was slowly receding. He could vaguely see numerous upright figures trudging forward, and he seemed to be among them. He could only infer his own movement through the changing landscape ahead, as even his legs had succumbed to numbness. This blurred vision reminded him of his past life, when he had lost his glasses with severe myopia. No, this was worse. It resembled a state of monocular blindness. In the dim light, a flurry of white, fluff-like objects danced about. This was deduced from the occasional objects drifting into view. Ruijin? There was no response. Taibushan? Gone without a trace. Sign-in system? Damn it, utterly silent. He attempted to channel his energy, but discovered that years of arduous training had been rendered nearly futile, or rather, he could not mobilize his internal power at all. If he could not control his limbs, how could he possibly manipulate the subtler workings within? However, despite his body being out of control, his abilities remained intact. With a mere thought, an invisible force ensnared the staggering figure ahead. There was no resistance. He commanded the body to halt, slowly turning it around. 3 seconds later, a loud thud echoed as that figure was hurled aside. A zombie. In the murky vision, he beheld decay and death. A minute later, another figure was flung away by his mental force. Approximately an hour later, there were no remaining active bodies within a 10-meter radius. From a lofty vantage point, one would behold a peculiar vacuum circle formed by a tide of zombies. Have I traversed time once more? Transformed into one of the undead? My bodily functions have all but ceased, leaving me with but a single eye and a modicum of strange abilities. No, my legs still move. It appears to be a primal instinct. Moreover, I can still hear. A faint buzzing lingers in my ears, reminiscent of the mournful cries of cicadas at the tail end of autumn. Yet, if I concentrate intently, I discern that it is the sound of countless whispered murmurs. With slight focus, these murmurs begin to distort my mental faculties. It feels as though I am imprisoned within this decaying shell, utterly powerless. Is this the formidable power of the bloodline curse? Did Ma Dingdong's casual prophecy truly come to fruition? How absurd. To be frank, Zheng Kun is beginning to panic. Anyone trapped within a rotting body would feel a sense of dread. Raising my hands with telekinesis to my field of vision, I see only 2 gray, decaying arms. I dare not look down, fearing my head might simply detach. Who could endure such a fate? Thus, I walk forward in a daze. In this realm where nearly all sensory perception has vanished, time loses its meaning. Gradually, a restlessness akin to rampant weeds takes root, and my spirit begins to stir uneasily. I must escape. Flee this cursed body. My soul roars, struggles, and howls. My mental energy begins to surge uncontrollably, manifesting as a swirling vortex in the air. White, fluffy debris is whipped up and scattered. Amidst the howling winds, my agitated mental energy seems to awaken some presence in the wilderness. Suddenly, a chilling aura invades my consciousness. In an instant, my mind nears a freezing point. Instinctively, I hastily retract my mental power. Yet, that chill follows the thread of my energy, pressing towards the core of my spirit. It's over. This time, I am truly doomed. On the brink of despair, that icy sensation reaches into the depths of my psyche. Suddenly, a string deep within my soul is plucked, and my entire consciousness plunges into a profound stillness. A desolate state of mind. This ability, bestowed upon me by Mr. Gong Heir, has now become my lifeline. In an instant, my entire inner landscape transforms into a barren, lifeless desert. The bone-chilling breath dissipates quietly, as if lost without direction, in the moment of my emotional stillness. At this juncture, I sense a metamorphosis of the essence of life. Fear, panic, worry, and even joy and relief. All emotions are sealed deep within, leaving only an expanse of indifference. Officer Zheng, please awaken. In the dimly lit wilderness, Zheng Kun moves forward like a machine, his heart as still as stagnant water. The whispers that echo like autumn cicadas gradually become clearer. His vision suddenly sharpens, and a familiar face comes into view. Aunt Qing. The elderly woman from next door gazes at him with anxiety. Thank heavens you have awakened. Aunt Qing exhales a sigh of relief, recounting how she found him collapsed at the door that morning, unable to rouse him, nearly calling for an ambulance. Thank you for your concern. It might have been due to working late and drinking, Zheng Kun replies calmly, rising with a nonchalant tone. After watching Aunt Qing leave, he steps slowly into the house. A sudden thud reverberates within, followed by silence. I have never endured such humiliation in my life. Ma Ding Dang, the demon-slaying dragon clan. I shall remember this. Zheng Kun's forehead bulges with veins, breathing heavily, his eyes a tempest of anger and fear. That sensation of being trapped in a decaying body, blurred vision, stiff limbs. A struggle to breathe. Were it not for the tranquility of my mind, I might have succumbed to despair long ago. And what of that nearly freezing chill that gripped my spirit? Is this the curse within the bloodline of the demon slayers? I must uncover the origins of the Zhuji bloodline. If the Ma clan of demon slayers can forge contracts with divine dragons, what secrets lie hidden within the Zhuji bloodline? The enigma of the zombie Zhuji and the demon slayer Zhuji grows ever more convoluted. However, this desolate state of mind seems remarkably beneficial for the cultivation of mental powers. In the morning light of the West Kowloon police station, Zheng Kun follows William and Zhou Ziqing into the office. The three bear distinct expressions. William is as composed as ever, while both Zhou Ziqing and Zheng Kun struggle to conceal their awkwardness. The unpredictability of life is astounding. In just a few short days, Zheng Kun has ascended 2 ranks, now surpassing his former superior, Zhou Ziqing. The recent incident on Long Street has propelled his reputation to new heights. The image of him hoisting steel bars to launch a van has replayed incessantly, even attracting the attention of advertisers. The sunny persona aligns perfectly with the police force's promotional needs, making his promotion a natural progression. Yet, new challenges arise. As a senior inspector, he must lead a team. But where can the relatively inexperienced Zheng Kun find suitable subordinates? After over a month of deliberation, the arrangement is finally settled. The third group of the West Kowloon Criminal Investigation Department. The office scene bears a striking resemblance to what one might see on television. An open workspace is cluttered with several disordered desks. Upon entry, the acrid scent of smoke assaults the senses, with magazines, newspapers, horse racing guides, and documents strewn across the tables. In the corner, an old typewriter awaits quietly. Amidst the cacophony, 2 tattooed men are handcuffed by the water pipes, craning their necks to size up the newcomers. The noise ebbs and flows, with some remaining silent, others shouting, and some even banging tables and kicking chairs. Chapter 10. Resolving the gang's provocation. The entire scene is chaotic, a veritable dance of demons. Silence. Even William, upon reaching this point, cannot help but frown and clap his hands, commanding, Su Yongbang, gather everyone. In an instant, the office falls deathly silent. Whether officer or suspect, all eyes are fixed upon William. Sir. Several officers step forward quickly, standing at attention and saluting. The suspects, recognizing the authority in this precinct, prudently fall silent. William points to Zheng Kun and announces, "This is Senior Inspector Zheng Kun. Effective immediately, he will take charge of the third criminal group. Do you understand?" He delivers this in stilted Cantonese, before turning to Zheng Kun to introduce. Kun, these are your team members, Su Yongbang, Situ Ziqiang, Song Zijia, and Yi Wenhui. After giving a few directives, William surveys the chaotic office with a furrowed brow and departs. TCH, foreigner. Situ Ziqiang scoffs at William's retreating figure, a sentiment echoed by many who dare not voice their grievances. Kun, this is Bang Gu, my mentor when I joined the force. Zhou Ziqing introduces with a smile. If you need anything, just approach him. Qing is being a bit harsh. Su Yongbang chuckles amiably. Zheng. Even my dad knows about your feat of lifting the van with steel bars. He asked me if a modern-day hero had joined the police force. Merely a coincidence. A matter of physics, Zheng Kun humbly replies. Zheng not only ascends ranks quickly, but is also a top scholar. Situ Ziqiang shakes the horse racing guide with an air of sarcasm. Three-legged four. Su Yongbang quickly interjects. Zheng, don't mind him. He has a foul temper. Zheng Kun smiles without retorting. Su Yongbang, the character from Tiandin and Heir, indeed, while the plot is classic, the character's intelligence is regrettably lacking. As for Song Zijia, this is a fortuitous opportunity. Tonight, I'll treat everyone. You must come. Zheng Kun turns to Zhou Ziqing and adds, Brother Cheng. Let us invite Hua Chai and the others too. No problem. Zhou Ziqing readily agrees. This custom of treating everyone to afternoon tea within the police culture always carries an inexplicable strangeness. The West Kowloon Police Station's Criminal Investigation Unit 3 is colloquially known as the Salted Fish Squad. This moniker originated from its former leader, Yao Xiong, who once served under the veteran officer Luo Ge. During a conflict involving police corruption, he narrowly escaped, but ultimately saw his career prospects shattered. Approaching retirement, Yao Xiong would evade cases, leaving his entire team to deal with trivial matters, thus stifling any potential for significant accomplishments. Following Yao's retirement, it was expected that Su Yongbang would take the helm. However, the department unexpectedly appointed the rising star Zheng Kun, Situ Ziqiang, in defense of his brotherhood, harbored animosity towards Zheng Kun. Yet, other team members, including Su Yongbang, were thoroughly impressed by this legendary figure in law enforcement. Having graduated from the police academy merely a year prior, Zheng Kun ascended from a regular officer to a senior sergeant at an astonishing pace. 5 years ago, this would have represented the pinnacle for Chinese officers. Remarkably, each of his promotions was accompanied by tangible achievements. In the case of the Southern Vietnam veterans, 6 formidable criminals wreaked havoc across multiple police units, but it was Zheng Kun who ultimately quelled the storm by seizing their firearms. Despite this, 3 of the perpetrators remain at large, with the only captured individual, Yuan Wenhao, apprehended solely due to Zheng Kun's intervention. Surely such merit warrants a promotion? Just 2 weeks ago, during a capture operation, an undercover tip-off went awry, nearly allowing wanted criminal Chen Jianren to evade capture. The image of Zheng Kun using a steel rod to topple a van has been replayed countless times on major television networks. Who could be unaware? This scene indeed commands admiration. Any other officer, upon introspection, would acknowledge the impossibility of such a feat consequently. Zheng Kun's promotion to senior sergeant faced no objections from either the upper echelons or the grassroots of the police force. In truth, it boils down to basic mechanical skills. The crux lies in the swiftness of one's reactions. Listen, how humble he is. Unsatisfied? Go and try it yourself. While a single dinner may not significantly deepen relationships, it at least serves to bridge the gap between individuals, fostering a more harmonious atmosphere within the team. One morning, Zheng Kun was jolted awake by the alarm, donning a stern expression as he prepared for work. It wasn't until he reached the police station's entrance that his demeanor brightened. Ever since being schemed against by Ma Dingdang, he had been plagued by the same recurring dream each night. A dim sky, swirling debris, and a mechanical march forward, as if traversing an endless expanse. Through his recent reflections, he had begun to grasp the peculiar patterns of this bizarre dreamscape. It was merely a world within dreams. Entering it required sleep. An awakening provided an escape. It seemed to bear no real-world implications, at least, for him. Possessing a stoic mindset, he could fend off the maddening sense of despair. But what of the ordinary person? Confined in a pitch-black room for days could drive anyone to madness, let alone the passage of time within a dream. He set the alarm precisely because time in dreams felt far more prolonged than in reality. Occasionally, after just 3 or 4 hours of sleep, it felt as though he had lived several days in the dream realm. In these recent days, apart from his blurred vision, his body felt entirely numb. How could an average person endure such a state? Were it not for his resilient mindset, he would have succumbed to madness long ago. Ma Dingdang was unaware of this trump card he held, thus unwittingly activating the curse within his bloodline, which legally constituted as premeditated. This feud has been initiated. You, Ma Pai, stinking, I will kill you. A cacophony erupted as Zheng Kun entered the office of Unit 3, where he was met with shouts and scuffles between a man and a woman, their tussle sending desks askew and papers scattering across the floor. What is going on here? Zheng Kun inquired, frowning at the agitated officer throwing down a pen. A pimp and a woman fighting in public, causing damage to property, came the response. She claims he wants to. He says, they tricked me into thinking I could earn money in Hong Kong. But I don't want to do that sort of thing. Name? Age? When did you arrive? Do you have an ID? Officer, my name is Li Xiuqin. I am 25. Faced with Zheng Kun's stern questioning, Li Xiuqin stammered in fear. No ID? Send her to the immigration department for deportation. Yes. The officer promptly responded. Please, officer. I can't go back. My family is waiting for me to send money. The law is the law. Zheng Kun replied coldly. What skills do you possess to earn money? Your qualifications from the mainland are not recognized here. Do you think Hong Kong is paved with gold? Haven't you seen the people sleeping on the streets? Li Xiuqin was left speechless by his remarks. Zheng Kun then gestured towards the nearby taxi driver. Look at him. Although he may be less capable than you, at least he has an ID and relatives. If anyone can earn money, it would not be you. But she owes me money. The taxi driver interjected hastily. What she owes you is of no concern to me. I am not a judge. Zheng Kun said impatiently, waving his hand. Officer, contact the immigration department. In the aging office, the green-shaded desk lamp glowed softly. The desk was cluttered with files, a phone, and a typewriter, alongside an ashtray. Zheng Kun closed his eyes to collect his thoughts, yet dared not succumb to sleep. The nightly visions of the undead kept him on edge, thankfully. His stoic mindset provided an anchor, or he would have crumbled long ago. This was the curse of the Exorcist's bloodline. Compared to the tribulations faced by the dragon clan of Exorcists, he felt his burden was far more distressing, essentially a life sentence. Even if he were to exit the realm of stoicism, it would take considerable time for him to regain his normalcy. This influence was rendering him increasingly apathetic, prompting a desperate need for resolution. Where might he seek it? Having just assumed command of Criminal Investigation Unit 3, he felt compelled to deliver results. Yet, in this familiar narrative, what case could pique his interest? The case of Song Zijia's family? The timing was not yet ripe. The arch-villain Tan Shang was still in power, and it would be prudent to wait until he had grown sufficiently strong before closing in for the capture. This was what one called nurturing a case. Other cases were hardly worth mentioning. Unit 3 was inundated with trivial matters, brawls, disputes among taxi drivers, parking conflicts. After sifting through the archives, not a single case caught his eye. Zheng, that woman wishes to see you. She claims to have important information, a female officer reported, knocking on the door. Still here? What did she say? Zheng Kun raised an eyebrow. She didn't specify. She just insisted on waiting for you. Is that so? Zheng Kun mused, narrowing his eyes. Important information? He rose to follow the female officer to the interrogation room. Banggu, San Tiao Si, what has she divulged? She refuses to say anything until you arrive. She claims she doesn't trust us, the officer replied with dissatisfaction. Is that so? Zheng Kun turned his gaze upon Li Xiuqin. She was now looking down, her attire neatly arranged, no longer disheveled. Upon hearing Zheng Kun's voice, she abruptly lifted her head, leaning forward eagerly. Officer Zheng, I can help you solve the case. Please don't send me to the immigration department. I want to stay in Hong Kong and earn money. Ha! Zheng Kun sat down, scrutinizing her. What made you come to Hong Kong? Do you have relatives here? The woman hesitated. My aunt married into Hong Kong. I have her address. But I haven't found her. Finding her would be futile, Zheng Kun replied, lightly tapping the table. You owe money to the snakehead. People in Hong Kong are rather pragmatic. If I were you, I'd return home and marry an honest man. The woman remained silent for a moment, then stubbornly insisted. I want to stay in Hong Kong and earn money, repeatedly murmuring this phrase. Fine, let's pretend I never said anything. If you wish to stay, you cannot claim I did not offer you the opportunity. That horseman, Wasa, is the one associated with the snakehead Biao. I suspect you arrived at Hong Kong Island aboard the snakehead Biao's vessel, and upon reaching the shore, he claimed insufficient funds, holding you back and compelling you to earn money in the horse market. With your poor conditions, you couldn't make any money, and finding life unbearable, you fled. Did you not? Yes, Li Xiuqin replied softly. Assist me in identifying the snakehead Biao, and I shall allow you to remain. Upon hearing this, not only Li Xiuqin, but also Su Yongbang and San Tiao Si were astonished. Is it truly feasible to operate in such a manner? With so many underlings serving the snakehead Biao, if one could indeed bring him down, he would have long ceased to thrive. Zheng, the case concerning the snakehead Biao does not fall under our jurisdiction, Su Yongbang reminded. Once a person is in our custody, the case becomes our responsibility. Zheng Kun remained unconvinced, asserting that anyone could claim credit. If police officers do not seize opportunities, they would hardly earn a decent living. Yet she has come to provide leads. Look at her. Having just arrived, how could she possibly know any significant figures? She must have merely overheard clients boasting. The impoverished souls who patronize her are unlikely to have any prospects. How could capturing the snakehead Biao yield greater merit? However, Su Yongbang leaned in and whispered, "Be cautious in monitoring the snakehead Biao. Our intervention may offend Huang. Moreover, she is merely an insignificant player and cannot genuinely identify the snakehead Biao. It seems that you are all aware of my dealings with Huang Haoming. The police station is quite small. I heard that Huang initially wanted you to go undercover. But when you refused, you were reassigned to guard the water reservoir. Indeed, after a year of guarding the reservoir, I was promoted to senior officer. If I had gone undercover, would my advancement have been so swift?" Zheng Kun, feeling quite pleased, suddenly realized that his rank had surpassed that of Huang Haoming, who still held the title of sergeant. Through the operation on Fuhua Street, Zheng Kun had been promoted 2 ranks, from senior officer to senior sergeant, overtaking Huang Haoming in position. Both worked together at the West Kowloon police station, and he secretly speculated on Huang Haoming's current feelings. "Zheng, it is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. Huang has considerable experience, and as a newcomer, you are meddling in his case, which may lead to discontent among the brothers. That is a reasonable point." Zheng Kun stroked his chin, lost in thought. He was indeed unaware that Huang Haoming had long been tracking the snakehead Biao, purely believing that dismantling this notorious snakehead would yield greater accolades than merely processing leads. Then let it be. Though he was newly arrived in West Kowloon, he held an advantageous rank, yet his foundation was still shallow. Recklessly confronting the local power, Huang Haoming, would not be a wise choice. There is ample time. We shall see how it unfolds. Returning to the interrogation room, Zheng Kun rapped on the table. "You claim to have information?" Li Xiuqin, disturbed by the previous conversation, blurted out, "I know who killed that Chen something Qiong in the newspaper." "Chen Jiqiong?" "Yes." Bang. San Tiaoxi's pen fell to the ground in shock. Who would have thought such explosive information would emerge? Chen Jiqiong, a socialite of Hong Kong Island, daughter of wealthy businessman Chen Yu, had fallen to her death a week prior. The police deemed it an accident. Yet her father insisted that his daughter never touched drugs and offered a reward for any leads. "I will assist you in obtaining the necessary paperwork to remain in Hong Kong and resolve your issues. If your information proves accurate, the Chun family's reward will be sufficient for you to start a small business and free yourself from the snakehead Biao." Zheng Kun's gaze was piercing, with the caveat that no tricks be played. Li Xiuqin's dim eyes suddenly sparkled. "I truly saw it. That night, while smoking at the alley entrance, I witnessed a man drag her into Chongping building. Just as I returned upstairs, I heard the sound of her falling." What did the man look like? Chapter 11. Capturing the fugitive. He was short, with dark skin, a scar at the corner of his eye, a mole at the corner of his mouth, and facial hair. She trembled all over, having previously seen him following Biao, resembling someone from Southeast Asia. Zheng Kun's pupils constricted, the lead pointed once again towards the snakehead Biao. Li Xiuqin gestured, saying to Zheng Kun, "I understand now." After listening to her description, Zheng Kun nodded thoughtfully. Moments later, he addressed Su Yongbang. "Brother Bang, for now. Arrange to return her to the detention center. Keep a close watch over her in the coming days." "Huh, I can't leave yet." "Leave? Do you not realize how perilous it is outside?" Zheng Kun fixed his gaze upon her, stating that this is Hong Kong Island, not the mainland. "People are attacked on the streets daily. Are you unaware? If you wish to leave, be assured that you will not survive beyond 24 hours. Remember, the words you spoke earlier must not be mentioned to anyone. Just consider it a routine operation against prostitution, understood?" Seeing Zheng Kun's serious demeanor, Li Xiuqin dared not utter another word. "Zheng, what should we do now?" After sending Li Xiuqin away, Su Yongbang scratched his head and inquired. "It seems we are still entangled with the snakehead Biao." "This matter is not simple," Zheng Kun replied solemnly. "This case involves the death of a renowned socialite, making the police's conclusion difficult to accept. Not only do the family members disbelieve it, but the media is also fanning the flames, with all sorts of bizarre theories abounding. Enough to fill a book. However, no leads were found at the scene. Zhou Ziqing's team had investigated for 3 days without any results. Had it been anyone else, the case would have been closed long ago. Yet the deceased, Chen Jiqiong, held a unique status, causing headaches for the higher-ups. "What do you know?" Zheng Kun queried as he led the 2 back to the office. "We've only heard rumors. The colleagues from the second team also suspect it was not an accident, but they have no evidence whatsoever." "Are you suggesting that we should conclude it was an accident without evidence?" San Tiaoxi chuckled awkwardly, but did not respond. "It seems we must confront the snakehead Biao after all," Zheng Kun mused, lightly tapping the table. "Zheng, even if what Li Xiuqin claims is true, this matter is quite tricky. It is not easy to act against those surrounding the snakehead Biao. Relying solely on one person's testimony is insufficient. Smuggling, organized prostitution, aren't these all valid reasons?" Zheng Kun countered. "However, previously we refrained from acting against the snakehead Biao due to the records. Yet now, with a homicide involved, this credit cannot be relinquished to the records. Furthermore, The case originally belonged to the second team. No one has reason to yield it. What shall we do then? I will first consult with Zhou and propose a joint investigation between the two teams. Following proper procedures will leave the records with no grounds for objection. Zheng Kun, what exactly do you intend to do? Early in the morning, before Zheng Kun had even prepared his tea, Huang Haoming burst in, slamming the table and spitting words. Huang, shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Why are you making a scene so early in the day? Why are you raiding the snakehead Biao's territory? Oh, Huang is so concerned. Could it be that the territory is under your protection? You should have mentioned it sooner. You are speaking baseless accusations. Since it is not your territory, do we need to seek your approval to conduct our investigation? The snakehead Biao is implicated in human trafficking and organized prostitution. And someone has testified against him. Is there an issue with my actions against him? Last night, during a joint operation, we dismantled 3 of his dens and rescued several women. It was even broadcast on television. Have I done something wrong? Do you have evidence to arrest the snakehead Biao? I have been tracking this lead for a long time, and just as I was about to net him, you have completely disrupted it. If Huang believes there is a conflict with the records, he can coordinate with the superiors. Making a scene here is hardly appropriate, is it? You. Huang Haoming's face flushed red. Do not think that solving a couple of cases makes you exceptional. This is not how cases are handled. Is there a misunderstanding between you and me, Huang? Zheng Kun leaned back in his chair, chuckling. You have your methods, and I have mine, both aimed at capturing criminals. Why must we belittle each other? Zheng Kun, are you intentionally opposing me? Are you still holding a grudge about my reassignment of you to guard the water reservoir last year? Huang, whether you believe it or not, I genuinely appreciate your decision to send me to guard the reservoir. Had it not been for that reassignment, I would not have risen so swiftly. Such statements hold little significance at this moment. My operation against the snakehead Biao was initiated due to a report, which included accusations and provided leads. The veracity of those leads was confirmed, resulting in the dismantling of 3 of his establishments and the rescue of several women. However, you cannot touch snakehead Biao. All the licensed operators are his subordinates, who bear the blame, leaving you without evidence to pin him down, while you may be unable to apprehend him. I have saved lives and achieved recognition. Surely that is sufficient? Must you insist on capturing snakehead Biao? One should not be overly greedy. The accolades belong to me. What of you? Huang, this time, we have shut down 3 venues, and next time we could uncover even more. If we continue this pursuit, we will eventually corner him, perhaps even prompting him to surrender to you, at which point, you might find yourself indebted to me. Do you believe it is so simple? Conducting raids sporadically is manageable. But how do you expect to maintain such an operation daily without overwhelming police resources? You are squandering resources. When I truly begin to waste police manpower, then feel free to lodge a complaint with the higher-ups. Zheng Kun chuckled, adding, besides, this operation involved 2 joint teams. Why seek me out instead of Zhou if you do not believe I can handle it? Shall I remind you that I outrank you by a star? This matter is not concluded. I shall certainly report it to my superiors. Huang Haoming was left speechless, his face turning pale as he stormed out. Do as you wish. Zheng Kun beamed, secretly relishing the moment. I swear, he bore no grudge regarding the incident at the water reservoir, yet witnessing Huang Haoming's discomfiture brought him inexplicable joy. How dark his psyche truly is. Zheng, what shall we do next? Su Yongbang inquired. After a decade of service, he found himself perplexed. Zheng Kun, in collaboration with Zhou Ziqing, had successfully taken down 3 of snakehead Biao's establishments overnight, yet everyone understood that no matter how many venues they raided, it would not undermine snakehead Biao's foundations. This time, Biao incurred significant losses. His subordinates would need to be bailed out, and legal battles would be costly, leaving him likely overwhelmed. I have received word that he is investigating your background. My background. It has been exposed on television long ago. He probably thinks I am a wild dog desperate for merit. Su Yongbang's lips twitched, pondering. Isn't that the case? Have you obtained results regarding the investigation I requested? Yes, we have. Lin Jiqiong visited the Junyue Hotel 3 days prior to her incident, at which time snakehead Biao was also present. Someone witnessed a brief encounter between him and Yu Zijuan. Yu Zijuan, the rumored boyfriend of Lin Jiqiong? Indeed, she was with him at that time. How intriguing. Zheng Kun narrowed his eyes. It is unusual for a socialite to intersect with a gang leader, yet Li Xiuqin accused snakehead Biao subordinates of violating Lin Jiqiong. There is no hatred without reason. Lin Jiqiong's presence near the venue was already suspicious, and indeed, there seems to be more to this story. Yu Zijuan has connections to snakehead Biao. No wonder Huang Haoming prefers to use undercover agents. The information arrives swiftly. However, at the time of Lin Jiqiong's demise, Yu Zijuan had a perfect alibi, and given his status as a public figure, the police would not easily move against him. Yet a high society individual colluding with a gang? The implications here run deep. Zheng Kun had no intention of delving into Yu Zijuan. That was Zhou Ziqing's case. His target remained the 3 elusive culprits from the Shangshan case. In the interrogation room, Li Xiuqin's account led him to identify a suspect, the South Vietnamese refugee Huang Junxiu. Among the three, his characteristics stood out the most. Su Yongbang and the others were oblivious to the anomaly, as they were unfamiliar with those three South Vietnamese refugees. Nevertheless, Zheng Kun remained vigilant, and upon hearing Li Xiuqin's description, he felt an 80% certainty. He immediately devised a straightforward plan with Zhou Ziqing. First detain Li Xiuqin, then lead a raid on Snakehead Biao's venue. As Li Xiuqin was already familiar with the inner workings of the establishment, the operation would proceed smoothly. Once the venue was raided, how would Snakehead Biao react? He would undoubtedly launch a thorough investigation. After all, his venue was concealed, without an insider. How could the police have succeeded so easily? In their relentless pursuit, the clues would inevitably point back to Li Xiuqin. The next steps would follow logically. Considering Snakehead Biao's temperament, he would never let her escape unscathed. Thus, the second phase involved releasing Li Xiuqin and assigning her protection. By protocol, with police protection, a thug of Snakehead Biao's caliber would not dare to act recklessly. Yet now, 3 seasoned South Vietnamese veterans stood by, their records formidable. With such an ace up his sleeve, what would Snakehead Biao do? Thugs operate with a straightforward brutality. If someone suggests that those 3 veterans may not obey Snakehead Biao, what if the officer protecting Li Xiuqin is Zheng Kun? How would those 3 respond? Thus, Zheng Kun was indeed setting a trap. The corridor was narrow and damp, winding and convoluted. The dim yellow light flickered erratically. Zheng Kun led Li Xiuqin upwards, but she grew increasingly hesitant, her expression fraught with anxiety. Why have you stopped? Upon reaching a corner, Zheng Kun sensed something amiss. Turning to the nearly immobile Li Xiuqin, his brow furrowed. Are you truly so frightened? Where is this place? Li Xiuqin shrank back, her voice trembling. This is the police's safe house? It was an old tenement building at the end of the street. A narrow path behind it extended for hundreds of meters, leading to the infamous Kowloon Walled City, a lawless area. Though new to the scene, Li Xiuqin was aware of the notorious reputation of the Kowloon Walled City. She could hardly fathom that the police would designate such a place as a safe house. There are multiple safe houses, but currently, only this one is available. Zheng Kun spoke in a calm tone. Rest assured, it's a safe house, so it is naturally secure. Besides, with me here, what do you have to fear? Would I do anything untoward to you? Li Xiuqin recoiled further. What do you mean? The one who should be afraid is me. Zheng Kun scrutinized her disdainfully. After the case concludes, you should consider a career change, with your qualifications. You won't earn a living in this line of work. Li Xiuqin trembled with rage. This man, relying on his good looks, had expressed disdain for her since their first meeting. What is so impressive about being handsome? That was a gift from his parents. What business is it of yours? Does low attractiveness preclude one from this profession? I am doing just fine. Were it not for my desire to switch careers, would I have encountered trouble? Now you seek to leverage my situation for your gain while disparaging my appearance? Do you believe I wouldn't walk away? Stop dawdling. It's just a few steps. Zheng Kun urged impatiently, proceeding up the stairs. Li Xiuqin took a few deep breaths, but ultimately dared not remain alone in the eerie corridor, steeling herself to follow. Here we are, remember 504. He halted before a weathered wooden door, producing a key to insert into the lock. Li Xiuqin fixated on the decaying door, her complexion growing increasingly pallid. Even before entering, the musty odor assaulted her senses. Is this truly the place? Are you certain you haven't made a mistake? Can I be mistaken when the key fits? Click. The door swung open. Creak. With a jarring sound, a wave of mildew-laden air rushed out. Li Xiuqin's face turned ashen. Who could possibly reside in such a wretched place? Surely it must be filled with dead rats. Perhaps even worse. She silently resolved. Come what may, she would refuse to inhabit this cursed location. Just as Zheng Kun was about to rebuff her, he suddenly lunged in front of her, forcefully pushing her to the ground. Bang! The sharp crack of a gunshot echoed through the corridor, ricocheting off the walls and sending debris flying. I've been waiting for you. Zheng Kun grinned, yanking Li Xiuqin into the room and slamming the door shut behind them. Don't come out unless I call for you. He laughed heartily. This setup involved far more than just Li Xiuqin as bait. He himself was also a lure, specifically targeting those 3 South Vietnamese veterans. This was his true merit. In addition to Su Yongbang, he also approached Jiang Tianxing and spread the news on the road. Recently, rumors about Snakehead Biao have been circulating in the martial arts world. It is said that the girl under Snakehead Biao wants to testify against him in exchange for police protection. It is said that the police only launched a large-scale crackdown on the scene of the Snakehead Biao after obtaining evidence of the crime. It is rumored that the popular detective Zheng Kun is closely protecting the girl who turned against the water, and is still fighting against the South Vietnamese veteran in Baxiang in the flurry of news. 2 key points were repeatedly emphasized. One was Zheng Kun escorting Li Xiuqin to the safe house, and the other was Zheng Kun's heroic deeds in fighting against South Vietnamese veterans. The former catches snake heads, while the latter catches South Vietnamese soldiers. Zheng Kun was certain that they would definitely take the bait. Look, isn't this here? Wang Jiaming's shot failed, and seeing Zheng Kun rushing towards him, he secretly shouted that something was wrong and rolled down the stairs on the spot. Bang! Another shot hit Zheng Kun at his feet. Zheng Kun turned a blind eye and pounced on Wang Jiaming, who had just climbed up, looking for death. Wang Jiaming's eyes flickered with a cold light. Although his gun got stuck as he rolled down, he quickly pulled it out of his boots and stabbed towards Zheng Kun's chest. Ding! The sound of metal collision is crisp and clear. Wang Jiaming's face suddenly changed, and the tiger's mouth trembled to the point of numbness. This knife seemed to pierce through an iron block. Chapter 12. Sign into the police archives room and obtain case clues. Iron cloth shirt. Unexpectedly, the intense pain has overwhelmed my mind. Zheng Kun took advantage of the diving momentum and collided with Wang Jiaming like a shell. Click. The sound of bone fractures echoed intensively. Wang Jiaming crashed into the wall like a torn sack, spewing blood at his mouth and collapsing on the ground with fragments of internal organs mixed in. The first one. Before Zheng Kun could finish speaking, gunshots were already heard in the hallway. Amidst the pouring rain, Zheng Kun swung Wang Jiaming's body as a shield. After dozens of rounds, the remaining body twitched a few times and then stopped moving. In the electric lightstone fire room, Zheng Kun threw the body into the corner, while he rushed towards the left staircase where there was still a hidden one. These three South Vietnamese veterans are indeed seasoned, with cunning positioning and seamless cooperation. Unfortunately, they encountered Zheng Kun, who was cheating. The flower fist and leg embroidery he has been practicing hard these days are now coming in handy. That seemingly fancy set of kung fu skills actually has hidden mysteries. Zheng Kun's leg techniques are tricky and eerie, with flexible and varied footwork, combined with his muscular physique. He possesses powerful explosive power, and his speed far exceeds that of an ordinary person. Before Li Junyong could react, Zheng Kun had already rushed forward. This veteran on the battlefield reacted very quickly and immediately drew his weapon to stab Zheng Kun in the throat. With a crisp ding sound, Zheng Kun didn't dodge, letting the sharp blade slide across his neck, and his hands clasped Li Junyong's shoulders like iron pliers. With a click sound, the sound of bone shattering was clear and audible. Eagle claw skill combined with iron cloth shirt. Close range is a dead end. Li Junyong let out a painful breath, completely puzzled as to why the weapon was ineffective against Zheng Kun. Zheng Kun had lifted him up and fell heavily down the stairs. The simple and rough style scared Huang Junxiong upstairs. When Wang Jiaming fell, he realized he had been trapped by the police. But he didn't expect to be surrounded by someone. Watching Zheng Kun approaching step by step, Huang Junxiong's hand holding the gun trembled uncontrollably. Put down the gun. Zheng Kun's eyes flickered with a green light. It's been 12 years since we last executed it on Hong Kong Island. With a click, it landed. A wise choice. Zheng Kun took out his hand and began reading the Miranda warning. In Huang Haoming's office, the sound of angry banging on the table shook the documents in all directions. Zheng Kun, you intentionally oppose me. Huang, I don't understand what you mean. Zheng Kun pretended to be innocent. I said we can't move the snakehead now. What level are you? Do I need to listen to you? Zheng Kun sneered. Huang Haoming grabbed Zheng Kun's collar, but was stopped by William, who suddenly broke in. Enough. Do you think I don't exist? William slammed the table heavily. Huang Haoming, let go. Huang Haoming let go unhappily, still with an angry expression on his face. William, I have been monitoring the case of Snakehead Biao for half a year, but he has destroyed the capture. I don't understand this. You've been following that guy for so long without catching him, but I caught him. The evidence is conclusive and he's nailed to the nail. What's the point of blaming me instead of thanking me? You. Huang Haoming widened his eyes, almost spewing out anger, and stared fixedly at Zheng Kun. What about me? Let me ask you, can you nail him like I did after following him for half a year? Can we guarantee to send him to Stanley for 10 or 8 years? I can't accept that. Capturing someone is the responsibility of the police, but sentencing is the responsibility of the judge. No police officer can guarantee that arresting someone will necessarily lead to a conviction, but he is unwilling to accept it. I have been keeping an eye on Snakehead Biao for half a year, and even sent several undercover agents, but Snakehead Biao is extremely cautious and cannot find any evidence. Even if business goes wrong, there are still subordinates who take the blame. The undercover agent he sent recently gained the trust of Snakehead Biao and began collecting evidence, saying that they were about to be caught, but they were just adding bargaining chips to themselves. He suffered a big loss this time. Zhou Ziqing and Zheng Kun used Chun Jieqiong's case to directly nail the snakehead to death, making his 6 months of hard work in vain and not getting any credit. How could he be willing to accept it? But William's idea is completely different. Whether it's women selling silver or not, these are just processes. He is the superior, only looking at the results. The result was that Zhou Ziqing and Zheng Kun teamed up to solve the case of Chun Jieqiong, nailed down the snakehead Biao, and easily solved 3 wanted criminals, making great contributions. He naturally has no reason to be dissatisfied. So, of course he supports Zheng Kun now. Zheng Kun, you did a great job. The commendation will come down soon. By the way, how's your degree going? Not bad, you can get it within 6 months at most. Okay, once you receive your degree, I will recommend you to take the entrance examination. William patted Zheng Kun's shoulder and encouraged him. Work hard. The weight of those 3 South Vietnamese wanted criminals is no less than that of Chen Jianren. Zheng Kun solved them in one breath, and theoretically, his achievements are enough to be promoted to another level. But in the past year, he has been in the limelight, rising from an ordinary police officer to a senior police chief at the age of less than 20. Even if the promotion channel for Chinese police officers has been opened, it is impossible for him to be promoted so quickly. So this time we can only issue a commendation order. However, this is only temporary. William has promised to recommend him for the imperial examination as soon as he obtains his degree. With the development of the times, the Hong Kong Island police force is paying more and more attention, especially after the police corruption conflict last year. Ghost Lau intensified the rectification of the police force, promoted reform and the transition of old and new, and expanded the scale of social recruitment. The sheriff is no longer the ceiling for Chinese police officers. Now that I have a university degree, I can directly take the entrance exam for inspector. As soon as I start working, I become a probationary inspector and stand at the pinnacle of Chinese police officers 5 years ago, even higher than Luo Ji's level back then. Are you angry? In Zheng Kun's view, this is a means for the ghost to suppress the old police officers. As soon as the newcomers entered, they pressed down on the old police officers, effectively blocking their path to promotion. After all, there are only so many positions available, and if newcomers take up them, it will be difficult for the elderly to advance. This is actually provoking infighting among Chinese police officers. But Zheng Kun doesn't care. As long as he obtains his degree and continues to make achievements, promotion is not a problem at all. For others, achieving merit is difficult, but for him it is easy. Not because he is familiar with the plot, but because he possesses extraordinary spiritual perception. Even in the absence of a narrative, his heightened intuition allows him to be far more perceptive in investigations than the average person. This intuition serves not only in combat, but also enhances his analytical skills and grasp of situations. For instance, from the scant clues divulged by Li Xiuqin, he deduced the existence of a veteran from South Vietnam. This was not merely a flash of insight, but rather a testament to his keen intuition. Had it been someone else, even with Li Xiuqin's information, they would not have connected the dots between the perpetrator and the wanted criminal from South Vietnam, let alone charge ahead as he did. His prowess is the foundation of his promotion. Meanwhile, Huang Haoming was seething with indignation. An inspector's role. For the Hong Kong police of this era, this undoubtedly represented a monumental leap. Although Huang Haoming was furious, he could not suppress a sense of envy. The other sergeants present felt similarly. But what could they do? After half a year of planning to capture a notorious smuggler, Huang Haoming ultimately fell short. In contrast, Zheng Kun, relying solely on a single clue, pinpointed the smuggler who had been a thorn in the police's side, achieving a significant breakthrough. Even more commendable was his willingness to share the accolades. He claimed only the capture of 3 wanted criminals from South Vietnam, attributing the apprehension and interrogation of the smuggler to Zhou Ziqing. As a result, Zhou Ziqing also gained recognition, and his promotion to senior sergeant was all but assured. This is the disparity. Huang Haoming felt an overwhelming sense of despair, even contemplating resignation, now that Zheng Kun had become a senior sergeant. Although he had not yet established an overwhelming advantage, should he obtain a degree and rise to the rank of trainee inspector, he would inevitably become Huang Haoming's superior. How would he navigate that reality? Perhaps it would be best to leave while he still could. The desolate wilderness was dim, with drifting fluff resembling snow. Zheng Kun trudged through the horde of zombies, his stiff body blending in with the crowd. Each step sank deeply into the ground's fibrous material. Yet he felt no softness, only an endless rigidity. The surrounding zombies were in a similar state. The white fluff continued to accumulate, and Zheng Kun aimlessly shuffled forward. Ever since that night when Ma Dingdang had plotted against him, he found himself trapped in this bizarre dream each night, transformed into a mere shell of a man, endlessly wandering through the drifting wilderness. Initially, he could only instinctively move his legs and the nearly decayed eyeball. Now, he could control his body with telekinesis, halting his steps. Yet he dared not attempt to break away from the throng of corpses, for an unknown terror threatened to engulf him. However, this strange dream was not without its advantages. The desolate state of his mind allowed him to maintain his sanity amidst despair, significantly enhancing his telekinetic abilities. His control range expanded from 10 meters to 20, becoming more agile and precise. Moreover, he developed a perceptive ability that allowed his mental energy to extend alongside his telekinesis, constructing an environmental image akin to black and white lines. Even without that rotting eye, he could perceive his surroundings. However, he refrained from overextending himself, fearing to rouse that frigid will once more. His heightened perception revealed that he was amidst a vast horde of zombies, all within a 20-meter radius. This group of zombies moved aimlessly, and the wilderness along with the drifting fluff remained a mystery. Were it anyone else, they would have likely succumbed to despair. Yet, supported by his desolate mindset, Zheng Kun discovered the peculiar utility of this dream. It seemed to serve as a unique training space specifically designed for honing his telekinetic skills. Time flowed erratically within the dream. Each entry lasted at least 24 hours, while reality merely constituted the span of a single sleep. The prolonged duration, coupled with the desolate mindset, rendered the training effects far superior to those in the external world. This unexpected boon was indeed substantial. Zheng Kun could no longer recall how long he had lingered in this bizarre dreamscape, at least, judging by the telekinetic skills he had acquired. This experience was not in vain. Yet, the transformation of his mindset left him with an unsettling premonition. He was determined not to become like Mr. Gong Heir, whose heart resembled stagnant water. How absurd. In this silence, he regarded the real world with disdain, even too apathetic to ponder it. Suddenly, a nearby zombie collapsed, shattering the age-old monotony. What was happening? His perception expanded instantaneously, and within a 20-meter radius, zombies began to fall one after another. A shadow, appearing from nowhere, darted through the horde, causing the zombies to topple in its wake. Finally, change was afoot. After wandering this dim wilderness for so long, a turning point had arrived. A shadow lunged towards him. Instinctively, Zheng Kun raised his right hand, his telekinetic energy stirring. The shadow collided with his decayed palm and surprisingly burrowed inside. In his perception, it was a scorpion-like creature, roughly the size of a fist, ravenously gnawing at his right arm, making its way from his palm to his elbow in mere seconds. Let me see your true form. Telekinetic energy enveloped the creature. Despite its frantic struggles, it ultimately succumbed to Zheng Kun's mental strength. Clearly, as long as one was parasitized, others would not approach. Zheng Kun continued his mechanical advance. In his perception, more and more of these creatures appeared, yet all avoided him. He allowed the creature to writhe within his arm, for this body had long since lost its sense of pain. With a series of squelching sounds, the satiated creature emerged from the fallen zombie, noticeably larger, continuing its search for prey. They feasted on the zombies, which served as their sustenance. Zheng Kun slowed his pace. Deep in thought, within his perceptual range, a grove of withered trees appeared on the barren landscape. The twisted branches stretched out like ghostly claws, maintaining an eerie distance from one another. A monster, swollen to the size of a human head, burrowed into the forest, vanishing from sight. Danger lurked within that grove. Confronted with the strange sight, Zheng Kun maintained absolute composure. He halted, unwilling to recklessly enter the unknown peril. Time passed. One by one, the uninfested zombies wandered into the forest. Suddenly, the creature within his arm began to thrash violently, its body swelling. Corrosive liquid? Zheng Kun encased the seeping liquid with his mental energy, effectively trapping the creature. It began to dissolve, extending tendrils to connect with his rotting nerves and blood vessels. Is it repairing my arm? Rationality prompted him to relinquish control. As the tendrils completed their connection, his right arm, previously devoid of sensation, surprisingly responded. Zheng Kun awaited the final outcome, remaining expressionless. He felt an unusual sting in his right arm, as if countless tiny insects were skittering beneath his skin. Chapter 13. A high-stakes confrontation at the casino, winning millions in chips. He fixed his gaze on the incessantly writhing muscles of his right arm, every hair standing on end. Beads of sweat seeping from his pores. The dream could actually influence reality, he murmured, his gaze falling upon the business card tucked away in the drawer of his desk. The slip of paper bearing the name Ma Dingdang seemed particularly glaring at that moment. In a dilapidated tenement in Mongkok, Ma Dingdang furrowed her brow as she downed a bowl of dark brown herbal concoction. The intense bitterness caused her to cough, splattering the liquid onto her clothing, leaving dark stains. Take your time drinking. No one is competing with you, remarked a middle-aged woman leisurely reclining in a rocking chair. This loss may not be such a bad thing after all. Ma Dingdang wiped her mouth with a cold smirk, if it weren't for that guy's ambush. A loss is a loss, the woman interrupted. The Ma family's divine dragon is not a toy for fighting. You have recklessly awakened that person's bloodline using word spirit techniques, thus breaching the rules. The setting sun outside elongated the shadows of the two individuals, as Ma Dingdang fixated on the swaying silhouette on the ground. Her fists clenched in frustration. This fellow possesses remarkable patience, having yet to seek me out after all this time. It seems his tribulation may not be as formidable as anticipated. According to your account, he has only recently awakened his demon-slaying lineage and lacks any inheritance. Likely unaware of what has befallen him, Ma Denai gently rocked in her chair, yet she acknowledged that in this matter, you have indeed erred. Erred? On what grounds do you assert that? I had forewarned you that the tribulation inherent in the demon-slaying bloodline is an exceedingly perilous curse. While it is a fate shared by all, each lineage bears unique tribulations. To recklessly awaken a curse without understanding his background is tantamount to courting enmity. He is a martial artist of exceptional skill. Even if I refrain from intervening, the curse will soon awaken on its own. But can it be the same? When will you amend this self-righteous flaw of yours? Ma Danae shook her head in resignation, now only hoping that his tribulation is not too severe. Otherwise, the Ma family will unwittingly gain a formidable adversary. I observed that he exhibited little reaction afterward. Could it be that his curse is not particularly potent or does not manifest immediately? Tribulations bear no distinctions of strength. They merely manifest in varied forms. Just like our Ma family, as long as the sovereign does not perish, the tribulation remains eternal. Once it erupts, a demon slayer is utterly powerless to resist. For instance, the bloodline of the 5 generations of wonders can commune with yin and yang upon awakening, wielding boundless power, yet they become devoid of emotion and humanity. Or consider the lifespan demon bloodline of Mao Xiaofang, where the stronger the Taoist powers, the shorter the lifespan, and more terrifyingly, this tribulation does not rely on heredity, but rather intertwines through reincarnation, making it inescapable for eternity, all while remaining silent. She sighed. This is the fate of demon slayers. Given such complexity, why did you initially awaken my bloodline? Who? Both Ma Dingdang and Ma Danae paled simultaneously, turning to see Zheng Kun standing at the doorway. His face darkened as he fixed his gaze on Ma Dingdang. No wonder things have fell off lately. It turns out you have been meddling. Officer Zheng. This matter is indeed Dingdong's impulsiveness. However, her understanding of the bloodline curse was limited. Otherwise, she would never have acted so recklessly. Ma Danae's tone softened, sensing an underlying threat. To act recklessly without comprehension? Quite bold of you. Zheng Kun scoffed coldly and suddenly lunged, grasping for Ma Dingdong's throat. You. Ma Dingdang barely had time to evade. Just as she attempted to retreat, her throat was seized, lifting her entirely off the ground. Whoosh! A cold gleam flashed, striking Zheng Kun's right shoulder. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as a hole was torn in his shoulder garment, yet his skin remained unscathed. Iron cloth shirt, formidable. Ma Danae gasped in alarm, leaping up and forming a seal with her hands. Freeze! Zheng Kun momentarily paused, chuckling. The Ma family of the demon-slaying dragon lineage truly lives up to its reputation. His entire being erupted with energy, and with a thunderous sound, he shattered the bindings. Release her, Ma Danae, with a paper star clutched between her fingertips, warned, do not compel me to take action, though you are strong. You cannot contend with the divine dragon. I may release her, but she has wronged me, causing this vexation. How shall we settle this? She is aiding you. The sooner you acclimate to the curse, the longer you shall live. Huh? Zheng Kun's smile grew increasingly sardonic. What has become of this world? Can right and wrong be so easily inverted? Mere words, a collision of lips, is all it takes? Do you genuinely consider yourself a master of verbal combat? I speak the truth. You bear the demon-slaying bloodline and are formidable. It is only a matter of time before you awaken. If approached methodically, you might end up like Mao Xiaofang, realizing your tribulation only when it is too late. Dingdong's premature awakening of your bloodline, while fraught with difficulties, is preferable to being caught off guard later on. At the very least, it grants you time to adapt. So, by that reasoning, should I express my gratitude to her? Zheng Kun, in a fit of rage, retorted, spare me the nonsense. Tell me how to resolve this curse. There is no resolution. Unless the source of the tribulation is identified, no one has succeeded in thousands of years. The only method is to delay it, which I can assist you with. But the prerequisite is knowing what your tribulation entails. Zheng Kun fell silent. Each demon slayer's tribulation is a fatal vulnerability, and none would easily expose their Achilles heel. No wonder your Ma family has survived for 2 millennia against the sovereign. It appears you rely on sheer audacity to endure. As he spoke, he released his grip, causing Ma Dingdang to stumble to the ground. Zheng Kun, are you tired of living? Ma Dingdang shouted sharply, just as she steadied herself and reached for the demon-slaying staff, when suddenly, a cold metallic object pressed against her temple. Point 38. Ma, given your violent behavior, I am authorized to execute you on the spot. Zheng Kun's voice was as chilling as ice. Ma Dingdong's chest heaved violently, her eyes ablaze with fury. Yet she dared not act recklessly. The unique instinct of a demon slayer made her acutely aware of the genuine intent to kill emanating from him. The demon-slaying staff clattered to the ground. Now we can converse properly. Zheng Kun turned to Ma Danae, expressing keen interest in the tribulation of demon slayers. Observing the retracted firearm, Ma Danae exhaled in relief. This is the inescapable fate of demon slayers. Huh? Zheng Kun gestured for her to continue. Since your bloodline has awakened, why not sit down for a detailed discussion? Such matters are not secrets within the demon slayer community. Ma Denai exchanged glances with her pale-faced niece, Ding Dang. Prepare tea for Officer Zheng. An hour later, Zheng Kun set down the now-cold teacup, his expression shifting to one of profound peculiarity. After hearing the complete exposition of the Ma family's bloodline curse, he scrutinized the two women for a full 10 minutes. His gaze akin to that of someone observing two mental patients. What are you staring at? Ma Dingdang was finally provoked by his gaze. Ahem. I am pursuing a degree in psychology. Zheng Kun suddenly diverted the conversation. My mentor is a leading psychologist, and I suggest you both seek consultation. The ethics of medicine are guaranteed, and confidentiality is assured. What do you mean? Both women furrowed their brows in unison. Zheng Kun sighed, bluntly stating, according to psychiatric diagnosis, it is highly probable that your Ma family suffers from hereditary persecutory delusions. Early treatment is advisable. Zheng Kun. Ma Dingdong's face instantly turned ashen. This was not only an insult to them, but also a humiliation to the ancestors of the Ma family. What is most infuriating is that he mocked them with terminology they could not comprehend. Irritability is also a manifestation of manic-depressive disorder, Zheng Kun calmly added. Officer Zheng. Ma Denai restrained her suddenly enraged niece, positing, assuming your descriptions of the sovereign are accurate, how is it that such a powerful entity, capable of transforming descendants through bloodsucking and having survived for millennia, has not yet dominated this world with zombies? Do not tell me there is only one sovereign. According to your assertions, zombies should spread like an infectious disease through generations. If that were the case, with the sovereign's capabilities, the number of zombies should have grown exponentially, and the entire world would have succumbed long ago. Zheng Kun approached the window, drawing back the curtains to point at the bustling streets below. Look at those brightly lit buildings and the throngs of people. Does this resemble a world ruled by zombies? Clearly not. From a sociological perspective, your narrative is riddled with inconsistencies. Zheng Kun continued without waiting for their response. Thus, we can draw two conclusions. Either the sovereign's power is grossly exaggerated, or he is not as perilous as you claim. The Ma family, having passed down through generations for 2 millennia, has never triumphed over the sovereign nor been able to prevent his progeny from proliferating. Yet the reality is, the sovereign's descendants are few and far between. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth, and the facts demonstrate that this zombie king had no desire to expand his influence, nor did he ever aspire to rule the world. From your descriptions, I have yet to hear of the sovereign committing any egregious acts. Rather, it appears your Ma family has been relentlessly clinging on for 2 millennia. Ma Dingdang and Ma Denana found themselves at a loss for words. This time, it was not a matter of feeling insulted, but rather a profound realization of their own logical fallacies. Clearly, this was a private vendetta between the Ma family and Jiang Chun. Yet they insisted on elevating it to a grandiose narrative of world salvation, presenting themselves as saviors, which was indeed inappropriate. Zheng Kun spoke earnestly, stating that if what they claimed were true, he suspected that the curse of the Ma lineage had another source, and that they had long been blinded by Jiang Chun. As a member of the Royal Port Island Police, he suggested they apologize to Jiang Chun. After being inexplicably entangled for 2 millennia, had they ever considered the psychological toll it took on him? One should not take advantage of another's generosity. This is a matter of decorum. The aunt and niece stood there, dumbfounded, failing to react even as Zheng Kun departed. It was only after several minutes that Ma Dingdang regained her voice. Do not speak. Ma Danana, completely stripped of her earlier ethereal grace, rushed into her bedroom and slammed the door. If this were a novel about cultivation, had I inadvertently planted a seed of inner demons within them? After leaving the Ma residence, Zheng Kun reflected on the disheartened expressions of the aunt and niece. Feeling a sense of smug satisfaction, he reveled in the intellectual superiority he had exerted over them. Witnessing the collapse of beliefs that had endured for 2,000 years before him was an exhilarating sensation. Ma Dingdang had awakened his bloodline curse through her words. While he had nearly obliterated the Ma family's generational mission with his eloquent tongue, this debt was settled. However, he was not speaking frivolously. Based on his observations of reality and his understanding of the plot, he was convinced that the enmity between the Ma family and Jiang Chun was purely a personal dispute, deliberately exaggerated by the ancestors of the Ma family. The current Ma family remained unaware of Jiang Chun's true identity, and they failed to comprehend his apocalyptic plans for the future, naively believing that Jiang Chun was merely the curse of their bloodline. Yet, they had never contemplated whether this so-called curse would even exist had they not provoked Jiang Chun. The true calamity for the Ma family was not Jiang Chun, but rather the enigmatic force of fate. As for the apocalyptic schemes involving Jiang Chun and Nuwa depicted in the television series, in this intricate world, who could predict the twists and turns that lay ahead? Nevertheless, as life is unpredictable, Zheng Kun gradually realized through the trials of these past years that in this world, which amalgamates various cinematic narratives, the ultimate power still resided within the realm of the undead. until he uncovered a dimension stronger than that of the undead. Some caution was indeed warranted. Speaking of the demon-slaying bloodline, Ma Danana, despite her advancing years, rambled on for quite some time. Zheng Kun listened attentively, and eventually, the conversation circled back to that night when Ma Dingdang had revealed to him her insights about the demon-slaying bloodlines. Each demon-slaying bloodline harbored a hidden curse. A curse that constituted the eternal tribulation of the demon slayer. No one knew the origin of this curse, nor had anyone ever heard of a method to escape it. This curse would accompany the demon slayer throughout their life, never dissipating. The so-called demon slayers were essentially a group endowed with a unique bloodline. This bloodline typically existed in a latent state, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to perceive it, unless they possessed extraordinary talent. In which case, there was a minuscule probability of natural awakening. Beyond natural awakening, another means of acquiring it was through cultivation techniques or fortuitous encounters. Ordinary individuals who cultivated to a certain level might attain extraordinary abilities, but this did not equate to possessing a demon-slaying bloodline. The true hallmark of such bloodlines was the awakening of the Yin-Yang Eye, which was neither the Sharingan, nor the Byakugan, nor the Rinnegan. Once the Yin-Yang Eye was activated, whether through natural awakening or cultivation, it signified the awakening of the bloodline. This was a unique capability of the demon slayers, enabling them to communicate with both the realms of Yin and Yang. While an ordinary person might briefly glimpse spirits using cow tears, such effects were fleeting. Even if one were to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, with vitality surging like a tidal wave, without the Yin-Yang Eye, they would remain oblivious to the ghostly entities of the underworld, let alone exorcising demons. This elucidated why individuals like Mao Xiaofeng and Lin Fengjiao, among others, were considered disciples of the celestial masters despite their qualifications. Just moments ago, he had expended great effort in discussing Jiang Chun, leaving him parched. And the irritating notification sound in his mind finally ceased. 12 consecutive sign-ins, 12 failures, signing nothing but air. The more he thought about it, the more infuriated he became. In Shamshui Pe, at the Longsheng Electronics Factory, Zheng Hao, dressed in a crisp suit and tie, stood beside Zheng Kun, appearing somewhat uneasy. Brother, relax. Longsheng is on the verge of collapse. We are here to save the day. Isn't that right, lawyerly? Zheng Kun wore a faint smile. Indeed, Officer Zheng. Given the current circumstances, Mr. Wang should be exceedingly grateful for such a price. Lawyer Li Wenhui blinked her large eyes, her gaze revealing a keen interest in Zheng Kun. This young female lawyer, likely in her early 20s, bore a familiar star-like visage that endeared her to Zheng Kun. Although she had recently entered the profession, she conducted herself with remarkable competence and reliability, which was precisely why Zheng Kun had chosen her. I understand, but this is my first time experiencing something like this. Zheng Hao felt a bit flustered, entirely oblivious to the exchanged glances between the two individuals beside him. You will get used to it, Zheng Kun said with a smile, patting his brother's shoulder as he led him into the factory. Hello, Mr. Zheng. Upon entering the factory area, a rotund middle-aged man hurriedly approached, extending his hands from a distance. Hello, Mr. Wang. After shaking hands with him, Zheng Kun gestured toward Zheng Hao to introduce him. This is my elder brother, Zheng Hao, who will henceforth be the factory manager. Greetings, Mr. Zheng. Mr. Wang promptly shook hands with Zheng Hao, enthusiastically guiding everyone on a tour of the factory. In the vast workshop, only a handful of workers busily attended to the assembly line. At Longsheng, we have 2 radio production lines and 50 workers. At our peak, we could produce 300 radios a day, accounting for 1/5 of the market in Hong Kong. Unfortunately, now Mr. Wang's voice fell somber as he lamented that in recent years the market had become saturated and televisions had become prevalent. Radios were now a sunset industry, and he simply could not fathom why this rising young man would want to acquire his factory and continue producing radios. Have many workers left? Zheng Kun suddenly inquired. We laid off some, and the remaining old employees are barely holding on. However, they won't last much longer. Those who could leave have already done so. Zheng Kun nodded, unconcerned about the departing workers. In this era of Port Island, labor was plentiful. Are there still technical staff in the factory? Just one old master left. Mr. Wang answered candidly, but radios don't require much technical expertise. Very well, let us proceed with the contract as previously discussed. Lawyer Li had already drafted the contract. If there were no issues, they could sign it. Mr. Wang, please take a look. Li Wenhui smiled as she presented the document. Mr. Wang turned to the tall, slim man in a suit beside him. Lawyer Chen, could you please review this? After carefully examining the document, Lawyer Chen nodded. The terms are consistent with our discussions. That is wonderful. Mr. Wang signed without hesitation, and the factory thus changed ownership. After bidding farewell to Mr. Wang, Zheng Kun led Zheng Hao and Li Wenhui to the workshop. The workers paused their tasks, anxiously gazing at their new employer. Everyone, I have visited several times before, so you should be somewhat familiar with me. Zheng Kun clapped his hands and declared, "From today onward, I am the new owner of Longshan. This is Mr. Zheng Hao, your new factory manager. Rest assured, I have negotiated with Mr. Wang. There will be no layoffs, and your benefits will remain unchanged. Those who perform well may even receive promotions and raises. Now, let us start by taking inventory of the stock. Masterly, please come to the manager's office later." Li Minghan is the last remaining technician in the factory. Although he is advanced in age, his craftsmanship is unparalleled. In truth, assembling radios does not demand much technical expertise. Longshan merely purchases components to assemble and brand them. Half an hour later, in the factory director's office, Li Minghan stared dumbfounded at the blueprints in his hands before finally looking up. "Boss Zheng, did you truly design these?" "Indeed," Zheng Kun replied, gesturing towards Li Wenwei. "Rest assured, all designs have been patented. Your task is to find manufacturers capable of producing these components and to adjust our assembly process. Can you manage that?" "I can. But boss, is this circuit design truly feasible?" "What? Do you not trust me?" "It's a misunderstanding," Li Minghan hastily clarified. "It's just that I'm getting old and slow to accept new concepts. I've never encountered such a circuit design before. Let's not dwell on the past. The radio industry is currently struggling. To earn profits, we must innovate and create our own unique offerings," Zheng Kun stated. Although he was not well versed in the radio industry, he possessed an advantage due to his background in electronic engineering. While he might not be able to develop chips at this moment, designing a distinctive radio was well within his capabilities. Our target audience is the student demographic. The new design will enhance audio clarity, improve signal reception, and bolster interference resistance. This will facilitate clearer listening to English channels and offer a wider selection of stations, thereby making English learning significantly more effective. What we aim to create is a radio specifically tailored for English learners. Zheng Kun articulated his vision in the simplest terms, without delving into market segmentation theories. Although radio technology had matured in this era, its aesthetics were outdated. The designs he presented were not only stylish, but also more compact. While there were small models available on the market, their sound quality paled in comparison to his designs. In the British colonies, the demand for English learning was robust, and the student market held immense potential. Zheng Kun planned to initially penetrate the market with distinctive radios, accumulating technical experience to prepare for a subsequent foray into the portable media player sector. The concept of portable media players was just beginning to take shape, and now was the opportune moment to seize market share. Naturally, development must be gradual, first establishing a brand through radios, followed by progressive technological upgrades, keeping pace with developments in the mainland, ultimately constructing an electronic empire. This was Zheng Kun's grand vision, and he had merely taken the first step. "Kun, do you really think this plan can succeed?" Zheng Hao pondered, watching as Li Minghan left with hopeful anticipation, feeling uncertain within himself. This rough man, who had emerged from a tea restaurant and had never completed junior high, was utterly clueless about the electronics industry. However, Zheng Kun had not expected him to produce results immediately. "Brother, you must believe in yourself and in me. For now, just ensure production runs smoothly. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch. Then it's settled. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Familiarize yourself with the environment. Oh, and please have my sister-in-law come by tomorrow to assist with the accounts, and it would be wise to enroll in an accounting class, though the factory has an accountant. As we scale up, we must have someone trustworthy overseeing the finances." "Understood," Zheng Hao replied with unusual enthusiasm. After addressing factory matters, Zheng Kun had Li Wenwei escort him back to the police station. The case involving the snakehead had solidified his position as the head of the Criminal Investigation Group 3. Yet the police force could not be expected to encounter major cases every day, if it were as frequent as depicted in dramas. The people of Hong Kong would perish before the culprits could be brought to justice. Nonetheless, as a royal police officer, one had to take both major and minor cases seriously. He had now nearly reached the pinnacle for Chinese officers and found it challenging to advance further. However, there remained opportunities for his subordinates. To aspire to the position of police commissioner, it was essential to cultivate relationships across the board, rather than focusing solely on personal advancement at the expense of his subordinates' futures. During this period, he had allowed Su Yongbang and others to take the lead on case investigations, while he focused solely on case analysis. After handling several cases, Su Yongbang was promoted to inspector, while San Tiaoxi and Yi Wenhui were elevated to senior officers. The newcomer, Song Zijia, although not yet eligible for promotion due to his limited experience, had already begun to distinguish himself. The once derogatory nickname of Dried Fish Group had long since faded into history. Apart from his own group, he maintained amicable relations with other groups and never sought credit during collaborations. Aside from the Huang Haoming group, his relationships with others were well maintained. William had confirmed that he would recommend him for the inspector examination in 2 months. Everything was under control and progressing naturally. "Oh my, is that Tianyang?" Long time no see. In Li Wenhui's car, he exchanged soft words with the beautiful lawyer for a moment, parting with a lingering kiss and a playful blown kiss before stepping out of the vehicle. As he watched Li Wenhui's car disappear, he savored the warmth of their earlier encounter before turning toward the police station entrance. Just then, he spotted a familiar figure, Jiang Tianyang, being escorted by Huang Haoming's subordinates. His good mood evaporated in an instant. Liang Kun. Upon seeing Jiang Tianyang, Zheng Kun noted the embarrassment etched on the latter's face. At this moment, Jiang Tianyang was not the cunning underworld figure he would become in 20 years. He still sported long hair, wore a tattered floral shirt, and bore bruises on his face. Clearly having just endured a beating, Zheng Kun was unfazed by this. Despite Jiang Tianyang's future prowess in Thailand and Hong Kong, he was merely a reckless youth now, still fervently idolizing the Beatles. He paled in comparison to his older brother, Jiang Tiansheng, who at least found himself in trouble while representing the triad. This young man, on the other hand, was constantly stirring up trouble, and Zhang Quan had likely cleaned up after him on numerous occasions. This time, he had been caught red-handed by Huang Haoming. Zheng, it seems you are quite familiar with this kid, Huang Haoming remarked with a tone laced with hostility. Huang, my relationship with the Zhang family is hardly a secret, Zheng Kun replied with a smile. No matter how loudly you shout, it won't hinder my promotion. Furthermore, promotions are earned through merit. If you are to apprehend someone, go after the big fish, rather than wasting time catching minnows. No wonder you've remained an inspector for so many years. What did you say? A young officer beside Huang Haoming could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Zheng Kun offered a derisive smile. Huang, are you training a new recruit? They don't even understand the basic rule of respecting superiors? Zheng Kun, how I discipline my subordinates is none of your concern. Huang Haoming's expression darkened. Humph, Zheng Kun scoffed. We are a disciplined force. Respecting superiors is fundamental. If you don't teach them this, it's no wonder your subordinates will never advance. After giving the young officer a disdainful glance, he turned and strode away. Huang Haoming's face flushed with anger as he glared at Zheng Kun's retreating figure, unable to utter a word. Back in the office, Zheng Kun summoned San Tiaoxi, investigate why Jiang Tianyang was arrested. Although he may not amount to much now, he is, after all, the scion of the Hung Sing triad. Who dares to brutalize him on this turf? Zheng, is there really a need for an investigation? San Tiaoxi replied, last night, Jiang Tianyang was caught cheating at cards, and relying on the Hung Sing's influence, he tried to strong-arm the opposition, resulting in a brawl that injured many. He was only apprehended this morning after fleeing. Zheng Kun's eyes widened. This is quite a disgrace, isn't it? Typically, those caught cheating face severe consequences. This kid actually dared to confront them. Yet, to have beaten Jiang Tianyang so severely within Hung Sing's territory, who could these assailants be? Who are they? They call themselves Zainan, from the Eastern Islands, and a few of his accomplices were also arrested. It seems they have ties to the San Lian gang. Eastern Islands? San Lian gang. Zheng Kun frowned. In this era, there is a close interaction between Hong Kong Island and Dongfan Island, yet the intersections among the various societies remain limited. However, Jiang Quan, having once held the rank of Major General, possesses a military background in Dongfan Island. What extraordinary misfortune must Anan have encountered to cross paths with Jiang Tianyang? Suddenly, Zheng Kun pondered. It seemed unlikely that the members of the Sanlian gang were there to cause trouble. Perhaps they were seeking Jiang Tianyang for some business. Zheng, Sandaosi, cautiously inquired. Do you and Huang have a past grievance? Compared to his initial dissatisfaction upon taking office, he now had a profound respect for Zheng Kun, who in all of West Kowloon was unaware. Zheng Kun furrowed his brow. Spare me the circumlocution. Have you caught wind of something? It is rumored that Huang intends to deal with Hongxing and has gathered considerable evidence. Given your special relationship with Lord Quan, it follows. Do not listen to his nonsense, Zheng Kun replied dismissively. With his limited capabilities, does he dare to provoke the Zhang family? If he fixates on them, he may as well abandon any hopes of rising through the ranks. Should he fail to ascend, his brothers would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. You should assess if there are any capable individuals among his subordinates, cultivate those relationships, and perhaps in due course, they may be reassigned to serve under you. Zheng, what are you implying? What of it? I speak nothing but the unvarnished truth. Zheng Kun chuckled lightly. Do you think I jest? Following my advice will surely yield no mistakes. The tighter his grip, the harder he will fall. Jiang Quan is a cunning fox, far more adept than he. Just then, the phone on the table rang unexpectedly. Zheng Kun waved his hand, and Sandaosi discreetly exited the office. Hello, who is this? Zheng Kun inquired lazily. Hey Kun, it's me. Uncle Quan. Zheng Kun raised an eyebrow. It was as if the devil had arrived, suggesting he was experiencing a streak of bad luck lately. What wind has brought you to personally call me? Is Tianyang with you? Haha, Zheng Kun chuckled awkwardly. He is not here, he is at G. What trouble has he stirred up this time that warrants your personal inquiry? I lack the capability to extricate him. I'm not asking you to bail him out. I need to discuss something with you. Are you free tonight? If you are requesting my presence, I shall make time, even if I am occupied. Chapter 15. A chance encounter with Lei Luo, recognized by the big shot. You lad, you are more adept at navigating situations than your master. We shall meet tonight. With that, he hung up the phone. In Kowloon City, at the Tongxiang Association. Come, Kun, have some tea. Thank you, Uncle Quan. Zheng Kun lifted the teacup, took a sip, then set it down and asked, Uncle Quan, what on earth is happening? Is there something on Hong Kong Island that you cannot resolve? If even you cannot handle it, calling me is futile. This trouble does not lie in Hong Kong Island, but in Dongfan. That Anan is a man of Qinjiansheng, who has significant backing within the Sanlian gang. Tianyang not only cheated at cards, but also assaulted someone. Now they have come seeking an explanation. The gambling demon, Qinjiansheng? Zheng Kun's mind conjured an image of an elderly man with severed hands, and he couldn't help but chuckle. So what? What is the Sanlian gang to worry about? This is Hong Kong Island, not Dongfan Island. It was not that he held Dongfan Island in disdain. Rather, he simply found it devoid of anything commendable. Although the world appeared ambiguous, the current state of Dongfan Island mirrored the circumstances of his previous life almost perfectly. One could predict its future trajectory merely by observing the present. 20 years hence, the Guo party would collapse, and Dongfan Island would descend into lawlessness. Utter chaos. Most importantly, in his eyes, Dongfan Island was merely a pseudo-government, hardly worthy of mention. Regrettably, this was merely his perspective. For Jiang Quan's generation, Dongfan Island and the Guo party still represented their heavens. Things are not as simple as you imagine. The Sanlian gang is the largest gang in Dongfan Island. With military connections, they have come to Hong Kong Island seeking collaboration, but unexpectedly, before the meeting, this incident occurred. Jiang Quan sighed. Had Jiang Tianyang not been my son, I would have dealt with him long ago. Uncle Quan, this is Hong Kong Island, not Dongfan Island. It is your territory. Moreover, they come seeking cooperation. Why should we collaborate with those people? It would be better to seize this opportunity to send them away, allowing them to understand the prowess of us Hong Kongers. You. Zheng Kun's attitude left Jiang Quan speechless. For his generation, Dongfan Island and the Guo party held special significance, especially given his deep ties to the Guo party. Yet Zheng Kun was different. He had no comprehension of the sentiments of the older generation, and they simply could not connect. Zheng Kun was indifferent to such matters. In his previous life, he had also conducted business with individuals from Dongfan Island, but by then, it had already degenerated into a place of desperation. Thus, he viewed Dongfan Island not only with contempt, but also with malice. Observing Jiang Quan's apprehension, he couldn't help but look down on this Hong Kong underworld overlord, deeming him rather unremarkable. Uncle Quan, does this imply that the other party has already proposed terms? Is there some difficulty? It's not overly complicated. The Sanlian gang has suggested resolving the gambling issues on the gambling table itself. As he spoke, he produced an invitation card and slid it across the table towards Zheng Kun. The World Gambling Master Tournament? Zheng Kun opened the invitation, a flicker of interest crossing his mind, before pushing it back. Uncle Quan, you cannot be serious. You know I have no fondness for gambling. This is quite the predicament for me. Zheng Kun was no novice. His skills were hardly commendable, a fact well known among all of Hongxing. I am not asking you to gamble. This is an invitation requesting your presence as an audience member. Regardless, your master, Mr. Xiang, holds an unparalleled position in the gambling world, and Mr. Long Si was once the Chinese gambling god. You are the last remaining heir of your lineage. If you do not attend, some may question the legitimacy of this grand tournament. Some? Who? Who else could it be but that ghost king? Jiang Quan chuckled. Do not worry. This time, I will not pressure you to take the gambling table. I have already found someone to represent Hongxing. As for the Sanlian gang, Qinjiansheng personally making an appearance, he is not an easy character to deal with. No, he has invited the Indonesian gambling king, Sutu, to act on his behalf. The Indonesian gambling king Sutu? The name rang a bell, yet Zheng Kun did not dwell on it, merely scoffing. Qinjiansheng is certainly putting on airs. He is not even the leader of the Sanlian gang, and yet he has someone else gamble for him. This was not surprising. Having spent a lifetime in the gambling scene, he had amassed considerable fame and would naturally be protective of his reputation. What if he personally participated and lost? Anan was hardly worthy of jeopardizing his lifetime of renown, a common trait among renowned experts. Zheng Kun immediately grasped Qinjiansheng's concerns. Achieving fame was arduous, while tarnishing it was all too simple. Individuals like Qinjiansheng, within the Sanlian gang, held a status akin to that of Xiang Zhaba in Hongxing, belonging to the ranks of guest officials. Unless the leader, Lei Gong, intervened, he would never take personal action for a subordinate like Anan. I have not heard much about the Indonesian gambling king, Sutu. Is he a newcomer of recent years? Most of those you have heard of have long since retired. Currently, the two most prominent young figures in the gambling world are Sutu from Indonesia and Gao Jin from Hong Kong Island. The one I have invited is Gao Jin. The gambling god, Gao Jin? No, he is not yet a gambling god. He is merely a young cheat yet to experience the harshness of society. The World Gambling Master Tournament? Huh, he will soon taste the brutal reality. How intriguing. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Jin has arrived. The steward reported quietly. Speak of the devil. And he shall appear. Jiang Quan patted Zheng Kun on the shoulder and rose to greet him. Mr. Jiang, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. In the distance, a jovial old man approached with brisk steps, respectfully extending his hands. Mr. Jin, what a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Jiang shook hands with him and then gestured towards Zheng Kun. Allow me to introduce. This is Zheng Kun, my junior, and also a highly regarded disciple of Master Xiang. Mr. Jin, these are his two apprentices, Gao Jin and Gao Ao, as well as the young lady Jin Qing. I encourage you young ones to engage in conversation. Officer Zheng. Mr. Jin expressed mild surprise, then chuckled. I did not expect you to be a member of the gambling circle. My apologies. Initially bewildered as to why Zheng Kun was present, considering the latter's esteemed position in law enforcement and his own status as a con artist, Mr. Jin's confusion dissipated upon hearing the name Xiang Zhaobei. It became clear that this officer was the heir of the gambling god, making his presence here entirely reasonable. I have long admired your esteemed name, Mr. Jin, Zheng Kun replied with a smile, though his gaze was fixed intently on Jin Qing. More precisely, it was her hands that captivated him, and an unusual glimmer flickered in his eyes. Jin Qing, sensing his scrutiny, met Zheng Kun's fervent gaze and felt her cheeks flush. Her heart racing as she hastily lowered her head. Gao Jin immediately perceived the tension, positioning himself protectively in front of Jin Qing, a hint of hostility flashing in his eyes. Anyone witnessing their fiancé being gazed at in such a manner would feel discomfort. Had it not been for the inappropriateness of the situation, he would have likely confronted Zheng Kun. Mr. Jiang felt a twinge of embarrassment as well, silently criticizing Zheng Kun for his lack of decorum and awkwardly attempted to lighten the mood. Let us not stand, but rather sit and converse. Only then did Zheng Kun retract his gaze, responding coolly, Uncle Quan, with Mr. Jin's assistance, I feel reassured. I am on duty tonight, so I must take my leave. Before departing, he gave a slight nod to Jin Qing and turned to leave. The World Gambling Championship. Jin Nung, Gao Jin, Gao Ao, Jin Qing. This was nothing short of a celestial assembly. As he walked, Zheng Kun's mind lingered on Jin Qing's hands, which resembled exquisite pieces of art. He had never encountered such flawless hands before. It was rumored that Jin Nung had immersed her hands in milk from a young age to cultivate their beauty. Over time, this dedication had resulted in her pair of unparalleled hands. Typically, Jin Qing wore gloves to protect her delicate hands, but today, as a gesture of respect towards Mr. Jiang, she had made an exception, allowing Zheng Kun a glimpse of her dainty hands. Unfortunately, Jin Nung had not imparted the entirety of his skills to her. Her naturally gifted hands were merely employed for card cheating, a true waste of talent. The concept of yielding to the strong and utilizing other strengths was intriguing, yet it merely encapsulated psychological tactics and card-switching techniques, which were far beneath the potential of such dexterous hands. Among Jin Ning's three disciples, Gao Jin possessed the best comprehension. Jin Qing had the highest talent, while Gao Ao was merely an afterthought. Zheng Kun held a deep admiration for Jin Qing, not only for her nimble fingers, but also for her embodiment of the mindset essential for a con artist. In contrast, Gao Jin, who had once been unjustly treated in his youth while watching young gambling god, now, in this new life as a member of the gambling circle, realized he was utterly unqualified, overly ambitious, hypocritical, and devoid of professional ethics. As a member of a con artist team, he had jeopardized a $200 million operation for the sake of a hollow reputation, betraying both Jin Ning's mentorship and placing the entire team in peril. Jin Ning's dealings involved $200 million, a sum that would eventually fall into the hands of the inheritor, Gao Jin. Yet, he had chosen to ruin the plan for the sake of vanity, entirely disregarding the team's interests. In the world of con artistry, strict adherence to rules was paramount. For an apprentice to act independently was tantamount to courting disaster. Gao Jin's desire to both maintain a facade and garner fame would inevitably lead to his downfall. Jin Ning's intricate schemes entailed multiple interests, and Gao Jin's obstinacy could bring ruin to all. From the perspective of a con artist, Jin Ning's decision to cleanse the ranks was entirely justifiable. Meanwhile, Jin Qing remained steadfast in her professional integrity, even betraying her fiancé while retaining her composure. This was the hallmark of a competent con artist. To discuss morality with professional deceivers? It was utterly absurd. Just look at Gao Jin's eventual fate. 3 wives met tragic ends, an unborn child perished, and his parents passed away, leaving him too ashamed to keep even a photograph. This was the price of disregarding the rules of the trade. At this moment, Zheng Kun was fully embodying the role of a con artist, disdainfully regarding the gambling god Gao Jin, an attitude purely driven by professional ethics, with no connection to Jin Qing whatsoever. Ah Qing. The thought of those nimble hands sent a shiver down his spine. Officer Zheng, we have just received a report of a pervert dressed in a woman's nightgown who has fallen from the upper floors. What? Zheng Kun, who had been lost in thoughts about those hands, snapped back to reality. His curiosity piqued. A pervert? Jumped? Is the person dead? Su Yongbang, also on duty, was equally baffled. I heard he smashed a hole in someone's car roof. These days, you really encounter all sorts of people. Let's go take a look. 10 minutes later. At Baowa Street, a group of truck drivers surrounded them, lamenting. Officer, a pervert in women's clothing jumped from a building and smashed my car roof. Luckily, I wasn't in the vehicle at the time. Zheng Kun looked up at the brightly lit window, feeling an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. It was not until the door swung open and he saw a 10-year-old girl that he suddenly understood. Police. We just received a report of a pervert here. You are the pervert. Your entire family is perverted. Came an agitated shout from inside the house. Zheng Kun strode into the room, his gaze completely captivated by the girl before him. What do you go by? Are you a person? My name is Anshi. I returned from Canada to conduct a thesis on Chinese superstitions. What a splendid topic. Zheng Kun beamed. People are far too superstitious. Even the wealthy seek the counsel of feng shui masters, which provides ample opportunities for deceivers. When your thesis is published, you must put these frauds in their place. Thank you, officer. Anshi smiled, her eyes sparkling. You're Officer Zheng, right? I saw you on television capturing bandits. You were so impressive. Just fortunate. Zheng Kun feigned modesty. Is this your boyfriend? No. Your fiancé? We've only known each other for 2 days, and he won't leave me alone. Anshi quickly distanced herself from him. Zheng Kun turned to the disheveled man. Sir, you were the one who jumped from the building dressed as a woman, correct? A ghost pushed me down. The nightgown was also put on by a ghost. Look, Anshi, this is a classic case of someone using superstition as an excuse for criminal behavior. You are clever enough not to fall for it. Of course not. Anshi's headshake was adorably emphatic. Sir, please come with us. The drivers below accused you of property damage. But I was pushed by a ghost. Even if pushed by a deity, you must still face investigation. Zheng Kun seized the disheveled man, contemplating an initial detention of 48 hours. Officer, I haven't done anything. Wandering the streets in women's attire is indecent. Jumping from a building endangers public safety. And damaging a car roof is property destruction. What other crimes do you wish to commit? Zheng Kun expertly adjusted his hat, leaving the man speechless. He vaguely recalled an old film, which he had watched back in the day primarily for the young pop star. The plot was reasonably coherent. But the most memorable aspect was undoubtedly the vibrant young female lead. As for Lualisa, how strange. I clearly saw Lualisa, yet the system did not respond. This indeed posed a question. Could it be that not all spirits possess that special energy? Only certain specific entities exhibit detectable energy fluctuations, just like the previous Chu Renmei? Although he had absorbed the spiritual energy of Chu Renmei, the system had not filled up. The originally planned sign-in event had unexpectedly fallen through at the Ma family. This hurried visit was prompted by the late-night incident of someone dressed in women's sleepwear jumping from a building, stirring memories within him. It has been confirmed that his memory was indeed accurate. Regrettably, the spirit's energy was too feeble. Casting a glance at the fierce gaze in the portrait upon the door, he scoffed disdainfully. Chapter 16. Signing in at Lei's mansion. Unlocking the network map. What purpose does it serve to feign ferocity now? Why was there no strength in life? Merely a pitiful creature, a failed mistress who was ousted by the rightful spouse and wronged in the process. Entirely devoid of sympathy. Clearly, she is an incapable woman. Had she existed in his previous life, her demise would have been inconsequential, with no chance to wreak havoc. Only talents like the illustrious singer Yi and that certain Yao could be deemed truly capable. They are on an entirely different level. Whereas she is merely an ordinary vengeful spirit, utterly worthless. An opportunity to disperse her with the thunderclap fist would suffice. As for the lecherous man before him, he too is an inconsequential character in the narrative. He should be apprehended so as not to hinder my pursuit of romantic interests. Brother Bang, please take him to the car and keep an eye on him. Do not let the driver or workers below discover him, as I will be descending shortly. Su Yongbang glanced at Zheng Kun, then at Anshi, shrugged, and led the lecherous man downstairs. Zheng Kun turned to regard the portrait of Lualisa on the door, asking Anshi, is this house rented by you? Indeed. But you did not hang this portrait, did you? It was there when I arrived. Tear it down. This house has witnessed a death. Hanging the portrait of the deceased is inauspicious. Even if one does not believe in such things, caution is advisable. Really? You are not deceiving me, are you? And she gasped in surprise. Of course not. A year ago, a police officer perished here, and it caused quite a stir. You wouldn't have specifically rented this place for research material, would you? How could that be? I truly had no idea. And she hastily tore down the portrait and handed it to Zheng Kun. And she, What led you to choose this subject for your research? I simply found it intriguing. My father is quite superstitious about feng shui, and I thought it would be interesting, so I chose it for my thesis. Feng shui. Zheng Kun's smile deepened. I happen to know a few masters. I can take you to visit them when you have the time. Sounds great. When are you free? And she asked, a hint of expectation in her voice. Tomorrow afternoon, after I finish my business at the police station. Then I shall wait for you here tomorrow afternoon. With just a few words, they arranged their plans for the next day. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zheng Kun made his way downstairs. Once in the car, he held the portrait of Lualisa and said to Su Yongbang, Brother Bang, please assist me in retrieving the information regarding Officer Robert's case from a year ago. Officer Robert? Su Yongbang paused, then remarked, I almost forgot. And she is living in Lualisa's former residence, isn't she? Precisely. The youth of today truly know how to play. They have devised so many ways to pursue romance. Brother Bang, you are not old either. You could certainly embark on a second spring. Zheng Kun chuckled. Let us not get carried away. One is already bothersome enough. Su Yongbang waved his hand, revealing an expression that all men understand. Zheng Kun smiled knowingly. It seemed fortune was smiling upon him. Not only was he enjoying romantic luck, but he was also poised to achieve success. Over the next few days, Zheng Kun accompanied Chi on a tour of Hong Kong Island, visiting several feng shui masters, watching movies, strolling through parks, and savoring delicious cuisine, their relationship rapidly blossoming. First base, second base, third base. By the way, he revisited Robert's case, and the third group achieved new success. Particularly, Song Zijia, who, using some method, managed to get Robert's wife to speak, thus earning a promotion to senior officer. Zheng Kun had been so busy recently that he had yet to investigate Lualisa's vengeful spirit. After Robert's wife was apprehended, the portrait spontaneously combusted to ash. The lecherous man, after being released from detention, returned to pester them again, only to leave in frustration after being fed a few bites of dog food. A few days later, the two lovebirds had already moved in together. Alas, joyful moments are always fleeting. 1 month later, at the airport, Chi clung tightly to Zheng Kun, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Ah Kun, I will write to you every day. She tiptoed and planted a deep kiss on Zheng Kun's lips. When I have the chance, I will fly to Canada to see you. Zheng Kun whispered in her ear, after graduation, have you considered developing your career in Hong Kong Island? And she stiffened momentarily. Responding softly, I will think about it. The boarding announcement sounded, and the two were reluctant to part, watching the plane gradually disappear into the clouds. Zheng Kun sighed deeply. This month spent with Chi had rekindled a warmth he had not felt in ages, ever since acquiring the ability to enter dreams. That inescapable sense of solitude had lingered like a shadow. Even in waking moments, he often unconsciously fell into that barren mindset, forgetting to switch back until others noticed something amiss. Each time he emerged from such a state, he felt a lingering dread. Just as Chi in the spirit's enchantment was unknowingly influenced by Lualisa, he too was gradually eroded by that desolate state of mind. Were it not for Chi awakening his inner desires, he might have ended up like the late Mr. Gong Heir, reduced to a mere shell of a person. Now, even in dreams, he exercised caution in utilizing this ability. Yet the enhancement of his powers was indeed monumental. Just when he found himself in a dilemma, Chi's appearance illuminated a different path, allowing him to become a master of romance. On the black sand beach in Macau, the setting sun cast a golden hue upon the shore. Jean Qing strolled barefoot, her brow furrowed with concern. The comprehensive plan laid out by her adoptive father, Jean Nong, left her in a state of turmoil. She had been in a relationship with Gao Jin for years. He was charming and could be deemed the perfect lover. In contrast, the proud one, though handsome, paled in comparison to Gao Jin. Jean, what a coincidence. A sudden voice startled her from her reverie. Zheng Kun approached with a beaming smile, unceremoniously taking hold of her hands. Officer Zheng Yu, feeling the ambiguous caress of his fingers, Jean Qing hastily withdrew her hands. Please behave yourself. I already have a fiancé. I sincerely apologize. Your hands are simply too beautiful, and I cannot help but want to touch them a little longer each time I see you. Zheng Kun maintained his shameless grin. What audacity! How can one be so brazen? Jean Qing's cheeks flushed, her expression turning irate as she attempted to walk away. Jean, how about we chat for a moment? Zheng Kun called after her. Officer Zheng, we are not well acquainted. There is nothing to discuss. That may not be the case. As we converse, we will become familiar. Zheng Kun replied with a flirtatious tone, further irritating Jean Qing. This man, with his polished exterior and moderate fame in Hong Kong Island, had an astonishingly thick skin, a level of audacity she had never encountered before. It was laughable. She had once felt an inkling of affection for him, but now it seemed utterly absurd. I apologize, but we truly are not familiar. Do not be so cold, Jean. In truth, we have numerous topics to discuss. Oh, and what would those be? Jean Qing scoffed inwardly. Yet Zheng Kun's subsequent words caused her expression to shift dramatically. How about we discuss the upcoming World Gambling Championship? I heard that Mr. Jean Nung has placed a substantial bet on Gao Ao to win, involving billions of dollars. I wonder if that is true. By the way, isn't Gao Jean your fiancé? Why would Mr. Jean act in such a manner? Have you two broken up? How do you know? Jean Qing spun around abruptly, fixing a penetrating gaze on Zheng Kun. Thoughts of silencing him flickering in her mind. This time, Zheng Kun's remarks caught Jean Qing off guard. She had envisioned that Zheng Kun would concoct various excuses, perhaps even utter some frivolous words. Yet, his statements were refreshingly unconventional, so strikingly novel that they sparked her imagination. Have you never considered becoming a gambling deity? The world's foremost female gambling queen. Is that even conceivable? Jean questioned. Zheng, what era are we in now? How many years has it been since foreign queens ascended to the throne? That formidable woman is on the brink of becoming prime minister. What significance does a mere gambling deity hold? Times have changed. As the great figures of the mainland say, women can hold up half the sky. If men can be gambling gods, why can't women? It's not a matter of strength. With your unparalleled dexterity, combined with the skills I impart, I refuse to believe anyone can best you, not even your father. As Zheng Kun observed the stirred expression on Jean Qing's face, his smile deepened. To my knowledge, you never. I simply dislike gambling. I never stated I would withdraw from the gambling scene. Moreover, my character has disappointed my master. His greatest wish is to find a suitable successor, to carry forward our unique skills and produce another gambling deity. I thought it would take ages to find someone. Yet I encountered you so swiftly. Your hands are a gifted treasure, yet Mr. Jean allows them to gather dust. How can I stand idly by? Such sweet words. They have stirred my heart. But the gambling world speaks volumes of strength. I have heard the legends of the gambling god Long Si and Mr. Jabei. Those tales belong to the past. Nowadays, major establishments are equipped with closed-circuit television. What makes you think old tricks still suffice? Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Zheng Kun clapped and laughed heartily. Truly, great minds think alike. I once said the same to my master and nearly faced his wrath. However, my ancestor triumphed over Shanghai and became the gambling god of China for a reason. You will understand once you learn. Is that so? Then I shall take the opportunity to learn. Jean Qing provocatively raised an eyebrow. Let's leave it for today. Tomorrow perhaps? Tomorrow? Are you also participating in the World Gambling Deity competition? No, I have no interest in the competition, only in you. Zheng Kun replied unabashedly while engaging in casual conversation with Chun Jinsheng. When Zhang Quan timely interjected, Mr. Lei, the gambling deity competition is about to commence. Please take your seat. The two titans of the underworld exchanged pleasantries, while currents of tension brewed beneath the surface. Lei Gong deliberately arranged for the Indonesian Sutu representative to attend, hinting that this occasion was of little consequence. Meanwhile, Chun Jinsheng adopted a superior demeanor, much to Jiang Quan's displeasure. Zheng Kun's words held double meanings, subtly mocking Chun Jinsheng's past failures under the guise of his master's name, thus reclaiming some dignity for Jiang Quan. In this treacherous realm, the virtues of kindness, humility, and prudence proved utterly ineffective. Although the World Gambling Deity competition was open to all, invitations were only extended to the privileged or renowned figures in the gambling arena. However, there were always those who managed to slip through, either by exploiting loopholes or forcibly seizing invitations, as exemplified by Long Wu and his gang, who barged in with stolen invitations. Zheng Kun, seated behind the esteemed Zhu Laojiao, felt a wave of embarrassment watching the clumsy performances of Qi Qi and others. Fortunately, the participants themselves felt no shame, leaving Gao Jin and others uneasy. At this moment, Zheng Kun was more concerned about Long Wu's gaze, which had been fixated on him since entry. Did he perhaps recognize those 4 South Vietnamese soldiers? Although they were both refugees, the overseas Chinese were fundamentally different from the monkeys. Zheng Kun discerned no hatred in the other's eyes, only curiosity and a fighting spirit, which immediately dampened his enthusiasm. I seek friendship, yet you wish for conflict? Shifting his attention to the gambling table, Zheng Kun realized his skills had surged remarkably. With his enhanced senses, nothing could elude his scrutiny. The hidden cards of opponents were laid bare to him, and he could discern the reflected faces of the players. The subtle differences on the back of the cards and the suit markings on the corners during shuffling were all visible to him. The card-counting techniques he had once struggled to master now came effortlessly. He could mimic the unique skills of gambling masters after just a few observations. In a competition of this caliber, there was no need for him to participate personally. This sensation was akin to that of the gambling demon Qin Jinsheng, a mere assembly of younger generations. What a pity for those dexterous hands. Zheng Kun's gaze fell once more upon Jean Qing's delicate hands, adorned with white gloves. Mr. Jean, you indeed have a capable instructor, he mused. This is an unpolished gem, and I am confident in my ability to refine it into a top-tier master, unmatched by anyone else. As for character, What morals can one discuss with a deceiver? As long as one can master the craft and possesses basic professional ethics. That is sufficient. Those in the gambling world are the most adept at assessing the times. Individuals like Gao Jin, who care about reputation, are truly rare. As the event progressed smoothly, the number of gambling tables dwindled, and the chips piled higher before the remaining contestants. 3 hours later, only one gambling table remained. Mr. Jin. Indeed, a master produces remarkable disciples. Zheng Kun marveled at the trio before the table. In the final round, all three of Jinqing advanced, with none eliminated. Regardless of the final outcome, this scene had already proven Jinqing to be anything but a mere name. You flatter me, Mr. Jiang. The victor is yet to be determined. I have complete faith. Jiang Quan replied casually, 3 against 1. How could there be defeat? Indeed. How could 3 against 1 possibly lose? The battle tightened, and the game grew increasingly thrilling until only 4 players remained at the table. Gao Jin, Gao Ao, Jinqing, and Sutu. Impressive. You are the finest female gambler I have ever encountered. Too bad, 3/8. Sutu declared hoarsely and arrogantly, as a Zheng Kun reprimanded sharply. Then turned to gaze directly at Jin Neng. Mr. Jin, your skills are indeed admirable. Jin Neng wore a mask of smiles, questioning the intent behind Officer Zheng's words. Oh, nothing much, merely find this gambling competition to be a farce, a case of style over substance. Zheng Kun's voice dripped with sarcasm, sweeping across the venue with authority. I merely find this gambling competition to be a farce, a case of style over substance. His tone echoed throughout the arena, his sidelong glance brimming with disdain. Now, that truly befits the aura of a gambling deity. Quite dashing, wouldn't you agree? He was thoroughly pleased with his own demeanor. Yet, not everyone shared his sentiments. Zheng Kun, out of respect for our teacher, I shall overlook this, Jin Neng interjected. This is the World Gambling Championship. There is no room for your tomfoolery. Tomfoolery. Zheng Kun narrowed his eyes at the referee, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Mr. Song, my master often remarked that you pale in comparison to your brother Song Qian. And you certainly cannot hold a candle to your father Lei Ben. In the past, I was somewhat skeptical, but today, it seems my master was indeed astute. Was his vision already failing at such a young age? Song Zhen's complexion turned ashen. He hailed from a prestigious lineage. His father Lei Ben was a luminary in the gambling world, alongside his brother Song Qian, renowned as the arbiters of the gambling arena. Such a distinguished background secured his position as the chief referee of the World Gambling Championship. Yet, this Zheng Kun dared to act with such insolence. Zheng Kun, you are exceedingly reckless. Song Zhen banged the table in fury, causing the microphone to tumble to the ground. If you do not provide an explanation today, not even your deceased master, nor Mr. He, can save you. Zheng Kun let out a cold laugh, directing his gaze toward the gambling table. He noticed Gao Ao and Jinqing displaying signs of anxiety. They had indeed tampered with the game. Though their confidence seemed unshakable, public scrutiny had inevitably unnerved them. Such poor mental fortitude, Zheng Kun mused, catching a glimpse of Jinqing's unnatural expression, shaking his head inwardly. Suddenly, he raised his hand, pointing at Gao Ao. Is the World Gambling Championship permitted to cheat? Or is it that referee Song simply failed to notice? Cheat. The crowd erupted in a stir. Cheating and gambling had always been intertwined. If a cheating method was sophisticated enough to evade detection, it could be deemed a skill. However, if caught in the act, Zheng Kun, accusations require evidence. Song Zhen declared authoritatively. You claim Gao Ao cheated. Where is your proof? His confidence was unwavering. Believing that even if cheating had occurred, Zheng Kun would provide no irrefutable evidence. Did you not notice the deviation in the camera angle above? Zheng Kun suddenly pointed to the overhead camera. Everyone turned their heads in unison, yet discerned nothing amiss. If he returns to his seat, you will discover that this angle cannot capture his hands at all. So what? Perhaps it is merely a technical issue, Song Zhen scoffed. Dismissing the notion that the camera's inability to capture hand movements could serve as proof, Zheng Kun remained unfazed. I have another question. Is there an insufficient supply of cards provided by the tournament? Why the need for so many spare cards? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Concealing cards in private, was it not blatant cheating? Song Zhen's expression shifted dramatically. Mr. Zheng, such accusations must be substantiated with solid proof. Otherwise, even if you are a disciple of Mr. Xiang, Zheng Kun abruptly turned to Jin Neng with righteous fervor. I stand here today solely to uphold fairness and justice in the gambling world. With that, he pointed emphatically at Gao Ao. He has hidden cards in his sleeves. You slanderous fiend. How could I possibly? Gao Ao exclaimed, flailing his arms in protest, only to have 2 cards slip from his sleeve with a resounding thud. One card, a spade, lay face up, glaring under the spotlight. Gao Ao froze in place, while Jin Neng's smile faltered. Jinqing's eyes widened, as if she could not recognize her partner. In the 21st century, is one still employing such antiquated card concealment techniques? Noticing something, Jin Qing suddenly snapped to attention. Gao Ao, despite his foolishness, would not resort to such outdated tricks, nor could he possibly evade stringent security checks. She gazed at Zheng Kun in disbelief, who merely smiled faintly. How could this be? He remained seated the entire time, never even visiting the restroom. Yet, the undeniable evidence lay before them. The moment the card slipped from Gao Ao's sleeve, the outcome was sealed. Referee, as I stated, he likely has more than these 2 cards concealed. Shall we conduct a thorough search? Song Jun's face turned a deep shade of anger as he gestured for 2 black-clad bodyguards to subdue Gao Ao. Impossible. This is a setup. Gao Ao struggled desperately, but in his flailing, several more playing cards fell from him. The atmosphere became palpably tense. Mr. Jin, your adopted son truly possesses remarkable audacity. Could it be he suffered from encephalitis as a child? Zheng Kun turned to Song Jun. According to the rules, how should we deal with cheating? Amputation of the hand. Song Jun responded coldly. Godfather, save me. Gao Ao's cries echoed throughout the venue. Yet Jin Nung left without a backward glance, while Jin Qing cast a sympathetic glance at Zheng Kun before hastening to follow. Amidst the cries of despair, Song Jun announced, due to Gao Ao's cheating, the title of gambling deity for this session is awarded to Gao Jin. Unfortunately, the wounded Gao Jin had already been taken to the hospital. This highly publicized gambling deity championship had ultimately devolved into a farce. Kun, you have surely offended Mr. He gravely this time. On the return journey, Jiang Quan's expression was grave. Uncle Quan, you worry too much. Mr. He is magnanimous, Zheng Kun replied, gazing out the window at the flickering neon lights of Macau. In this world, it was not Mr. He who controlled the gambling city of Macau, but the legendary tycoon He Xian. Regardless, he owed Mr. He an explanation face to face. In the tranquil villa, He Xian approached with a smile. Old Jiang, how have you been? Greetings, Mr. He. Zheng Kun greeted with neither subservience nor arrogance. Officer Zheng has become quite the figure of renown. Even my daughter follows your news daily, He Xian remarked, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Several prominent figures were already seated in the living room. Lei Gong from the Sanlian gang, the gambling demon Chen Jinqing, and Anan standing behind Chen. As pleasantries were exchanged, the conversation naturally shifted to the gambling deity championship. Officer Zheng, your keen insights are commendable. You truly are Mr. Xiang's esteemed disciple. Mr. He, you overpraise me. I merely cannot bear to see anyone tarnish the gambling world, nor would I allow anyone to offend your esteemed reputation, Zheng Kun replied modestly. He Xian laughed heartily. How amusing. Far more entertaining than your master. He scrutinized the young man thoughtfully, gently tapping his fingers against the rosewood armrest. Humph, though you are young, you are quite adept with your words. A cold snort sounded from outside, and an elderly man in a gray robe, leaning heavily on a cane, stormed in, followed by Jin Nung and Jin Qing. At this moment, Jin Nung had lost his usual composure and appeared utterly deflated. It was no surprise. Years of hard work had been obliterated in an instant. This time he had staked his entire fortune on the competition, only to suffer complete loss. How could he still smile? Mr. Nya. Greetings, Mr. Nya. Jiang Quan and the others rose to greet the elderly man as he entered. Do you have any idea how much you cost us today? The elder marched directly into the hall, ignoring He Xian and the others, and directed a fierce inquiry at Zheng Kun. Old Nya, calm down and have a seat. He Xian gestured, inviting the elder to sit beside him. The king of ghosts, Niao Yin. Niao Yin glared furiously at Zheng Kun before sitting down with a huff. He then turned to Jiang Quan. Old Jiang, the person you brought here, you must give me an explanation. You are mistaken. The invitation was issued by you, and you requested my presence. What does this have to do with Uncle Quan? Zheng Kun replied coolly. So, you intend to shoulder the blame yourself? Shoulder what? Zheng Kun scoffed. You lost money betting on the competition. You can only blame your own incompetence and hollow reputation. What does that have to do with me? Kun. Jiang Quan's expression changed dramatically, as he could hardly believe that Zheng Kun would dare to show such disrespect towards Niao Yin. Not only him, but everyone present, except He Xian, wore a similar look of astonishment. Niao Yin, known as the king of ghosts, had a fearsome reputation in the martial world. Moreover, this was his territory. A strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. What audacity did a mere police officer like Zheng Kun possess? Very well, very well, very well. Niao Yin's cane struck the ground heavily 3 times. Zheng Kun, Officer Zheng, what an imposing presence you have. Do you believe I can prevent you from leaving Macau? I don't believe it, Zheng Kun replied, casually playing with a playing card. You think I can't leave Macau? You old man. Are you even capable of leaving Macau yourself at your age? The hall fell into a profound silence. Those present, all well versed in the ways of the world, immediately understood that there must be some old grievances between Zheng Kun and Niao Yin. Otherwise, their confrontation would not be so intense. Good. Very good. I never expected that the pathetic waste from Zhongbei could raise such a tough bone like you. Nia Outyin sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. Suddenly, he rose, his face dark with anger, and glared at Zheng Kun. You little brat, today I shall teach you a proper lesson on behalf of your master. My master? Zheng Kun laughed heartily, yet his smile carried a chilling undertone. My master taught me that when one ventures into the world, one must accept defeat and stand tall when beaten. What? Did you not learn such golden advice back in the day? Your master lost back then. Nia Outyin ground his teeth. I know. Zheng Kun's gaze was as sharp as a knife. Thus, as his disciple, I am here to reclaim his honor. Is there any issue with that? The tension between the two escalated, catching everyone off guard. From their exchange, it was evident that their animosity ran deep. Zheng Kun's words laid bare his intentions. Nia Outyin had triumphed over his master in the past, and now Zheng Kun sought to avenge that humiliation. In the realm of martial arts, old debts must be settled at the gambling table. It's only right and proper. He Xian, naturally, would not intervene, for meddling in such affairs would only invite trouble. Mr. He, in Macau, everyone can gamble. I wager high and win. Upon discovering that Nia Outyin's men were cheating, I exposed them on the spot. Is there any issue with that? None at all. He was simply too blind to see the truth and lost his money, only to threaten me afterward. I taught him a lesson. Any issue with that? Again, none. He Xian crossed his legs and suddenly laughed. What you are doing is indeed the way of the martial world, and I shall not interfere. But, young man, this is Macau, and his influence exceeds your imagination. If he decides to use his power against you, how will you cope alone? He cannot suppress me. Zheng Kun scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Nia Outyin. Old man, did you not just claim I could not leave Macau? How about we gamble on that? What are the terms? Nia Outyin narrowed his eyes, intrigued. Back when you defeated my master, he did not step foot outside Kowloon Walled City for 20 years. If you lose, you shall reside in his old dwelling for 10 years. Do you dare? Very well. Wait. He Xian raised a hand to interrupt. Old Nia, at your age, why are you still so hot-headed? What is the point of arguing with the younger generation? Mr. He, his arrogance is intolerable. If I do not teach him a lesson, how will I maintain my standing in the martial world? You sent him an invitation, and now you wish to keep him? How will you uphold your reputation if word gets out? He Xian shook his head and turned to Zheng Kun. I know a bit about the events from 20 years ago. Old Nia's victory was not honorable, but the gambling table is akin to a battlefield. Winning and losing are commonplace. Why take it to the extreme? So, what is Mr. He's intention? Zheng Kun admired the old fox's timing. Old Nia is quite furious with you. You merely wish to seek justice for your master. How about we resolve this at the gambling table instead? Zheng Kun glanced at Nia Outyin with disdain. Since Mr. He has spoken, I have no objections. Chapter 18. The Secret Exchange Technique of the Thousand Doors. I have no intention of taking his life, even if he is half in the grave. What say you, old Nia? Nia Outyin's face darkened. Very well. I shall give Mr. He face. How shall we determine the stakes? I brought 100,000 to Macau and won another 100,000 on the periphery, totaling 200,000. What else do you want? If you lose, you shall kneel and admit that your master's methods are outdated. Agreed. And if you lose? Zheng Kun smiled. I will not lose. Then this becomes tedious. Zheng Kun shrugged. Are you trying to play me for a fool? What do you want? Discussing money is rather vulgar. Zheng Kun lightly tapped the armrest of the sofa. Aren't you known as the king of ghosts? If you lose, you ought to relinquish that title. No? Very well. Nia Outyin slammed his cane down. You wish to tarnish my reputation? You have quite the appetite. I shall see how much of your master's skills you have truly mastered. Since we have made an agreement, let us commence. He Xian rubbed his temples. Observing the tense standoff between the two, Jiang Quan and others remained silent. Zheng Kun's audacity to confront Nia Outyin head-on was unprecedented. Had it been anyone else, they might have been left with nothing but bones. The fact that it had come this far was already a stroke of luck. Everyone remained where they were. He Xian's territory had its own arrangements. Moments later, the second floor was transformed into a temporary gambling hall, with dealers taking their positions. The hall was well equipped, and He Xian, Jiang Quan, Lei Gong, Chen Jinsheng, and others took their seats, while Jin Nung and his daughter stood beside them. Zheng Kun and Nia Outyin sat at opposite ends of the gambling table. Zheng Kun caught sight of the surveillance camera hanging above the table and smirked. What do you want to gamble on, kid? Anything, since you won you win anyway. Zheng Kun reclined lazily, exuding an air of leisure. Nia Outyin, now devoid of anger, remained as calm as ice and, upon hearing this, chuckled. 20 years ago, I won against your master with a single hand of cards. Today, I give you the opportunity to gamble. Let us settle it in one round. 1 round. Have you lost your mind? Nia Outyin squinted. What do you mean by that? Just seeking a little prize. Zheng Kun tossed out 2 $10,000 checks, stating, in Mr. He's territory, it would be unacceptable not to win some money. Fine. Let us see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Nia Outyin gestured to the dealer. Deal the cards. The cards were revealed, Zheng Kun had a diamond and a club 10. 20,000. Zheng Kun pushed the check forward and casually asked Jin Qing, "Do you think I can win this round?" Jin Qing's expression shifted slightly. She glanced at Jin Nung before shaking her head in silence. "I'll match 20,000. Nia Outyin said coldly. In the second round, Zheng Kun revealed a spade 4, while Nia Outyin had a heart 3. Spade 4 speaks. "Since the money is on the table, just deal the cards." Zheng Kun waved his hand. The dealer's lips twitched as he continued to deal. Ultimately, the revealed cards were Zheng Kun's open cards, diamond, spade, Nia Outyin's open cards, club. Nia Outyin scoffed, lifting a corner of his hidden card. "Aren't you going to reveal your cards?" Zheng Kun remained unmoved and suddenly addressed Jin Qing. "Jin Qing, could you please help me reveal the cards?" The room fell into an astonished silence. Nia Outyin and Jin Nang's gazes intensified, suddenly recalling that it was Jin Qing who had sat with Gao Ao during the concluding stages of the gambling god competition. "Zheng Kun, what do you mean by this?" Jin Nung barked. "Yesterday, I made a bet with Jin Qing. She backed Gao Ao, while I backed Gao Jin. Now," Zheng Kun grinned, "she lost to me as my junior disciple." "Junior disciple? Is it not permissible to take in disciples on behalf of my master?" Jin Nang glared at his daughter. "Jin Qing?" Jin Qing lowered her head and murmured, "At that time, I believed that arrogance would lead to victory." "Huh?" Nia Outyin scoffed. "Who would believe such nonsense?" "Since he has invited you, go ahead." Trembling, Jin Qing revealed Zheng Kun's hidden card, a 9 of diamonds. Nia Outyin burst into laughter. "Kid, you've inherited your master's misfortune." As he spoke, he tossed his own card onto the table. "I have 3 of a kind, 3s. You're done for." His voice abruptly ceased. He stared intently at the card he had flung down, his pupils dilating in shock. 3 of a kind, 3s? What nonsense. Under the light, the card was clearly. The air in the gambling hall seemed to freeze. 3 of a kind? What a joke. Zheng Kun sneered, his lips curling. "Have your eyes gone dim? That card is clearly a 4, yet you claim it is a 3. Indeed, the card Nia Outyin had revealed was a 4. Entirely inconsistent with his claim of 3s. On the table, Zheng Kun held a pair of 4s, while Nia Outyin had a mere pair of 3s. "This is impossible." The words cheating nearly burst forth. "Cheating? You're accusing me of cheating?" Zheng Kun shook his head disdainfully. "Old Nia, at your age, you can't be this naive. Can you? I didn't even touch the table. It was your hand that was constantly on the cards." He deliberately glanced at Nia Outyin's hand still resting on the cards. "Shall we check the surveillance footage?" As he spoke, he casually snatched the $20,000 check from the table, muttering, "A mere 20,000. Is it worth getting so worked up over? Very well. The reputation of the Chinese gambling god is indeed well-deserved. No, I don't care for any gambling god." Zheng Kun grinned. "The title of Ghost King Zheng Kun suits me far better. Want to tarnish my reputation? You'd better have the ability to do so." Nia Outyin suppressed his fury and returned to his seat. "Continue." The dealer began to deal the cards. "Qing, help me reveal my cards." "Huh." As the first face-down card was dealt, Zheng Kun suddenly spoke up. Qing was momentarily taken aback. "I said reveal the cards." "Zheng Kun, what do you mean? Playing cards with someone with poor eyesight is beneath me." Zheng Kun waved his hand dismissively. "Let us have an open card showdown." "Qing, reveal the cards." The hidden card was flipped over, revealing a 5 of clubs. "I'm betting everything, for 100,000. All in." Zheng Kun pushed all his chips forward. "Ready to lose it all. Let us go." The 5 cards were quickly dealt. "What a coincidence. I have a pair, you have a pair." Zheng Kun raised an eyebrow. "Could it really be 3 of a kind?" Nia Outyin lifted the corner of his card, his expression changing drastically. "You've won." The 10 of hearts was unmistakably visible. "Mr. Zheng wins." The dealer's voice trembled slightly. Nia Outyin gripped the corner of his card tightly, his gaze sharp as a blade. He distinctly remembered that the first time he checked the card, it was a blank. How had it suddenly turned into a 10? Even more bizarrely, he had been gripping this card the entire time. This technique was something even the legendary gambling god Long Si could not achieve. That unbeatable hand has long since become obsolete in the age of surveillance. What trick has Zheng Kun employed? Bang! The sound of a fist hitting the table jolted him from his reverie. "What are you dawdling for? Have you gone deaf?" Nia Outyin abruptly looked up. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Mr. Xiang has taken on a fine disciple. Such flattery was pleasing to the ear. Zheng Kun extended his hand. "Well then, shall we settle the 40,000? With a grim expression, Nia Outyin signed the check. "Mr. He, could you exchange this check for chips from your establishment?" Zheng Kun suddenly inquired. "Why? If we continue gambling, I fear that check might turn into a bad debt." Laughter echoed sharply in the silent gambling hall. It dawned on everyone that the previous wager required one to kneel before the other, while the other aimed to tarnish the other's reputation. Zheng Kun clutched the 20,000 chips, his knuckles turning pale. The confident demeanor Nia Outyin had once possessed had vanished, replaced by beads of sweat forming at his temples. This old horse now exhibited signs of decline. 80,000 chips were pushed onto the gambling table, the sound of metal clashing ringing sharply in the air. It's your turn. He stared at the veins bulging on Niao Yin's hand. I bet the shares of Aoyao on that last hand. Defamation. I'll call my lawyer. Zheng Kun slammed his hand on the table, the chips clattering loudly. He Xian lightly tapped the table to break the stalemate. Old Nya, let us change it up. A game of higher or lower, simple and direct. Nya Aoyan flung down 50 million in chips, the ivory dice rolling in his hand like a butterfly. Zheng Kun awkwardly shook the dice cup, the dice clattering inside. 1, 1, 2, 4 points. He unexpectedly showed a satisfied smile. Nya Aoyan coldly smirked as he took the dice cup, his wrist flicking with a blur. 1, 1, 1, 3 points. The air in the gambling hall suddenly grew tense. Zheng Kun leisurely gathered the chips. Uncle Quan, winning this easily is rather dull. The final showdown commenced 5 minutes later. In the open card duel, Zheng Kun's spade straight flush descended like an iron curtain, utterly crushing Nya Aoyan's scattered cards. When the last spade was revealed, the dealer's finger trembled slightly. The title of Ghost King, I shall accept. Nya Aoyan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The crimson liquid blooming like a striking plum blossom on the green felt table. Zheng Kun frowned and stepped back. Old man, if you can't take a loss, don't ruin my reputation. Zheng Kun gathered the chips on the table and raised an eyebrow at Jin Qing. A Qing, did you understand? Jin Qing blinked in confusion, honestly shaking her head. It's better that you don't understand. If you did, how could I still be your master? Zheng Kun laughed heartily, turning to He Xian and clasping his hands. Mr. He, I appreciate your hospitality in settling personal matters today without prior notice. It is indeed rude of me. I will remember this favor, and should you ever need assistance, feel free to seek a Qing. I assure you, she will not disappoint. He Xian regarded Zheng Kun with a meaningful gaze. Good, I shall remember that. It's getting late. Please make yourself comfortable, Ghost King. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Mr. He, for your kindness. Zheng Kun took Jin Qing's hand and strode away. In the tea house of the Kowloon Walled City Association, Jiang Quan stroked his teacup, exclaiming, "A Kun. I never expected you to be so deep." The title of Ghost King Zheng Kun now resonates profoundly in the underworld. Uncle Quan, just speak your mind, Zheng Kun said, playfully toying with Jin Qing's delicate fingers, his smile unfading. This roundabout way of speaking is not like your style. If your master knew you possessed such skills. Ever since my master left, I've trained diligently through the night and achieved some small success. Zheng Kun interrupted. Nya Aoyan, that old bones. Winning against him is hardly a feat. Jiang Quan swallowed hard, suppressing the urge to curse. What exactly are you plotting? I want to be a police officer. Zheng Kun leaned back on the sofa with Jin Qing nestled against him. If I get too entangled with the underworld, how will I pass the political scrutiny in the future? How can I become the police commissioner? Jiang Tianyang spat out his tea. Police commissioner? What kind of dream are you having? Zheng Kun gently patted Jin Qing's shoulder. How long can the foreign devils hold sway? This place ultimately belongs to us. No matter how brilliant they are, do they truly believe they can conquer the world through this? They might just end up dead in the streets. Jiang Quan fell silent. He had initially thought this young man merely acted oddly, yet he did not expect such ambition to lurk beneath. In an era when Chinese individuals could only aspire to be inspectors, becoming a police commissioner was indeed a fantasy. Are you saying the foreign devils will withdraw? In less than 20 years, Uncle Quan, you will witness it with your own eyes. Zheng Kun lightly tapped the tea table with his fingertips. That's why I never reveal my true capabilities. I fear it would impact my career. Then why this time? Niao Qian posted that challenge to me, merely to prove my master wrong. A flicker of cold light flashed in Zheng Kun's eyes. I have always favored kin over reason. If I do not shatter his reputation, how can I honor my master? Are you not afraid of suffering defeat in Macau? Just him? Zheng Kun scoffed, pushing Jin Qing in front of Jiang Quan, and stated the matter at hand. A Qing is my junior apprentice under my master's tutelage. I hope Uncle Quan will look after her in the future. Is it truly necessary? Naturally. What is the motive? Jiang Quan was genuinely puzzled. In this world, talented individuals abound. Why choose a woman who has betrayed her fiancé? She can be trained, but these hands are innate. Zheng Kun grasped Jin Qing's hand, stating that the skills of the sect must be passed down and flourished. I lack the energy to start anew. It is wiser to find a ready seedling. Are you not afraid of nurturing a thankless wolf? It is merely a transfer of skills, not raising a thug. Zheng Kun remained unfazed. As long as she masters the craft, the sect will have successors. So how could there be a void? You are aware of her currently precarious situation, primarily concerning Jinan. I wish to ask Uncle Quan for a favor. To ensure that these matters do not affect her, allowing her to focus on her studies. Since you have spoken, I will certainly agree. As long as Jean is in Hong Kong, I guarantee that no one will dare to harm her. Thank you, Uncle Quan. In the future, if you require assistance, do not hesitate to contact me directly, so you need not seek others as you did this time. That would be splendid. Ling Kun, a Kun, brother Kun. After finalizing matters regarding Jin Qing, Zheng Kun departed the association with her, only to hear Jiang Tianyang chasing from behind. Brother Kun, you are truly remarkable. Even the Ghost King Nia Outyin has succumbed to you. You ought to be called the Ghost King now. Speak quickly. Chapter 19. In the underground casino. Encountering a master of trickery. Zheng Kun looked at Jiang Tianyang with impatience, struggling to reconcile this individual with the shrewd underworld leader he would become in 20 years. It's nothing much. I merely wish to learn a few moves from Brother Kun to bolster my confidence. You lack the ability. Zheng Kun assessed him for a moment before shaking his head, stating, You possess neither talent nor patience. You will not succeed. Surely not, Brother Kun. After all these years of camaraderie, I speak the truth. Had you held potential, my master would have taken you as a disciple long ago. Zheng Kun patted Jiang Tianyang's shoulder. It is wise to gamble sparingly. There are no winners at the gambling table. Furthermore, refrain from cheating in the future. Consider yourself fortunate this time, encountering the Sanlian gang, which has ties to Hongxing. Next time, be wary of having your hands cut off. With that, he took Jin Qing and left. You reside here? Upon arriving at his place, Jin Qing was somewhat taken aback. This was merely an ordinary 100 square meter apartment, quite simple. A bed suffices for sleeping. Why need something so large? Zheng Kun remarked, I suspect your father has already fled. With Niao Yin's assistance, you need not seek him out. That old fox has many escape routes. I connected you with Hongxing to help you avoid trouble. There is no need for you to truly serve him. The saying that there are no winners at the gambling table was not only meant for Jiang Tianyang, but also for you. The first thing my master told me upon my initiation was this. Never place all your hopes on gambling skills. The true stakes lie beyond the table. Gao Jin suffered precisely because of this. Upon hearing Gao Jin's name, Jin Qing's expression grew complex. Is he well? You are his fiancé. How would I know? You seem to take your role as his fiancé far too lightly. I never mind. Let us not dwell on that. Zheng Kun yawned. It was getting late. So rest early. The guest room is over there, and everything is new. Tomorrow, I shall begin your training. With that, he did not wait for Jin Qing's response. Entering his bedroom and shutting the door, falling asleep immediately. Gazing at the closed door, Jin Qing wore a perplexed expression. What does this mean? Should I launch a nighttime assault? Or should I refrain? To take or not to take? In the surreal realm of dreams, a dimly lit wasteland. A lone zombie stood before the twisted, barren trees, surrounded by fallen zombies, while the rest had vanished into the woods. Indeed, time here is suspended when I return to the real world. A familiar tingling sensation coursed through my right arm, confirming Zheng Kun's hypothesis. Had time in the dream flowed, this sensation would have altered. With his current acute perception, no subtle change could escape him. Upon keenly sensing his right arm, he discovered that the strange insect was dissolving in the liquid he had expelled, merging with the filamentous substance it secreted, forming new neural blood vessels that connected to his decaying right arm. The muscles began to regain vitality, blood resumed its flow, and astonishingly, a circulatory system formed solely within that arm. In other words, his right arm had been reborn. This was indeed an uncanny occurrence. His right arm had completely detached from his body, yet still felt its presence, even able to be controlled. This was exceedingly bizarre. Logically, his brain had long since rotted, resembling a desiccated husk, making it impossible to command limbs. Yet, the sensations from his right arm indicated that his mind was still functioning, and quite well, at that. More astonishingly, after the strange insect dissolved within his right arm, it seemed to have reconnected the blood vessels, as if completing some form of restructuring through his decaying brain. He could not comprehend this physiological phenomenon and chose not to delve further, focusing instead on the changes in his right arm. On the surface, the right arm appeared to have returned to normal, but beneath the skin lay an eerie power lying in wait. With a mere thought, the entire arm suddenly transformed. The skin turned a pale, ashen hue, covered with a fine exoskeleton, and the fingers elongated into sharp claws. A gentle swipe through the air produced a piercing shriek. The metamorphosis was complete. He attempted to move his right arm, clenching his fist, opening it, striking. Each motion produced a sound akin to tearing through the air. As a zombie, he no longer required breath, yet at that moment, he acutely sensed the unusual trembling of the surrounding air. Flurries of debris suddenly scattered. An ancient Chinese wooden door materialized out of thin air. Zheng Kun instantly dropped to the ground, maneuvering several zombies to conceal himself. In his perception, the door stood silently in the wasteland, its handle slowly turning, revealing a narrow crack. A long pole cautiously emerged, snapping open to reveal a giant umbrella with a 2-meter radius. Two figures crouched and emerged, seeking refuge beneath the umbrella from the swirling debris. Damn, so many zombies. Do not panic, they are all dead. But this is too silence. Hurry up. The familiar Mandarin startled Zheng Kun, causing him to tremble beneath the heap of corpses. The umbrella holder was older and composed, while the companion was youthful and impetuous. When the young man crouched down to retrieve a small basin, Zheng Kun finally confirmed they were merely ordinary people. Ordinary people can enter such places? Huangta Village? A major supernatural event? It seems I have stumbled upon something significant. These two remained within his perceptual range, yet he dared not fully release his awareness for fear of alarming them. Now it appeared he had been overly cautious. He tentatively expanded his perception. The two remained unresponsive, entirely oblivious. Something is amiss. Could this be a trap? Yet it didn't seem so. Am I merely being paranoid? He discreetly broadened his perceptual range again, still receiving no reaction. Just a bit more. As the young man placed the copper basin on the table covered in white debris, Zheng Kun's perception had swept over them multiple times. Ordinary people. Yet the left hand of the umbrella holder appeared somewhat unusual. Aside from that, the two individuals were remarkably unremarkable. The copper basin on the ground and the large umbrella showed no signs of distinction. Yet, despite the umbrella shielding them from the flurry of white fluff, it elicited no response from his senses. They were evidently terrified of this white fluff. In addition to the protection of the umbrella, both individuals wore long boots that encased their calves, and the young man donned gloves, seemingly making every effort to avoid contact with the white fluff. The copper basin was placed on the ground, engulfed by the white fluff, with only the rim visible. Then, the young man extracted a desiccated human hand from his backpack. He placed the hand into the basin, retrieved a glass vial, carefully twisted off the cap, and poured the liquid over the withered hand. A hissing sound ensued as the liquid made contact, releasing white smoke as if the flesh were being corroded by acid. There might have been a scent, but Zheng Kun could not perceive it. As the white smoke billowed, a rustling noise emanated from the withered forest, and his senses detected an unsettling commotion within. Something was about to emerge. Prepare yourself. The man holding the umbrella suddenly grew tense. Their target was those insects. This revelation clarified their intent to capture the bizarre creatures dwelling in the forest. They appeared quite familiar with this place, possibly having visited before. Who exactly were they? Locals? Although they spoke standard Mandarin, their demeanor was distinctly different from that of inlanders, islanders, or foreigners, evoking a sense of dissonance. The agitation in the forest intensified, and the umbrella-wielding man's expression tightened. Whoosh! A sound pierced the air as a dark shadow shot forth from the withered woods, heading straight for the smoking copper basin. Now is the moment. The young man swiftly overturned the basin, attempting to ensnare the shadow, excitement flashing in his eyes. Capturing this insect would yield a significant reward. However, the shadow arcane veered away mid-air, dodging the basin and darting to the side. He instinctively tracked the insect's trajectory. A zombie. Zheng Kun's sudden appearance startled him nearly to the point of collapse. Long before the strange sounds in the woods, Zheng Kun felt an unusual agitation in his right arm. Without hesitation, he abruptly cast aside the zombie that covered him, rising to extend his right hand towards the insect. With his mental power unfurling, the insect was drawn into his palm by an unseen force, rendered immobile. Oddly, it showed no reaction. My right arm mutated due to these insects. They feed on zombies, yet now that I have captured one, neither party exhibits any response. My previous conclusion was correct. Once a zombie is parasitized or consumed, other insects cease their attacks. What sort of bizarre trait is this? Moreover, why did my right hand react just now? All of this transpired within mere seconds. At the moment the strange insect settled in Zheng Kun's palm, the umbrella-wielding man finally snapped out of his shock. He quickly approached, transferring the umbrella to his right hand while placing his left hand on Zheng Kun's shoulder. Instantly, Zheng Kun was engulfed in darkness, the entire world dissolving into shadow, with only faint points of light remaining. What is happening? Had he not been in an absolute state of rationality, Zheng Kun would have panicked. The current scenario mirrored his initial entry into this world. Without sensation, he advanced purely on instinct, using his impaired left eye to perceive the dim glimmers. His mental powers were suppressed, telekinesis was ineffective, and his perceptive abilities could not be exercised. His bodily functions remained largely intact, allowing him to sense the faint light, reverting him to a state of severe myopia reminiscent of his arrival. His body seemed unable to move. This zombie form was inherently clumsy. Yet previously his legs could still move instinctively. Now, even that instinct had vanished. His right hand appeared capable of movement, but through the mutated right hand. Now fused with the strange insect, he discerned his current condition. It turned out the right hand's mobility relied not only on instinct, but also on extraordinary mental power for support. Now, with his mental power entirely frozen, he could only rely on his body's instinct to control his right hand, a task far from simple. The strange insect had escaped, indicating that the suppression was ineffective against it. That person had touched me with his left hand, hadn't he? Was his left hand freezing my body? Quickly, DeLong. Take action. The umbrella-wielding man suddenly shouted. I can't hold out much longer. Bang! Zheng Kun was plunged into darkness again, his body jolting. He immediately understood what had transpired. He had been struck. The young man had first landed a fierce punch to his left eye, then attacked his entire body, attempting to bring him down. So he was being assaulted? By establishing contact, the freezing ability was transferred to his opponent. Was this the unique power of his left hand? Zheng Kun's decaying left eye glimmered ominously. Not good, the long run. The umbrella-wielding man suddenly screamed in terror, as if he had discovered something dreadful. Get away, he cried. In his line of sight, the zombie's right hand, which should have been completely frozen, began to move slowly, while his left hand visibly mutated, patches of it this moment. Shinga was exerting all his strength to suppress Zheng Kun. His right hand, which held the umbrella, had already begun to decay, and the umbrella was slightly askew. As Dalong charged toward the wooden door, a portion of his body extended beyond the protective reach of the umbrella. Several flakes of white fluff drifted down upon him. Just as his hand made contact with the doorknob, his movements abruptly froze. In an instant, the sky was filled with white fluff, surging toward him as if drawn by a magnet. When the wooden door swung open, the half of his body exposed to the outside was completely covered in white fluff, resembling a snowman. Dalong! A woman's voice called from within. Immediately following was a piercing scream. Dalong! What has happened to you? Dongfeng, be careful. The woman behind the door attempted to rush out, but was restrained by another person behind her, exclaiming, he has already been contaminated. But he is my brother. I must. Before she could finish her sentence, the snowman-like Dalong suddenly exploded, sending white fluff swirling through the air. Simultaneously, Shinga's decayed right hand could no longer bear the weight, and both the severed hand and the umbrella plummeted. As the umbrella struck the ground, it created a vacuum-like suction, drawing the white fluff in like a tidal wave, wrapping Shinga in layers. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a bloated snowman, with only his left hand resting on Zheng Kun's shoulder. Bang! Shinga's body erupted, leaving no flesh or bones, only flurries of white fluff. Plop! The severed left hand fell to the ground, and the oppressive force on Zheng Kun instantaneously vanished. His mental strength was restored. His senses returned. His telekinetic abilities awakened as well. The wooden door creaked ominously as it slowly closed. Outside, Dalong was engulfed in white fluff, which curiously showed no interest in the undamaged half of his body. This cursed place is far too perilous. Even in his desolate state of mind, Zheng Kun was still shaken by the recent upheaval. He had encountered this white fluff before, yet he had no idea it could be so lethal. Fortunately, the fluff was only attracted to external life forms and held no allure for a being like him, a zombie. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. Suddenly, he sensed a passage, as though the closing wooden door were a rift in space, connecting to some hollow void. The sensation was bizarre, akin to a hole materializing out of thin air, entirely out of sync with the surrounding space. Now, the presence of this hole was fading. Behind the door lay a metallic cage. The bluish-gray metal walls exuded a chilling aura, sealing the entire space hermetically. This was not merely a room, but a metallic prison. Within the metallic cage stood a wooden door, beyond which lay the strange dreamscape Zheng Kun inhabited. Inside the room stood two individuals. The bespectacled man appeared cultured, yet his elongated eyes glimmered with a dark blue hue. The other, a woman in her 20s, had delicate features with sharply defined brows that hinted at a fierce determination. At this moment, she clutched the doorknob tightly, desperately attempting to prevent it from closing, but regardless of her efforts, the door continued its slow, steady descent. It's futile, Dongfeng. The bespectacled man stated calmly. Wang Xin has initiated the closing procedure of the strange tail door. Unless it is reactivated, no one can open it. What about my brother? And Wang Xin? Are we just to abandon them? Your brother has perished in the contamination of the magical fluff, and as for Wang Xin, he cannot possibly be alive now. Dongfeng, give up. You cannot force this door open. No, he is my only brother. He cannot die. What just happened must have been an illusion. Dongfeng screamed, I must save him. Just as the two were embroiled in their argument, a sharp creak suddenly pierced the air. Dongfeng felt a sudden lightness in her grip as a stable, yet powerful force pulled at the door. Someone was tugging at it. Dongfeng's heart sank, her face turning pale. The bespectacled man's expression changed instantly. Quick! We cannot let him pull it open. He lunged toward the door, desperately pulling it back. Dongfeng immediately shifted her stance, exerting all her strength to try and close it once more. Yet, they failed. The force from outside was insurmountable, and the wooden door was gradually drawn open. Their bodies pressed against the door. They were on the verge of being dragged outside. A flurry of white fluff descended. In unison, they released their grip and staggered back into the metallic chamber. The door swung wide open, revealing Zheng Kun standing quietly outside, refusing to step inside. The remaining rotting left eye he possessed coldly observed the metallic cage beyond the door. Dongfeng and the bespectacled man gasped for breath, their eyes filled with horror. What they beheld was a decayed zombie's face, a single eye fixated on them, yet it never crossed the threshold. The white fluff floated between them. Meanwhile, in Zheng Kun's perception, the scene before him appeared entirely different. The wooden door in the metallic room manifested in a peculiar state. He raised his right hand, wishing to validate a certain hypothesis. This is. The moment the two within the room gasped, the wooden door suddenly slammed shut. The ground trembled violently, and then the air shattered like glass, vanishing without a trace. There exists yet another reality. Is this a dream, or another realm of existence? Zheng Kun remained rooted in place, motionless. The desolate state of mind allowed him to maintain absolute clarity. He was filled with curiosity about the world beyond the door, but dared not recklessly enter the metallic room, which was evidently a specially designed cage, potentially crafted specifically for beings like him. That door could likely only be opened within that peculiar space. Once inside, perhaps there would be no return. Do not be deceived by how effortlessly he dealt with the two earlier. In reality, aside from his right arm, he was still a zombie with an uncontrollable body, devoid of combat prowess. The demise of those two stemmed from the rules of Huangtu village, which had nothing to do with him. The only ability he could rely on, his telekinesis, would be rendered useless within the metallic cage. Thus, he simply observed quietly as the wooden door vanished. Bang bang bang. A strange noise emanated from behind him. He turned around. On the ground, a single arm writhed as though it were a fish out of water. It was the left arm of the umbrella-wielding man. This very arm had completely suppressed his mental powers, sealing off his senses and telekinesis. In this bizarre world, the man had transformed into a swirling flurry of fluff, leaving only this arm as a remnant. At that moment, the arm began to writhe as if it were alive. Covered in decay, the arm had started to rot. And beneath the tattered skin, something akin to worms crawled, resembling a scene from a horror film. In this absurd environment, it appeared rather mundane. His form and state were nearly indistinguishable from the ultimate antagonist in a horror movie. Suddenly, he felt the peculiar stirring from his right hand once more, accompanied by the insatiable desire to consume. He raised his right hand, and with a whoosh, the arm was drawn into his palm by an invisible force. The arm struggled more fiercely, yet under Zheng Kun's telekinesis and the suppression of his right hand, it ultimately could not escape. A viscous fluid seeped from the palm of his right hand, enveloping the grayish arm in layers. The fluid seemed to possess a potent corrosive quality, eroding the arm as it twisted and squirmed. The things crawling beneath the skin fought more frantically, yet it was in vain. As the arm dissolved, it gradually became apparent. Initially, he speculated that this arm, like his own right arm, was the work of the insects from the Black Forest. After all, their every action since entering this realm seemed intertwined with the insects from the Black Forest. However, the truth was otherwise. The arm continued to dissolve, revealing the distinct patterns of decay. Ultimately, the writhing entities beneath the skin were fully exposed. It was, in fact, a tattoo. The decayed arm ultimately revealed nothing but a patch of inerasable dead skin, upon which was etched a left hand, grotesque and sinister as that of a malevolent specter. This tattoo was incomplete, merely a fragment of a larger whole. Moreover, this dead skin did not originate from the arm. It appeared to have been torn from the back instead. It was a remnant of a tattoo that adorned the back. A vivid image surfaced in Zheng Kun's mind, a complete back tattoo being forcefully ripped away, shattered into fragments. In this moment, the piece of dead skin lay quietly in his hand, utterly still, as if it were simply an ordinary bit of desiccated flesh. He tucked it into the tattered waistband of his trousers. Though this body was in a state of decay, the ragged garments still possessed some capacity for storage, albeit rather meager. The umbrella, however, was quite remarkable, seemingly crafted specifically to shield against drifting particles. Prior to this, he was entirely unaware of the dangers posed by the flying debris in the dimly lit wilderness. They consumed living beings, leaving no bones behind. Perhaps because this body inherently belonged to the wasteland, the drifting particles posed no threat to him. Yet, having witnessed the earlier scene, he still refrained from recklessly exposing himself to the airborne menace. He raised his right hand, and with a swish, the black umbrella flew into his palm, opening automatically. Indeed, this umbrella was far from ordinary. The instant the canopy unfurled, his right hand tightened involuntarily, becoming firmly affixed to the handle. The flesh and blood of his right hand shriveled at a visible rate, as if being devoured. Instinctively, his right arm retaliated, secreting corrosive slime that wrapped around the umbrella's handle. This viscous substance severed the connection between his palm and the handle, causing the suction to dissipate. Zheng Kun understood that this was not a true disappearance, but rather a delicate balance of power established between the black umbrella and his right arm. Should that equilibrium be disrupted, either his hand would be drained of life, or the black umbrella would be destroyed. A perilous stalemate. What manner of world lay behind these two individuals? What bizarre entities could exist? They were ostensibly ordinary people, having never undergone systematic cultivation. The young man named DeLong, aside from possessing a slightly heightened mental acuity, exhibited no abnormalities. And that individual with the grotesque hand, his mental prowess far surpassed that of an average person, yet was even more chaotic, clearly linked to his left hand. Beyond that, they bore no remarkable traits. From this, one could infer that the reality behind the wooden door perhaps revolved around harnessing such peculiar items to gain power. Yet, the cost of this method was exorbitant, akin to the Cthulhu mythos, where the acquisition of power simultaneously tainted the mind. Such pollution would directly distort the physical form in reality. It seemed my right arm possessed a similar capacity for contamination. In the desolate state of his mind, he gradually pieced together these conclusions based on the actions of the two. This fellow still had remnants that had not been entirely consumed. In fact, much of DeLong's body remained uncovered by the drifting particles, slowly being eroded by the falling debris. These white particles seemed only interested in living beings, or rather, solely in external living entities. DeLong, having lost half his body, was already dead, transformed into a creature akin to the undead, much like himself. Zheng Kun raised his hand, and a small booklet flew from the right pocket of DeLong's remaining clothing into his decaying palm. As his perception swept over the pages, his body jolted. Even in the absolute rationality of his desolate state, the contents of this booklet nearly shattered his composure. Guide to Strange Tales, the fluffy demon desert of Huangtu Village. Location, 16 kilometers south of Dazhong Town, Yuhua City, Huangtu Village. Nature, desert. Area, unknown, large-scale strange tale space. Anomalies, fluffy demon fluff, evil ghost forest, evil ghost worm. Only one survey result. Events, do not touch the fluffy demon fluff. Do not contact the desert ground. Only one survey result. Exploration attempts, 3. Exploration conclusion. The demon fluff covers the desert entombs, nourishing the evil ghosts, which in turn cultivate the worm, and the worm gives rise to anomalies. Value at dawn. There is a probability of capturing the evil ghost worm outside the evil ghost forest. Explorer, Guide to Strange Tales Bureau, Senior Investigation Director, Wang Jianqin. Oh. Amidst the jarring sound of an alarm, Zheng Kun suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was still somewhat dazed, the final line of text echoing in his mind. Guide to Strange Tales Bureau, Senior Investigation Director, Wang Jianqin. Chapter 21. Signing into the Black Market for Defensive Weapons. Wang Jianqin. The World of Dreams. The realm of the Panga tribe. A world fated for destruction. The information at the end of the guide sent tremors through his consciousness. Jianqin and Wang Jianqin. Could they be the same person, merely a letter apart? If not, then all was moot. But if so, then his dreams had transcended time and space. Reaching the homeland of the Panga tribe. What role did he play in that world? Did Wang Jianqin recognize him? Oh, that fellow had long since lost his memory and had once mingled among the subjects of surveillance. And then, destruction. Was the so-called Nua's annihilation truly as the legends claimed? Or was there more to the story? Perhaps it involved strange tales? In that world, strange tales could manifest in reality, causing calamities, whereas here, they were merely tales. But were they truly just tales? The existing information was far too scant to draw any conclusions. However, there was no rush. He could take his time. No need for haste. He had always been magnanimous, especially since this was merely the beginning, and he still had ample time to explore that world of strange tales. The fluffy demon desert of Huangtu Village? What a peculiar name. He shook his head, dispelling the errant thoughts. The aroma of food wafted in from outside. Upon opening the door, he found Jinxing busily working in the kitchen, breakfast already laid out on the table. Hearing the noise, she turned her head. I wasn't sure if you preferred Chinese or Western food, so I prepared a bit of both. Zheng Kun cast her a blank glance, unexpressive, and walked straight towards the bathroom. After washing up, he silently finished his breakfast, watching as Jinxing hurriedly cleared the dishes. Suddenly, he grasped her hand, ignoring her discomfort. He spoke coolly. There's no need to be anxious. You won't have to do this anymore. Your hands are too precious to waste on such tasks. With that, he pressed her down into a chair, cleared a corner of the table, glanced at the clock on the wall, and pulled out a deck of playing cards. There's still some time. Let me see your aptitude. He drew a card. This move is called Black Horse Crossing the Forest, a card-switching technique from our lineage. Pay close attention. He revealed the 3 of hearts, placed it gently on the table, and with a flick of his fingertip, the card penetrated the stack, reappearing as a spade. Did you catch that? No. Jinxing shook her head in confusion. If Gao Jin were here, with his talent, he could master it in a day. Zheng Kun stated flatly, his tone laced with evident disdain. Jinxing found herself momentarily speechless. Clearly, it was he who had recognized her talent and brought her here. Yet now he seemed to find her lacking compared to Gao Jin. Why not seek Gao Jin instead? The crux of this move lies in the technique of channeling energy. I said Gao Jin can learn quickly precisely because he possesses the most exquisite techniques among the three of you, nearly perfect. Do you know why? Jin Qing shook her head. Zheng Kun's demeanor only served to amplify her feelings of insecurity and confusion. The Zheng Kun before her now was a stark contrast to the one she had known. Previously, he had merely been a shameless, playful nuisance in her eyes. But this cold, stoic figure before her was a complete departure from that image. The current Zheng Kun resembled an emotionless machine, utterly overturning her perception. Had he truly transformed overnight? No, it was his persona. This individual undoubtedly possesses a dual personality. One is a master concealed beneath layers of subtlety, while the other is merely a neophyte. Indeed, it must be so. The most significant distinction between Gao Jin and the rest of you lies in his mastery of the Rui Force, which naturally elevates his skills. Rui Force? Jin Qing was taken aback. You, coming from the prestigious Qianmen, have never heard of the Rui Force? Where did Gao Jin acquire such knowledge? She was certainly familiar with the term, having even attempted to practice it in her youth. Yet, wasn't it merely an illusion? As a child, she had regarded it as a fanciful tale, finding no effect from her attempts, and as she matured, she focused on more pragmatic matters, dismissing such notions. Her father had mentioned it, claiming it to be a legacy of their school, but she suspected it was largely fabricated, as no one had truly mastered it. How did he learn it? Jin Qing furrowed her brow, struggling to recall her father's teachings on the Rui Force. His transmission of the knowledge was incomplete, and his instruction flawed. Zheng Kun, upon hearing this, asserted, it is precisely because he failed to master it himself that he misled you all, even mistaking those energy manipulation techniques for the Rui Force. Does it truly exist? Jin Qing's heart raced. This was clearly something of legendary status. She found it hard to believe, yet, recalling Zheng Kun's astonishing skills from the previous day, she began to entertain the possibility. Times have changed, and people's perceptions have evolved. Jin, having received a fragmented inheritance and lacking the aptitude to delve deeper, coupled with advancements in technology, had concluded that the Rui Force was nothing but superstition. Moreover, his demeanor resembled that of a gambler, where victories were often decided outside the gaming table, which is why neither he nor Gao Ao had managed to grasp it. But you claim that Gao Jin has mastered it. His comprehension far surpasses yours. With just a few words, he can grasp the fundamentals, nearly rivaling my own abilities from years past. Unfortunately, the inheritance he received is incomplete. He has always concealed his talents, never revealing them to you. As his words hung in the air, a playing card flew from his fingertips, embedding itself in the wooden table, revealing only a corner. Jin Qing's heart raced. This was unmistakably the realm of martial arts novels, where even a falling leaf could become a weapon. How could this be possible? How could it not be? He replied, this is merely the rudimentary application of the Rui Force. With advanced training, combined with mental energy, one can develop extraordinary abilities. He raised his hand, causing the table to levitate. With another flick of his wrist, bowls and chopsticks soared into the sink, the faucet turning on autonomously to wash them. This is the telekinetic power I have developed. Each person's mental energy varies, and thus the abilities derived from it differ, provided one has mastered the Rui Force to a profound degree. Jin Qing was left speechless, as if caught in a dream. Her worldview shattered. After a prolonged silence, she tremulously inquired, are you truly going to teach me these skills? To join my tutelage, mastery of the Rui Force is mandatory. He glanced at her. The black horse crossing the forest technique will be your trial. In 3 days, I shall evaluate your progress. Failure will result in the erasure of today's memories. Pausing, he added, moreover, your hair is too long. Cutting it shorter will aid your training. Short hair? Jin Qing momentarily failed to grasp the implication. Zheng Kun, oblivious to her confusion, waved his hand, causing the levitating table to gently return to its original position. Now, let me teach you the nuances of the black horse crossing the forest technique. For the next 60 minutes, the two were wholly absorbed in the atmosphere of teaching and learning. Zheng Kun meticulously elucidated the techniques of the black horse crossing the forest. Noticing her still bewildered expression, he sighed and rubbed his temples. Your comprehension truly leaves much to be desired. Ponder it further. I must head to the police station now. Remember, you have only 72 hours. He gently patted the back of her hand in reassurance. Do not be overly anxious. 3 days is ample time to accomplish many things. So, you are using your supernatural abilities to frame Gao Ao? Suddenly, Jin Qing had an epiphany, all doubts dissolving in an instant. With such extraordinary powers, entangling Gao Ao would be effortlessly simple. She wouldn't even need to lift a finger. All it would take is to manipulate the surveillance cameras to draw attention, and then stealthily place the card in Gao Ao's pocket, leaving him none the wiser. Do you find that method too simplistic? Zheng Kun burst into laughter. Transitioning from an absolute rationality to a more relaxed demeanor, he savored the astonishment on her face, feeling a sense of pride. To be candid, the realm of supernatural con artists and ordinary con artists exists on entirely different planes. This is what we call a dimensional strike. My abilities are quite normal. Some individuals awaken powers that seem tailor-made for deception. I know a few who can do so. Indeed, they require no special techniques. The cards can transform into whatever they desire, even altering the opponent's hidden cards at will. Is there really such an ability? Of course. There are others who possess the power of clairvoyance. Zheng Kun seized the opportunity to caress her delicate hand. Jin Qing finally noticed the sudden shift in his demeanor, her heart racing with alarm. Could he be manipulative? One moment cold as ice, the next ablaze with passion. Was he intentionally flirting with her? Santiaosi, how long has this case been dragging on? Where's the report? Zheng Kun slammed the documents onto the table, his tone stern. Apologies, Zheng. I will write it immediately. Santiaosi hastily raised his hand in surrender. Recently, he had been riding high on a wave of success, receiving promotions, and even entering into a romantic relationship, which left him in a euphoric daze. Bang, keep a close watch on him. Zheng Kun shook his head in exasperation. This is the umpteenth time. If this continues, I cannot guarantee your safety. Understood. Su Yongbang replied earnestly, pulling Santiaosi out of the office. Wenhui, Zijia, how is the progress on the cases you are handling? We've already identified a gang. We should be able to make a move soon. Remember, the chain of evidence must be intact. I do not wish to arrest today and release tomorrow, nor do I want to engage in disputes with the Department of Justice. Rest assured, there will be no slip-ups, Yi Wenhui assured him. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the office area, followed by a gunshot that pierced the air. What on earth is happening? Zheng Kun dashed out the door, only to witness a woman, devoid of expression, dragging an officer handcuffed at her ankles, while the other end of the handcuffs was attached to the officer being dragged along the ground. A most bizarre scene. This eerily familiar sight caused Zheng Kun to narrow his eyes. Santiaosi. Startled, Santiaosi jumped at the mention of his name. Find a way to take over this case. Zheng Kun pointed at the woman who resembled a soulless automaton. Follow the order. Though Santiaosi was filled with questions, he immediately turned to gather information. Another gunshot rang out, accompanied by the sharp sound of metal colliding. Zheng Kun looked up to see a construction vehicle crashing heavily into the woman. After the chaos subsided, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Zheng Kun scanned the panicked crowd before turning back to the office. Zheng, are we really taking this case? Su Yongbang entered, his expression troubled, indicating the complexity of the situation. Of course we are. Whereas Santiaosi, he has already been reassigned to Group 1. Lin Xian captured a female suspect, but it turns out she is insane. She refuses to answer any questions and boldly walked out of the police station. As you just witnessed, she possesses immense strength. Miao Wei could not stop her. Su Yongbang succinctly explained the situation. Understood. Group 1 is led by Ma, correct? I will go find him to take over. Zheng Kun abruptly shifted the topic. Bango, you've been in the force for over 10 years, right? In 2 months, it will be 13 years. You certainly have seen and heard a lot. Not really, just know some things others do not. What are your thoughts on urban legends? Ghost houses, zombies, and such? Zheng, are you interested in these? Su Yongbang raised an eyebrow, proclaiming that while he seldom speaks of the supernatural, certain phenomena indeed elude scientific explanation. Our vibrant yang energy renders us impervious to malevolent entities. Has Banga encountered such occurrences? He confessed to having faced a couple, but they ultimately remained unresolved. Su Yongbang shook his head. The woman they encountered was peculiar, but not entirely incomprehensible. Could Zheng be pursuing this case for that reason? Indeed. However, rest assured, I shall personally oversee this investigation. Zheng Kun stated meaningfully. Should you come across similar cases or hear any strange tales, do inform me when convenient. I am currently gathering material for a horror novel. Zheng is indeed a polymath. Su Yongbang chuckled awkwardly, clearly skeptical. The case of the drug trafficking. Zheng Kun was intimately familiar with the details. Taking over the case would be akin to receiving accolades effortlessly, even allowing for immediate arrests. Yet, he harbored ulterior motives. The resolution of the case was merely a facade. His true objective lay with Uncle Feng of Dongping's Hao. The bloodline information regarding exorcists obtained from the Ma family convinced him that this Uncle Feng was likely the reincarnation of Mao Xiaofeng and Lin Fengjiao, possessing the bloodline of longevity demons. This particular lineage has 2 peculiar traits: no descendants, relying solely on reincarnation. In other words, the longevity demon bloodline represents the same individual across different epochs. Zheng Kun aimed to leverage the investigation as an opportunity to engage with this exorcist officer and delve into the mysteries surrounding exorcists. He refrained from approaching the Ma family due to their deep entanglement with fate. Although fate has yet to manifest, excessive contact could invite complications. In contrast, Uncle Feng appeared to be the optimal choice. He Yiqiu could also suffice, but his brother He Yiqiu was suspected to be a vessel of fate, making avoidance prudent. Besides the Exorcist bloodline, Zheng Kun sought to glean insights into the Underworld's hierarchy through Uncle Feng. This seemingly ordinary detective harbored numerous secrets. This world is marked by cycles of reincarnation, with realms of the afterlife and the Underworld. Chapter 22. Gang Conflicts. Within the Underworld, there exists a Casa de Garba, superficially. It appears to be a coherent system, yet Zheng Kun felt an undercurrent of disquiet, prompting him to seek information from Feng Si. After all, this fellow, in his past life as Lin Fengjiao, had once aided the Underworld in printing money. To claim he had no ties to it would be implausible. As for the Zhujiao faction, they could be eliminated without remorse. Having made up his mind, Zheng Kun approached Group 1 to communicate with Officer Ma. Unlike in the movies, this Officer Ma bore no disabilities, though he was no spring chicken, his countenance rather unsavory. Zheng Kun dared not underestimate him. Should he provoke the man, he could unleash a storm of chaos. Their discussion proceeded smoothly, with Officer Ma readily agreeing to let Zheng Kun take over the case. This seasoned veteran had already discerned the issues surrounding the case and was keen to deflect responsibility. As for his grievances with Uncle Feng, he was acutely aware that resolving them would take time, given Uncle Feng's notorious stubbornness. After completing the necessary formalities, Zheng Kun accompanied Su Yongbang to the morgue for an autopsy, subsequently investigating the identity of the deceased, Zhu Zhu from Dongping's Hao. As in the film, they refrained from directly notifying Sanpe, opting instead to contact the Dongping's Hao police department. The following day, Uncle Feng arrived with his niece, Lian. In the morgue, Zheng Kun awaited alone. This case was not suited for too many hands. You must be Uncle Feng? I am Zheng Kun, in charge of this case. Ah, Zheng. It truly is you, exclaimed Lian, her eyes sparkling as she bounced forward, only to be halted by Uncle Feng. Feng Si from Dongping's Hao, here to identify the body. Please proceed. Zheng Kun flashed a smile at Lian, leading Uncle Feng into the morgue while leaving Lian outside. This is amiss. Just like in the film. Uncle Feng immediately spoke after inspecting the bullet holes. Uncle Feng first confirmed, is this Zhu Zhu? Yes, she is Sanpo's granddaughter. I recognize her. That is good. It is indeed strange. The entry wound shows no swelling, as if she had been deceased for some time. You share my thoughts? Uncle Feng raised his gaze in surprise. Old-school detectives often hold reservations about young officers like Zheng Kun. Despite Zheng Kun's formidable achievements, Uncle Feng, who shunned worldly disputes, felt a tinge of complexity at this moment. The autopsy report had yet to be released, but I suspect she has been dead for several days, Zheng Kun asserted. With your extensive experience, what do you think? You are correct. Zhu Zhu did not die yesterday, Uncle Feng affirmed, meticulously examining her, his expression grave, yet the specifics must be investigated. He turned Zhu Zhu's head and suddenly inquired, how did she sustain this head injury? I am unsure. All I know is that she was shot in the knee and subsequently struck by a vehicle, likely a truck. No, observe this wound. Uncle Feng lifted his head. The circular hole at the back of her skull still conspicuous amidst her hair. Intriguing. This is the fatal injury, Uncle Feng murmured, roast, and nodded. This is the best way. When Zheng Kun mentioned Eddie, Uncle Feng suddenly noticed the chrysanthemum mark on his back, the symbol of the 9 chrysanthemums sect. Uncle Feng spoke in a deep voice. The 9 chrysanthemums sect? The Eastern Japanese magic school. It is indeed related to the Eastern Hua, and the drug trafficking case I investigated involves them. Zheng Kun is making up lies. Transporting poison with zombies is truly genius. Zheng Kun sneered coldly. I don't think they are geniuses, I just think they are. Using poison transportation? Who came up with the bad idea? Isn't this intentionally seeking fault? You don't seem surprised by drug trafficking, Uncle Feng suddenly asked. After all, this kind of thing is beyond ordinary people's understanding. Even if ordinary people encounter it, they will not believe it. Lin Xian in the original drama is like this. If he had not witnessed the zombie attack with his own eyes, he would not have believed it at all. What's so surprising? It's just zombie drug trafficking. I've even seen zombies. Have you ever seen zombies? Yeah, when I was guarding the pond in Baxiang, there were zombies there. And later she was taken by a woman surnamed Ma. The person surnamed Ma also used magic to erase the memories of all the police officers at the scene. A woman surnamed Ma? Uncle Feng pondered. You're lucky enough to encounter such unlucky events. Wait, why haven't your memories been washed away? That woman said I have Exorcist bloodline. Opened Yin Yang eyes, and her magic is ineffective against me. Zheng Kun shrugged nonchalantly. Exorcist bloodline, Yin Yang eyes. Uncle Feng suddenly understood. Ordinary people who encounter such incidents are definitely unlucky, and it's not an exaggeration to say they are hell-level unlucky. But Zheng Kun doesn't look at him like this. Obviously, he has achieved success in cultivation, activated the exorcism bloodline, has strong qi and blood, and possesses formidable strength. He also has a bad human identity, and is blessed with negative energy and official luck. Ordinary ghosts and monsters dare not approach him. It's easy to partner with someone like this. At least you don't have to go to great lengths to explain, and you don't have to worry about the other person dragging you down. The report cannot be written truthfully. Just make up a story to fool around. Find it. Who cares about the details? The two of them exchanged a smile. Just as Zheng Kun was about to push Eddie onto the car, Eddie, who was originally honest, suddenly struggled violently. His muscles tensed and tore apart, and he snapped with two pawpaw sounds. He turned back and punched Zheng Kun hard in the chest. Dong! In the muffled sound, Zheng Kun took 2 steps back, but Eddie's wrist made a cracked sound. It's a bit interesting. Zheng Kun brushed off the wrinkles on his chest, and his neck twisted with a crisp sound. Refusing arrest? See how many punches you can hold. Before he could finish speaking, he stepped forward and punched like a cannon, and Eddie instinctively crossed his arms to block it. Bang! The sound of bone fractures reappeared, and Eddie flew backwards and crashed into the wall. Zheng Kun's Rui power and iron cloth shirt have reached a state of perfection. And this punch is not just 1,000 June power. Although Eddie was turned into a puppet by the 9 Chrysanthemums faction, ignorant and able to unleash all his strength, he is ultimately immortal. How can he withstand the pressure of Zheng Kun? Uncle Feng on the side saw the twitching force of the punch at the corner of his eye, making his back neck feel cold. Eddie's arms were broken, and his sternum was sunken, but he still stumbled and rushed forward with blood foam. What the hell? Zheng Kun dodged and frowned. Uncle Feng, can we control him? If we keep fighting, we'll lose our lives. I can't be a suspect until the judge makes a judgment, otherwise the report will be soft-handed. As a street citizen, there are probably paparazzi squatting in the dark. If this goes out, don't even think about the promotion report. Without hesitation, Uncle Feng sealed his seal and cast the spell, and Zheng Kunling keenly sensed the flow of magical power. Yes, he can clearly perceive the flow of magical power and distinguish the differences and similarities between Feng Shu's magical power and his cultivation. Essentially, they are both. But there is a strange and indescribable aura mixed into Feng Shu's magical power. With his keen spiritual perception, he was confident that as long as he spent time studying, he could imitate Uncle Feng's seal technique and magical power operation. However, even if imitated, the effect is still unknown, as there are still many key details that need to be mastered. Just as he was pondering, all the seals in Feng Shu's hand had condensed into his right middle and index fingers, with both fingers together like a sword, pointing towards Eddie's forehead as he charged towards him. Eddie's body froze instantly. Uncle Feng, good technique. Is this the legendary acupoint? Uncle Feng shook his head. It's not an acupoint. He's been manipulated. I just cut off the medium. That's good. Call an ambulance. This guy is seriously injured. Zheng Kun glanced at Eddie, who had fallen to the ground, without intending to drag him back to the police station directly. He knew the power of his punch. And with Eddie's current state, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long without going to the hospital. It would be troublesome if he died at the police station. The ambulance came roaring with blue lights flashing. What should we do next? After seeing Eddie off, Uncle Feng asked, what else can we do? Press forward to the enemy's capital. Do you know the hiding place of the mastermind behind the scenes? I have investigated and found that there was insufficient evidence before, so I didn't take action. Now I don't need any evidence. Zheng Kun grinned. What rules should we follow when dealing with such people? Keeping it is the scourge. That's okay. Uncle Feng is not a narrow-minded person, especially when dealing with evil spirits. He is particularly decisive. It's just that the whole thing was led by Zheng Kun, and he's a bit uncomfortable with it. 1 hour later, the two drove to a white villa. Is this where it is? That's right. The owner of the villa is named Michiko, a mysterious Japanese woman who runs a Japanese restaurant. I heard she's still a muscular woman. Can you also hear about this kind of thing? Uncle Feng's mouth twitched. Entering the front yard, Uncle Feng stared at the ground thoughtfully. Before he could speak, Zheng Kun kicked away the surface black soil, revealing the lime mixed with glass shards underneath. Corpse raising ground. Uncle Feng's face darkened suddenly. No wonder he was able to use zombies to transport poison. I don't know how many lives he has caused. We'll meet them. Zheng Kun spoke coldly. He doesn't consider himself a good person, but Michiko's methods don't even bother him. The transportation of zombies and drugs requires fresh food. Where do we get so many ready-made ones? Only. Those who are directly refined into walking corpses like pearls are just tools for refining corpses in this courtyard. I want to see who dares to do such a thing on my turf. At this moment, Zheng Kun embodies justice and strides towards the main entrance of the villa. Officer Zheng, be careful. Seeing him rushing ahead without defense, Uncle Feng quickly reminded him. What are you afraid of? The bad guy has a strong aura, and evil spirits cannot approach him. Before he could finish speaking, he stood in front of the door, and his senses clearly captured the figure behind the door. Chapter 23. Unlock the iron cloth shirt advanced. Difficult for knives and guns to enter. According to the movie routine, this moment should be a mysterious scene of Uncle Feng and Michiko fighting against each other across the door. Unfortunately, he doesn't know how to do this. With his senses locked in, when Meiji Z's head was pressed against the door panel, he suddenly lifted his foot and kicked her head hard. Bang! The door remained motionless, but the soles of the feet pierced through the door panel and hit it precisely. Michiko didn't even have a chance to react. She flew backwards with a buzzing sound in her mind. Zheng Kun slowly reached out from the hole. He kicked out to unlock it and pushed the door in. Michiko was staggering up, disheveled, half of her face swollen like Mantu. Most of her teeth fell off, and she was in a mess when she opened her mouth. Zheng Kun, Hong Kong Island Police. He showed off his credentials in a cold tone. Zheng Kun's highly recognizable face made his opponent recognize him at a glance. Why can every woman immediately recognize me? Zheng Kun, in a state of distress, scratched his head and exclaimed, "My Zico, you have been apprehended. Please accompany me." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he had already drawn forth his weapon. My Zico's battered visage twisted into a cold smirk. With a flick of her fingers, a length of rope materialized out of thin air, instantly ensnaring Zheng Kun's neck. A dull thud reverberated through the air. The moment the rope constricted around his throat, Zheng Kun lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to My Zico's abdomen. The force of the blow obliterated her very form. What does it feel like to reduce a human to mere fragments? Zheng Kun would liken it to smashing a watermelon, albeit with a far greater splatter. Confronted by this grotesque creature, he harbored no semblance of pity. The Eastern Japanese had twisted their training methods to a horrifying degree, transforming individuals into such fearsome aberrations. He poured every ounce of his strength into that punch. As his fist penetrated her body, a gaping hole appeared in My Zico's abdomen, clear through to the other side. It was then that she began to mutate. "Officer Zheng, be cautious." Uncle Feng burst in just in time to witness My Zico spewing forth blood, emitting a chilling wail. Billy, the enforcer, rushed over, only to be doused in the splattered blood and entrails as he crossed the threshold. Roar! The woman's scream suddenly escalated in pitch. Billy, horrified, wiped the blood from his face, realizing that his boss had transformed into a monster, leaving him utterly bewildered. My Zico was now entwined in eerie white cloth, issuing a strange, guttural roar as she lunged at Zheng Kun. "Come at me." Zheng Kun, far from being startled, found joy in her approach, laughing heartily as he clenched his fists. Channeling energy within, crackling arcs of electricity danced around him, coiling like blue serpents around his fists. Lightning Thunder Fist. Ada, 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 Ada. His electrified punches rained down upon the creature like a torrential downpour. The blinding flashes illuminated the dark room, and after more than 30 seconds of relentless assault, Zheng Kun finally ceased. The monstrosity before him had been reduced to charred remains. With a resounding explosion, the blackened body disintegrated into ash. Zheng Kun retracted the lightning and glanced at the stupefied Billy, tossing a pair of handcuffs at him. "Put these on. Do you need my assistance?" "No, I do not." Having witnessed the fate of his boss, Billy was parched and trembling. Being shot on the spot seemed trifling compared to the prospect of facing jail time. Lightning Thunder Fist. Uncle Feng approached Zheng Kun, gazing intently. "Where did you learn this martial art?" "Naturally, it was passed down by my master." He said that possessing more skills while traversing the martial world is never a mistake. Upon recognizing my exceptional talent, he imparted the Lightning Thunder Fist to me. "Isn't your master a member of the Qianmen? Can one not practice martial arts just because they belong to the Qianmen? My master possesses some knowledge of martial arts." "What is so strange about that?" "The Lightning Thunder Fist is no ordinary martial art. An average person could never master it." "I cannot say for certain." Zheng Kun deflected all inquiries onto the late Xiang Zhabai, indifferent to whether Uncle Feng would seek verification. "Let us go, Uncle Feng. I still need to ponder how to write the report." Zheng Kun's lips curled into a slight smile, his gaze towards Uncle Feng akin to that of discovering a rare treasure. Uncle Feng, filled with questions, felt a chill at Zheng Kun's peculiar look, ultimately refraining from further inquiries. Ding. Detecting significant energy levels. System charging. System charging complete. Would you like to check in? Yes. Check-in target. Feng C. Reward. Innate 8 trigrams formation. A deluge of knowledge and experience flooded Zheng Kun's mind, overwhelming him momentarily. Uncle Feng remained oblivious to the anomaly. Assuming Zheng Kun was simply in low spirits and did not press for details, he solemnly escorted Billy into the vehicle, along with the 20 kilograms of illicit substances discovered in the villa, back to the precinct. "Uncle Feng, how should I write this report? Did you not say it was fine to make up a story?" Uncle Feng, indifferent to the report and the handcuffs in the back seat, was primarily concerned about Zheng Kun. "Your mastery of the Lightning Thunder Fist has reached remarkable heights. Your potential rivals my own. It seems the curse of the Exorcist bloodline has awakened, has it not?" Zheng Kun sighed heavily. "Indeed, I am at a loss for what to do now." "You are aware of the bloodline curse?" Uncle Feng muttered to himself, pondering the supposed frauds of the Qianmen. How had he suddenly become a Taoist priest from Maoshan? "The Ma family awakened my curse and then abandoned me. Speaking of fated tribulations." Zheng Kun slammed the steering wheel in frustration, lamenting that he could not overpower the general. Uncle Feng's expression darkened. The Ma family does indeed act unscrupulously, but ultimately, this tribulation is inescapable. You possess considerable power. Do you know how to counter it? If I knew, I would not be in this predicament. Uncle Feng chuckled wryly. I am of the longevity ghost bloodline. The higher my cultivation, the quicker I perish. Through countless lifetimes, I reincarnate without memory. Then how do you possess these abilities? Before each lifetime ends, I set the stage to guide me into the path. Uncle Feng changed the subject. What of your tribulation? Each night, I am haunted by the same nightmare, trapped in a pitch-black void, devoid of all senses. Black Dream Bloodline. Uncle Feng's pupils constricted. Does your ancestry include someone named Zhuge? Is this related to the curse? Descendants of the Zhu family often awaken to the Black Dream. Ultimately, the one I know went mad. Zheng Kun laughed nervously. Indeed, madness seems inevitable. They attempted to stay awake, using cultivation as a substitute. The result. What was the result? Meditation only prolonged the Black Dream, leading to mutations in some. Uncle Feng lowered his voice. One could either take medication to endure or what? Die. After all, you are not of the longevity ghost bloodline. Death would lift the curse. Huh. Zheng Kun chuckled lightly, then suddenly realized, Uncle Feng is correct. This is not the age of decline. The underworld truly exists, and even the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is present. Should one attain profound mystical powers, perhaps in death, one could secure a position in the underworld, much like the portrayals in dramas. Here, the underworld is quite fashionable. He suddenly recalled He Yingxiu, that disciple of Mao Xiaofeng, who had ultimately become a proxy for Ksitigarbha. This indeed presented a commendable avenue of escape. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at Uncle Feng. Ordinary exorcists might choose this path when cornered, yet Uncle Feng's longevity ghost bloodline would tether him to an endless cycle. Their gazes met, and a sense of mutual understanding blossomed between them. By the way, what of Alien? Do not even think of laying a hand on my niece. Uncle Feng interrupted sternly before Zheng Kun could finish. I merely inquired if she possesses exorcist blood. She does not. What business is it of yours? Without bloodlines, it's perilous to follow you. Nonsense. Uncle Feng's face darkened. I have witnessed the sordid tactics of the Zhu family's curses. Do not entertain any nefarious thoughts. I was merely asking. Zheng Kun maintained his composure despite being called out. You are not even permitted to ask. Uncle Feng snorted coldly, falling silent. In the precinct, Zheng Kun had just detained Billy when the 20 kilograms of drugs were urgently submitted. This hot potato could not remain even a moment longer. Indeed, William soon summoned him. Kun, you barged into a private residence without a search warrant and turned the scene into chaos. William's rubber baton struck the desk with a loud bang. Sir, while investigating with Uncle Feng, we stumbled upon Eddie trafficking drugs and traced it back to the villa, where we encountered resistance. Zheng Kun remained unfazed. We subdued the suspects and seized 20 kilograms of drugs on the spot. Is it really that simple? Absolutely, without a doubt. Billy's testimony can substantiate everything. You shall comprehend it upon receiving the report tomorrow. Noticing a slight alleviation in William's demeanor, the conversation took an unexpected turn. Have you considered a reassignment? The criminal investigation department would be most suitable for me, Zheng Kun replied resolutely. After exiting the office, Zheng Kun furrowed his brow. It was evident that William was aware of the existence of special units within the police force, perhaps not labeled as miscellaneous departments, yet undeniably dedicated to supernatural occurrences. Following the case of the zombies in Bay Village, although Ma Dingdang had altered the memories of his colleagues, he had inadvertently positioned himself as an adept in handling paranormal matters in the eyes of the higher-ups. Does he wish for me to play the role of an unsung hero? Zheng Kun scoffed inwardly. To clean up after the colonialists in the shadows of the colony? Such a disreputable department is destined to be estranged from the position of police commissioner. He turned to Uncle Feng and inquired, does the police force not have a dedicated department for dealing with demons and monsters? There is indeed a specialized unit, but do not expect much from them. Those individuals are merely ordinary staff. You are well aware that establishing such an organization in this context is quite troublesome. After all, being not of the land, the foreigners are disinclined to oversee such thankless tasks. As for genuine exorcists, like you and me, who would be willing to serve the foreign devils? The result has led us to our current predicament. Indeed, the roles of police and exorcist are distinctly separate. Uncle Feng, since you are acquainted with the Zhu family, you should be aware of who among them still lives, correct? What do you inquire about this for? Although I have awakened the bloodline of exorcism, I possess no means of exorcism other than the lightning thunder fist. If I could find someone from the Zhu family, perhaps I could learn some of their legacy, like you, Uncle Feng, who can draw talismans and chant incantations to subdue demons and vanquish evil, thus avoiding today's embarrassment. There is no shame in exorcising demons and subduing monsters. To be frank, The last of the Zhu bloodline I know of has been extinguished 13 years ago. There are no more Zhu family members left. Have they left behind any relics? None. Moreover, the Zhu family actually has little in the way of inheritance. Each Exorcist bloodline possesses unique abilities, and the Zhu family is no exception. Their power derives from a bloodline curse. Once the bloodline's power awakens, one can acquire a special ability to enter dreams. Enter dreams? Precisely. They can infiltrate the dreams of others and manipulate those dreamscapes. Some can inflict harm from dreams back into reality, while others can awaken past life memories within others during dreams. This ability leans towards the mental realm. Thus, the Zhu bloodline exhibits formidable resistance to mind-affecting techniques and illusions employed by spirits. Their bloodline powers, when combined, also generate magical abilities adept in this field. However, the foundation of their illusions lies entirely within dreams. How then does one combine with the bloodline powers? This was what Zheng Kun was most concerned about. Initially, he thought it would be simple, but upon attempting it, he found himself at a loss. You are not yet capable. Your cultivation is too shallow. Why is that? I have already battered that monster into submission. Your skill is indeed commendable, but Uncle Feng paused. Your bloodline power has not fully awakened, nor can you wield it effectively. Please, Uncle Feng, guide me. There is little to guide. I can only offer you this advice. Next time you enter the Black Dream, strive to adapt to it and attempt to cultivate within the Black Dream. But I feel nothing in the Black Dream. Zheng Kun forced a smile, feigning innocence, as though he truly felt nothing at all. You can rely on your imagination. What does that even mean? Isn't it just that? The Zhu family bloodline is unique. It can only generate magical power under such circumstances. Each exorcist's magical effects are different. Only by truly generating magical power can one grasp their own strength. Having said that, Uncle Feng sympathetically patted Zheng Kun. The case is resolved, and I must take my leave. I will not be staying at your place tonight. With the drug trafficking case solved, it can be considered a form of vengeance for Zhu. Uncle Feng hurriedly departed with Alien, fearing Zheng Kun might harbor inappropriate intentions towards her. After all, this lad's lightning thunder fist has reached a certain proficiency. Should a confrontation arise, he might not be able to withstand it. In the art of war, retreat is the best strategy. Alien is a good girl. Upon returning home, Jinxing remarked, I believe she has feelings for you. Spare me. Zheng Kun scoffed. It would be best not to provoke such a girl. Why not? Her uncle is not someone I can afford to cross. Zheng Kun shook his head. Chapter 24, Pursuing the Drug Lord. That bloodline belongs to a longevity spirit. Who knows how many lifetimes it has traversed, and how terrifying its power might be. What if I provoke them and they retaliate fiercely? Once entangled with such a woman, there would be no escaping. Why invite trouble? It's not as if I've never encountered women before. Even in courting, one must prioritize safety. With this thought, he cast a glance at Jinxing. Can cutting hair resolve this? Or perhaps I should persuade her to shave her head. No. That would be akin to entering a monastery. Amitba, have you cut your hair? Zheng Kun looked at Jinxing's short hair. Quite neat indeed. Alien accompanied me today, but I do not understand how this aids in cultivating the Rui force. Of course, it is useful. Otherwise, why would I have you cut your hair? I am not a pervert. Zheng Kun said with a smile. How has the black horse passing through the forest practice been? Jinxing remained silent, walking to the table to spread out a deck of cards. In a flash, her right hand deftly secured a spade between her fingers. No. Zheng Kun's brow furrowed tightly, repeatedly denying. Jinxing looked utterly perplexed. She had merely drawn a card, and had not even executed the black horse passing through the forest. How could she be wrong? It felt like being told one's answer was incorrect before even finishing the exam. Absurd. Drawing a card is just drawing a card. Must you be so ostentatious, as if fearing others cannot tell you are cheating? Zheng Kun scolded. Can't you just act naturally and draw a card casually? Jinxing's face turned a shade of blue and then red, both embarrassed and vexed. She had intended to showcase her skills, yet was humiliatingly exposed in the process. Silently, she returned the card and drew again. Now that is more like it. Zheng Kun nodded in approval. The essence of Black Horse passing through the forest lies in the card exchange. No matter how quick or flashy the drawing, if one cannot exchange cards, it is all in vain and only serves to attract attention. A wise person would not engage in such folly. This was a saying he carried from his past life. Jinxing placed the card face down back into the deck, which trembled gently like ripples. Whoosh. Another card had quietly appeared in her left hand. Wrong again. Zheng Kun's brow furrowed even tighter. After a whole day of practice, this is the level you've reached? I grasped this move in just an hour. Watch closely. He drew a card, the 6 of diamonds. The black horse passing through the forest emphasizes the silent exchange of cards. Cheating requires stealth. Your movements are so grandiose. Do you wish to have your hands chopped off? Before he finished speaking, the card he returned to the deck had transformed into a heart. Did you notice anything? Jinxing was at a loss for words. Aside from witnessing Zheng Kun place the card, she noticed nothing else. Did you not pay attention to the movement of my left pinky? Zheng Kun flexed his pinky. Remember, the essence of Black Horse passing through the forest lies in stealth. Do you know why you cannot accomplish it? The Rui Force, your mastery of the Rui Force is too lacking. Although what your father passed down is an incomplete version, diligent practice will yield results. It's a pity that you have squandered your training over the years, even doubting its authenticity. This is the gap between you and Gao Jin. Gao Jin. Jin Qing's expression shifted dramatically. Has he truly mastered the Rui Force? From his performance in the gambling god competition, it was evident that he not only excelled in the Rui Force, but had also innovated and evolved unique techniques. Given time, this ability would evolve into a special capability. By then, he would dominate the gambling arena. I must concede, your father's insight is indeed remarkable. Is the Rui Jing truly as miraculous as it seems? Without even a sense of qi, you cannot possibly comprehend its essence. Zheng Kun's gaze flickered. Do you wish to experience it firsthand? I do, Jin Qing replied softly, having been chastised into submission. Remove your coat. Focus your mind. Simulating the operational route in your thoughts. Alright, do not let your mind wander. This is crucial. Understood. The following morning, Zheng Kun awoke in a haze. Glancing at Jin Qing curled up like a cat. With a slight furrow in his brow, clarity returned to his eyes, and a smile crept onto his lips as he nestled closer to her. What is this? After her morning exercises, Jin Qing lazily rose, spotting Zheng Kun approaching with a familiar object in hand. She froze for a moment, followed by a look of utter confusion. Is that shiny round pot not the one used for boiling pig lung soup yesterday? What is he planning to do? Is he going to make noodles? In her astonishment, Zheng Kun inverted the pot over her head. What are you doing? She was utterly bewildered. What do you mean? I'm helping you practice the Rui Jing. Zheng Kun replied matter-of-factly. Otherwise, why would I have you cut your hair? Do you think I am simply idling away my time? This wretched pot can be used to practice Rui Jing? Jin Qing touched the metal pot atop her head, her disbelief evident. Look at the bottom of this pot. Isn't it flat? Zheng Kun took the pot off and presented it to her. Indeed, the patterns on top are perfectly aligned to resonate with cosmic waves. Zheng Kun pointed to the spiral design on the bottom, explaining that mysterious waves from outer space would resonate with these patterns, creating a continuous tremor. Wearing it while cultivating will allow for smoother absorption of energy. The flatter the bottom, the more spiritual energy it can store. I practiced this way when I was young. Is that true? Jin Qing was skeptical, her face clearly displaying her doubt. Why would I deceive you? Zheng Kun placed the pot back on her head. If you cannot master the Rui Jing, how will you defeat Gao Jing? If you cannot defeat him, who will save your father? He is now aware that your father was the one who caused his family's ruin and even shot him. He will undoubtedly seek retribution. My father harmed him. Jin Qing felt as if struck by lightning. How was she unaware of this? Otherwise, why would your father plot against him at the gambling god competition? Wasn't he to eradicate the root of the problem? Zheng Kun scoffed. Harming someone's parents while taking on disciples to teach them skills. This is not nurturing a tiger to trouble you? Your father's reasoning. But enough with the buts. Zheng Kun patted her face, insisting that she must master the Black Horse crossing the forest within 2 days. Next year's gambling god competition. You must replace Gao Jing. Oh, Jin Qing's mind was a chaotic whirlwind. Zheng, there is a case you might find intriguing. Su Yongbang handed over a dossier. A suicide case? Zheng Kun casually flipped it open, noting it as a mere ordinary incident. The police have classified it as such, yet the family insists it was murder. He had seen such disputes numerous times. A third-year female student from Ma Huitian Memorial Secondary School jumped off a building. I checked with the other 2 inspectors and found no anomalies. However, some students claim to have seen a long-haired woman standing beside her, only to vanish suddenly. Who witnessed this? It's all hearsay. We cannot find any specific eyewitnesses. The school may have issued a gag order. This girl came from a respectable family. She was just under immense pressure before exams, and had even attempted self-harm a year ago. So what? This case bears a striking resemblance to one I handled years ago. Su Yongbang lowered his voice. Didn't you ask me to keep an eye on cases related to urban legends? Urban legends? Zheng Kun re-examined the dossier. Aside from the long-haired woman, were there any other clues? The last suicide case also had similar sighting reports, but there was no substantial evidence. This legend circulates among various schools, yet no one takes it seriously. Every year, there are so many female students. Understood. Zheng Kun closed the file. Zheng Kun nodded slightly. Closing the folder as he stated, I will personally follow up on this case. Several keywords flashed through his mind. July 13th, Long Pu, Happy Buddha. Extending life, a classic urban tale. I shall take my leave now. Su Yongbang reached the door but turned back. Zheng, cases like this often end up unresolved. Even if we uncover something, it's challenging to write a report. If it's difficult to write, then let your creativity flow. Zheng Kun smiled, raising an eyebrow. Didn't I write an impressive report on the last case? Indeed, Su Yongbang chuckled, shaking his head as he exited. Once the office returned to silence, Zheng Kun's smile faded. He reopened the dossier, his brow furrowed. The crux of this case does not lie in pursuing the perpetrator, for the culprits are far more than one. According to current laws on Hong Kong Island, these individuals cannot even be classified as murderers in the absence of direct evidence. Even if apprehended, securing a conviction would be difficult. What is more troublesome is that even if a conviction is achieved, similar cases will continue to recur. As long as the legend of extending life persists, as long as there are believers, new imitators will emerge, resulting in more victims. Urban legends, folk tales. Zheng Kun massaged his temples, suddenly catching a pivotal clue. He resolved to investigate Ma Huitian Memorial Secondary School in person. This prestigious private school is located in West Kowloon, with the son of wealthy businessman Ma Huitian serving as chairman of the board. Such elite institutions entail immense academic pressure, leading to frequent psychological issues among students. Yet cases escalating to this extent remain rare. The school typically employs a hands-off approach to such incidents, which is why Su Yongbang and his team found little during their prior investigation. Zheng Kun surveyed the campus, unsurprisingly uncovering few leads. His true objective was to verify whether a certain crucial item still remained in the student's possession. This was the core principle of the entire urban legend. In truth, solving the case is not complicated. Following this principle, the instigator must appear at the wake on the night before the victim's funeral. One merely needs to wait for an opportunity. Unfortunately, finding it at school proved fruitless. Zheng Kun contemplated, then resolved to wait for tonight. From a police perspective, this case is exceedingly troublesome. Even if eyewitnesses are found to prove their presence at the scene, they could easily argue they were merely intervening. In the absence of third-party testimony, such cases seldom even enter judicial proceedings. However, Zheng Kun's thought process transcended that of a mere police officer. As an exorcist, he was far more concerned with verifying his hypotheses regarding urban legends and exploring the potential to end these eerie tales. Urban legends, folk tales. The world eroded by eerie dreams is documented astonishingly in that guide to supernatural tales. He not only acquired intelligence about the Huangtu village's Rong Granny, but also uncovered the essence of many folklore tales. The guide reveals that the world behind the wooden door originally operated normally, yet due to unknown reasons, it was eroded by supernatural tales, ultimately becoming unrecognizable. The so-called erosion of supernatural tales means that one day, people suddenly discover that those urban legends passed down through word of mouth have become reality. Initially, no one pays attention, but as more and more legends materialize, it ultimately incites global panic, bringing civilization to the brink of collapse. Among the many legends about supernatural tales, there exists an unshakable ironclad rule. Supernatural tales can never be eradicated. This is not because eradicating them would bring disaster, but because, by human power alone, it is entirely impossible to completely eliminate any supernatural tale, no matter how trivial. The guide records that the essence of supernatural tales and legends is merely a story. The elements that constitute a story are merely time, place, characters, and events. However, not all ghost tales possess the first two elements. Time, in the realm of ghost stories, remains nebulous. Some tales exist eternally, while others manifest only at specific moments. The same can be said for place. Some are fixed in a particular locale, while others traverse various settings, with some movements predictable and many entirely unpredictable. Yet, characters and events are indispensable cores of every ghost story. Here, the term characters is a broad concept, encompassing not only humans but also other entities. Within the framework of ghost tales, this element is referred to as the uncanny. The uncanny cannot be eradicated, even if you were to reduce it to ashes and scatter its remnants, as long as the ghost tale itself persists. The uncanny will continuously be reborn. Events represent a certain pattern, often veiling the operational laws of the uncanny within perilous ghost stories. For instance, in the tale of Yellow Earth Village, the chain of events is distinctly discernible. Demonic fluff blankets the desert devours the deceased nourish malevolent spirits, and the spirits give rise to cursed insects, which in turn spawn the uncanny. In this cycle, whether it be the omnipresent demonic fluff or the deadly desert, both are perilous. Those consumed by the desert gestate cursed insects that feast on zombies. These insects, upon merging with the undead, birth new uncanny entities, reminiscent of the right arm that Zheng Kun encountered in the realm of uncanny dreams. This theoretical framework applies equally to urban legends. Take, for example, the current self-publishing incident, through the veneration of the joyful Buddha and the use of a manual to induce others into prolonging their lives. This forms the crux of the entire legend. The self-publishing and the joyful Buddha amulet embody the uncanny. Even the perpetrators themselves are manifestations of the uncanny. So long as the faith in the joyful Buddha persists, the perpetrators will continue to emerge. This bears both similarities and differences to the situation in the realm of uncanny dreams. Yet, Zheng Kun sensed a profound crisis. As a traveler from another realm, the bombardment of information from his past life rendered him particularly sensitive to various conceptual constructs. Drawing from his experiences in the realm of uncanny dreams, he may not fully comprehend the essence of ghost tales, but he can discern certain characteristics. This is a conceptual manifestation. As long as humanity exists, ghost tales will not perish. The key lies in the degree of manifestation. Chapter 25. Signing in at the poison nest, acquiring the antidote. If ghost tales cannot materialize in reality, they become mere topics of casual conversation. But if they manifest as in the realm of uncanny dreams, this thought sent a chill down Zheng Kun's spine. If the realm of uncanny dreams is indeed the ancient land of the Panga tribe, it suggests that even the formidable Panga tribe could not locate the source of the uncanny's manifestation. Or perhaps they found it, but were powerless to eradicate it, ultimately opting for world annihilation and rebirth. But can the annihilation of worlds truly sever the roots of ghost tales? Zheng Kun harbored deep skepticism. If it cannot, when the ghost tales revive in this world, he resolved to investigate first. After all, he had no desire to repeat the farce of world annihilation that transpired in the zombie contract world. In the shadowy corner of the night, Zheng Kun concealed himself. Not far away, a household was burning paper money by the roadside, the wails intertwining with the swirling ashes in the chilling wind. This was a characteristic of this realm. Funerals often set up altars by the street, with the scale of paper burning rivaling that of a fire, yet no one intervened. As the wind swept by, Zheng Kun distinctly saw several wandering souls hovering around the glow of the flames. Then, he noticed a long-haired woman standing in the shadows, muttering incantations towards the pyre. Though each word was clear, they were not human utterances. As Zheng Kun approached, the woman panicked and fled. Flee. Where can you escape to? Watching her stagger away, Zheng Kun smirked as he cornered her into a dead end. This tactic is known as driving a dog into a narrow alley. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll scream. The woman trembled in her voice. Zheng Kun approached expressionlessly. First, hand over your self-publishing and the joyful Buddha. Second, clarify how you came to know about self-publishing and the entire process you undertook. I don't understand what you're saying. What are you pretending for? Zheng Kun sneered. You coax others, don't you, to extend your own life? Look at your pale complexion and blood-tainted breath. You must be afflicted with a terminal illness. Or shall I expedite your journey? The woman's pupils dilated, her face turning ghostly pale. You're not a police officer, are you? Aren't you here to investigate? How can you? Zheng Kun helplessly touched his face, realizing for the first time that this familiar visage known to all was a nuisance. Investigate? You didn't push anyone, and I have no evidence to prove you induced others. The prosecution wouldn't take the case. He narrowed his eyes, his tone chilling. Just like if I were to kill you now, there would be no evidence left behind. The woman trembled all over. I just want to live. Understanding. Particularly understanding. Zheng Kun suddenly adopted a sisterly tone. Are you also near death? The woman blurted out. Zheng Kun was momentarily taken aback, nearly amused by her thought process. But seeing her hopeful gaze, he simply nodded. If that is how you want to think. In the face of life and death, who can maintain their composure? Were he in her shoes, he too would find it difficult to resist. The woman seemed to find a kindred spirit, lowering her guard and revealing her experiences. In the depths of despair with a terminal illness, a fellow patient left behind the self-publishing and the joyful Buddha, and then vanished. So, you don't even know who the fellow patient was, or where they are. St. Mary's Gynecology Hospital, the woman whispered. Zheng Kun's lips twitched. No wonder they couldn't be cured. I'll take this, he said, but I must warn you. This method won't extend your life for more than a year or two, and after death, you'll have to face retribution. He shook the spoils in his hand. One cannot evade the debts owed to the underworld. The woman stood dumbfounded in the alley, her gaze vacant. Zheng Kun had already turned to leave. System notification sounds blaring. Ding. Detecting manifesting energy, charging. The uncanny energy from the self-publishing and the joyful Buddha was being rapidly extracted. Zheng Kun raised an eyebrow. So this is the manifesting energy the system desires. There were indeed some anomalies present. Through his training in the realm of uncanny dreams, his perceptive abilities far exceeded those of ordinary individuals, particularly attuned to energy fluctuations. The last activation of the sign-in system occurred during the confrontation with the 9 Chrysanthemum factions monsters, when the system detected a significant energy fluctuation and successfully signed in for Uncle Feng's innate 8 trigrams array. At that time, Zheng Kun could also distinctly perceive that energy. Strangely, this energy was entirely different from the aura emanating from the self-publishing and the joyful Buddha. Yet the sign-in system could absorb both simultaneously. This indicated that the manifesting energy the system absorbed was not of a single type, but rather multiple or even countless varieties. The next step was to investigate the common characteristics of these energies. Were it another sign-in system, he would have conducted repeated experiments by now. Yet, his system had numerous restrictions. Not only was the number of daily sign-ins limited, but it could only be triggered at specific times, making it quite unappealing. Moreover, he currently possessed resources, means, and ample wealth. Speaking of the thunderous fist technique, although he had only practiced it briefly, its potential was immense. From his experience against the 9 Chrysanthemum faction, this technique held absolute suppressive power against spectral entities, while its effectiveness against zombies remained to be seen. The self-publishing and the joyful Buddha had lost their spiritual essence, transforming into ordinary objects. As he flipped through the manual's contents, it was filled with manipulative phrases and techniques. Zheng Kun felt that such crude rhetoric could hardly deceive anyone unless the target was already predisposed. The victims were likely lured by the uncanny power within the manual, leading them to unwittingly end their own lives. If the manual was meant to manipulate hearts, was the joyful Buddha merely a sacrificial offering to enhance its coercive power? Various speculations flashed through his mind, yet they all lacked evidence. Tracing the source through individuals such as long-haired women from the underbelly is utterly futile. This case can only conclude with a formal closure. When Zheng Kun handed over the dossier to Su Yongbang, the latter merely chuckled. "Zheng, take it easy. Not all matters can be resolved through legal means." "Are you mocking me?" Zheng Kun raised an eyebrow. "I've identified the perpetrator, but without evidence to apprehend her, I can only warn her to stay out of my grasp." "That sounds like impotent rage," Su Yongbang retorted. "So, I am quite irked. Are there any intriguing cases lately?" "All is calm. Peace reigns," he responded. Just then, San Tiao Si burst in. "Zheng, a swarm of reporters is seeking an interview with you." "Reporters?" Zheng Kun looked bewildered. "I haven't done anything noteworthy recently. They refuse to leave until they interview you. They're currently blocking the entrance of the police station." Song Zijia entered, rubbing his temples. "What trouble have you stirred up?" "Goodness, I haven't done anything," Zheng exclaimed. "Wait, how many reporters are there?" "A whole crowd. Even Inspector William is alarmed. It's likely due to the recent drug case." Song Zijia interjected. "I've heard them discussing it. What is there to interview about? The culprits have been apprehended, and the drugs have been seized." Zheng Kun's apprehension deepened. The reporters in Hong Kong are notoriously persistent, influenced by foreign media, and once they latch onto a story, it is nearly impossible to shake them off. In the drug case, he and Uncle Feng had not strictly adhered to protocol, but the sheer volume of confiscated drugs, along with the involvement of the enigmatic Meiji, and Zheng Kun's meticulously crafted report, allowed the case to be closed smoothly. In reality, Meiji's gang was merely a cog in the larger drug trafficking chain, responsible for transportation, and there were surely connections above and below. However, Zheng Kun had no interest in further pursuit, and the police opted for a discreet resolution due to the supernatural elements involved. He simply could not fathom why such a multitude of reporters had suddenly appeared. "Zheng, you ought to meet with them. After all, Hong Kong is a free society, and there is freedom of the press," Zheng Kun said with insincerity. As he stepped out of the police station, a throng of reporters had gathered outside, cameras flashing as they bombarded him with questions. While others might feel uneasy, Zheng Kun remained unfazed. What is there to fear from an unremarkable face? "William, you too? With such a ruckus, how could I not come?" William approached, speaking in hushed tones. "Ah Kun, have you upset someone recently?" "Not at all. I have always been amicable," Zheng Kun replied, his countenance innocent. "Then how did it come to this?" William asked, visibly agitated. "I would like to know as well," Zheng Kun said, equally vexed, and made his way toward the crowd of reporters. As Zheng Kun approached, the reporters stirred with excitement, some even waving and shouting. "Zheng, over here. Zheng, what are your thoughts on the drug trafficking case? Is it true that there are zombies involved? I've heard you are cohabitating with Jin Xing. Is that true? Reports claim you entered the suspect's residence without a search warrant. Is that accurate? You allegedly used excessive force at the gym, resulting in serious injury to a suspect. What do you have to say about that?" Faced with a barrage of questions, Zheng Kun suppressed the urge to thrust a microphone into their mouths, smiling as he raised his hand to signal for silence. "Please, everyone, let us take it one at a time. I only have one mouth, and we have ample time." His unruffled demeanor made several female reporters' eyes sparkle. Zheng Kun scanned the crowd and pointed to one. "You first, ladies first." The female reporter eagerly stepped forward. "Hello, Zheng. I am Su Ying from Nanhua Daily. There are rumors that in the last drug case, the traffickers used zombies to transport drugs. Is that true?" "Zombies transporting drugs?" Zheng Kun chuckled. "Su, your imagination is quite vivid. There are no such things as zombies. The one transporting the drugs was a strong female bodybuilder, my colleague, lacking experience. Failed to subdue her in time, and the misunderstanding spiraled from there. So, there were no zombies involved? Absolutely not, Zheng Kun asserted firmly, advising her not to fall for such rumors. The notion of zombies and possession is sheer nonsense. Everyone here is intelligent enough not to believe such tales. After finishing, he pointed to another reporter, a young man in his 20s with long hair, who had been the most animated. The reporter beamed with joy and rushed to Zheng Kun's side. Zheng, it is reported that during this case, you entered the suspect's residence without a search warrant. Is that true? That is categorically false. Zheng Kun denied emphatically, maintaining his composure. However, the suspect Joe Billy's attorney has raised an objection regarding this. Do you believe the lawyer is committing perjury? My implication is that the suspect may have provided the lawyer with false information. Zheng Kun deftly sidestepped the trap set by the reporter, recognizing the sensitivity required for such matters. There are two troublesome types in Hong Kong, journalists and lawyers. A slip-up could lead to an onslaught, a situation he wished to avoid. The actual circumstances are that we obtained crucial leads from the implicated individual Eddie, tracing them back to the crime scene. Upon arrival, a violent confrontation erupted, and gunfire ensued. Given the evident signs of a struggle, and prioritizing the safety of the public, my partner and I decided to intervene immediately, as our Royal Hong Kong Police Force always prioritizes public safety. When we entered the scene, we encountered the suspect murdering their employer and attempting to abscond with 20 kilograms of drugs, catching them red-handed. Unfortunately, we were a moment too late, and the employer had already met a grim fate. Ultimately, we successfully apprehended the suspect and seized all the evidence. That is the complete account of the incident. However, the suspect's account deviates from this. He claims he is a drug trafficker. Zheng Kun interrupted the reporter's inquiry. I believe the credibility of the Hong Kong police far surpasses that of a drug trafficker. The final verdict will be determined. Master Nen stared at the screen, unable to conceal his astonishment. The surprise questioning we had meticulously orchestrated was effortlessly dispelled by him. I had underestimated him. Observing his resolute demeanor during his dealings in Macau, I had assumed he was merely brash and impetuous, yet he proved to be remarkably composed. What a fortunate acquisition for Zhangbei. Mr. Chun, is there truly no room for negotiation regarding that shipment? Do you believe this is the East? Can the confiscated goods be reclaimed? It appears we must simply accept our losses. Having lost it while in our possession, we naturally must bear the consequences. Are you suggesting that you wish to confront South American drug lords with your grievances? Master Nen was momentarily at a loss for words. It's merely exploratory cargo. I can absorb this minor setback. Chen Jincheng gazed out at the tumultuous sea, his knuckles turning white from pressure. Had it not been for this young troublemaker, we would not have incurred such significant losses. Otherwise, I would dispatch someone. This is Hong Kong Island, not the East. Do not assume you can act recklessly. Chen Jincheng shot him a cold glare. He was a police officer, indeed the most prominent officer on the island. If you were to kill him, do you think you could escape unscathed? Is it to be left as is? Left as is. Chen Jincheng scoffed. His greatest dilemma was his identity as a police officer. Yet he also bore the legacy of 1,000 doors. Have you not noticed? When asked if he was a disciple of the 1,000 doors, his expression was noticeably off. We shall exploit this weakness. Those who dare to thwart my endeavors must pay the price. Even if I do not kill him, he must be made to remember this lesson. William, what does this imply? My actions are entirely in accordance with police regulations. You have not violated any regulations, but someone has lodged a complaint against you. Merely a complaint. Which officer has not faced complaints? This instance, however, is different. The complainant is Counselor Zhong Jiaming from West Kowloon, claiming you damaged his personal property. William's expression turned troubled. He is a counselor, and the internal investigation unit will undoubtedly intervene, making my situation more difficult. Zhong Jiaming? Zheng Kun appeared perplexed. I do not know him. The villa where you seized the drugs belongs to him. What? Zheng Kun's expression shifted dramatically. His family harbors so many drugs, and he can still be a counselor? He can still file a complaint against me? Do not speak without evidence. William interrupted him. In any case, this matter ends here. Put your inspector examination on hold for this year. We shall revisit it next year. Fine. I suppose I am just out of luck. Zheng Kun shrugged and stood to leave. William patted his shoulder, escorting him to the door. Do not overthink it. It is merely an accident. As the door opened, Su Yongbang's subordinates were congregated at the entrance and immediately scattered upon seeing him. These rascals. Zheng Kun shook his head with a smile, apologizing, William, for the trouble. I understand. You are a good superior, William reassured him. Zheng Kun maintained his smile as he returned to his office, closed the door, and drew the curtains. His expression instantly darkening. The air seemed to thicken, and the temperature plummeted. What had been a foregone conclusion had suddenly fallen apart. All due to a baffling complaint. A counselor? Is that so impressive? Blocking one's prospects and severing one's means. Since coming to this world, aside from Ma Dingdang, he had never suffered such a significant loss. Ma Dingdang has powerful backing, which he cannot provoke, but what is a counselor? Even if their backing is the governor, he would proceed without hesitation. He holds no reverence for these counselors of Hong Kong. The power perceived by ordinary people is, in his eyes, worth less than filth. He aspires to be the top dog, not for mere indulgence. Yet now someone dares to obstruct his path, jeopardizing his resolve. A scoundrel unworthy of even a minor role dares to be arrogant before him? You have momentarily displeased me. I shall ensure you remain discontent for a lifetime. He abruptly flung open the door and bellowed, San Tiao-si, come in. Night rain enveloped Hong Kong Island, the fine curtain of rain blurring visibility. Zheng Kun parked his car at the foot of his building, sitting inside with a cold smile. When did I become a soft target? Any random fool dares to take a jab at me. Turning off the engine, he exited the vehicle. Zheng Kun was originally heading upstairs, but suddenly halted at the staircase. Swiftly darting into the adjacent alley, a crisp sound echoed. It seemed to be a camera crashing to the ground. Zheng Kun seized the young man's throat with one hand, forcefully pressing him against the wall. Speak. Who sent you? I'm a reporter. The young man struggled in terror, insisting he was merely a reporter. Zheng Kun glanced at the broken camera and backpack on the ground, slightly loosening his grip. A reporter? He scoffed. Does one require to lurk in an alley to conduct interviews? What is this long lens for? I warn you, the police's guns do not discriminate. Should I catch you again? Officer Zheng, are you threatening a reporter? The young man suddenly regained some bravado. Think as you wish. Zheng Kun released his grip, turning without a backward glance to ascend the stairs. What happened? Jean Qing, who was practicing poker techniques, looked up. I'm being trailed by paparazzi. Zheng Kun sat down irritably, adding to his troubles. A district counselor has lodged a complaint against me, and that coward William has directly revoked my inspector examination eligibility. Jean Qing's hand, offering a teacup, hesitated slightly. Wasn't everything already arranged? It was supposed to be. Zheng Kun suddenly sprang to the window, the flashing lights from the opposite rooftop clearly visible. He abruptly drew the curtains. Has anyone been following you lately? I didn't notice. Jean Qing's expression changed. Is it an enemy? Where would I have enemies? Zheng Kun narrowed his eyes. However, since someone wishes to play, I shall indulge them. Oh no, they've spotted us. The journalist Aiken from the opposite building exclaimed. His companion, On, dismissed it. Isn't it normal to be discovered? Normal my foot. The sudden voice caused both to stiffen. Turning, they saw Zheng Kun standing behind them, his presence having gone unnoticed. On stammered. Zheng, Officer Zheng, how did you? Surprised? Zheng Kun leisurely locked the door behind him. Now, let us discuss who is orchestrating you from behind the scenes. Zheng Kun's sudden appearance was so eerie that On involuntarily recalled terrifying ghost stories. Confess honestly, why are you following me? Who sent you? Zheng Kun's piercing gaze bore into On. Officer Zheng, you've misunderstood. I was merely verifying the other party's identity. Aiken attempted to maintain his composure, his voice still trembling, yet regaining a semblance of calm. Before he could finish, a muffled thud resonated, and Aiken felt the world spin, a searing pain radiating from the back of his head. Zheng Kun stood expressionless, a bloodied ashtray having appeared in his hand unbeknownst to him. Why you? Aiken collapsed to the ground, trembling, pointing at Zheng Kun, yet unable to articulate a complete sentence. This sudden violent blow left him utterly bewildered. The man before him was a renowned elite in the police force. How could he be more brutal than street thugs? They had merely taken a few photographs. Speak. Zheng Kun's icy voice thundered in his ears. The police are assaulting people. Help. Aiken suddenly screamed at the top of his lungs. At this hour, all the residents of the old-style shop house should be home. He calculated that by causing a commotion, he could bring Zheng Kun to shame. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. Zheng Kun leisurely observed his performance, yet the surroundings remained deathly silent. More terrifyingly, his colleague On lay unconscious beside him. As Aiken's cries grew hoarse, Zheng Kun raised the weapon once more. Keep going. I see how much longer you can howl. Zheng Kun shook the blood stains on the ashtray, his eyes flickering with cold light. Guess if he can make your brain bloom next time? Looking at Zheng Kun's cold gaze, Achin finally realized that this madman was serious. I'll tell you everything. Please don't hit. Achin covered her bloody head. But she was planning to find a lawyer to sue the thug to death afterwards. It was instructed by Chief Editor Wang. Which editor-in-chief is Wang? The editor-in-chief of Fruit Daily, Wang Baochang. Achin quickly explained. That one downstairs is from Tsingtao Daily. I really don't know anything else. Zheng Kun sneered and turned to unconscious On, then picked up the kettle on the table and poured it directly into his face. On immediately let out a pig-like scream and writhed wildly on the ground like a maggot. The boiling water scalded his face until his flesh rolled over. He instinctively scratched his face, but tore off large pieces of ulcerated skin. Achin, who witnessed this horrifying scene, completely collapsed and once again issued desperate cries for help, but still received no response. Zheng Kun sat leisurely in his chair, watching the human tragedy with cold eyes. On lay on the ground, still convulsing slightly less than before, only occasionally making a few faint sounds. Zheng Kun was holding a cold and shiny razor at some point, leaning down in front of the chair, with the tip of the knife wandering on On's bloody face. He moved gently, as if carving an artwork, slowly and meticulously peeling off On's skin. I think you know it in your heart. Zheng Kun's voice was terrifyingly soft. Tell me everything you know. Otherwise, I will peel off the skin of your whole body piece by piece. Don't worry, you won't die. You will live forever. Devil. You devil. On writhed in pain on the ground, panting and staring at Zheng Kun. Keep talking. Zheng Kun continued with his hand movements, his tone so gentle that it was chilling. While you can still speak, say everything you want to say. On's psychological defense line completely collapsed. It's Counselor Zhong Weiming. I saw him approach our editor-in-chief. He must have instructed us. The razor continued to slide downwards, and half of On's face had been peeled off. Don't do it. I said it all. On shouted with all his last strength. The editor-in-chief has asked us to track you. You. Find a way to expose you. What a despicable tactic, Zheng Kun cursed, but became even more alert in his heart. This tactic of damaging people's reputation is the most sinister. Who doesn't have some privacy? As long as it is magnified, it can ruin one's reputation. Just like this time. He almost lost the opportunity to be promoted to inspector because of it. Even if clarified in the future, missed opportunities will not come again. Thinking of this, Zheng Kun suddenly tore off On's entire face. On let out a mournful scream and fainted on the spot. Zheng Kun turned to Ah Chun with a cold gaze and said, Counselor Zhong Weiming, right? Do you have anything else to add? He shook his razor and said, if not, I promise to let you see your own brain matter with your own eyes. Aiken's face turned ashen as he covered his head and kept retreating. I'll tell you everything. Counselor Zhong is a shareholder of the Japanese restaurant that was sealed off and has an improper relationship with that owner. Oh, Zheng Kun became interested. A counselor has an affair with a drug dealer? The taste is strong enough. How do you know about such a secretive matter? I have taken pictures of him before, Ah Chun stuttered. At that time, he had just become a member of parliament, and I wanted to dig up some information. Later, I was warned by higher authorities. Continue speaking. Ah Chun blurted out like pouring beans. Zhong Weiming is the youngest counselor in West Kowloon, who has been re-elected for 3 terms, owns multiple shops and restaurants, and is also a school director for 2 schools. His son once had a big girl's belly when he was in college, which he managed with money. Tell me more about his son. Zheng Kun squinted his eyes. In high school, that kid made his female classmate's belly bigger. The whole school knew about it, but it was suppressed by Counselor Zhong's money. Later, his son was sent to study in the UK and only returned last year. I am currently working as a business manager at Dingya Securities. Dingya? Zheng Kun suddenly interjected. Why did he choose a securities company, given his background? Isn't it difficult to find a leisurely job? He studied finance abroad, but it was actually just a nominal salary. The major shareholder of that company is the wife of Congressman Zhong. I see. Zheng Kun nodded. Do you even know his wife? He started with his wife. So of course he's afraid of her. Ah Chun sneered that Deng Hui was the master of the family. Deng Hui? What's the origin? It is said to be the daughter of Deng Bo, who was sitting in the gym before the winning streak. Deng Bo? Zheng Kun squinted his eyes, and a round figure flashed through his mind. Is the news reliable? It's all rumors. Deng Bo retired 5 years ago, but his reputation in the martial arts world remains. In these few elections, the consecutive victories have paved the way for Zhong Weiming. Black and white collusion? Oh, what a fool. Say something about washing hands with a golden pot. Say something about my daughter not getting involved in the martial arts world. After marrying Zhong Weiming, he focused on managing the restaurant business. Chapter 27. Invitation from a casino tycoon. Hidden murder. Who should I show it to? Can this background make one a legislator? I can't even pass the political review in mainland China. Zhong Weiming's answer to himself is about to come up with the 9 chrysanthemums sect, might seize, and 20 kilograms of medicine. They probably have 1 leg and even participated in the entire case. He took the medicine himself and cut off his financial source, which is why he was retaliated against. Damn it. Do drug sellers now dare to openly retaliate against the police? Do you think that with a parliamentary title and winning streak, you can walk sideways? Winning against the top clubs on Hong Kong Island, there are no taboos. And the pharmaceutical business is their lifeline. Unlike Hong Xing, no matter how arrogant he is, he never touches poison. Deng Bo's daughter in the drug case said she didn't participate in the winning streak. Damn it. No wonder the reporter suddenly asked about the ghost king, Niao Yin, clearly wanting to stir up trouble. Next, public opinion will definitely speculate that people from Qianmen will become police officers. The topic. Once it becomes a big deal, the ghost guy will inevitably become suspicious and let the old man sneak into the top management of the police force. We must make big news ahead of them. Intimidate these miscellaneous people and make them shut up forever. Zheng Kun clenched his fists. Zhong Weiming, this time I made you unable to even make a ghost. In the unit room, Chen suddenly bounced up from the window, sweating profusely. What kind of nerves? On was startled awake and groggily touched his wet collar. Damn it, are you splashing water on me? Splash your head. Aiken pointed at his own soaked clothes, and I was really taken aback. How can I be so idle? Chen sneered. I must have had a nightmare. I seem to have had a very scary dream. And you? Isn't it really a case of rebellion? I seem to have had a nightmare too, but I have completely forgotten what it was. On rubbed his temples, feeling inexplicably anxious and shortness of breath, as if his entire strength had been drained. Nonsense. Who can remember what happened in the dream? Chen cursed and leaned closer to the high magnification camera for a while, then said indignantly, Damn it, the lights are all off. Look at nothing. You can't see even with the light on. The curtains are tightly drawn. On caught a glimpse of the electronic clock and suddenly winked. It's already early morning. What are they doing now? The dark rental room suddenly burst into lewd laughter, as if haunted. Laugh while you can still make a sound. Zheng Kun leaned against the headboard, his fingertips gliding over Jean Qing's smooth back, the ember of his cigarette flickering in the darkness. Moments ago, he had infiltrated the dreams of two paparazzi across the apartment building, tormenting them mercilessly. If one could endure the black curses of the various clans long enough, their dream infiltration abilities would evolve into unique forms. After honing his skills in the realm of bizarre dreams under Uncle Feng's guidance, his mental prowess underwent a remarkable transformation. His senses sharpened, his psychic energy refined, and even the innate dream infiltration talent within his bloodline awakened. This ability felt as if it were innate, even more agile and terrifying than that of Freddy from Yushu Street. Not only could he drag the conscious into the dream realm, but he could also construct shared dreams among many. In the world of dreams, he was the sovereign. Compared to the traditional members of the various clans, who languished in a state of lethargy within their zombie-like shells, he could freely explore the village of Huangtu in the bizarre dream world, yielding vastly superior results in his training. Those two journalists merely thought they had experienced a nightmare. In reality, their spirits had been severely damaged, and they would inevitably suffer from myriad ailments in the future with no discernible cause. Even more chilling was his ability to manifest dream injuries into reality. This reminded him of the legends of strange tales coming to life. He hoped he was merely overthinking it. He extinguished the cigarette butt and murmured to himself. Compared to supernatural crises, the complaint from Zhong Weiming posed a far greater challenge. The inspector's qualification was on the line. Even if William promised to recommend him again next year, who could say whether there would be further complications? The world had indeed become increasingly difficult to navigate. Zheng Kun rubbed his temples, beginning to contemplate the troubles of reality. The promises of his superiors were akin to a lottery. Success or failure hinged entirely on luck. Police investigations inevitably encountered oversights, and when faced with tricky cases, extraordinary measures were occasionally employed. As long as no one reported them, the police would typically turn a blind eye. However, being targeted by a district councillor was an entirely different matter. If the other party seized upon a weakness and struck at a critical moment, anyone would find it unbearable. Zheng Kun's background in the Thousand Doors was an undeniable fact, a persistent vulnerability that others could exploit against him. He had to eliminate this hidden danger once and for all. As he had told the journalists, the Thousand Doors was merely a tale from the underworld. It existed if one spoke of it, and vanished if one did not, entirely reliant on mere words. Therefore, he had to swiftly deal with Zhong Weiming, and with precision and ruthlessness, to kill as a warning to others, making it clear that even a lowly police officer was not to be trifled with. He needed to ensure that no one would dare to exploit this situation again. Otherwise, if he eliminated Zhong Weiming today, tomorrow there would only be Wang Weiming, Zhang Weiming, and so forth, an endless cycle. He had to establish his authority through this matter. Some boundaries were not to be crossed, and those who did so should not expect a dignified resolution. Zhong Weiming's fate would serve as a precedent. This task was not insurmountable. Zhong Weiming's background was complex, and his foundations were undoubtedly unclean. No one had dared to touch him before due to his threefold identity. These identities caused 99 of people to hesitate, and the remaining one posed no threat. Moreover, most of these counselors were merely pawns in the colonial game of Chinese against Chinese, and the foreigners had always turned a blind eye to their minor transgressions, fostering his arrogant disposition. To take action against him, minor incidents would not suffice. A sensational case was necessary. How sensational would suffice? The first major incident since the opening of the port in Hong Kong would do. Kowloon Walled City Association. Ghost King Kun, have some tea. Jiang Quan leaned back on the sofa, beckoning. Thank you, Uncle Quan. Zheng Kun took a sip of tea, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Tiansheng and the unfamiliar face behind him. Allow me to introduce, this is Qin Huanshi, my capable assistant, Jiang Tiansheng said, pointing to the individual behind him. Huanshi, this is Ghost King Kun, the one who defeated Ghost King Miao Yin. Hello, Brother Kun. Qin Huanshi slightly bowed his head. Greetings, Brother Huanshi. Zheng Kun nodded in acknowledgement, setting down his teacup. Uncle Quan, how is your relationship with Uncle Deng? With Lianqing's? Do you have a grudge? Just a heads up. This statement caused Zhang Quan and his son to change countenance. It was clearly a warning. Why target him? I am a police officer. He is a blank. Is a reason necessary? Zheng Kuen's expression remained impassive. He has washed his hands of this for 5 years. Do you believe such nonsense? Even if he has gone clean now, can all his past misdeeds be erased? Zhang Quan's face turned livid. This statement struck at the heart of the underworld man's pain. Did he wish to retire? His enemies would not allow it. What do you mean? Zhang Quan's voice turned cold. I intend to deal with his entire family. Zheng Kuen's tone was grave, and the temperature in the room seemed to plummet. Have you lost your mind? His son-in-law is a counselor. He destroyed my future first. I have always been clear about debts of gratitude and enmity. If one does not offend me, I do not offend them. If one offends me, they must be eradicated. I hope Uncle Quan will not interfere and will merely stand by. He has only one daughter. Targeting his son-in-law is equivalent to targeting him. And so what? Uncle Deng is after all a prominent figure in the underworld, and he was the former head of Lianqing. If anything were to happen to him, Lianqing would never let it go easily. Do not forget, Lianqing has 50,000 members. If this escalates, can you bear the consequences? 50,000. Is that a lot? Zheng Kun sneered, leaning back into the sofa. Uncle Quan, I did not come here to hear this. I merely came to inform you that I am about to take action, and it will be quite significant. If you and Uncle Deng have no ties, you may consider this as not having heard it. If you do have a relationship, I advise you to clarify early to avoid being implicated. This time, I will create a stir that will ensure no one on Hong Kong Island dares to repeat Zhong Weiming's mistakes. Akuan, I have always thought I could read people accurately, but it seems I have been overly arrogant. 1. A former head of Lianqing. 1. A counselor from West Kowloon. And another, a prominent businessman. Do you really think you can take on all three at once? Do you intend to force them to gamble their lives? Zheng Kun smiled. Standing up. Uncle Quan, I shall leave it at that. I have matters to attend to. As he watched Zheng Kuen's departing figure, Jiang Quan furrowed his brow tightly. Ashan, what do you think? Jiang Tianqing shook his head. It's hard to say, but this kid, Liang Kun, has always been inscrutable. Last time in Macau, even Nia Outyin fell at his hands, and even Mr. He had no words to say. This time, he most likely has confidence. Dad, should we place a bet? Then let's bet. Gamble on this round. He is the heir of the 1,000 doors. When it comes to schemes, no one is more adept than him. I am curious to see how he handles Lianqing. All right, I will make arrangements. Jiang Tianqing nodded and left with Qin Huanshe. In Kowloon Walled City, the buildings of various heights huddled together, lacking any aesthetic appeal, instead exuding an eerie steampunk vibe. The web-like alleys intertwined, becoming the venues for the underprivileged to settle grudges. In the deep of night, certain alleyways often yielded a corpse, and by the time it was discovered, it would be crawling with flies and maggots. Zheng Kun exited the association, leisurely strolling through the silent streets, eventually stopping at a narrow alleyway. The dim streetlight barely illuminated the passage. Where a frail figure was curled up on the ground, twitching, he squatted down, smiling at the pained face. Jiahao, long time no see. Yuan Jiahao struggled to lift his head, squinting for a long time before finally recognizing Zheng Kun. Brother Kun. He attempted to force a smile, but his swollen face only appeared more contorted. Still gambling? If your skills are lacking, you shouldn't sit at the table. Zheng Kun inserted a cigarette into his mouth. You've ended up like this. Your mother must be heartbroken. Cough, cough, cough. Mentioning his mother, Yuan Jiahao was so agitated that he was choked by the smoke. Coughing like a shrimp. He felt guilty towards his mother, but his gambling addiction had dragged him into the abyss. How much do you owe? 33,000. Is it 30,000 or 33,000? It's really 30,000. It seems that the lender remains rather clear-headed. Here, take this 100,000. Upon seeing the stack of cash, Yuan Jiahao's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Kun, what is this? He had never encountered such a substantial amount of cash in his life, let alone expected Zheng Kun to hand it to him. Help me with a task, and I will grant you another 100,000 upon its completion. Brother Kun, what do you need? 200,000. Even the prospect of 20,000 would compel him to work tirelessly. He abruptly sat up, clutching the pile of money tightly. It's quite simple. Clear the gambling debts, acquire some new attire, and get close to a certain individual. I need you to earn his trust swiftly. Don't tell me you cannot manage that. Didn't my deceased master teach you this method? Understood. Brother Kun, I am at your service. Half an hour later, Zheng Kun exited the dark alley. He had not walked far when he noticed a figure lurking in the shadows, seemingly waiting for him. Well, if it isn't Brother Huanqi. What a coincidence. Qin Huanqi, Zheng Kun's former classmate from the police academy. 1 year post-graduation, one had blossomed into a rising star within the police force, while the other had descended into the ranks of a triad member. The twists of fate truly are unpredictable. Encountering each other in this manner stirred a sense of nostalgia within Zheng Kun. You shouldn't be here. Aren't you afraid of exposing your identity? Kun, call me officer, brother Huanqi. Zheng Kun stepped closer, offering a cigarette and lighting it for him before igniting one for himself. You've never been particularly sharp, have you? You've been outsmarted, haven't you? Being an undercover agent, a double-crosser, is a surefire way to meet your end. Huang once remarked that due to my limited experience and mediocre performance, I could rise quickly as an undercover, yet Qin Huanqi's expression darkened. Initially, it didn't bother me. But every time I see news about Zheng Kun, I feel. What about the promised rapid ascension for undercover agents? Why do those who refuse to go undercover seem to advance faster than you? Officer, let us not dwell on the past. Since you're here, you might as well make the best of it. You're not here just for a stroll down memory lane, are you? Qin Huanqi exhaled a cloud of smoke, as if trying to release all his pent-up frustrations. Are you truly planning to deal with Uncle Deng? You're not one of the undercover agents from Lianqing. Why does it concern you? Uncle Deng is no easy adversary. That old fox is exceedingly cunning. Brother Huanqi, speak plainly. What pretense are you putting on as a strategist? Zheng Kun interjected impatiently. Zheng, I wish to assist you. Assist me? How so? Your target is Jiang Quan. Didn't Huang instruct you before sending you undercover? Stay out of matters that don't concern you. Even if you eliminate Uncle Deng for me, he won't let you return to the fold. You can. You are already a senior sergeant. Within a year, you could be promoted to inspector, a rank higher than his. Don't you understand the rules of the police force? Even if I were a superintendent, I still wouldn't have jurisdiction over you. Zheng Kun saw through his thoughts. He had been too young during his time at the academy, fooled into becoming an undercover agent, and now regretted it, yet found no way back. Chapter 28, The Duel of Gamblers. Signing in to acquire the secrets of the Thousand Doors. Zheng Kun's appearance became his sole beacon of hope. Huang has always sought to deal with you, but lacked the opportunity. This time, you've set your sights on the district councillor, entangling yourself with Lianqing. A slight misstep could ignite calamity. I am aware that Huang has been closely associated with Lianqing recently. He is Officer G, and it is only natural for him to be near Lianqing. He is still your superior. If he encounters trouble, your file will be permanently lost to obscurity, and returning to the force will be impossible. Zheng Kun patted his shoulder and smiled. I understand your concerns, but the path you chose is your own, and it is too late to turn back now. However, rest assured, even if you are exposed, Uncle Quan will give me face and ensure your survival. Enough. This matter does not concern you. Do not intervene. I am looking out for your best interests. Very well. Qin Huanqi nodded in disappointment, casting a deep glance at Zheng Kun before turning to leave. As he watched Huanqi's silhouette vanish into the darkness, Zheng Kun stroked his chin, his expression darkening. There was also Huang Haoming, a character he had nearly overlooked. This individual was aware of his connection with Jiang Quan and sought to make him an undercover agent. After being denied, he used his connections to assign him to guard the reservoir, revealing his narrow-mindedness and vengeful nature. Knowing that he and Qin Huanqi were classmates, he still dispatched Huanqi to approach Jiang Quan, clearly indicating his malicious intent. Was he attempting to use Huanqi to undermine him? No, he was merely exploiting him. Proving that he had encountered Huanqi would suffice. Once Huanqi was exposed, he would find himself unable to defend against any accusations. Huang Haoming could shift all blame onto him. Such matters require no evidence. Mere suspicion is enough. With such a record or the doubts of superiors, his prospects for promotion would be extinguished. For Huang Haoming, this was an overt maneuver to compel him to protect Huanqi. Yet, Huang Haoming failed to realize that Huanqi, after over a year of being undercover, had grown weary of it and was actively reaching out to him as a lifeline. This was not a trap. His instincts had not detected Huanqi's malice. Huang Haoming also overlooked one crucial detail. His rank was inferior to Zheng Kun's. Attempting to manipulate a superior is intolerable in any context, though they belong to different departments. The police force is a disciplined entity that values order. Those who disrupt the rules will face suppression not only from their superiors, but also from their subordinates. Early morning. West Kowloon, the office of Councillor Cheng Wai-ming. To demonstrate his approachability, the office of the district councillor in Hong Kong Island is often located within residential areas. Councillor Cheng Wai-ming's office is tucked away in an old tenement building. Due to limited space, large-scale events are typically held outdoors. This morning, the West Kowloon District Councillor's office was brightly lit, with staff bustling about. Today is a significant day. Councillor Cheng Wai-ming is set to hold a press conference to officially announce his candidacy for the Legislative Council. The streets were adorned with photos of him and his wife, Deng Hui, their fingers intertwined and smiles radiant. Campaign posters, slogans, and colorful flags decorated the scene vibrantly. By 10 to 9, the narrow street was packed with reporters, while several police officers maintained order. Among the crowd were enthusiastic citizens waving small flags and chanting supportive slogans. At 10 minutes to 9, The sound of drums and gongs erupted as a lion dance troupe entered to liven up the atmosphere. In an instant, colorful flags fluttered, and firecrackers exploded, creating a lively spectacle. The couple appeared punctually, and the flash of cameras lit up the scene. Supporters waved flags and cheered thunderously. The counselor and his wife paused for a moment, seemingly savoring the attention. Counselor Chung nodded slightly, and his tall, slender assistant immediately took the microphone to maintain order. "Thank you to all the media friends," Chung Wai-ming announced into the microphone. "I officially declare my candidacy for the next Legislative Council." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in cheers once again. Just as the question and answer session began, a discordant voice suddenly broke through. A reporter from the Global Island Daily pushed to the front. "Counselor Chung, is it true that the police found 20 kilograms of drugs in your villa?" "Absurd." Chung Wai-ming's expression changed dramatically, and his assistant sternly questioned the reporter's identity. When the reporter revealed his credentials and pressed for further details, Chung's face flushed with anger as he shouted, "This is slander. I will sue you." Two burly security guards were about to escort the reporter away when a booming voice intervened. "Stop. Do you intend to obstruct justice?" Zheng Kun stood in front of the reporter, identifying himself as an officer of the West Kowloon Major Crimes Unit. "It's Inspector Zheng." The reporters hurriedly pressed their cameras. Chung Wai-ming, seething with rage, exclaimed, "Zheng Kun, what do you intend to do?" "I am fulfilling my duty as a police officer to safeguard press freedom." Zheng Kun remained composed. "A journalist who dares to speak the truth is a good journalist." The scene erupted into chaos. A reporter pressed on, "Officer Zheng, is the case genuine? I personally seized 20 kilograms. Zheng Kun's gaze swept over Deng Hui's sullen, plump face. "As for the identity of the owner, the investigation is still ongoing. You're spouting nonsense." Zheng Weiming trembled with rage. "How curious," Zheng Kun raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you just complain that my investigation damaged your villa's property? That villa, concealed so well, has your name on the title deed." Zheng Kun fixed his gaze on Zheng Weiming, a smirk of derision forming on his lips. Zheng Weiming, seizing the opportunity to retaliate, shouted sharply, "Zheng Kun, I did file a complaint against you, but if you dare to retaliate, I will immediately report you to your superiors. You are not welcome here. Kindly leave." No sooner had he spoken than several concerned citizens had already gathered menacingly around them. "Huh," Zheng Kun scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Zheng Weiming before turning his attention to the approaching burly man. "Oh, I seethes the infamous Sang Biao from the Lianshan gang? I recall you residing in West Kowloon. When did you become a concerned citizen here?" "Zheng Kun, you? What about me?" Zheng Kun seized Sang Biao's wrist as he attempted to push forward, applying just enough pressure to elicit a pained grimace and a howl from him. "The police are hitting me. The police are hitting me. You lunatic." Zheng Kun dismissed him with a wave, turning to Zheng Weiming. "Counselor Zheng, you are the counselor for West Kowloon, and I am merely a citizen of West Kowloon. Am I not entitled to voice my doubts here?" He gestured towards the writhing Sang Biao on the ground, adding, "This fellow has a criminal record a foot thick at the police station. You call him a supportive citizen?" Zheng Weiming was momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, Deng Hui pushed through the crowd to stand before Zheng Kun. "Damn." Zheng Kun frowned, cursing inwardly. "Zheng, may I have a word?" "What is there to say?" Zheng Kun sneered at her feigned elegance. "I am a royal police officer, and you are the daughter of a gang leader associated with Lianshan. Do you wish to have a private chat to see me summoned by the Internal Investigation Unit for tea? Or are you plotting to frame me?" The room erupted in gasps. Zheng Kun suddenly pinched his nose and stepped back 2 paces, waving his hand in disgust. "Keep your distance. How can you have the audacity to go out smelling like that?" Deng Hui's smile faltered, her arms instinctively crossing as fury ignited in her eyes. Zheng Kun continued his tirade, pointing at the cowering Sang Biao behind Deng Hui. "One is a gang leader, and the other is a lackey of Lianshan. And what of you big-headed youth? What are you pretending to be, a bystander? And this esteemed counselor, what is your game? Are you looking to collude with the Underworld? The son-in-law of a gang leader becoming a counselor isn't enough. You also aspire to enter the Legislative Council?" Deng Hui suppressed her rising anger, taking a deep breath. Her arms crossed tightly, her gaze piercing as she glared at Zheng Kun. "You wait and see." Zheng Kun, grinning like a rogue, shrugged. "All right, I shall wait." Suddenly, he scrunched his nose, dramatically covering his mouth and nose. "Zheng Kun, are you out of your mind?" In the office of the West Kowloon Police Station's chief, William slammed a stack of newspapers down in front of Zheng Kun. The headlines blared. "West Kowloon counselor is actually a gangster's son-in-law. The heiress's aroma drives police elites away. Lianshan, a century of gang secrets revealed." These reports detonated across Hong Kong like fireworks. "I merely exposed the truth," Zheng Kun replied nonchalantly, "as a police officer. I cannot stand idly by while the Underworld encroaches upon our territory. Do you realize you are playing with fire?" William slammed his fist on the table. "Zheng Weiming has connections in the Legislative Council. You are slapping the entire political realm in the face. Zheng Kun chuckled lightly. And what of the Legislative Council? We, the police, are the true guardians of order. Are you insane? You are the one who is insane. Huang Haoming erupted in fury, pointing at Zheng Kun and shouting. All you do is boast, put on a show, and stir up trouble while only caring about your own glory, never considering how to clean up the mess. A society of 50,000 people affects countless families, relationships, and finances. Are you truly afraid? Watching those with underworld ties ascend to council positions and lord it over us police? If you're too afraid to act, then let me handle it. What audacity! On what grounds? As a seasoned senior police officer, Huang Haoming understood the intricacies of the underworld well. Arresting is easy, but securing convictions is a challenge. There are plenty of subordinates ready to take the fall. Unless caught red-handed, securing a conviction is exceedingly difficult. This is why he insisted on deploying undercover agents, without evidence. No case can be made. On what grounds? Simply based on my true abilities. Zheng Kun retorted coldly, turning to William. William, give me a week, and I assure you I will deliver results. A week? By then, chaos will have already ensued. Huang Haoming slammed the table. The Lianshan gang has already gone out of control. Since last night, there have been over 20 clashes with surrounding small gangs, resulting in 12 dead and over 100 injured. They are all thugs. Isn't it a good thing if they die? Do they even deserve to? You. Huang Haoming was so furious he nearly spat blood. Such words are better left unspoken. Saying them invites disaster. The balance within the gangs is fragile. A single action can trigger widespread chaos. What starts as a small gang issue can easily escalate into a full-blown war. The faster the law and order deteriorates, the greater our pressure. They are exerting pressure on us as the police. William, if this continues, other gangs won't be able to hold out much longer. Kun, what do you propose? If a week is too long, then let it be 3 days. I guarantee a resolution, but I have a condition. You dare to impose conditions? Speak. William shot a glare at Huang Haoming. Zheng Kun stated, I need the Marine police and support. The police cannot interfere. So confident are we? I never miss. Zheng Kun declared. The spacious living room echoed with roars, accompanied by the sound of shattering porcelain. Priceless china smashed into pieces, shards scattering. Zhong Weiming, his collar flaring open, hair disheveled, and face contorted like a rabid dog, roared in fury. Deng Hui watched coldly, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. How dare this little officer? Zhong Weiming remained baffled. How could such an insignificant police officer dare to tear the curtain off the sordid dealings that were meant to remain hidden and expose them before the press? Did he not realize how many people he would offend? The police, the district council, the legislative council, the wealthy, the gangs. This was a blatant challenge to the rules. Was he courting death? Would raging accomplish anything? He needed to think about how to clean up the aftermath. He destroyed me. Zhong Weiming yelled at Deng Hui. I am finished. Completely finished. With this incident, the legislative council will never approve my appointment, and the district council will force me to resign. And what of it? What will raging change? Deng Hui was equally dismayed. It was she who had been publicly humiliated. If it weren't for you urging me to file a complaint against him, none of this would have happened. Am I to blame? Deng Hui scoffed. Isn't that the case? Without you, would I have ended up in such a predicament? Smash. Deng Hui shattered a lamp, springing up to point at Zhong Weiming. Wake up, Zhong. If it weren't for me back then, your family's restaurant would have long been gone. Where would you be today? Now you find me a nuisance? Zhong Weiming fell silent, staring fixedly at her heaving chest. After a long pause, he gritted his teeth. Let us not dwell on the past. What do we do now? I cannot enter the legislative council. No. Once I lose my position in the district council, you know better than I how greatly it will impact our business. This matter will not simply be brushed aside. That guy has repeatedly disrupted our plan. If we don't show her some color, others will really think that Deng Hui is easy to bully. Do you think Deng Hui has a good impression of Zheng Kun? As a woman, the most unspeakable privacy was mocked by Zheng Kun in front of reporters and even made headlines in newspapers. She was already furious, but she is calmer than Zhong Weiming. Knowing that anger cannot solve problems, and being incompetent and furious will only harm herself. What are you planning to do? Kill him. Deng Hui looked up at Zhong Weiming and said, Are you crazy? Kill a well-known police officer? He had a conflict with us just now, and something happened. Do you think it's not troublesome enough? What should we do then? Don't worry about this. I'll take care of it. Didn't he call me big sister in the underworld? I will show him what a true mafia boss is. Deng Hui said gloomily. Chapter 29, United Victory and Counterattack. There are no customers in the empty restaurant. The walls were covered in red paint, the ground was in a mess, and the tables and chairs were crooked. Pots, bowls, and dishes were scattered on the ground. In addition to red paint, there are also multiple marks of being smashed on the doors, windows, and walls. Zheng Mingyi stood at the door waving a kitchen knife. Let go of me. I'm going to kill that group. Big brother Zheng Hao desperately hugged his waist and dragged him towards the store. while his mother comforted him on the side. Second sister Zheng Miling and younger brother Zheng Tai were in a sorry state, as if they had just had a fight. Zheng Tai's face is swollen badly. This is the scene that Zheng Kun saw when he returned to his own tea restaurant with Su Yongbang. He walked straight towards Zheng Mingyi and took the kitchen knife. Save it, you old bone carrying a kitchen knife to die. It's all your fault that the police are useless. Only the club dares to be so lawless. Wrong. It's precisely because I'm such a useful police officer that they jumped over the wall in a hurry. Zheng Kun put a kitchen knife on the table. I will handle this matter. He turned to his second sister and younger brother and asked, did you get beaten up? Humph. I'll fight back too. Zheng Tai choked his neck and said, if they dare to come again, I'll do it. You're still young, you can't beat him. Zheng Kun patted his head. Call the police directly next time. Is calling the police useful? Sister called the police, but, Zheng. We rushed over as soon as we received the alarm. But they ran too fast, said the plainclothes person next to us awkwardly. I understand. Zheng Kun looked at the police officer who looked like fat brother and said, trust me, this kind of thing won't happen again. The siren sounded and 5 patrol cars parked on the roadside. Several police officers saluted Zheng Kun and said, Zheng, we have been ordered to come. What's happening here has nothing to do with you. Zheng Kun said to Zheng Hao, big brother, take everyone to the factory to rest first. And come back after the matter is over. I won't leave. Zheng Mingyi shouted, I shouldn't be a deserter. If you've already escaped, isn't it considered a deserter? Zheng Kun sneered, if you don't leave, I'll have someone carry you away. Let's see who loses face. You. What about me? Zheng Kun stared at him. Too lazy to reason with this stubborn old man. You're only getting in the way here. Little brat. Zheng Mingyi picked up a kitchen knife to settle accounts. And Zheng Kun got on the car without looking back. He said to the police officers, follow me and take you to make contributions. Although I didn't understand the situation, I received orders to obey Zheng Kun's command, and several cars followed suit with a roar. Zheng, where are we going? Shamshui Po factory area. You'll know when you arrive. Half an hour later, Shamshui Po industrial zone. Zheng Kun's black sedan slowly stopped in front of an 8-story industrial building. He pushed open the car door, looked up at the mottled cement exterior wall, and ordered the police officers behind him. 3 strips and 4 belts. Follow me upstairs. A bang is responsible for the perimeter blockade, and if anyone runs away, only you are asking. The team members flooded into the building like a tide. Zheng Kun walked straight to the 6th floor and stopped in front of the factory building with the corroded sign Dalian Toy Factory. He raised his hand to signal the police officers to stick to the wall and hide. Suddenly, he drew his gun and shot through the door lock. As he kicked open the iron door, dense gunshots erupted from inside the room. Bang, 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 bang. After 3 precise shots, the factory returned to silence. Assault. San Tiaoxi and Song Zijie rushed in first, but the expected gunfight did not occur. 3 armed guards had already fallen in a pool of blood, and dozens of workers stood dumbfounded by the assembly line. When San Tiaoxi saw the white powder on the production line clearly, he drew a cool breath and approached Zheng Kun, saying, Zheng, is this He Lianqing's drug manufacturing factory? Zheng Kun pulled off his white gloves and gestured for the police officers to put them on for the workers. Zijie was responsible for collecting evidence on site, while Wen Hui took photos for archiving. The sporadic sound of gunfire outside the window did not affect his rhythm at all. The inspector was playing with boxes of finished products with the tip of his shoe, with a cold smile on his lips. Daifeng salad of assorted fresh vegetables. Song Zijie excitedly recorded the amount seized. Zheng Kun suddenly turned around and walked out, saying, leave the group to handle the aftermath, and the others will continue with me. Is there still action? The industry of He Lianqing is not limited to this one. Zheng Kun's leather shoes have left clear marks on the ground covered in chemical powder. Tonight, I will make them extinct. Suinwan warehouse area. When the siren pierced the night sky, the guards had just touched the black star on their waists when the explosion-proof shield had already knocked open the container door. Zheng Kun stepped on the scattered white packaging bags and walked into the warehouse, briefly reporting to the communicator. Clear up the Lianqing No. 3 warehouse. Zishuan Villa area. The mahjong games of several ponies were interrupted by the shattered French window, and tears filled the living room instantly when the gas mask officer rushed into the basement. The entire wall was glowing with a faint blue cold light under the strong light. The United Victory Hall. The crocodile leather shoes of blind radiance were worn with anxious tracks on the marble floor. Starting from the afternoon, news of missing persons from various halls came one after another like dominoes. When he heard that the drug factory of the white-haired man had been raided, he smashed the 3rd teacup. Sitting in the hall. His mother is a fire pit. He grabbed his gray hair and shouted at the elders. How can the cop even know Ah Chang's villa where he hid his gun? I have never been to those places. The uncles on the grand tutor's chair remained silent like clay sculptures. The continuous busy audio and video in the phone receiver echoed like a funeral bell, and all the protective umbrellas collectively lost their voices tonight. A century-old club. 50,000 brothers. Are you going to collapse overnight? Really? No one wants to believe it. But as the news was confirmed one by one, everyone couldn't sit still. This is not collapse. This is going to be ruined. There's something at home. I'll go first. A senior uncle felt uneasy and wanted to run away. Let's go. Do you think you can leave? Deng Boming slammed the coffee table on the sofa and shouted sternly. You owe your success to the club. Now that the club is in trouble, no one can try to distance themselves from it. At this moment, although Deng Bo had retired, he was not as old as he would be 20 years later. The fierceness on his eyebrows still lingered, and his tone exuded an unquestionable majesty. Deng Bo I bang. Before he could finish speaking, the door was forcefully pushed open by a brute force. Snap. Huh. Scattered gunshots mixed with the screams of the younger brother. Everyone turned around. Who are you? Blind Hui squinted his eyes and subconsciously asked. Royal Hong Kong Island Police. Blind Hui. You are under arrest with the current seat of Lianqing. Ah, what does this mean? Blind Hui's face suddenly changed. Despite keeping an eye on the club, rushing in to catch the person in charge, how many years have passed since such a thing happened? Moreover, how can one claim to apprehend when Lianqing has recently been so restrained? Zheng, this is utterly excessive. Deng Bo rose in fury. This was the territory of Lianqing, one of the foremost syndicates in Hong Kong. If you wish to take someone away, have you consulted the brothers outside? No sooner had he spoken than a throng of underlings gathered outside. Although the uniformed police brandished their firearms to obstruct, Deng Bo, undeterred, ignited a wave of agitation within the crowd. Deng Bo? Zheng Kun lifted his gaze to scrutinize the rotund figure, a sudden smile breaking across his face. Bang! He seized a stool and brought it down forcefully upon Deng Bo's head. Deng Bo crumpled to the ground, blood gushing forth. Bang! You dare to smash my establishment? Bang! You dare to threaten my family? Bang! You nearly drove my father to his grave. Bang! You threatened my mother? Bang! Who gave you the audacity? Bang! 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 The stool fell like raindrops, each insult punctuated by a strike. He struck countless blows, and only when Deng Bo lay utterly silent did Zheng Kun cease. On the ground, Deng Bo's head had become a grotesque mass, a horrifying blend of red and white. Zheng Kun discarded the stool, gasping for breath, and spat. Bah! A wretch like you dares to negotiate with me? You scoundrel! He twisted his neck, casting a cold glance at the assembled uncles. This cadre of seasoned gangsters was left stupefied by his brutal display, collectively lowering their heads, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Zheng Kun approached the entrance once more, pushing past the obstructing officers, and stared at the hushed gangsters outside. I am taking people. Who dares to object? A profound silence enveloped the room. Yet, he could still perceive the flicker of defiance in some eyes. If there are no objections, then clear out. Otherwise, you'll be dealt with too. Zheng, do you think you can take down 50,000 brothers of Lianqing? Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the speaker now bore a gaping wound in his forehead. The crowd stirred restlessly, several hot-headed youths itching to act. Zheng Kun raised his gun once more, and the scene fell into an immediate hush. He smirked mockingly. In this underworld, it's all about money and women, loyalty. Look at what happens to those who seek death. Now, everyone get out. All those from the 3 and 4, take them away. ZGS search. On this day, the territory of Lianqing was engulfed in the wailing of police sirens. The sirens pierced the air as fully armed officers surged into every corner of Hong Kong. Lianqing's clandestine strongholds were successively breached, and both minor and major leaders were seized and bagged. The detention center overflowed, this thunderous operation lasting from noon until midnight. Meng Hui sat in the detention room, utterly bewildered. Was the police truly intent on eradicating Lianqing? This century-old behemoth, with its tens of thousands of members, could it truly collapse in a single night? It seemed absurd. Not only he, but even within the police force, only a handful were privy to the overarching plan. At 1:30 in the morning, the press conference at the West Kowloon police station was ablaze with flashing lights. The daytime operation had already been sniffed out by the astute local media, and had it not been prearranged, the television station would have eagerly broadcast the entire event live. Various media outlets awaited the conference to unveil the truth. At this moment, William trembled with excitement. Just yesterday, he had been seething over the troubles caused by Zheng Kun, yet now he felt as though he had struck gold. The intricately woven century-old syndicate of Lianqing had been uprooted within 12 hours. This giant, entangled in pharmaceuticals, smuggling, and other nefarious enterprises, with deep ties to political and law enforcement circles, possessing 50,000 members, had simply crumbled. The miracle worker was none other than Zheng Kun. He led his team directly into the fray, dismantling 9 core strongholds in rapid succession: the mysterious pharmaceutical factory of the Old Head, 2 concealed drug warehouses, and 2 storage facilities, seizing 5 tons of arms sufficient to equip a battalion, along with 300 million worth of contraband. Most astonishingly, under the guise of a meeting, he managed to apprehend both the seated leaders and the elders in one fell swoop. The weapons and contraband uncovered on site became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Even more astonishing was the relentless flow of confession documents that followed, each bearing two blood-red characters implicating the culprits. Previously, the most daunting challenge in dealing with these syndicates was not a lack of evidence, but the difficulty of apprehending the true masterminds. As the numerous underlings were always willing to take the fall, serving a few years in prison could lead to promotion upon release, a rule that Lianqing adhered to most stringently. However, this night, that rule seemed to have completely unraveled. The core members of Lianqing, regardless of rank, appeared to have gone mad, eagerly implicating their superiors without interrogation, even naming high-ranking officials within the syndicate. Not only did they confess verbally, but a plethora of solid evidence was swiftly presented. Within a mere hour, preliminary interrogation results piled high, reaching a foot in thickness. In just 60 minutes, from the seated leaders to the elder generation, down to the double flower red sticks and the head horses, the upper echelons of Lianqing had been swept up. The evidence irrefutable, leaving no possibility for redemption. The police force was in a frenzy. The chief had urgently rushed to report to the governor's office. The Department of Justice was shaken. The Independent Commission Against Corruption had all personnel on standby. Even the judges, roused from their slumber in the dead of night, were awakened by phone calls to issue arrest warrants on the spot. This night, no one could sleep. The scale of this operation was more exhilarating than the anti-corruption storm of yesteryear. William inhaled deeply, suppressing his exhilaration, adjusting his police cap and uniform before the media conference was about to commence. At that moment, Zheng Kun appeared at the door. "William, there's something you need to know." "Speak." William strained to maintain his composure. "Lianqing has gone bankrupt." "Bankrupt?" William was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Well done, Zheng Kun." The term bankrupt, though seemingly unrelated to a syndicate, was in reality more lethal than a corporate collapse. Even the underworld requires a flow of funds, cold hard cash. In essence, what is the allure of the underworld? Money and women. Chapter 30, Undercover exposed and seeking aid. Nothing more. No money? Who would serve you? The red sticks and head horses all have wealthy benefactors, businessmen or politicians, supporting them. These people may appear glamorous on the surface, yet someone must undertake the dirty work behind the scenes. The most typical example is demolition. The connections between real estate developers and syndicates are deeply intertwined. They do not collaborate directly with the syndicates, but instead choose promising young thugs to support secretly, assisting them to rise before demanding their due. Just like in The Great and Jimmy, all have their bosses backing them. The audacity of the big players stems from their substantial financial resources, compounded by the fear of failing to account to their benefactors, compelling them to force the new Lianqing into existence. This is precisely why the police have struggled to eradicate the syndicates. Their influence is too widespread. For every one that is struck down, 10 more arise. New leaders often prove more radical and uncontrollable, and at times, the police even need to rely on spokespersons to maintain balance. Thus, there has never been a notion of bankruptcy in the syndicate. Even if reduced to a mere shell, as long as the name remains and funds are injected by benefactors, they can always rise from the ashes. Until tonight, Zheng Kun had struck too ruthlessly. The losses from the pharmaceutical factory and warehouses had far exceeded the breaking point. Although the syndicate's financial chains were concealed, operating through underground banks, and many financial companies across Hong Kong had ties to the underworld, Lianqing also possessed its own financial company for loans. However, everything has its limits. Now, with all core assets seized, everything was extinguished, the funds lost irretrievably. This bottomless pit, no one would fill, nor could they afford to fill it. The funds from the financial company were insufficient even to fill a gap in the teeth. With the seated leaders, elder generation, and hall masters collectively apprehended, the once mighty syndicate was now left leaderless. The reputation of Lianqing has undoubtedly been tarnished. From this point forward, who would dare to bear this banner, knowing they would be burdened with an insurmountable debt? In this world, where can one find such a fool? A sign that remains unclaimed shall naturally cease to exist. Come dawn, who amongst the martial world would still dare to proclaim themselves as a member of Lianqing? At the West Kowloon police station, in the media briefing room, despite the late hour, the hall thronged with people and an array of equipment. The cacophony of discussions buzzed like a swarm of bees, rising and falling in intensity. Yet, these seasoned journalists appeared bewildered, only faintly sensing that the West Kowloon police station was stirring up a colossal storm that night. Through whispers, they pieced together a shocking revelation. The century-old gang, Lianqing, was facing imminent annihilation. As William and Officer Zheng Kun entered the venue, the noise crescendoed to a peak. "Ladies and gentlemen, please maintain silence. The press conference is about to commence." The police public relations officer bellowed. The tumult gradually subsided, and countless eager eyes focused on the two figures at the podium. Click, click. The blinding flashes of cameras converged, their lenses aimed like guns at the pair. Impatient reporters raised their voices, throwing the scene back into chaos. Silence. Please maintain order. The public relations officer was compelled to regain control once more. As the noise receded, William pressed the microphone switch. Thank you to all the media friends for attending at this late hour. At noon today, the West Kowloon police initiated a large-scale operation, codenamed Thunderbolt, targeting organized crime, which concluded successfully at 10 p.m. During this operation, we dismantled over 30 criminal dens, seized 3 tons of illicit drugs and over 2,000 firearms, and confiscated 400,000 rounds of ammunition, with additional heavy weapons still under inventory. In collaboration with the water police, we intercepted 3 smuggling routes, seizing contraband valued at $300 million, and rescued over 100 women who had been trafficked. All evidence has been secured and will soon be handed over to the Department of Justice. Now, I invite the operations commanding officer, Officer Zheng Kun, to elaborate. Zheng Kun stood and saluted, the flashes of cameras erupting once more. This operation's success relied heavily on the concerted efforts of various departments. Our long-term preparations have finally uprooted the threat posed by Lianxing in Hong Kong. Officer Zheng, it is rumored that the notorious blind leader, Guo Hui, has been apprehended. Not just Guo Hui. All the heads of the districts and their elder associates have been arrested. Zheng Kun's gaze was sharp as he continued. Former leader, Deng Wei, resisted arrest and was shot dead on the spot, with a substantial cache of weapons recovered. This, indeed, I did not anticipate. At that moment, I merely posed a question to Mr. Zhong Weiming as an ordinary citizen. This is a right every citizen of Hong Kong should possess. I never imagined the police would undertake such a large-scale operation today, and I feel honored to have been appointed as the commanding officer of this action. This operation was highly confidential, with the police having made extensive preparations for it. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Superintendent William for his trust, as well as to the police force for their unwavering determination to combat crime. Officer Zheng, could you provide more specific details about this operation? As I mentioned previously, this operation is the culmination of the police's long-term strategy. We received extremely precise intelligence, which allowed us to strike swiftly. My role was straightforward, to lead the team in executing the raid based on the intelligence provided. The true heroes are the colleagues who supplied the information. Without their accurate intelligence, this operation would not have proceeded so smoothly. The operational process can be summed up in 4 words: break in and apprehend. Nothing more. Officer Zheng, may I ask? Officer Zheng. The reporters clamored to pose their questions, but Zheng Kun's responses were meticulous and unwavering, displaying none of the naivete of a novice officer. Rather, he resembled a seasoned political veteran. Even the governor and the commissioner of police, watching the live broadcast, nodded in agreement. As the press conference neared its conclusion, Zheng Kun suddenly paused, surveying the room before producing a notebook. Dear media friends, since entering, I have been deliberating whether to report or disclose this matter. The room fell instantly silent, and Superintendent William's smile froze, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. Liang Kun, I apologize, Superintendent William, for not reporting this to you in advance. I did not wish to place you in a difficult position. He slowly opened the notebook and began reading a series of names. Senior Inspector Lon Paid of West Kowloon, Councillor Zhang Kun Sheng of West Kowloon, Legislator Bai Zhensheng, Vice Chairman of the Bar Association Li Yongda, Deputy Commissioner of the ICAC Stockburn, and Tycoon Yin Lon. With each name uttered, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and William's face darkened further. Upon finishing the list, the room was enveloped in a profound silence. All these individuals had accepted bribes from Lianxing or provided them with financial and political support, effectively becoming their bosses. Tycoon Yin Lon, 3 years prior, had colluded with Lianxing member Su Tian, nicknamed Explosive, to forcibly occupy a residential property, resulting in 5 fatalities and 4 injuries. Senior Inspector Lon Paid of West Kowloon had accepted a bribe of 3 million from Lianxing, leading to the death of an undercover officer. Deputy Commissioner Stockburn had received bribes to halt the investigation into Lon Paid. Both West Kowloon councillors and legislators had accepted funds from Lianxing, offering them political protection and even supporting the candidacy of the former leader's son-in-law. Is there still any law to abide by? I have gathered all the evidence and decided to disclose it to the media present, along with a formal complaint. He gestured for Song Zijie and Yi Wenwei to distribute the printed evidence to the reporters. Zheng Kun raised the notebook, declaring, this original evidence will be directly submitted to the ICAC. I hope the ICAC will not treat me differently for exposing its deputy commissioner. The previously silent room erupted into chaos as reporters surged forward, the scene spiraling out of control. Zheng Kun raised his hand, signaling that the evidence had been distributed, and all details were contained within. What I wish to convey is that I was born and raised in Hong Kong, having witnessed the rampant reign of the 4 great detectives, the unchecked power of gangs, and the dark era of collusion between officials and criminals. My family's tea restaurant was constantly harassed by gangs. It was during those times that I resolved to become a police officer and cleanse the streets of these thugs. Now that I have indeed become a police officer, I have come to realize how naive my former thoughts were. Thugs are like weeds, impossible to eradicate completely. Yet they remain creatures of the shadows, unable to withstand the light of justice. This is a society governed by the rule of law, where there is no place for vermin lurking in the darkness. Lynching is merely the beginning. All gangs shall eventually fade away. Flashes of light erupted like a torrential downpour, capturing Zheng Kun's silhouette as he held the notebook aloft. In that instant, he became the most dazzling news star in all of Hong Kong. William wiped the cold sweat from his brow, muttering, "Zheng Kun, you've truly gone too far. King of Ghosts Kun, congratulations on achieving your desire." William grumbled as he tossed a letter of recommendation onto Zheng Kun's desk. With such a significant accomplishment, why was William not pleased? Pleased? You've said everything the commissioner was supposed to say, and now he is furious over the speech. Perhaps I should transfer you to the secretariat? Zheng Kun chuckled awkwardly. That night at the press conference, he had indeed spoken everything the commissioner was meant to convey. At least I've dealt with lawn paid. That is not a bad thing for you. What does lawn paid matter? Do you not realize the political world is in an uproar? Zheng Kun chuckled coldly within. How dare they claim to have a political sphere in such a tiny place? His past experiences in a great nation rendered him utterly unafraid of this place, allowing him to act with such impunity. Now, he had become a sensation, transformed from a rising star in law enforcement to a nemesis of crime. Even if he resigned to run for office, he would surely be elected by a landslide. William, I acted impulsively. Stop pretending. Your political theatrics are more polished than my brother's. William pierced through his facade, but no one dares to obstruct your inspector exam. Unless they wish to host another press conference. Then I thank you, William. No need to thank me. The path you choose is yours alone. How far you go depends solely on yourself. As William departed, he spoke with a weighty significance, expressing his curiosity about just how far one might go. Watching William's retreating figure, Zheng Kun understood all too well. It was evident that this superior was reluctant to draw too close. Yet, as long as he remained under the other's command, he could at least ensure fair treatment. As for any preferential treatment or being considered a confidant, such notions were utterly futile. A slight smirk graced Zheng Kun's lips. He had no need for the special favors of this official. As William had remarked, the upcoming inspection examination was child's play for him. To be precise, no one dared to obstruct him in this matter. A press conference had thrust him into the spotlight of the entire city, where he both reveled in the protective glow of fame and bore the risk of being scorched by its intensity. At present, no one would dare to move against him. All were merely observing. His adversaries lurked in the shadows, seeking a fatal flaw. As he had articulated during the press conference, street thugs are numerous, but the syndicate can be uprooted entirely. He had proven this by obliterating the Lynching, a group with a 300-year history and 50,000 members. In a single night, the entirety of Hong Kong syndicates was left trembling in fear. This was nothing short of extraordinary. The dissolution of a syndicate? Theoretically feasible, yet practically as challenging as scaling a mountain. It required exceedingly precise intelligence support, and such information was nearly impossible to obtain, no matter how many infiltrators were deployed. Otherwise, the syndicate would have ceased to exist long ago. But why did he possess the core secrets of Lynching? This was certainly beyond the explanation of one or two undercover agents. Despite lingering doubts, the major syndicates unanimously intensified their internal scrutiny, with even members within the police force beginning to take action. Zheng Kun, of course, had not dispatched any infiltrators, as he lacked the capability. He relied on his extraordinary abilities. If the figurehead concealed secrets within their mind, then he would draw them into a dream and extract confessions through coercive methods. Such tactics were beyond the imagination and defense of ordinary individuals. Each night, spent honing his skills in the realm of dreams had resulted in a meteoric advancement of his dream infiltration abilities. With the bloodlines of various families being pushed to their limits, Zheng Kun was no longer merely Freddy Kun. He had transformed into Nightmare Kun. As his abilities continued to surpass thresholds, he discovered that his bloodline seemed to undergo a qualitative shift, reaching an unfathomable realm. Unbeknownst to him, he had accomplished feats that even exorcists would find inconceivable, stealing dreams, crafting them, and creating nightmare spaces. He had acquired his own exclusive domain of nightmares. Zheng Kun strolled through a world woven of black and white, his gaze sweeping over the dark bubbles, searching for his next target. Who claimed that dreams were vibrant with color? They were unequivocally shrouded in darkness. This was the dream realm of others. With the evolution of his bloodline, he could not only invade individual dreams, but also traverse this alternate space composed of countless dreams. It bore some resemblance to Inception, yet its essence was entirely distinct. Through his research, he discerned that the power of dreams was, in fact, a variant of mental energy. In this space, variation signified absurdity and distortion. It was a wholly disfigured black and white world. Matter ceased to exist. Human dreams were the sole product. Each dark bubble contained an individual's dream, and Zheng Kun, standing outside the bubble, could glimpse the visions within. The dreamscape of the same person could undergo countless transformations, yet the bubble that housed the dream remained constant, perpetually shattering and being reborn. When one awakens, the dream shatters. When one falls asleep, the bubble rises. Each person's dream is akin to a locked room, with one door leading to reality and another to this dream realm. Zheng Kun possessed a natural ability to freely enter and exit any dream. This was not only due to his bloodline power, but also because he had broken the curse of the Black Dream bloodline, enabling him to cultivate within the realm of dreams. Chapter 31. Signing in at the Dunbo Mansion. Acquiring syndicate secrets. Following Uncle Feng's counsel, Zheng Kun focused solely on his cultivation in the dream realm during this period, and the effects soon became apparent. His Black Dream bloodline underwent profound development in the real world, forming a unique domain within the dreamscape. When Zheng Kun unleashed his mental power, an area of 30 meters around him would merge with this mental energy, creating an effect akin to the domain often depicted in novels. He dubbed this ability the Nightmare Domain. Within this domain, Zheng Kun could wield dominion over all. Not only could he enter and manipulate others' dreams, but he could also draw them into his own realm. As he delved deeper into his studies, he discovered that the Nightmare Domain had become permanently fixed within the dream world, transforming into his exclusive territory. Currently, the radius of the domain was constrained to 30 meters by his mental power, but as his telekinetic abilities advanced, this range would undoubtedly expand. Even more intriguingly, once the domain was established, it would automatically erode the surrounding dream forces. While it could not extend its range, it could induce mutations in his mental power, allowing for a deeper mastery over dreams. Despite its limited scope, Zheng Kun proudly referred to it as the Nightmare Space. The most remarkable feature of this space was its ability to distort reality, rendering the impossible possible. Typically, transformations within dreams dissipate upon awakening. But Zheng Kun's Black Dream bloodline possessed a unique attribute that allowed dream-inflicted harm to manifest in reality, forming a bridge between the dream realm and the tangible world. However, this capability was currently limited to the manifestation of harm. At present, Zheng Kun stood before a colossal black bubble, through the translucent membrane of which he beheld a lavish palace, throngs of beautiful women, and a plump figure. Disgusted, he averted his gaze and extended his hand into the bubble. Upon entering, his hand instantly enlarged, obscuring the entire dream sky. The indulgent rotund man looked on in terror at the colossal hand blocking out the sky, and in the midst of his emotional collapse, a portal to reality suddenly appeared, threatening to pull him away. This was a recent discovery in Zheng Kun's research. When a person awakens from a nightmare, the dream bubble briefly manifests a portal to reality. He aimed to seize this opportunity to obtain what he needed. The giant hand grasped the luxurious palace and yanked forcefully. The plump man was sucked into the portal, causing the bubble to shatter. Yet, in Zheng Kun's grasp remained only a black brick, and he shook his head in disappointment. Within the nightmare world, Zheng Kun discovered that he could extract items from others' dreams. However, most were mere architectural debris, like this black brick. He tossed the brick into the nightmare space, where a considerable accumulation of similar refuse had already formed. The dream constructions of different individuals were wildly diverse, and Zheng Kun noted that the more bizarre the architecture, the more unique the materials extracted. He planned to gather sufficient materials and consult an architect to construct a house within the nightmare space. Lately, he had been scouring the dreams of Hong Kong's inhabitants for various building materials. Recently, many residents had been experiencing the same nightmare. In their dreams, a colossal hand descended from the heavens, forcibly seizing their homes. Zheng Kun stroked his chin thoughtfully. If this situation continued, it might evolve into a new urban legend. Contemplating urban legends, his pupils suddenly constricted. If he were to become the protagonist of such a legend, what would he transform into when the legend materialized? Would he become the legend itself, or an enigmatic entity within it? Or perhaps, nothing at all? More critically, if he were to become bound to a specific legend, when the source of that legend manifested in reality, would he be able to perceive it and establish a connection? With this in mind, actively becoming an urban legend might serve as an excellent means of investigating its origins, although the risks were considerable, and one could easily find oneself ensnared. While musing on this, he suddenly felt a stirring in his thoughts, a powerful emotional wave that drew his attention. Was someone murmuring about him in their dream again? Yet this sensation caused his expression to shift dramatically, and with a flash, he arrived before a black dream bubble. Peering through the thin membrane, he beheld his own reflection. In the next moment, Zheng Kun's face contorted as the dream's plump woman, named Deng Hui, opened her arms wide, her armpits thick with dark hair, aimed directly at his face. Good heavens! He erupted in fury and shattered the dream bubble. In countless dreams, he had witnessed himself being projected in various forms, at times as an infatuated, beautiful maiden, and at others as the protagonist of a horror film. Whenever he encountered an unsightly version of himself, he would shatter the dream bubble without hesitation. The most intolerable projections were those of male figures. In such instances, he would ensure that the dreamer experienced excruciating despair. This ability to manifest dream-induced suffering into reality was his forte. Each time he shattered a dream bubble, he could siphon a modicum of peculiar energy. Though this spiritual energy, reminiscent of the power of belief, had yet to find its application, it undeniably augmented his mental prowess. If you hate me, just say it outright. Pulling such tricks? Zheng Kun spat. Den Hui's peculiar method of revenge was likely a result of having developed Stockholm Syndrome under his influence. Ever since the downfall of Lianqing, her life had been anything but easy. On that fateful day, she had just seen Zheng Kun deny the killing of Deng Wei on television when she received a horrifying package containing 8 neatly arranged severed hands, belonging to the thugs she had previously sent to smash up Zheng Kun's tea restaurant. Presently, her husband, Zhong Weiming, had temporarily evaded investigation by the ICAC, but the couple was already terrified into liquidating their assets and going into hiding. Little did she expect that, even in her dreams, she would wield body odor as a weapon of revenge. Zheng Kun was already aware of their hiding place, but deemed them too insignificant to warrant his personal attention. However, he was taken aback by the depth of Den Hui's animosity, leading her to concoct such sordid methods of retaliation in her dreams, which left him both amused and bewildered. Lacking any enthusiasm, he promptly exited the dream and returned to reality. A week later, Zheng Kun successfully passed the inspector's assessment. After 6 months of being promoted to senior sergeant, he ascended further, becoming the first Chinese trainee inspector at the West Kowloon police station. Time quietly slipped away. The year 1980 had swiftly passed, ushering in the dawn of a new decade. Although he had acquired a new title and an additional star on his shoulder, his actual authority had not significantly changed. He remained the supervisor of the Criminal Investigation Group 3, albeit with a few new faces among his subordinates. 9573 reporting to the group leader. 21874 reporting to the group leader. 9904 reporting to the group leader. The morning in the Criminal Investigation Group 3 office greeted 3 newcomers. 9573 Senior Officer Lin Tang, 21874 Senior Officer Luana, and 9904 Sergeant Guijialuan. Zheng Kun scanned the trio, his gaze ultimately lingering on Luana. A female officer? How did you end up in the Criminal Investigation Division? Reporting to the group leader. I am an armed female officer. Her declaration almost compelled Zheng Kun to snap to attention, yet he maintained a solemn expression. An armed female officer? You seem more like a female officer wearing sunglasses. His gaze rested momentarily on the sunglasses perched on Luana's forehead before he scrutinized her appearance. And that makeup? Who did that for you? It's simply dreadful. Luana was momentarily at a loss for words. Little did she know the extent of time she had spent before the mirror that morning. Unfortunately, the makeup techniques of the early 1980s fell far short of the aesthetic standards of Zheng Kun, who hailed from the 2020s. Take off those sunglasses and wash your face. The Criminal Investigation Division does not require makeup. Zheng Kun shot her a glare. Suppressing her anger, Luana spun around and dashed toward the restroom. Zheng Kun then turned his attention to Lin Tang. Although this young man was still in his youth, he already exhibited the nascent signs of a beer belly. Lin Tang. Is it? The Criminal Investigation Division is no retirement home. You must be ready to charge into battle at any moment. I am currently a target for the triads. Being with me is perilous. If you intend to coast along, you might as well request a transfer. Sir, I am here to make my mark. Zheng Kun responded with a couple of dry chuckles, neither confirming nor denying his statement. Finally, he turned his gaze to the thick-browed and big-eyed Guijialuan, who in films was considered a master of romance, a meager counterpart to him. Given the latter's impressive credentials, Zheng Kun refrained from saying much. When the bare-faced Luana returned, Zheng Kun privately nodded in approval. She did indeed have a good foundation. From this day forth, you shall be members of Criminal Investigation Group 3. Remember, obedience to orders is your paramount duty here. As long as you follow commands, I assure you promotions and salary increases. But should anyone dare to play both sides, I will promptly dismiss them. Shao Si, take them to familiarize themselves with the environment. Bengge, come to my office. Zheng, what's the matter? Do you recall the group of big circle thugs we apprehended while raiding Lianqing's turf a few days ago? They're all locked up. I heard they are all under Dedong's command, but unfortunately, we didn't catch Dedong himself. Dedong, one of the top 10 wanted criminals on Hong Kong Island, a notorious gang leader and representative of the Big Circle gang. Is there a fellow named Bao still in custody? Big Circle Bao? Su Yongbang pondered briefly. There is such a person. He is a newcomer to Hong Kong Island, and hasn't he committed any crimes? The detention center is preparing to transfer him to the immigration department. Do you know him? I don't, but my dad knows him. Zheng Kun's expression turned peculiar. Apparently, he is my distant cousin. Distant cousin? Su Yongbang was taken aback. He had never heard of Zheng Kun having relatives in the mainland. I only just found out. My old man told me about this yesterday, saying he came to reconnect with family. Zheng Kun sighed in resignation. Bring him over. I'll arrange his bail. Zheng, but he's one of Dedong's men. I know, Zheng Kun sighed again, but he hasn't committed a crime yet. Let us proceed with it. Half an hour later, Zheng Kun looked at the imposing man in front of him, whose face radiated righteousness, and his lips twitched. I hear you are my distant cousin? This familial connection was quite convoluted. Which branch of the family are you from? Big Circle Bao looked utterly perplexed. How would I know which branch I belong to? I just heard about it. His expression was stiff, and the atmosphere instantly froze. This acting is atrocious. Zheng Kun silently shook his head. Zheng, I'll get back to work. Su Yongbang, sensing the awkwardness between the two, took the initiative to excuse himself. Zheng Kun nodded in acknowledgement, then fixed his gaze on Big Circle Bao, pressing, come on, tell me, how exactly are we related? Faced with this peer, who was already a prominent figure in the Hong Kong police force, dubbed the nemesis of crime, Big Circle Bao found himself momentarily speechless. He had originally been assigned to infiltrate Hong Kong Island as an undercover agent, managing to infiltrate the Big Circle gang, yet before he could act, the entire gang was taken down. Now, he was absurdly entangled as the other man's cousin, a relationship he had never memorized in his files, leaving him at a loss for words. Seeing him stammer, Zheng Kun could not help but feel anxious for him. Never mind. Since my old man says you're a cousin, let us accept it. You could have just come to rely on your relatives, but instead, you chose to join a gang. My old man can support you. Why would you pursue this line of work? Don't you know there's no future in it? I accidentally got involved. I genuinely didn't know they were a criminal gang. Big Circle Bao feigned a look of grievance. Keep acting. With that level of talent. You still want to be an undercover agent? Zheng Kun rolled his eyes internally but sternly replied, enough with the excuses. I'll let you off this time due to family ties, but if I catch you again, whether you're my cousin or not, I'll drown you in the toilet. At that moment, Yu Wenhui approached after completing the bail procedures. Upon seeing her, Zheng Kun immediately changed his demeanor, greeting her with a beaming smile. Wenhui, thank you for your hard work. Akun, do you have time recently? Always at your service. Zheng Kun smiled as he embraced her. What's the matter? Really free? Not accompanying your precious junior? If she had half your intelligence, I wouldn't have to be so concerned. Zheng Kun, with a playful grin, remarked, smooth talker. Yu Wenhui, feigning annoyance, shot him a glance and replied, it's about the electronics factory. We need to discuss it in detail. Is someone causing trouble? He inquired. Not trouble per se, but we've encountered some bottlenecks following our business expansion, and I require your judgment. Initially, she had not been optimistic about this venture, believing that the radio industry was a dying one. However, much to her surprise, after Zheng Kun took over Longsheng, he revived the factory with just a few designs and advertisements, swiftly capturing the market and establishing himself as the leader in the radio industry on the island within mere months. Now, orders were pouring in, with workers on 3 shifts struggling to keep up, and capital flooding in like a tidal wave. All right, I'll come by your place tonight for a detailed discussion. Zheng Kun casually wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Yu Wenhui's cheeks flushed slightly. She pinched him playfully before turning to leave. Nearby, Daquan Leopard observed the affectionate couple, feeling awkward and out of place, silently lamenting the decadence of capitalist life. What are you dawdling for? Waiting for me to carry you out? As he watched Yu Wenhui walk away, Zheng Kun instinctively felt the urge to follow, but suddenly remembered he had a cousin to attend to. He turned back, exasperated. What are you doing, Daquan Leopard? Daquan Leopard, dejected, followed him out of the police station. What grand scheme were you originally planning? Oh, nothing major. Just hoping to make some money to build a house back home. Listening to this overused excuse from Hong Kong films, Zheng Kun almost laughed out loud. Money? I'm quite familiar with that guy, Don Dong. He has been involved in multiple armed robbery cases, but he slips away quickly and hasn't he been caught. What legitimate business can you conduct by associating with him? The island isn't a gold mine. Making money requires skill. I truly just want to ensure my basic needs are met. I have no knowledge of any robbery cases. How dull. Zheng Kun pressed the accelerator, the car roaring to a halt at home. The tea restaurant was undergoing renovations after being battered and rendered unoperational. Dad, come out and see who's here. A voice from inside grumbled impatiently. What are you shouting about? Can't you see I'm busy? Zheng Mingyi rushed out in a flurry. As he reached the door, he first caught sight of Zheng Kun, but then his steps faltered, his gaze landing on Daquan Leopard. Zheng Mingyi paused momentarily, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes, followed by a hint of excitement. He approached swiftly, fixating on Daquan Leopard, his voice uncertain. Are you about? Daquan Leopard, looking bewildered, instinctively replied, yes. I'm Bao. And you are? Bao, it's truly you. Zheng Mingi exclaimed, gesturing animatedly. The last time I saw you, you were this tall. He gestured to his knees, and then embraced the Quan leopard. I'm your fourth uncle. Fourth uncle? Indeed. Didn't Rue send you to find me? Why did you vanish once you reached the island? If it weren't for Rue's letter, I wouldn't even have known you were here. As he spoke, Zheng Mingi pulled the Quan leopard inside. Rue is quite something. I told him the address, but he didn't clarify. Come in, have a seat. Ling. Hurry and pour tea for your cousin. Zheng Kun stood frozen, watching Zheng Mingi usher the Quan leopard into the shop. He took out a cigarette, lighting it, and after a while, exhaled a smoke ring. Since 49, joining the fruit party, this acting is extraordinary. Kun, our Longsheng Electronics Factory's radios are selling exceptionally well. Even Toshiba, Sanyo, and Panasonic have sent letters to discuss collaboration. Samsung from the south has also expressed interest. Collaboration? Zheng Kun scoffed. What do they want? They're merely interested in our patented technology, aren't they? I'd wager they've already attempted to replicate it. I never anticipated they'd come knocking after I established so many patent barriers and they lacked expertise in circuit design. Why should I help them profit? Isn't it more rewarding to earn for ourselves? As he spoke, he flipped over, pinning Yu Wenhui beneath him. We don't need them just yet, ignore them. But there are too many orders. We lack sufficient workers and space. Let me first assess if the space is adequate. Oh, you're insufferable. In the early morning, Yu Wenhui sat up, stretching her graceful figure. Did you have a nightmare last night? Zheng Kun, who had been admiring her, paused in surprise. A nightmare? How could I have a nightmare? Your right hand suddenly turned cold, like ice. At first, I thought you were ill, but it didn't seem like it. You must have been frightened. Right hand. Zheng Kun raised his right hand, feeling nothing amiss. What could possibly be wrong with me? He chuckled. Last night, everything in the dream world was as usual. He stayed away from the ghost forest and practiced in place. He then pushed Yu Wenhui, who had just dressed, back onto the bed. It's still early. Let us discuss the venue from last night. You rogue. The development of Longsheng Electronics exceeded Zheng Kun's expectations. Their radios, boasting exceptional performance, robust quality, and exquisite design, carved a path through the saturated market of Hong Kong, even reaching overseas. Markets in the East, South, and Southeast Asia were left in disarray. In recent months, the fastest closures in Hong Kong were those of radio manufacturing factories. The timing is ripe. Zheng Kun leaned against the headboard, lighting a cigarette, gently caressing Yu Wenhui's hair. Two matters. First, I want my brother to invest in the mainland. The mainland is now open, with favorable policies. I want him to register an electronics factory in Shenzhen and gradually relocate the radio production line there. If the orders become overwhelming, we can outsource. Aside from the core circuitry, the shells and components can be handed over to other factories, ensuring a fair distribution of opportunities. You mentioned wanting to monopolize yesterday, and now you're advocating for shared opportunities? Man. Zheng Kun extinguished his cigarette, his tone resolute. That's not my intention. Radios are not high-tech products. We hold the core technology, which is our greatest advantage. With the core technology, the lion's share of profits will naturally belong to us. Other factories, to put it plainly, are essentially working for us. It's different from the capitalists in the East and South who exploit workers. The second matter. Zheng Kun continued, I've brought several new product ideas and design blueprints. You can assist me in applying for patents like last time. Once the patent barriers are established, we can recruit a few reliable technicians to gradually research them. Remember, the people must be trustworthy. His eyes sparkled. Within 6 months, we aim to launch a truly groundbreaking new product, and by then, Longsheng Electronics will firmly establish its footing in the electronics industry. What new product? All the information is in that envelope. You'll see once you look. Zheng Kun shifted the topic. By the way, how are things at your law firm? Why not come join Longsheng as a full-time legal consultant? The factory is experiencing excellent growth, and it will only get better. We need professional legal talent to oversee matters. I'll even give you a 10 stake. What do you say? That one do. Although there are some complications at the firm, I must maintain those relationships. You're mistaken. Zheng Kun shook his head. Maintaining relationships relies on money, not your presence at work. If the money is sufficient, even white can be painted black. And enemies can become friends. But what? How much can you earn from helping someone with a divorce case? The company is in a rapid growth phase and needs to handle numerous legal issues. Listen to me. Fine, I'll resign today. Just a moment ago, you were reluctant. And now you are so agreeable. You are truly difficult to please. Whether you agree or not, it seems I am left in a quandary. Yu Wenhui chided. I want you. Zheng Kun grinned mischievously as he lunged forward. Zheng, I truly admire your ability to handle so many women. San Tiaoxi flattered. What do you mean by so many women? Be cautious, or I shall accuse you of slander. Zheng Kun replied sternly. Boss, do not misunderstand. I merely wish to express my admiration. When you have the time, please teach the brothers a few tricks. But don't you already have a girlfriend? Zheng Kun looked at him quizzically. Who would complain about having too many girlfriends? I'm just afraid that if I have too many, I want to be able to manage them all and will end up in a predicament. I simply want to know how to make them all compliant. Zheng Kun chuckled with pride. It's actually quite simple. Just 4 words. Satisfy their appetites. Seethes' expression stiffened, awkwardly nodding. Indeed, boss, your insight is remarkable. Observing Seethes' discomfort, Zheng Kun couldn't help but laugh heartily. The car halted a mere street away from the building. The entire edifice was encircled by an angry throng, the clamor deafening. Zheng Kun, stepping out of the car, shivered and suppressed the urge to draw his weapon. What is happening? Wasn't it said there was a hostage situation? Why are there so many onlookers? How are the police managing the crowd? A uniformed officer rushed over, visibly relieved. Zheng, you have finally arrived. Why didn't you stop them? We couldn't, Zheng. These people are here because they claim this securities company has swindled them of their life savings, and some have inexplicably accrued debts. Zheng Kun scanned the crowded masses, frowning as he inquired, what are all these people doing here? Isn't it common knowledge that the stock market entails risks? What is the status of the hostages? Are they still in the building? In the office on the 3rd floor, the officers struggled to clear a path. Zheng Kun, accompanied by Seethes and Lin Tang, entered the Dingya building. This luxurious 20-story structure belonged to Dingya Securities, yet upon entering the lobby, one could sense an atmosphere of decay. The hostage is the general manager. Zhong Jiaqing, Lin Tang explained. The assailant is a client of the company, accusing Zhong Jiaqing of misappropriating funds and engaging in illegal activities, leading to his financial ruin and overwhelming debt, and now he seeks mutual destruction. Upon hearing Zhong Jiaqing's name, Zheng Kun scoffed derisively, a name befitting nobility, yet alas, he lacks the fortune to match it. How could Dingya, a company of such stature, fall to such depths? Zhong Jiaqing embezzled funds and even misused client accounts to trade futures, losing over 3 billion in just 20 days. Lin Tang shook his head. With such a massive deficit, the company will surely face liquidation. 3 billion? Zheng Kun exclaimed, astonished. This is 1,980. How did he manage that? By employing financial leverage, a method currently trending in international markets. Zheng Kun surveyed the building. This structure must be worth a considerable sum, correct? It has already been sold. An officer interjected. Dingya was preparing to relocate when this incident occurred. So now Dingya is merely an empty shell, all because Zhong Jiaqing lost 3 billion? Precisely. Misappropriating funds to trade futures, resulting in client bankruptcies? Yes. Zheng Kun abruptly halted, expressing impatience. Then why hasn't he jumped off a building yet? Does he truly believe he can repay this debt? He might as well end it all. Why trouble us? Zheng, one cannot speak so lightly. Lin Tang advised, if a life is lost, it would be difficult for everyone to account for it. Hasn't there been a sufficient number of suicides during market crashes? Zheng Kun scoffed. This is merely a debt collection issue. What is there to be anxious about? Upon reaching the office door, they observed a frenzied middle-aged man brandishing a knife, holding a long-haired youth hostage, confronting the police. Step back. I want him to repay me. Mr. Zhang, please remain calm. This will not resolve the issue. How else am I to resolve it? He has swindled all my money. Now I owe 300,000. How am I to live? Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry emanated from behind. Jiaqing, my son, Mom, save me. Upon seeing his mother, Deng Hui, Zhong Jiaqing desperately called for help. Be quiet. The assailant bellowed. If you scream again, I will cut him. Deng Hui and her husband, Zhong Weiming, were entirely oblivious to Zheng Kun's presence, focused solely on pleading. Let my son go. Return the money, and I will release him. The assailant pointed the knife at Deng Hui. I know you have money. Give me 1 million, and I will let him go. Very well. We will provide 1 million. Deng Hui sighed with relief. I will get you the money right away. All right, 1 million. I will pay. She turned to Zhong Weiming, exclaiming, what are you standing there for? Hurry and go to the bank. Do you want to watch our son die? In her eyes, a mere million was insignificant. To exchange this sum for her son's life was undoubtedly the most worthwhile transaction imaginable. Hey, why are you just standing there? Hurry up. Seeing Zhong Weiming remain motionless, Deng Hui's voice suddenly escalated. Yet Zhong Weiming remained frozen, terror etched across his face as he stared in a particular direction. It was then that Deng Hui sensed something amiss, following his gaze. A chill coursed down her spine. She staggered back 2 steps. Zheng Kun. That man stood with his arms crossed, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as if he were watching a performance. You too. Don't just focus on me. You are the concerned parties. Will you provide the money or not? If you wish to negotiate for his release, do so quickly, or we shall have to take action. Zheng Kun nonchalantly surveyed them. Deng Hui harbored a deep-seated hatred for Zheng Kun. This man, the very killer of her father, was also the architect of her family's ruin. Had it been in the past, she would have recklessly charged at him, driven by the desire for revenge. She, Deng Hui, was never one to cower. But now, fear had rendered her powerless. The mere sight of his face conjured memories of that package. The sight of 8 dismembered arms drenched in blood, and the 8 lost lives. This seemingly polished star of the police force was, in reality, a demon who regarded human life as inconsequential. She suppressed her fury and tremulously asked, Zheng, you are a police officer. You should take charge of this situation. What do you think we should do? I suggest you do nothing. This is the duty of the police. Zheng Kun covered his nose and sidestepped her, advancing towards the knife-wielding assailant and Zheng Jiaqing. Do not come any closer. Stay back. The assailant brandished the knife and shouted. What kind of a worn-out knife do you think will intimidate anyone? Zheng Kun pressed on, observing the assailant's pale complexion. Put down the knife. This matter ends here. No, he has swindled my money. Before the assailant could finish his sentence, Zheng Kun swiftly seized the knife like lightning, executing a shoulder throw that sent the assailant crashing to the ground, promptly cuffing him. Fat Tang, San Tiao Si, take him away. For Zheng Kun, this was merely a matter of convenience. He didn't even spare Zhong Weiming and his wife a glance, completing the task before departing with San Tiao Si and the others. After leaving Dingye Group, Zheng Kun dismissed his subordinates and turned into a corner tea restaurant alone. He ordered a cup of milk tea and a pineapple bun, leisurely indulging. Before long, a young man took a seat opposite him. Brother Kun, you've arrived? Yes. Brother Kun, everything has been handled. Order something to eat. Zheng Kun pushed the menu towards him. Brother Kun, I'm not hungry. Even if you're not hungry, you should eat a little. Undoubtedly, in a tone that brooked no dissent, Yuan Jiahao obediently ordered the same milk tea and pineapple bun. Chapter 33, Huang Haoming's Sabotage. The Investigation Department's Difficulties. Well done. It seems the old man's teachings were not in vain, Zheng Kun remarked as he took a bite of the pineapple bun. Yuan Jiahao could not help but show a hint of delight. I never anticipated those underhanded tricks would be so effective. That fool Zhong Jiaqing was completely outmaneuvered by me. What skill is it to deceive a simpleton? Remember, a true master can deceive even themselves. Only by first convincing oneself can one lead others astray. Yes, Brother Kun. I understand. How much did we manage to extract from Zhong Jiaqing this time? Alas, not much. Yuan Jiahao rubbed his hands together. That dimwit invested his entire fortune after seeing the information I provided. I had to employ every means at my disposal to retain a mere million or so. A million or so, and you still consider it insufficient? Zheng Kun narrowed his eyes, remarking that in just a few days, you've earned such a substantial amount of illicit money, and yet you remain unsatisfied? Remember, greed is a double-edged sword. You are right, Brother Kun. Yuan Jiahao quickly concealed his triumphant expression. Zheng Kun was not mistaken. Just months ago, he was a small-time thug trapped by debts amounting to tens of thousands. And now he had amassed such wealth. What more could he desire? Yet, gazing at the long string of numbers in his account, contemplating the vast sums he had handled, a weight seemed to press down on his heart. This matter is nearly concluded. You must go into hiding. Even upon hearing the news of Zhong Jiaqing's demise, do not return in the short term. Brother Kun, I understand. Yuan Jiahao nodded vigorously. Zhong Jiaqing had the audacity to meddle with funds even surpassing those of Colombian drug lords. That group of lunatics would certainly not let him off easily. This is your new identity and passport. Zheng Kun slid an envelope across the table. The flight has been booked for this afternoon. Do not delay. With Zhong Jiaqing's blunder, the Commercial Crimes Unit will investigate him by this afternoon at the latest. He will undoubtedly expose you. Rest assured, even if he confesses, he will have no substantial evidence to present. Yuan Jiahao rubbed his hands together, contemplating the over 10 million. That is your money. Zheng Kun tilted his head back to finish the last sip of milk tea, rising to pat Yuan Jiahao on the shoulder. It was earned through skill. There is no shame in that. I will look after your mother, and once the storm passes, I will summon you back. Thank you, Brother Kun. Watching Zheng Kun's retreating figure, and gazing at the over 10 million in his account, Yuan Jiahao felt as if he were in a dream. Is it truly settled with Brother Kun? Have I genuinely earned 10 million? Though he had lived through it, it felt like an absurd play. The ups and downs of life are but fleeting moments. If one were to inquire whether there are any good people in Zheng Kun's profession, he would surely spit in your face. Pursue your grand dreams. Brotherhood? Loyalty? All mere illusions. Can those who earn a living in this manner be virtuous? Just like his master, Xiang Zhibai, what sort of good person is he? He helped Yuan Jiahao and his mother years ago? Nonsense. There are plenty of the downtrodden in Kowloon Walled City. Why save only him? He was merely bait. Seeing Yuan Jiahao's cleverness, he sought to draw him into the trade, without making it too obvious that he was not merely collecting apprentices for himself, but preparing a helper for Zheng Kun. In the world of deception, one cannot succeed alone. The so-called legends of the 8 generals. Where does trust arise among swindlers? One must win hearts. How to do so? By employing cunning. Xiang Zhabai had no good intentions when he aided that mother and son. Their frequent interactions led to Yuan Jiahao developing a gambling addiction. Yet he taught him no real skills. A boy of 13 or 14 who becomes entangled in this, coupled with unique methods, could never break free for a lifetime. This gambling addiction serves as the leash for Zheng Kun. Zheng Kun employed a strategy of entrapment. Initially dismissive, he only extended a hand when Yuan Jiahao was cornered by gambling debts. Those who find themselves in dire straits naturally feel grateful. Even if one's nature is cold, they would not dare act rashly in the face of Zheng Kun's exhibited prowess. Next came the initiation of Zhong Jiaqing. Although Xiang Zhabai did not impart genuine skills, he subtly ingrained the art of deception into Yuan Jiahao's very being through daily interactions, allowing him to instinctively employ these tactics with a little guidance. And who was the guiding hand? Zheng Kun. This is the secret transmission of the 1,000 doors to control the hearts of men. After several refinements, Yuan Jiahao had become a valuable asset. The matter with Zhong Jiaqing was executed flawlessly. Had it not been for his overt distraction of Zhong Weiming and his wife, Yuan Jiahao would not have been able to deceive Zhong Jiaqing. Zhong Jiaqing was the final trump card. No matter who investigates, they will not be able to implicate Zheng Kun. His feud with the Zhong family is now settled. Zhong Jiaqing's reckless actions have purchased his entire family a one-way ticket to the underworld. Swindlers are indeed treacherous and despicable. As the heir of the 1,000 doors, Zheng Kun, though disinterested in such affairs, had long mastered the methods that could lead to a person's ruin. That night, tap, tap, tap. On the desolate beach of Hong Kong Island, bodies lay strewn about. Chen Jincheng gazed at the fallen brother Nan and the members of the Sanlian gang, then turned his attention to the expressionless, robotic bald man before him, his psyche completely shattered. Mr. Powers, allow me to explain. This truly has nothing to do with me. The money was lost by Zhong Jiaqing. I never anticipated his audacity to use the funds to speculate on futures. The black-clad bald man coldly cast a glance at him, raised his hand, and fired a shot, striking him squarely between the eyes. Simultaneously, in a village house in Saikong, Zhong Weiming and Deng Hui hung from the ceiling. Several white men with Spanish accents were mercilessly pounding Zhong Jiaqing with hammers. 3 hours later, Zhong Jiaqing's body lay shattered, lifeless. The white men exchanged glances, displaying expressions of resignation, then cast a fierce glare at Zhong Jiaqing before turning to leave. Soon, fire engulfed the entire village house, leaving no trace but ashes. Thus concluded a saga ignited by Zheng Kun's unraveling of the drug trafficking case. The origins of this affair lay in the drug trafficking case itself. Chen Jincheng and the Sanlian gang had been smuggling into Hong Kong Island through the Zhujia faction, only to be intercepted by Zheng Kun. Harboring resentment, Chen Jincheng incited his partners and Deng Wei of the Lianqing faction to deal with Zheng Kun. Deng Wei, leveraging his relationship with Zhong Weiming, lodged complaints against Zheng Kun and exerted pressure on the police's internal investigation unit through his status as a legislator, sabotaging Zheng Kun's promotion plan. His intention was merely to teach him a lesson in secret. However, Zheng Kun was no one to be trifled with. He swiftly retaliated. On the surface, he swept through and eliminated Lianqing with overwhelming force, taking down Deng Wei behind the scenes. He had Yuan Jiahao employ 1,000 doors tactics to entice Zhong Jiaqing into misappropriating public funds and client money, resulting in catastrophic losses in the futures market, even depleting the funds of Colombian drug lords. The outcome was already predetermined. Zheng Kun seized this opportunity to make a name for himself, clearing his identity as a member of the 1,000 doors while using the drug lord's hand to eliminate both open and hidden enemies, extricating himself unscathed and leaving no trace. Such is the art of the 1,000 doors. This Bao has gone too far. How could he commit such acts? Had I known, I would never have allowed him to come to Hong Kong Island. The next time I see him, what nonsense are you spouting? This is absolutely impossible. Where would I get an illegitimate child? Zheng Mingyi was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, nearly jumping up, his gaze shifting nervously toward his wife. Addressing Zheng Kun, "Ah Kun, do not speak recklessly. Do not tarnish my reputation with baseless accusations. The timing fits perfectly." Zheng Kun paid no heed to him, instead counting on his fingers. "He is slightly older than the eldest brother. From the moment you left the mainland, if he were an illegitimate child, his age would align perfectly. If he were not your biological son, how could you be so kind to him? A full 50,000. Previously, the eldest brother would be stingy over 1,000 or 800, and now this fellow has taken 50,000 from you, and you don't even pursue it? It would be strange if he were not your own. Mother, please be honest, is he truly your nephew? Since he is my cousin, he should be a relative of our family, yet you have never mentioned that we have relatives in the mainland. I have a mahjong appointment with Anning, so do not wait for me tonight." Zheng Kun's mother slammed the remaining half bowl of food onto the bedside table with great force, leaving without a backward glance. Her silhouette seemed to carry an air of menace. Awing, sensing the ominous aura radiating from his wife, Zheng Mingyi's expression shifted dramatically. He sprang up from the bed, ready to pursue her, only to be yanked back down by Zheng Kun. All right, Dad, now that Mom is gone, can we finally discuss the truth? I have nothing to confess. Zheng Mingyi struggled to articulate his thoughts, suddenly feeling more wrong than Do-E herself. Kun, stop speculating. I truly have no connection with him. No connection? Not even as cousins. Then it's simple. I'll drag him out right now. Wait. Zheng Mingyi understood the extent of Zheng Kun's abilities. If he were to take action, the big circle leopard would undoubtedly be caught. However, the big circle leopard bore significant responsibilities and could not afford any mishaps at this critical juncture. With that thought, he begrudgingly nodded, indicating that the matter should end here and should not be mentioned again. Observing his father's humiliated yet stoic demeanor, Zheng Kun nearly burst into laughter. Fine. Let us turn the page on this matter. However, you would do well to remind him to exercise caution in his future endeavors, lest he falls into my grasp. At that point, it would matter not whether he is your illegitimate son. With that, he stormed off. Just as Zheng Kun departed, Zheng Miling and Zheng Hao swiftly followed suit, leaving Zheng Mingyi sitting alone on the bed, a picture of desolation. This big circle leopard seems adamantly resolved to immerse himself in the underworld. What sort of underworld? Once we return, it can simply be dismantled. He is merely a small-time thug, incapable of making any substantial impact. Zheng Kun could not fathom why one would complicate a simple matter. Of course, he understood his own limitations. At most, he would be a gang leader, a mere successor of the Thousand Doors. On the surface, he was just an apprentice inspector, requiring no grand ambitions. He felt no sympathy for his father's predicament. As an undercover agent, should he not bear the weight of being an unsung hero? Otherwise, how could he comfortably enjoy the fruits of his labor and return to write a report on his accomplishments? Fortunately, his family was reasonable. At most, he would receive a few disapproving glances and endure a few cold meals. Compared to the shattered family of Yu Zicheng, he was tremendously fortunate. No, it cannot be this simple. I must devise a way to make my father's report more impressive, thus enhancing its persuasiveness. Therefore, Dad, do not blame me. I am merely considering your career. As ideas for deceiving his father flitted through his mind, each more mischievous than the last, karma swiftly caught up with him. Ding. Detected significant energy. The system is charging. Damn it. In the next moment, he abruptly halted, dark red lightning crackling around him. Ever since he had honed his abilities in the dream world, both his mental prowess and physical condition had undergone remarkable transformations. The most evident change was the substantial increase in the power of his thunderbolt fist. This was not merely an improvement in martial arts. It was a transformation of his physical constitution, causing a mutation in his magical energy, with the previously blue currents now turning a dark red. The destructive power of this dark red electricity far exceeded that of the past. However, whether it would be equally effective against ghostly entities remained uncertain. At that moment, he noticed Jin Qing sitting on the sofa, her complexion pale. Ding. Significant energy detected. The system is charging. Zheng Kun ignored the incessant system notifications in his mind and strode confidently to Jin Qing. What happened? Approaching her, he supported Jin Qing and gazed intently at her wan face, asking, "What is wrong?" I'm fine, just suddenly feel weak all over," Jin Qing replied faintly. "You don't know the reason? This situation is quite unusual." As his hand made contact with Jin Qing, a flurry of system notifications erupted in his mind. Simultaneously, he sensed a chilling energy within her. "Earlier today, I received a strange videotape, and after watching it, I received an eerie call filled with static. Since then, I have felt unsettled and weak, so I lay down on the sofa to rest." A videotape? Zheng Kun's gaze shifted to the dark television screen. "I felt unwell, so I turned off the TV," Jin Qing explained. As the system notifications continued to sound, the chilling energy surrounding Jin Qing began to dissipate rapidly. Once the last trace of energy vanished, Zheng Kun reassured her, "It's likely due to overexertion in your training, leading to mental fatigue. You need to rest adequately." He gently carried Jin Qing into the bedroom and laid her on the bed. "Just sleep it off." "All right," Jin Qing nodded in response, quickly slipping into slumber. Returning to the living room, Zheng Kun turned on the television. The screen flickered with images of a volcanic eruption, a woman combing her hair, eerie white eyes, and an ancient well. Through his yin-yang eye, he saw countless black mists swirling from the television, coiling into thin black serpents that approached him. Ding. Significant energy detected. The system is charging. Notifications rang incessantly. Zheng Kun allowed the black mist to draw near, calmly analyzing. This chilling energy shares the same origin as ordinary ghostly entities, merely with a higher intensity. He turned his head to regard the faint white shadow behind him, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Dark red lightning coalesced in his right hand as he seized the white shadow. The shadow struggled to escape, but was reduced to ashes within the electric grasp. The black mist pouring from the television could not approach, ultimately retreating back into the videotape. Zheng Kun initially intended to destroy the videotape, but decided to make a copy first. It seems that even in this era, there are those who employ such methods to harm others, he murmured. For ordinary people, this videotape represents a lethal curse. Chapter 34. The Exorcist's bloodline stirs. The Yin-Yang Eye advances. The Nine Chrysanthemum sect, a glint of cold light, flashed in Zheng Kun's eyes. He recalled the earlier elimination of Meiji, and this was likely retaliation from the opposing side. This videotape serves as a test from the Nine Chrysanthemum sect against him. Zheng Kun fixed his gaze on the fragments of the package in his hand, a cold smile emerging on his lips. The address clearly indicated a location on Hong Kong Island, but the handwriting was unmistakably that of someone uneducated in formal Chinese writing. Sadako, for ordinary people. Once ensnared in her curse via the videotape, their fate would be akin to that depicted in the film. No one could escape. This tool, employed to harm others, is nearly infallible. Unfortunately, Zheng Kun is neither ignorant nor an ordinary person. While Sadako's abilities may appear formidable and eerie in films and novels, at its core, it remains confined within the realm of ghostly entities. The fundamental capabilities of ghosts boil down to two: telekinesis and illusion, which are merely means of psychological manipulation. For ordinary individuals, this constitutes a dimensional assault against their inherently weak mental fortitude, leaving them utterly defenseless and doomed. Moreover, Sadako was an esper in life. After her death, her accumulated resentment only elevated her powers. Yet, no matter how much she transcended, she ultimately remains a ghost. Regardless of how elaborate her abilities may seem, they still hinge on those two fundamentals. Zheng Kun had previously engaged in profound discussions with Uncle Feng regarding the essence of ghosts. Uncle Feng, having dealt with ghostly entities for years, stated that their powers indeed stem from their intrinsic nature as collective spiritual entities. Telekinesis manifests as a display of mental strength sufficient to interfere with matter. Illusions, in turn, involve the direct interference of spirit upon spirit. Deception, dream invoking, possession, all are variants of illusion. Once one becomes a ghost, interfering with the mind nearly becomes instinctual. Even the weakest specter can manage it. How does one combat ghostly entities? Uncle Feng's response was both succinct and decisive. The powers of malevolent spirits exert a crushing dominance over ordinary individuals. Yet they may not hold the same sway over practitioners of the arcane. In fact, even robust men blessed with vigorous life force are often avoided by these entities. The earthly realm is inherently inhospitable to such spirits. Those endowed with strong vitality are akin to searing flames, which these apparitions instinctively flee from. Furthermore, the presence of yang energy and magical prowess can also serve to restrain these malevolent beings. Individuals like Zheng Kun, who possess mastery over the Thunder Fist technique, are particularly formidable adversaries to such entities. Today's trial confirmed Uncle Feng's assertions, as the manifestation of Sadako's longing was effortlessly obliterated by a single punch. In the spirit of reciprocity, having initiated hostilities, I must naturally respond in kind. Zheng Kun was almost entirely ignorant of the supernatural realm in eastern Japan. In truth, apart from a few insights gleaned from Uncle Feng regarding the supernatural occurrences in Hong Kong, the other region's arcane realms were utterly unfamiliar to him. This ignorance stemmed from a lack of accessible information, compounded by the insular nature of these supernatural communities, which are steeped in mutual suspicion and engage in minimal communication. Even within the supernatural realm itself, there is a notable scarcity of shared knowledge. Zheng Kun found this rather peculiar, as if everyone were concealing secrets. The methods employed by various supernatural factions vary greatly, and it is certainly not a matter of simply sending a skilled practitioner to sweep through them all. Unless one possesses the might of a general, no one would dare claim invincibility. Perhaps this is why the Joju sect refrained from sending investigators following the incident involving Meiji, opting for a low-cost yet efficient approach instead. Success or failure, at least there would be an explanation for their side. It has long been stated that those internet novels are mere fabrications. How could such tales possibly lead to infinite reproductions that threaten the world? The situation is not as dire as it may seem. Sadako's videotape can indeed be duplicated, and the copies retain a measure of supernatural potency. Yet this power is by no means limitless. Zheng Kun possessed one original tape sent by another, and another that he had recorded himself. He could distinctly sense that the copied tape exuded a chilling aura, while the original's presence was somewhat diminished. This was not a mere replication or contagion, but rather a phenomenon where a portion of power is wholly extracted. The amount of power retained corresponds directly to the loss incurred. adhering to the law of conservation of energy. Each tape retains its original functionality, albeit with varying degrees of efficacy. The initial tape could influence Jean Qing, yet the copied version had a markedly lesser effect, perhaps even detectable by her as unusual. Let us try once more. He inserted a tape into the VCR again. The first duplication was successful, yet the second attempt failed. However, the newly recorded second tape managed to successfully produce a third, albeit with the energy once again diminished. While the third tape still bore a chilling essence, it was significantly weaker than its predecessors. Zheng Kun, lost in thought, continued the recording process. By the seventh attempt, the newly duplicated tape could no longer proceed, its energy reduced to a level barely perceptible. Nevertheless, this feeble energy-laden tape felt like a treasure to Zheng Kun. Although its power was scant, its essence still existed, albeit with diminished efficacy against ordinary individuals. This structure is quite intriguing. Through his yin-yang vision, the energy of this tape revealed no further secrets. Could this be the most fundamental manifestation of spiritual interference with matter? Spiritual energy is inherently intangible, and to interfere with matter necessitates a transformative process. Uncle Feng had mentioned such a transformation, albeit vaguely, as even he was unclear about the specific conditions required. Both Uncle Feng and Zheng Kun, through the cultivation of their ancestral techniques, naturally achieved this transformation upon meeting certain criteria. Zheng Kun, however, stumbled upon it unexpectedly while practicing the Rui technique. Uncle Feng only knew that this transformation correlated directly with the strength of one's spiritual power, and that lineage would also influence this energy. Practitioners possess a perception far beyond that of the average person, yet they remain unable to comprehend the essence of this transformation unless they ascend to a higher realm. Zheng Kun was no exception. His perception had significantly heightened within the dream realm, yet it had not yet reached the microcosmic level until now. He discovered that the spiritual energy on the last tape seemed to be perceptible in its essence. After detaching the interference of resentment, the pure spiritual energy was far more refined than that of an ordinary individual. While the spiritual energy of an ordinary person dissipates like mist, the energy on this tape, though weak, was condensed like liquid, achieving a qualitative transformation that endowed it with the ability to affect matter. Sadako, in life, was an individual with extraordinary abilities. This refined spiritual energy may have been innate. After death, as her resentment mingled in, her spiritual power underwent a second qualitative shift, endowing her with a host of inexplicable capabilities. Resentment, or perhaps malice, has long been recognized by practitioners. It is fundamentally a variant of emotion. If a person dies with an overwhelming obsession or resentment, it may lead to a transformation in their spiritual power, constant in quantity, yet distorted in quality, resulting in the emergence of malevolent spirits. Sadako underwent two such transformations, rendering her more twisted and fearsome than ordinary spirits. At the very least, ordinary spirits cannot propagate through videotapes as she does. With this thought in mind, he gently touched the videotape with his finger, and an unusual energy transmitted forth. In the next moment, the chilling energy emanating from the tape surged at an astonishing rate, reaching half of the original strength in under a minute. It could absorb the resentment of ordinary individuals to grow. The energy Zheng Kun transmitted originated from the dream realm, collected from the nightmarish power he gathered after shattering others' dream bubbles, fundamentally rooted in the emotion of fear. This suggests that the essence of belief, emotion, and resentment may indeed be synonymous. As the energy of the tape intensified, a faint connection formed between him and the tape. Through this connection, he vaguely sensed a distant spiritual entity. Sadako. His eyes brightened, as if a realization dawned upon him. His body trembled slightly, and red electrical sparks flickered around him. With a resounding bang, the tape disintegrated into ash in his hand, severing that tenuous connection. In the instant of the tape's destruction, Zheng Kun acutely felt the surge of anger emanating from that spiritual entity. The sunflower guy pulled a handful of sunflower seeds from his pocket, then silently released them, suddenly finding them tasteless. For skins for pelts? Is this something a person could utter? The idea is rather novel. But how could that bunch from Eastern Japan possibly come to Hong Kong? Even if they did, they couldn't simply act at will. International repercussions must be taken into account. I know your abilities are considerable, and you've even cultivated some peculiar talents. Yet you must understand that brute force cannot resolve every issue, nor can extraordinary abilities. There are always greater powers beyond the horizon, especially when it comes to those supernatural matters. It is wise to exercise caution. Supernatural matters? Zheng Kun looked at the sunflower guy incredulously. Mr. Shun, are you truly advocating for the promotion of feudal superstitions? Are you not afraid I might report you? Have you been corrupted by capitalism after just a few days in Hong Kong? How dare you utter such words in my presence? What about your organizational discipline? You. What about me? It is precisely because you perpetuate these superstitious beliefs that the situation has escalated. Initially, I could have resolved this myself, yet you insisted on meddling, amplifying the matter. How do we conclude this now? You must bear the full responsibility. The more Zheng Kun spoke, the more fervent he became, directing his tirade at Shinjia. Shinjia was left speechless, astonished by this eccentricity. Where did this oddball come from? To think he would accuse me of engaging in feudal superstition. Back in the day, I led my brothers from Donghai Road to the Kowloon Mountains, our blades dulled, only to secure peace in the mainland. Now that we have finally managed to cleanse these vile entities, why bring this up? If only we could have a few more individuals of such caliber. You are absolutely right. Feudal superstitions must be ruthlessly eradicated. Shinjia suddenly rose, his demeanor exuding righteousness, and declared, therefore, Officer Zheng, as a party involved, I implore your cooperation in the investigation. Now that sounds more like it. Combating superstitious activities and safeguarding the citizens from their harm is also the duty of our royal police. The two exchanged knowing smiles, having reached a subtle consensus. Earlier this morning, we checked the post office. The package did not originate from there. You are quite familiar with the local gangs, aren't you? Indeed, I, Zheng Kun, am well acquainted with them. Zheng Kun grinned, a glint of predatory eagerness flashing in his eyes. Which gang shall be unfortunate this time? The Loyal Youth Society. A package was sent by a small thug named Ding Xiaoxia. The Loyal Youth Society? Ding Xiaoxia? An image of 4 crab spirits flitted through Zheng Kun's mind, eliciting a chuckle. Leave it to me. What are you planning to do? Just a small-time thug. Is it worth my efforts? Presently, Ding Xiaoxia is merely a lackey, far from becoming a future boss. As for Ding Xia, he is still serving time. The television dramas glorify the Loyal Youth Society to no end, but in reality, it is a third-rate gang, reportedly with some connections to the Eastern barbarians. The threads are beginning to intertwine. Eastern Japanese, Eastern barbarians, the Loyal Youth Society, South American drug lords. Speaking of which, Ding Xiaoxia does possess some talent. He is far superior to that brother Haonan, a natural for the Underworld. The Loyal Youth Society has a convoluted background. It would be unwise for me to interfere. Zheng Kun cast a disdainful glance at the sunflower guy. After all, he, a local snake, had been at a loss for clues for half a day, while the others sat munching seeds, effortlessly piecing together the origins and ramifications, yet still claimed it was unwise to intervene. Very well. The intelligence work is indeed a craft passed down through generations. This matter is quite simple. The Eastern Japanese wish to retaliate against me, but dare not do so openly, hence resorting to such tricks. Even if we dismantle the Loyal Youth Society, it will be of no use. Your task is to control the circulation of the videotape, and you can rest assured that your mission has already been accomplished. So, I need to comprehend all the information regarding this videotape to see if I can resolve the issue at its roots. That is impossible. You cannot address the root cause. My mission is not to control the situation, but to retrieve the videotape to the mainland. You do not intend to study that thing, do you? Zheng Kun's mind was momentarily flooded with thoughts of the Dragon Group and other similarly juvenile names. Such matters cannot be handled by Hong Kong Island. The queer nation will not specifically address it either. It typically falls upon us to contain it. The sunflower guy revealed an unspoken rule. Understood. I shall return and hand it over to you. I will accompany you, the sunflower guy said. Half an hour later, Zheng Kun stood at the door of his study, staring at the empty space where the safe once was, his fingers stroking his chin, his eyes glinting with coldness. Aching, what happened? I am unclear. I have been at home, and no one could have entered. No one entered, yet the safe has vanished? Zheng Kun laughed in anger, kicking a nearby chair away. With your current perception, who could possibly move an entire safe without a sound? That is a safe. I truly did not detect any disturbance. Chapter 35. Breaking the Cross-Border Drug Trafficking Network. Jinqing found it hard to believe. She genuinely had no knowledge of it. They must have employed some extraordinary ability. Extraordinary ability? Indeed, the ability to pass through walls. After inspecting the scene, the sunflower guy remarked, if they can pass through walls, why not simply take the items inside rather than move the entire safe? They dare not. The sunflower guy asserted, evidently aware of the perilous nature of the videotape. To recklessly engage with it could lead to uncontrollable consequences, hence they took the entire safe. It seems you know who did this. Just a pack of stray dogs. The sunflower guy stood before the empty space, his tone relaxed, yet his expression grave. They are not inherently fearsome. But the issue lies in their possession of something they should not have. I fear the trouble may be more than just a minor inconvenience. Zheng Kun narrowed his eyes, pondering how they might handle this item. Of course, they will spread it to instill fear and death. It is their forte. What is the background of these individuals? Vile entities, remnants of the forces we have expelled from the mainland. Some have fled to Hong Kong Island, others overseas. The sunflower guy was reluctant to elaborate further. What shall we do now? We must locate them. The sunflower guy turned to Zheng Kun. indicating that this matter should not be made public. You are the local authority. Surely you have some means. I do not even know who they are. What can I do? Zheng Kun expressed his dissatisfaction. Furthermore, your identity here is sensitive. Do you think those foreign superiors will cooperate with you? Without support from superiors, how can we collaborate? Your superior has instructed you to assist me in transferring the videotape. Now that it is lost, who should I turn to if not you? The sunflower guy grinned slyly. Ultimately, this is your responsibility. Zheng Kun stared at him for a while, then suddenly inquired, do you know of the zombie king Jiangchen? The sunflower guy's expression stiffened, and after a long pause, he replied, he is not our concern. Then whose concern is he? Zheng Kun was taken aback by this unusual response. Have you heard of fate? The sunflower guy countered. Zheng Kun displayed an expression of surprise. Someone like you actually believes in such things? Since you are aware of Jiangchen, it seems you have encountered a woman from the Ma family. The sunflower guy deflected the topic. There are some past grievances. Avoid interacting with them. The sunflower guy warned. Once entangled with that family, it becomes impossible to extricate oneself. Rest assured, I have no interest in them. It is best that way. The two tacitly concluded that conversation. Additionally, in the future, do not involve yourself in matters related to the underworld. Why not? The sunflower guy fixed his gaze on Zheng Kun. There is no such thing as the underworld in this world, nor any ghosts. When one dies, it is like a lamp extinguished. The so-called reincarnation and hell are merely feudal superstitions that must be eradicated. Do you understand my meaning? I somewhat grasp it. But is this truly effective? Zheng Kun, having absorbed some of the spirit of the vengeful, harbored deeper insights into the supernatural phenomena of this world. He had formulated his own hypotheses regarding the reasons behind the materialization of ghost stories. Many spectral entities are closely intertwined with human psychic energy, and some are even birthed from human desires. The more intense the desire, the greater the number of believers, thus increasing the likelihood of these phenomena manifesting. It is precisely for this reason that Confucius stated, the wise do not speak of strange forces and chaotic spirits. However, this method is only applicable to certain ghostly entities. It can reduce the frequency of supernatural occurrences but cannot completely eradicate them. At most, it can only weaken their existence. Special entities like Jiangchen do not rely on human desire. Human psychic energy has no effect on them. Moreover, with the advancement of society and the proliferation of media and the internet, the speed of information dissemination has accelerated, leading to an expansion of human desires, and consequently, an increasing number of individuals who believe in the supernatural. Belief brings forth the supernatural, disbelief renders it ineffective. This is not an absolute truth. Once someone naively believes in these phenomena and successfully triggers a supernatural occurrence, they will exist, no longer reliant on human desire, much like Chu Renmei and the vengeful spirit. Therefore, Zheng Kun harbored skepticism towards this approach. Unless there are other means, it would be difficult to resolve the issue entirely. However, he did not directly voice his doubts. After all, he was merely newly acquainted with the sunflower guy, and delving too deeply into sensitive matters was unwise. The man known as Guazi also maintained a degree of reserve. Despite his admiration for Zheng Kun, he would not divulge any core secrets, as is customary. After some casual banter between them, Zheng Kun spoke up. You make a valid point. I can investigate this matter. But you must give me some insight. Are these individuals easy to deal with? Just a bunch of lost souls. Nothing particularly challenging, he replied. However, the island is not our territory, so our movements are somewhat restricted. All you need to do is unearth them, and we shall take care of the rest. Of course, if you are willing to lend a hand, that would be even better. Zheng Kun chuckled dryly, neither confirming nor denying. In the depths of night, in Causeway Bay, within a dimly lit alley, Ding Xiaoxia curled up on the ground, cradling his head with his hands, while 4 or 5 thugs wielded clubs, mercilessly striking him. It was not until his cries grew faint that they ceased their assault. Nearby, a man in a floral shirt and flip-flops ambled over to Ding Xiaoxia, waved his hand, and the thugs tucked away their weapons, vanishing into the shadows of the alley. With great effort, Ding Xiaoxia lifted his head, squinting under the feeble glow of a streetlight, and recognized the figure before him, his expression turning to one of bewilderment. Huanqi Gu. Oh, you know me? Qin Huanqi squatted down and patted his head. The last time Brother Sung and you had tea, I was right there beside you. Given your association with Brother Sung, you should be rather astute. Why are you acting so foolishly? Qin Huanqi scoffed. Foolish. Ding Xiaoxia was nearly driven to madness. At such a tender age, how could he comprehend these matters? Ambushed in an alley and beaten by members of Hongxing, only to discover that the assailant was none other than Huanqi Gu, a figure his own boss would go out of his way to curry favor with, the favored subordinate of Prince Jiang Tianxing. How could he make sense of this? Did he feel aggrieved? It seemed Qin Huanqi perceived his thoughts, grabbing a fistful of his hair and yanking him upright. To be honest, I have no idea why he instructed me to beat you, but for a mere rookie like you to offend anyone, Of all people, why choose him? Truly admirable. Whom did I offend? Ding Xiaoxia was even more perplexed. Curious to know? Then get up and follow me. Faced with Qin Huangqi's imposing presence, Ding Xiaoxia dared not resist. He endured the pain and struggled to his feet, limping behind him. Exiting the alley, they soon reached a van parked not far away. Qin Huangqi stopped about 20 to 30 meters from the vehicle and pointed, saying, "Get in. The main person is waiting for you." Ding Xiaoxia felt a knot of anxiety in his stomach, yet he dared not defy. He approached the van, opened the door, and climbed inside. The interior was shrouded in smoke, and in the back seat sat a figure with a cigarette dangling from his lips, the amber flickering ominously in the darkness. "Have a smoke." The person offered a cigarette, not waiting for Ding Xiaoxia to respond. As Ding Xiaoxia finally discerned the man's face, he shuddered, his legs turning to jelly as he slid beneath the seat. Zheng. His mind was a chaotic whirlwind, his fingers trembling uncontrollably around the cigarette. The man before him appeared youthful, his smile exuding a certain warmth. Yet, in the Underworld, who had not heard of the notorious ghost King Kuan? Rumor had it that due to a single complaint, he had uprooted the oldest and largest gang in Hong Kong, lynching entirely, not merely suppressing or sealing it off, but obliterating it completely. Nowadays, no one dared to claim affiliation with lynching. There were even tales that he had, in front of the police and hundreds of thugs, personally crushed the former leader, Deng Wei. While the veracity of such stories was difficult to ascertain, they had only grown more exaggerated over time. Coupled with his acts of overturning vans in broad daylight and capturing the 10 most wanted criminals, the Ghost King's infamy had long echoed through both the legal and illegal realms. Though Ding Xiaoxia held some standing within the Zhongqing society, in Zheng Kun's eyes, it was utterly insignificant. Not to mention, even if a leader from Zhongqing were to arrive, they would have to bow their heads. How could he possibly be foolish enough to provoke such a harbinger of doom? But when had he ever wronged him? Suppressing his terror, Ding Xiaoxia shakily lit the cigarette. Taking a deep drag, attempting to steady his nerves with the acrid smoke, the van fell into an eerie silence. Zheng Kun remained uncommunicative, and Ding Xiaoxia dared not utter a word. It was only after the cigarette but extinguished that Zheng Kun flicked it away, gazing at Ding Xiaoxia, who was frantically stifling his cigarette. "I quite like that gift from yesterday." Ding Xiaoxia wore a puzzled expression. He didn't even know where Zheng Kun lived, much less delivered a gift. Suddenly, realization struck him. "Zheng, are you referring to that package?" Indeed, a rather substantial gift. Zheng Kun assessed the young man before him. Though only 10 years of age, there was a fierceness in his eyes, indicating he was no pushover. At 14 or 15, he had the audacity to wield a knife. And now he had become a favored figure within Zhongqing, highly regarded by the formidable brother Sung. "I truly had no idea that was your residence. Had I known, even with 10 lives, I wouldn't dare." Ding Xiaoxia was drenched in cold sweat. Brother Sung instructed me to deliver it. How could I dare disobey? At that moment, he wished he could strangle his own boss for provoking trouble with the wrong person. The Zhongqing society was surely doomed. Was it Brother Sung who orchestrated this? Absolutely true. Ding Xiaoxia hastily deflected blame. "What do you know about the inner workings?" "I know nothing." Ding Xiaoxia exclaimed. "Brother Sung handed the item to me in a mysterious manner, only instructing me to deliver it to the specified address." Suddenly, Ding Xiaoxia lowered his voice. "This matter might be beyond Brother Sung's control. It likely reflects the will of the leader. Has the gang made any recent moves?" "I've heard they have made connections with the Sanlian gang and will soon be able to procure goods directly from Dongfan." Zheng Kun narrowed his eyes. "Besides you and Brother Sung, who else is aware?" "No one else. Brother Sung was quite secretive when he handed over the item, fearful of being seen." Ding Xiaoxia strained to recall. Ding Xiaoxia looked anxiously at Zheng Kun, his voice trembling. "Zheng, I truly did not expect things to escalate to this extent." Zheng Kun's piercing gaze bore into him. "Answer the questions honestly, no tricks." "I apologize, Zheng." Ding Xiaoxia felt the scrutiny send chills through him and hastily lowered his head in contrition. "Has Brother Sung mentioned this to anyone else?" "I don't think so, but..." Ding Xiaoxia hesitated. "I heard he has been getting quite close to a woman lately. I don't know if he has revealed anything." "What woman?" "I don't know her. They say she is a newcomer from Hongjia." Ding Xiaoxia suddenly recalled something and looked up to add, "Zheng, now that you mention it, I do feel Brother Sung has been acting unusually. It seems he has been captivated by that woman." Zheng Kun scoffed. "A woman from the mainland can enchant a gang leader? What a joke." Yet, he did not pursue the matter further and instead pulled out several photographs. Upon seeing the contents of the photos, Ding Xiaoxia's complexion changed drastically. "Zheng, if you have a grievance, direct it at me. Spare my father. You are overthinking it. Your father was injured in a conflict at Stanley." Zheng Kun replied coolly. "I can assist him in obtaining medical parole. With his temperament, if he remains incarcerated, trouble is bound to arise. You can really get my father out." Ding Xiaoxia, his face swollen, looked up excitedly. "Zheng, as long as you help, my life is yours." Your life isn't worth that much. Zheng Kun chuckled lightly. If there's news, Huanqi will inform you. You can also seek his help if you encounter any troubles, except for borrowing money. Thank you, Zheng. Ding Xiaoxia bowed repeatedly as he exited the van. Feeling elated that the beating he endured was worth it. He understood that his current value to Zheng Kun was limited. The favor shown was merely a strategic play. Upon disembarking, he spotted Qin Huanqi leaning against a utility pole, intending to approach but was stopped by a wave of the hand, forcing him to leave in haste. As Qin Huanqi turned to board the vehicle, he seized the cigarette offered by Zheng Kun and took a deep drag before flicking the butt away. This lad possesses an admirable ferocity and loyalty. He is undoubtedly cut out for the underworld, destined to rise if he survives. He reminded himself that he was an undercover agent, and all actions must be reported. Zheng Kun patted him on the shoulder before exiting the vehicle. On the rooftop of the food building in Yolan Street, Huang Haoming fixed an expressionless gaze upon Qin Huanqi. Zheng Kun instructed you to deal with Ding Xiaoxia, arranged a private meeting, and asked you to keep an eye on him? Indeed. What is their connection? Unclear. And the motive? Unknown. Huang Haoming's frustration boiled over. What exactly do you know? Honestly, I'm merely a small-time thug, Qin Huanqi replied, exasperated. The gang leaders command me. And the police chief does as well. If gathering intelligence were that simple, I would have been promoted long ago. Whose orders are you following? He is currently a trainee inspector, 2 ranks above you. It's possible he could be appointed as your superior one day. Qin Huanqi offered a wry smile. Would you care to enlighten me on what to do? This remark struck a nerve with Huang Haoming, who felt a pang of frustration at the disgrace brought upon the police force by the Liansheng case, while Zheng Kun ascended to prominence. The police had invested considerable resources merely to target a handful of leaders, never anticipating the dismantling of the entire Liansheng society. Zheng Kun, employing ruthless tactics, had obliterated a gang with a history spanning centuries. Such actions were utterly against the rules. With the gang uprooted, what purpose remained for the police? All criminals apprehended. What then was the role of law enforcement? Everyone understood the rationale, yet the public only saw the outcome, the annihilation of one gang, and the rise of a new star in the Hong Kong police force, decisively eradicating societal blight. What could the police do? More perplexing was how Zheng Kun procured such precise intelligence, and how he managed to turn Liansheng's subordinates against their own leaders. This completely upended the established method of police operations. It was as if overnight, their conventional strategies against gangs had become a mere joke. The police were left embarrassed, feeling their authority diminished. Rest assured, even if he is promoted to inspector, there is no chance he will be assigned to the police. Why not? No reason. Just remember, Zheng Kun will never join the police. Qin Huanqi refrained from probing further. As an undercover agent, he understood the importance of discretion. Does he still maintain contact with Hongxing? Since the Liansheng incident, he has not set foot in Hongxing nor encountered Jiang Quan. At the very least, Jiang Tianxing has never mentioned him. Merely avoiding suspicion. Huang Haoming scoffed. Rumor has it that Zheng Kun's intelligence comes from Hongxing selling out Liansheng. Hongxing is not faring well in the underworld these days. Indeed, various gangs are targeting Hongxing, but none dare to act recklessly. After all, who wouldn't fear that Hongxing might sell their secrets to Zheng Kun as well? This is one reason Zheng Kun cannot join the police. His ties to Hongxing are too close. While the police upper echelons inevitably interact with gangs, they must tread carefully. Becoming too deeply entangled is out of the question. Qin Huanqi regarded Huang Haoming with a penetrating gaze. As an undercover operative close to Jiang Tianxing, he was well aware that Zheng Kun's connection to Hongxing was not as tight as rumored. The secrets of Liansheng could not possibly have been leaked by Hongxing. They were entirely unaware. With rumors swirling, both true and false, it was likely that the police were behind them, especially with Huang fanning the flames. You were in a hurry to find me for this matter? No. Recently Jiang Quan seems to be planning his retirement and intends to hand over Hongxing to Jiang Tianxing. Retirement? Huang Haoming's expression darkened. Are you certain? Although Hongxing is a major gang in Hong Kong, its history pales in comparison to Liansheng, and it lacks inherited experience. Each time Liansheng selected a leader, it was tumultuous, let alone for the nascent Hongxing. Despite Jiang Tianxing being widely acknowledged, the 12 factions of Hongxing harbor their own agendas. Huang Haoming sensed an opportunity to strike. It is nearly confirmed. Jiang Tianxing has subtly taken over numerous businesses. But everything is proceeding discreetly. Are those faction leaders aware? He has garnered the support of the leaders from Xianshan, Shihuan, Shumuipa, and Sunwan. Additionally, the Tunmun dynastor, Simsha Sui's Hong Fei, and Quaitsing's Han Bin have also quietly allied themselves with him. These individuals are all formidable forces. And once Jiang Tianxing ascends, they will undoubtedly be put to use. As for the leaders from North Point, Lai Pengzi, and Yuan Long's Xian, they are merely opportunists. So Jiang Tianxing has already gained control over most of Hongxing's factions, but the leaders from Tunmun, Simsha Sui, and Kowloon City remain oblivious? Precisely. Qin Huanshe instantly grasped Huang Haoming's intentions, but this was not his concern. He was solely responsible for providing intelligence. By the way, Huang, if Zheng Kun intervenes in Hongxing's affairs, what relationship he has with Hongxing is of no concern to me. Huang Haoming retorted angrily. Enforcement is the police's duty. It is not for him to meddle. Return for now. I have my own plans regarding Hongxing. Once those factions descend into chaos, I find it hard to believe Jiang Tiansheng will remain composed. Understood, Huang. The two departed the rooftop in succession. As they left, a storm of turmoil was set to erupt within Hongxing. However, at this moment, the strife within Hongxing had nothing to do with Zheng Kun. He was neither a member of the police nor interested in dismantling Hongxing. Currently, he stood before an ancient tenement building with Guazi Lao. Zheng Kun gazed up at the 5-story structure, his expression peculiar as he turned to Guazi Lao. Are you certain this is the person we seek? She can walk through walls. What could she possibly want to do in Hong Kong? Guazi Lao cast him a sidelong glance, dismissively retorting. Have you heard of yin and yang harmonizing? At the very least, you should be aware of yin nourishing yang. Zheng Kun shuddered, instantly silenced. What correlation existed between the ability to walk through walls and the concepts of yin and yang? I recall you have no law enforcement authority in Hong Kong. I'm aware. Hence the need for you to take action personally. The ability to walk through walls is quite troublesome, and I know nothing about her background. How can I proceed? Zheng Kun showed no inclination to boast. The ability to walk through walls, while seemingly innocuous, was profoundly unsettling upon deeper reflection. Iron shirt techniques would be utterly ineffective against such powers. He recalled a certain supernatural drama from his previous life, wherein a character with similar abilities could reach into another's skull, switching between reality and illusion to shatter their brain matter. Faced with such capabilities, even mastering Iron Shirt to the pinnacle would prove futile. Furthermore, the woman might possess other abilities as well. Individuals with supernatural powers from the mainland were far from ordinary mental deviants. Most hailed from rigorous training backgrounds, honing their physical prowess and elevating their spiritual essence to acquire extraordinary skills. Even without supernatural powers, they were all martial arts experts. His half-hearted efforts with the Eagle Claw Iron Shirt would be better left unexposed. Thus, Zheng Kun smiled at Guazi Lao. Lately, my eyesight has been failing. I see nothing at all. Therefore, whatever you do is of no concern to me. Guazi Lao chuckled lightly. It seems you are not cut out to be a Royal Hong Kong police officer. With a monthly salary in the thousands, is it worth risking your life? Zheng Kun replied with a cold grin. Guazi Lao ceased further conversation and stepped toward the old tenement building. In truth, he had never felt entirely comfortable allowing Zheng Kun to take action, as he knew too little about him. Earlier, he had worried Zheng Kun might obstruct him, considering he indeed had no law enforcement authority. Yet Zheng Kun had cultivated a reputation as an upright officer. Maintaining the dignity of the police force was inherently his duty. However, it now appeared to be merely a facade. As a senior member of the Loyal Blue Society, the monk held a high position but was known for his gambling and womanizing. Though a veteran of the society, he finds himself financially destitute, having squandered his wealth at gambling tables and on women. Now past 50, he still resides in this dilapidated tenement, a situation that is undeniably shameful, which is why he never brings anyone home. However, today is an exception. In the bedroom, he reclines bare against the headboard, captivated by the enchanting figure before the dressing table, his eyes filled with a frenzied ardor. On, come with me, and I shall ensure you live a life of luxury and indulgence. On, with her long hair tied back in a ponytail, cast a glance towards the monk with her doe-like eyes, a hint of mockery flashing across her face. A life of luxury? I already have no need for alcohol. And on Hong Kong Island, what is there that I cannot obtain without your assurance? That is not my intention. He retorts, what is said is trivial. What is done is what truly matters. Awn rises to the edge of the bed, her jade-like arm resting on the railing, gazing intently at the monk. I have stated before, let us discuss this once you ascend to the leadership of the Chongqing Society. I yearn to experience the life of a matriarch. The position of leader is not easily attained. Before he can finish his thought, Awn's smile falters, and she abruptly yanks the bedspread. The monk, caught off guard, tumbles from the bed. With a flick of her wrist, Awn sends the bedspread hurtling toward the door like a club. Bang! The door shatters into countless wooden splinters, yet defies the laws of physics as it hovers mid-air, before shooting towards Awn like a razor-sharp arrow. Shinjia! Awn screams, standing her ground against the oncoming barrage of wooden shards. Hundreds of splinters pierce her body as if traversing through air, leaving her unscathed. Yet, before she can revel in her victory, an unseen force manifests as numerous cords, binding her tightly. Zhao Yingwen, your crimes have been uncovered. Come with me. Shinjia, this is Hong Kong, not the mainland. You have no authority over me. Zhao Yingwen cries out fiercely, her inner energy surging as she instantaneously breaks free from the psychic restraints. With a swift leap, She dashes towards the doorway where Shunjie stands. You have destroyed my mountain gate and obliterated my lineage, Shunjie. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Twin blades appear in her hands, their cold gleam intertwining as they aim for Shunjie's vital points. With two clashing sounds, the blades embed deeply into the table. A sturdy wooden desk serves as a barrier for Shunjie, effortlessly neutralizing the attack. Yet Zhao Yingwen's form flickers, astonishingly passing through the table. Her visage contorted in rage as she lunges at Shunjie. Prepare to meet your end. A tempest of violent energy erupts, sending waves of force rippling through the air. Zhao Yingwen's hair dances wildly, coiling around Shunjie like a venomous serpent, her dual blades lunging towards his eyes. A mere parlor trick. Shunjie scoffs, spinning like a top. As Zhao Yingwen's hair brushes against him, it becomes ensnared, pulling her entire being towards him. In a desperate moment, Zhao Yingwen attempts to dissipate her form. However, the energy surrounding Shunjie forms a dense barrier, causing her abilities to fail. With a dull thud, Zhao Yingwen crashes into Shunjie's embrace. His fingers, like claws, grip the nape of her neck, his energy infiltrating her acupoints. Toad-catching technique. Zhao Yingwen's face pales, and despite her attempts to struggle, she finds herself utterly drained of strength, collapsing weakly to the ground. This heart-stopping confrontation lasts only a few seconds. The monk has yet to rise, and the battle has already concluded. He sits in stunned silence, eyes wide, before rolling back his eyes and fainting. Noticing the monk's sudden swoon, Shunjie frowns slightly. A crisp applause echoes from behind. Zheng Kun strides in, scrutinizing Shunjie. I never expected, Guazi Lao, that your skills were commendable. However, you seem to lack a sense of chivalry. Chivalry? Shunjie retorts sarcastically, if you were so inclined, why not try it for yourself? Zheng Kun glances at the unconscious Zhao Yingwen, repeatedly waving his hands. No, that's quite enough. What shall we do now? First, we must search to see if the items are here. No need. Zheng Kun shakes his head. The items are certainly not here. Are you certain? I have my methods. He gazes oddly at Zhao Yingwen. Isn't she supposed to be able to walk through walls? Why is that not working now? All things exist in mutual creation and restraint. Shunjie cryptically replies. Her abilities rely on the flow of energy. By sealing her acupoints, I severed her energy pathways, rendering her powers ineffective. Is it really that simple to nullify abilities? Her physical abilities are of a type that has yet to undergo its first mental leap. Thus, they are not to be feared. Mental leap? What does that entail? This duel has completely overturned Zheng Kun's understanding of abilities. And the information within Shunjie's words piques his interest. Shunjie states calmly, this is the new standard we have established. New standard? Indeed. Many supernatural phenomena in the world are merely realms not yet deciphered by human technology. As science progresses, the mysteries of ghosts, deities, and demons will eventually be unraveled. One must have faith in science. Zheng Kun internally scoffs. Why don't you go host closer to science? Do you doubt my words? Of course not. Zheng Kun feigns nonchalance. Those so-called deities are merely life forms of a higher evolutionary stage. Exactly. That is precisely how one should think. Zheng Kun's words illuminate Guazi Lao's eyes, revealing an expression of approval. Such awareness is indeed commendable. To employ scientific methods to unveil the mysteries and to harness science through the vessel of humanity. We are undoubtedly on the right path. So the standards you have established are to elucidate these mysterious phenomena? Zheng Kun inquires, raising his head. Precisely. The so-called extraordinary abilities and superpowers have existed since time immemorial. Some individuals awaken them naturally, while others cultivate them through practice. Those who awaken naturally are deemed gods, while those who cultivate are referred to as immortals. Fundamentally, both are manifestations of humanity's development of itself, a form of evolution. I find that hard to believe. Upon hearing that natural awakening equates to being a god, while cultivation equates to being an immortal, Zheng Kun immediately realizes the grand aspirations of this group. They intend to redefine all myths and legends, to analyze the mysterious through science and reinterpret the enigmatic. Even Zheng Kun cannot help but acknowledge that this ambition far surpasses his imagination. However, the preceding statement resonates with him, to employ scientific methods to unveil the mysteries, and to harness science through the vessel of humanity. The terror of the mysterious lies in its unknown and uncontrollable aspects. Chapter 37. The suppression of organized crime in Kowloon City. Yet if science can truly elucidate each mystery, then the uncontrollable becomes controllable. The current limitations are merely due to insufficient technological advancement. In the future, as technology evolves, mastery will naturally follow. What does the first mental leap signify? It marks a stage of mental evolution. You are familiar with extraordinary abilities, correct? Aside from a scant few naturally awakened individuals, most extraordinary individuals in the mainland acquire their abilities through cultivation. The essence of extraordinary abilities lies in the mental interference with matter. However, many overlook that prior to this, it is actually matter that interferes with the mental. The first step of cultivation is to strengthen the body, while the second is to develop potential. This process of becoming stronger is in fact the influence of matter on the mind. Regardless of the extraordinary ability, the initial transformations pertain to enhanced physical strength, increased speed, sharper reflexes, and heightened intellect. This process can be measured and is termed awakening. The awakening of physical potential is known as superphysical ability, while the awakening of mental power is referred to as supermental ability. All capabilities ultimately fall within these two domains. Zheng Kun scratches his head, harboring serious doubts that this individual is merely fabricating concepts to fill space. Anyone capable of such a narrative is likely a mediocre writer from a lesser-known platform. Such poorly conceived ideas, yet brimming with ambition. Through Gua Zi Lao's elucidation, Zheng Kun finally comprehends the enormity of their aspirations. Vast, exceedingly vast. First, establish a comprehensive theoretical framework, then set your objectives. This theoretical framework may appear simplistic, merely a concept, yet it encompasses everything. Subsequently, incorporate all elements within it, retaining ultimate interpretative authority. Could it be that those fine print clauses in banking contracts were also devised by you? According to this premise, he is currently in a state of awakening. The enhancements in physical abilities, strength, speed, reaction, and senses, through cultivation are all categorized under superhuman awakening, while hypnosis, dream entering, and psychokinesis fall under the realm of psychic awakening. One pertains to superphysical abilities, the other to supermental ones. 4 out of 6 words are redundant, encompassing both directions of human evolution, ensuring that any newly emerging abilities will inevitably conform to these 6 words. Of course, should something arise in the future that these 6 words cannot explain, Zheng Kun believes they will undoubtedly concoct a new premise, even providing a name for it: super spiritual power, which would encompass all abilities beyond superphysical and supermental. Does this sound absurd? Zheng Kun initially thought so, believing that the sunflower seed guy was merely padding his words. However, upon reflection, having undergone over a decade of compulsory education, he quickly realized that this was far from trivial. It was a worldview, a theoretical foundation, a compass, a veritable lighthouse of ideals, guiding the way, the path of great simplicity. The ancients were indeed not deceiving me. No wonder they sought to fell mountains and dismantle temples, severing the transmission of knowledge. This is not merely a struggle for interests. This is a battle of ideologies, a life and death contest. Do you comprehend? Observing Zheng Kun's expression transition from sarcasm to astonishment, the sunflower seed guy was equally taken aback. Such a theoretical foundation, such a grand framework, would initially seem absurd and useless to a novice. Yet, those who genuinely grasp its essence often feel isolated, believing few can understand them. But Zheng Kun, this young man of around 20, displayed an expression of understanding after his brief explanation. What is this phenomenon? Could this be the legendary insight? Initially, he merely considered Zheng Kun a potential talent, casually offering a few pointers, but unexpectedly, he had inadvertently identified a genius. I think I now understand the crux of the matter. Zheng Kun, in a moment of contemplation, is currently in the awakening phase, which is why he can be controlled by you. If he achieves the first leap in mental power, you will no longer be able to restrain him. This depends on the disparity in strength between the parties. The sunflower seed guy replied nonchalantly, I need not elaborate further on this point. Indeed, even within the same realm, there can be vast differences. Certainly, even if he completes the first leap, he cannot escape my grasp. The sunflower seed guy exuded confidence. However, the mental power after the leap would undergo a qualitative transformation, taking on a form that could exist independently of the physical body. The ancients referred to this as the soul leaving the body, and when combined with supermental power, it could unleash a myriad of intricate techniques, rendering the current situation significantly more challenging. The soul leaving the body signifies the first leap. What about the second and third? You haven't even completed the first, yet you're contemplating the second, third, and fourth? Your appetite is rather large. How does one accomplish the first leap? Zheng Kun boldly pressed on. The sunflower seed guy had only discussed the theory, yet had omitted the crucial methods. Without practical guidance, such theories are mere folly. The sunflower seed guy squinted and smiled. The Rui skill from your myriad sects is indeed powerful, but its system is comprehensive. Why not ponder it yourself? Damn it. He is indeed being evasive. Zheng Kun seethed with frustration at the sunflower seed guy's antics, yet felt utterly helpless. Likewise, the sunflower seed guy looked down upon his attempts to freeload. At present, he was merely testing Zheng Kun's receptiveness to this framework. Yet the young man's reaction astonished and alarmed him. If he could genuinely comprehend their theoretical constructs, such insight would be formidable. What was even more unsettling was the fervent enthusiasm radiating from him. akin to someone calculating the future of their progeny upon a first encounter, progressing far too swiftly. To err on the side of caution, the sunflower seed guy decided to take things slowly. Zhao Yingwen, stop pretending. Now, where have you hidden the videotape? The disheveled woman rose from the ground, glaring fiercely at the sunflower seed guy. Shinjia, if you have the capability, kill me. Kill me. And you'll never find that tape. Do you think I can't locate it? Then give it a try. Aren't you supposed to read minds? This statement sent Zheng Kun retreating several steps in fright. Read minds? You are the sunflower seed guy, not a professor. Reading minds requires specific conditions to be activated. There's no need to panic. The issue isn't the conditions. Zheng Kun's voice turned cold. Regardless of whether you can activate it, I suggest you silence her immediately. Otherwise, if your abilities are exposed, it will reflect poorly on everyone, and your mission will come to an end, preventing you from ever setting foot in Hong Kong again. The sunflower seed guy fell into contemplation. Indeed, some matters cannot be clarified through explanation. Mind-reading abilities are exceedingly sensitive. Even with numerous restrictions, they complicate simple tasks. However, you are a royal policeman. Is it appropriate to sit so crookedly? Noticing the sunflower seed guy's strange expression, Zheng Kun scoffed. Don't be overly confident. This woman may not be alone. She is not the only one who escaped to Hong Kong back in the day. Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Yingwen's eyes suddenly darted, and a shadow burst through the window, wrapping tightly around his neck. He felt a constriction around his throat and instinctively reached for the entangling object. Before he could touch it, a tremendous force surged forth, lifting him off the ground. Shinjia's expression changed suddenly, and as he raised his hand, all objects in the room levitated. With a flick of his fingers, all floating items shot toward the window like a torrential downpour. This display bore resemblance to the artistry of a seasoned master, albeit lacking a touch of elegance. Shinjia, come and take your life. A furious roar echoed from the window as a towering figure crashed through, delivering a massive punch directly at Shinjia's face. Lei Qingda, Shinjia shouted sharply, as his psychokinesis instantly coalesced into an invisible barrier before him. Bang! A muffled sound erupted, shaking the entire tenement building. The shockwave surged forth like a hurricane, scattering the objects in the room, with Zheng Kun, who was suspended in midair, also being toppled. I have never endured such humiliation in my life. Zheng Kun dangled in the air, his neck constricted, transforming from the ghost King Kun to the hanging neck Kun. Strangely, this sensation of being suspended was quite novel. The intruder radiated a brilliant golden light, appearing as if cast from gold paint. Clearly having achieved mastery in a skill akin to the golden bell shield, far surpassing his iron cloth shirt. This was his first time witnessing a duel between seasoned experts. He might as well hang back and watch. After all, with the iron cloth shirt protecting him, the constriction around his neck posed no threat. He was far more intrigued by the comparative strengths of the superhuman awakened Lei Qingda and the psychic awakened Shinjia. Shinjia's psychokinesis acted like a cannon, continuously bombarding with debris, yet Lei Qingda, impervious to blades and bullets, made it difficult to determine a victor in the short term. Likewise, Lei Qingda could not breach that layer of invisible psychokinetic barrier. Bang! Bang! Lei Qingda advanced step by step, leaving deep craters in the concrete floor with each punch that echoed loudly. Zheng Kun's spiritual sense detected that Shinjia's psychokinetic barrier was as thin as a cicada's wing, yet it effectively dissipated the force of attacks, even rebounding them. Though Lei Qingda appeared ferocious, he was not having an easy time. Another startling discovery sent a chill down Zheng Kun's spine. An invisible wall of energy surrounded Lei Qingda, repelling all incoming projectiles. This was no ordinary golden bell shield. It is unmistakably a diminutive version of the sweeping monk's 3-foot energy barrier. Cursed be it, I cannot draw upon the dream realm. Amidst the swaying chaos, Zheng Kun made several attempts to utilize his dream-infiltrating abilities, only to discover that Lei Qingda's mental fortitude was effectively shielded by the energy barrier. He resigned himself to defeat, muttering to himself. Shinjia had boasted in the drama of his prowess, claiming to be only the third strongest in the mainland. Lamenting that the top 2 contenders had already perished, Lei Qingda, being another visitor from the mainland, surely couldn't be incapable of matching him? The battle appeared to be at an impasse, yet Shinjia remained as steadfast as a rock, while Lei Qingda's decline became increasingly apparent. Although his superhuman abilities were formidable, they drained considerable stamina. A lack of endurance rendered him vulnerable in a prolonged confrontation. It was evident that Lei Qingda's stamina had not reached its pinnacle. After several rounds of fierce assaults failed to shake Shinjia, his offensive momentum visibly waned. However, his defensive capabilities exceeded all expectations. Even with Shinjia's telekinesis reaching its zenith, manipulating external objects with finesse, he found it challenging to breach Lei Qingda's defenses. Meanwhile, Zhao Yingwen lay prostrate on the ground, her eyes bloodshot, fixating on Shun Jie as if she could pierce him with her gaze. Despite being toppled by the gusts of energy multiple times and sustaining significant injuries, she gritted her teeth to stabilize her position, waiting for the opportune moment. The formidable leader of the loyal Qing society, Monk Go, had already succumbed to his injuries. Previously dragged into the dream realm by Zheng Kun, he had been caught off guard, violently torn asunder by the raging winds, blood splattering everywhere. Zheng Kun remained suspended in midair, his neck ensnared by that peculiar whip, swaying with the wind. He secretly calculated, they cannot possibly think I am dead, can they? Just right. I shall seize this chance to covertly learn a few techniques. Observing the clash between the two, he understood he could not endure for more than 3 minutes. Suddenly, Zhao Yingwen moved. She struggled to extend her hand towards. At this juncture, she still had the gall. Zheng Kuen's eyes widened. Then he was rendered speechless. This was utterly devoid of martial ethics, and even more so of scientific rationale. With such a short skirt, how could she conceal a firearm? Zhao Yingwen astonishingly drew forth an ancient Hanyang-made gun from beneath her skirt. The gun's surface was mottled, exuding a profound sense of antiquity. Zheng Kun, doubting its capability to fire, was caught off guard the next second. Boom! The gunfire roared like thunder, flames bursting forth. The telekinetic barrier shattered in an instant, sending Shen Jie hurtling several feet away, crashing through a wall and landing on the street. Zhao Yingwen was likewise toppled by the recoil, landing heavily at Zheng Kuen's feet. This had escalated. Zheng Kun flipped his wrist, revealing a gleaming razor blade. He utilized the gusts of wind to glide through the air, severing the whip in one swift stroke, landing gracefully, and then, with a deft motion, he stepped upon Zhao Yingwen's head. The blade flashed, and her neck was instantly gushing blood. Yingwen. Lei Qingda's eyes widened in fury, but it was too late. Zheng Kuen's movements were as swift as a specter. By the time Lei Qingda regained his senses, Zhao Yingwen had already drawn her last breath. You fool, you're courting death. Lei Qingda's murderous intent surged like a torrent. Zheng Kun bellowed fiercely, exerting force beneath him, causing the floor to shatter, propelling himself skyward like an arrow released from its bow. Thunderous. The sound was deafening, flames erupting. Zheng Kun felt as if his chest had been struck with tremendous force, and he was sent flying, the long gun he had just grasped slipping from his hands. The oncoming Lei Qingda was caught in the aftermath, his protective aura dissipating instantaneously, the golden light surrounding him dimming significantly. The overwhelming impact hurled him out of the building, crashing heavily onto the street. What in the world is this cursed weapon? Zheng Kun gritted his teeth as he rose, suppressing the excruciating pain in his head, performing a roll to retrieve the ancient Hanyang gun once more. At this moment, his mind was in disarray, unable to concentrate his telekinetic energy. Yet he did not forget to claim his spoils. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of energy clashes reverberated throughout the street. Lei Qingda and the melon seed vendor engaged once more, the enraged Lei Qingda attempting several times to break free from the entanglement and return to the damaged Tang building. Observing this, Zheng Kun promptly leaped down from the side window, clutching the gun, and concealed himself in the shadows. If this continues, you'll surely be sent back. Hiding in the shadows, Zheng Kun called out, simultaneously aiming his gun at Lei Qingda. The melon seed vendor's face was ashen, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his eyes glinting with an eerie silver hue. Chapter 38. Signing in at the city fort's secret passage, gaining a century's worth of power. Suddenly, his palms transformed into a lustrous jade-like sheen, and he darted towards Lei Qingda in a flash. With 2 muffled thuds, his white jade-like palms broke through the protective energy barrier, landing heavy blows against Lei Qingda's waist. The golden aura dissipated entirely, and Lei Qingda staggered backward, glaring viciously at Zheng Kuen's hiding place before disappearing into the night. Exiting William's office, Zheng Kun rubbed his temples and let out a long sigh. Although the melon seed vendor was lacking in strength, he had shown a commendable loyalty by bearing the brunt of everything. The commotion from last night had been too great. The entire street was nearly demolished. Zheng Kun would naturally not shoulder this blame. He resolutely distanced himself from the situation, even denying any encounter with the melon seed vendor. Instead, lodging a complaint against him for acting without authorization and demanding compensation, nearly driving the vendor to the brink of apoplexy. In Zheng Kuen's view, since he could not maintain order, this burden ought to fall upon you, the third-ranked expert. Third? Surely, that ranking must have been purchased. Zheng Kun grumbled internally as he made his way to the office area. Zheng, we have a peculiar case. Luana handed over the documents. Noticing she had finally shed her exaggerated vintage makeup, Zheng Kun nodded slightly. Opening the file, his brow furrowed tightly. Are people truly this reckless nowadays? Luana's expression briefly froze before she quickly regained her composure, momentarily at a loss for words. Are you going to the scene with Guijialuan? Or is it better to skip it? Santiaosi, will you and Guijialuan go? Zheng, allow me to handle it. Guo Jialuan has been missing since this morning. I have no idea where he is. San Tiaoxi, where is Guo Jialuan? Zheng, I genuinely don't know. I haven't seen him since this morning. San Tiaoxi helplessly spread his hands. Has this lad skipped work? Zheng Kun expressed mild surprise. Although Guo Jialuan had a lively personality, he always took his responsibilities seriously. Since joining the logistics of the third group, he had been diligent and never absent without reason. He would always notify in advance if something arose. Yet today, he had suddenly vanished without a trace. Zheng Kun pondered for a moment before turning to Luana. Do you truly wish to go? Zheng, I am a police officer. A female officer with a firearm. Luana stood tall, her tone resolute. You are exhibiting bias. This is not bias. It is a fear of complications. Zheng Kun chuckled. Very well, since you insist, I shall accompany you to the scene. Luana could hardly contain her excitement. Zheng Kun inwardly shook his head. Truly, this is a world akin to a cinematic drama. In his previous life, he had been misled by films from Hong Kong, believing that female officers were all striking and valiant. In reality, it wasn't until the 1990s that the police force began trialing armed female officers. It was only after 1995 that newly recruited female officers were fully equipped with firearms. Throughout the entire 20th century, female officers in Hong Kong had never fired a shot, with the first instance occurring in 2018. Yet in this world, he had already witnessed the fierce demeanor of female officers, akin to ferocious seafood. Luana had participated in numerous crime scene investigations, but this case was exceptional. Inside the abandoned building, the walls were adorned with eerie symbols drawn in blood, and 6 skinned corpses lay grotesquely within. The discoverers were a couple engaged in a clandestine meeting. The female fainted on the spot and was rushed to the hospital, while the male sustained psychological trauma and was sent home after a brief statement was taken. The scene had been discovered the previous night and was now completely sealed off. Luana's complexion turned pale as she fought against her unease. The photos in reality were starkly different. Although she had seen gruesome images, being present at the scene for less than 3 seconds caused her to rush out and vomit for 10 minutes. Can you hold up? Would you like to return to rest first? No need. Zheng, I am fine. Are you truly fine? Just don't vomit on me later. Ugh. Luana covered her mouth and rushed out again. See, I told you so. San Tiaoxi. Ugh. Not far away. San Tiaoxi and Song Zijia were leaning against the wall, retching. Alas, men can be so unreliable. Zheng Kun shook his head and approached, activating his supernatural sight, yet found nothing of value. The presence of malevolent spirits was evident, but they left no clues behind. Aside from the gruesome manner of death, there were no other apparent issues. His attention shifted to the blood symbols on the wall. Some individual runes were recognizable, yet the overall composition was utterly incomprehensible. He muttered to himself, the Taoist symbols are far too abstract. He had already formed a few notions regarding this case in his mind. The complete skinning of the victims was a meticulous task, requiring not only specialized skills, but also a level of perfection that would elude the average person, even if they possessed the necessary techniques. Zheng Kun meticulously examined the 6 corpses, each of their skins having been entirely removed, with no other signs of injury. He couldn't even locate the initial incision for the skinning. This was by no means a conventional method of execution. The abandoned house was permeated with an elusive aura of malevolence, which Zheng Kun could distinctly sense, coupled with the energizing alert resonating in his mind. It was evident that supernatural forces were at play. Although Hong Kong had its own spectral factions, they remained within the bounds of propriety. The most traditional among them were those who aligned themselves with the wealthy, occasionally masquerading as sorcerers, yet their combat prowess was laughably inadequate. Following them were the discreet practitioners from Southeast Asia. If we were to speak of combat capability, it would undoubtedly belong to the zombies hidden among the populace. However, the number of zombies in Hong Kong was exceedingly limited, and they primarily drained blood rather than skinned their victims. As for exorcists, aside from the Ma family and He Yingqiu, there were hardly any reputable figures. Zheng Kun recalled the group of malevolent spirits driven away from the mainland. They acted with ruthless efficiency and would never resort to such acts merely to satisfy a perverse psychological need. Though officially labeled as lost souls by the mainland authorities, Zheng Kun had witnessed their formidable strength and diverse methods. Zheng, have you discovered anything? Rona approached, her face pale, deliberately avoiding the gruesome pile of skin. What should we do? Zheng Kun felt a headache coming on. As someone who aspired to be the best in the police force, he could not abandon this case. However, professional matters required the expertise of specialists. He turned to Song Zijia and asked, have you photographed the patterns on the wall? All done, Song Zijia replied. Holding up his camera, gather the team. Immediately develop the photos and send them to my office, Zheng Kun instructed, leaving 2 officers to wait for the forensic team while he took Rona and Song Zijia back to the police station. In the office, just as Zheng Kun lifted his coffee cup, Rona knocked and entered. Zheng, I have some thoughts on this case. Zheng Kun raised an eyebrow and smiled. Thoughts? You've hardly seen a real corpse, have you? What else is there? Zheng Kun frowned impatiently. Where has Guojialuan run off to? Have you seen him? No. I called him 3 times, but he never answered. Isn't he pursuing you? He doesn't even pick up your calls. Zheng, you misunderstand. He isn't pursuing me at all. Rona hastily waved her hands in explanation, her ears slightly reddening. Zheng Kun took a sip of coffee, suddenly feeling a weight in his chest. This inexplicable palpitating sensation thrilled him. His spiritual awareness had evolved significantly. As one's spiritual perception reaches a certain level, premonitions regarding significant personal events begin to manifest, commonly referred to as a whimsical inspiration. At this moment, he felt as though he stood on the shore as the tide rolled in. With restless premonitions crashing against his nerves, suppressing his discomfort, he looked up. Share your thoughts. Zheng, I suspect this is related to some sinister ritual, otherwise. Such brutal methods cannot be explained. Go on. Though there are many in Hong Kong, few dare to engage in such practices. I suggest we investigate from this angle. In this city of Eastern liberalism, various cults proliferated like weeds. Zheng Kun was all too aware that most of these schemes were merely cloaked in religious garb to exploit financial and sexual transactions, essentially branches of 1,000 doors. They brandished the banner of faith, rendering themselves untouchable. Moreover, as most victims were involved in illicit activities, it was challenging to gather substantial evidence. The police were also reluctant to engage with these troublesome factions, inadvertently enabling their rampant behavior. Yet, even the most deranged understood the limits. Ultimately, Hong Kong was a Chinese territory, and the swindlers were astute. In a place like America, where hundreds could be burned alive without a second thought, such a thing would be inconceivable here. After all, one must harvest the crops in stages. Who would uproot an entire field? Zheng Kun suddenly slammed his palm on the table. Investigate? Do you have any idea how many churches there are in Hong Kong? How many doctrines? How many followers? All of them are legally protected hedgehogs. How can we investigate without the higher-ups' approval? I can contact William. Save it. He is barely holding on himself, remembering the collapsed tenement. Zheng Kun scoffed. Such a colossal incident could not be suppressed, and the foreign superiors had neither the energy nor inclination to provoke religious groups. Were they to concede defeat? Who says we won't pursue it? Zheng Kun narrowed his eyes. The killer's skinning technique was sophisticated, suggesting that this might be the first case of its kind in Hong Kong, likely indicative of an outsider. Are we to investigate the influx of outsiders? Rona queried. Solving this case requires more than just enthusiasm, Zheng Kun replied, swirling his coffee cup. We must first identify the type of target. Hong Kong is home to people from the mainland, British nationals, Southeast Asians, and South Asians. If we do not narrow down the scope, it will be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Seeing Rona at a loss for words, he rapped the table. Currently, we have 2 directions, outsiders and. Yet these are merely hypotheses. We require more clues. Should we return to the scene? Rona shuddered at the thought of the bloodied ruins. No need. Go and hurry Zijia's photos. Oh, and bring Bangu in. Moments later, Su Yongbang entered Zheng Kun's office. Zheng, you called for me? Where has Guojialuan gone? Su Yongbang shook his head. I genuinely don't know this time. He didn't inform me in advance. Have you contacted him? I called 3 times. But he didn't respond. Are you looking for him for something? Can I check on him if there is nothing urgent? There are so many cases right now. And we're short on manpower. Every extra pair of hands counts. Just then, Yi Wenhui knocked on the open door, his expression somewhat peculiar. Zheng, Guojialuan has been arrested. Arrested? Who arrested him? The Yaxiang police station. Yaxiang? Zheng Kun sprang from his chair. Why was he arrested? Suspected of. Zheng Kun could hardly believe it. Guojialuan? What nonsense is this? With his timid character and lack of skills, could he possibly? Zheng Kun stared incredulously at Yi Wenhui. What exactly happened? The details weren't very clear over the phone. But it seems he took a woman to Yaxiang for the night, and that woman died in the hotel this morning. He reported it. Yaxiang police station suspects him. So they detained him. Another one. Zheng Kun paced the office, and after a moment, looked up. Bangu, Wenhui, you 2 head to Yaxiang and assess the situation. If you can bring him back, do so. If not, Wenhui, you stay there to keep an eye on the case and find a way to take over. But I don't know anyone at Yaxiang police station. How can I take over? Just say it's from me, Zheng Kun replied. He had spent a year at Yaxiang. And although he was merely a junior officer, his relationship there was amicable. More importantly, he had handled 2 cases, granting him a unique status at Yaxiang police station. Given his current position, the chief would not refuse him. After Su Yongbang and Yi Wenhui left, Zheng Kun waited another half hour until Rona and Song Zijia entered together. Zheng, the photos have been developed. Good. Zheng Kun perused the photographs, nodding. Zijia, stay here for the forensic report. Rona, come with me. Where are we going? Rona stood on the deck, gazing at the vast ocean, her face a mask of confusion. Dumping Island, searching for someone. An expert? Yes, a true expert. Zheng Kun spoke with unwavering certainty. I need to confirm something. What is it? Is this the work of a human or a ghost? A ghost? Rona paused, then chuckled. Zheng, you're quite amusing. Do you really believe in ghosts? It's not a matter of belief, Zheng Kun replied calmly. You'll understand when you arrive. Dongping Island. The northeasternmost isle of Hong Kong, nestled in Dapeng Bay, belongs to the Taipa district, adjacent to the deep-sea city of Dapeng. After taking a boat from Ma Lu Shui Pier, Zheng Kun and Rona disembarked. The weather was splendid, and the scenery delightful. Captivated by the island's beauty, Rona took a few steps forward, only to find Zheng Kun standing still at the pier, surveying his surroundings. Zheng, why aren't you moving? Zheng Kun fixed his gaze in the direction behind her, suddenly stepping beside her, waving his hand, causing a gust of wind to brush against her face. Zheng Yu. Rona's cheeks flushed. In broad daylight. It seems I arrived at an inopportune moment. What do you mean? Nothing. Let us go. Zheng Kun waved his hand dismissively. Upon arriving on the island, he sensed something amiss. He had spotted several wandering spirits at the pier, one even attempting to approach Rona. However, those spirits appeared dazed and acted purely on instinct, and he swiftly dealt with one of them. In his eyes, these spirits shared a common trait, extreme weakness. Chapter 39, Confrontation between Law and Crime. These feeble beings ought not to linger in the mortal realm. Their souls should have ascended to the underworld upon death. Such is the law of this world. The boundaries between the realms of yin and yang are clear, with the underworld being strict and orderly. Few souls linger in the world of the living after passing. Most are guided by the forces of the afterlife the moment they breathe their last, without even a moment's respite. But the wandering souls at the pier were extraordinary. They drifted at the brink of dissolution, unable to enter the underworld, as if obstructed by some unseen force. This was anything but ordinary. Dongping Island is remote and poorly connected. The ferry was filled with islanders who were greeted by their families upon disembarking, some riding bicycles, others on motorcycles. And the most peculiar were horse-drawn carts, yet there was not a taxi in sight. Zheng, what should we do now? Let us wait and see. It's a perfect opportunity to investigate the anomalies here, Zheng Kun said, unfolding a map. Uncle Feng's residence was not far, so he decided to walk there with Rona. Along the way, they encountered a few more wandering souls, but they shrank back in fear. Zheng Kun's vital energy surged, akin to the scorching sun to the spectral beings, who dared not approach. How much longer do we have to walk? Rona could no longer contain her curiosity half an hour later. Just ahead. Zheng Kun pointed to a village shrouded in mist as they turned a corner, his gaze growing colder. He gently patted Rona's shoulder to reassure her, but soon realized the mist was not ordinary. It was a malevolent fog thick with yin energy. Look, Zheng, Rona exclaimed as they entered the village. The ground was strewn with villagers, unresponsive no matter how she called out. Should we notify the police? Let us find a phone first. Zheng Kun replied with a wry smile. What communication devices could possibly exist in this remote backcountry? Noticing Rona reaching for her firearm, he shook his head. If trouble arises. You're little. 38 1 TB of much use. After trudging along a narrow path for half a mile, they finally arrived at a courtyard. As he pushed the door open, Zheng Kun's pupils constricted. Alien's lifeless body lay quietly in the yard. Rona rushed forward to inspect, her fingertips trembling. She is dead. Zheng Kun's face darkened as he stormed into the inner chamber. Uncle Feng was slumped by the couch, his breath faint. Upon seeing Zheng Kun's arrival, a spark ignited in his eyes. Cough, cough. As Zheng Kun channeled his energy to transfer life force, Uncle Feng spat out black blood, rasping. It's good to see you one last time. Who did this? It was my negligence that brought her to this fate. Uncle Feng's face flushed with a sickly hue, his voice faltering. Do not worry. You arrived too late. She has already departed, but consider it a second chance at life. He spoke, his gaze flickering over Rona behind Zheng Kun, a hint of astonishment crossing his features. Who did this? Do you truly wish to know? This is serious. The entire village is in a coma, and I do not know if they will awaken. It is indeed serious, but I am powerless to intervene. Uncle Feng, I always believed I could alter Alien's fate. Now I see how naive I was. But you need not grieve. What is death? There are many debts owed to me on the other side. Whether she reincarnates or remains in the underworld, she will fare well. This statement dispelled the anger and sorrow that had surged within Zheng Kun. His mind felt dazed. Could it really be so? Almost forgotten was the fact that in this supernatural realm, death was not the end. As long as the spirit remained intact, most would transition to the underworld. Yet ordinary people still feared death, for no one could ascertain the reality of the afterlife, and even if it existed, no one knew what awaited them. But Uncle Feng was different. He had traversed the underworld multiple times, familiar with its paths, and even owed debts to its denizens. For him, returning to the underworld was akin to coming home. Death was merely a change of residence. No wonder he was unafraid. Is this just how it ends? Ends. How could that be? Uncle Feng grinned darkly, his eyes somber. But in my current state, I can do nothing in the world of the living. Even if I were to reincarnate, it would take decades to restore my strength. Distant waters cannot quench immediate thirst. But do not worry. I will wait for them in the underworld and host them well. Zheng Kun was at a loss for words. This method of vengeance was indeed unconventional. Bring me that basin. Basin? Zheng Kun followed Uncle Feng's gaze to a corner where an ancient copper basin rested. Judging by its placement and the surrounding decor, he deduced it must belong to Uncle Feng. He gestured for Rona to retrieve it, and she, undeterred, brought it over, perhaps unaware of its intended use. This is the connecting basin, capable of linking the realms of yin and yang. When needed, pour half a basin of water, recite the incantation I will teach you, and you will be able to contact me. The water must remain half full. I will also notify you of any news from the underworld. Is that truly possible? Zheng Kun was taken aback by Uncle Feng's audacious proposition. Isn't interference with the mortal realm prohibited? I said I would interfere, did I? Cough, cough. Uncle Feng shot him a glare before breaking into another fit of coughing. No more time to waste. Let me teach you the connecting technique. Zheng Kun ceased his inquiries, placing the basin down and listening intently. The connecting technique was not complex. The key lay in the basin itself, for it served as the conduit between the realms. Uncle Feng, we came here with a request. Speak quickly. I truly have no time, he urged. Look at these photos. What exactly is depicted in the paintings on the wall? Learning that Uncle Feng and Lien would fare well in the afterlife eased Zheng Kun's tension somewhat. Skinning walkers. You've heard of painted skins, right? This refers to the act of peeling off a skin and wearing it to transform into another person. Cough, cough. That's enough for now. Skinning walkers are associated with the Red Dragon. You cannot confront them at this moment. Who is the Red Dragon? You will find out when you ask Xinjie upon your return. By the way, afterward, please cremate Lien and scatter her ashes at sea. Scatter her remains? Just do it, lest someone uses them for sorcery. With that, he closed his eyes and exhaled his last breath. In the realm of the underworld, a grayish mist enveloped the heavens and the earth. This was the unique yin energy of the underworld, the very essence for the sustenance of souls. For the living, this place was a purgatory. Remaining here for mere minutes would lead to frostbite and death. If, in the realm of the living, not even a single insect could survive, it should be desolate and silent. Yet, for certain entities, this place is bustling with life. Expansive roads intersect, and towering edifices rise majestically. Yet both pathways and structures exhibit an astonishing uniformity in hue, black. The scenery here is not shrouded in darkness. Rather, the materials of construction are remarkably homogeneous. All buildings and thoroughfares are composed of varying sizes of black stones. Where there are builders, there are naturally inhabitants, although they can no longer be termed as humans. They might be referred to as phantoms or spirits. However, these spirits lead an existence that is quite comfortable here. Unlike the realm of the living, the abundant yin energy in this place serves as sustenance and foundation for the spirits. What is rare in the world of the living here exists as freely as air, becoming an essential element for the wandering soul's survival. Whether human or other beings, spirits, here they require no sustenance, merely the act of breathing suffices. Viewed from this perspective, they might indeed be likened to immortals, though this is merely a jest. Due to the presence of spirits, this realm does not possess the eerie and terrifying qualities ascribed to it in the tales of the living. On the contrary, it is rather lively. While it may not rival the bustling metropolises of the living, it is comparable to some smaller towns. The streets are populated with pedestrians, vehicles, and even cattle. Individuals converse in hushed tones, engage in hearty laughter, or shout boisterously, all reminiscent of the bustling streets of the living. These spirits are, in essence, the manifestations of departed humanity, or conversely, the living beings of the world are but reincarnated spirits of this realm, inherently indistinguishable. Alas, this world lacks a sun, and only a hazy dim light pervades the expanse. This illumination is unevenly distributed. Some areas are as dark as ink, while others shimmer with the brightness of dusk. Curiously, these lights and shadows interchange as time progresses, creating an eternal cycle. Each transition from light to dark signifies the passage of a day. The darkness is not entirely devoid of light. There are glimmers emanating from within. Yet, the illumination here does not travel far as it does in the realm of the living. From a distance, all that remains is a blurry halo. In the distance, a grand ancient city emerges, partially concealed. This city retains an antiquated charm while also incorporating elements of modernity, adorned with neon lights. For broad avenues extend from the city gates, leading into the unknown. Not far from the city lies a small village inhabited by a diverse array of spirits. The elders appear ethereal, the yin energy they absorb dissipating almost as swiftly as it is taken in. The younger spirits, on the other hand, grow more corporeal with the nourishment of this energy. Spirits possess a lifespan, albeit far longer than that of humans. This is why they are reluctant to reincarnate. In the brief span of mere decades in the realm of the living, they not only deplete their lifespan, but also have their memories erased. Moreover, the yang energy of the living world is detrimental to spirits. Unless one has achieved significant cultivation, the risks far outweigh the benefits. However, practitioners are ultimately a minority. The majority of spirits who arrive in this realm continue to replicate their former lives. Laborers persist in their toil, workers maintain their jobs, and scribes continue to write. To aspire for a meteoric rise? Such dreams are folly. In recent years, with the advancement of technology in the realm of the living, many deceased have brought knowledge to the underworld, accelerating its development. Coupled with the characteristics of spirits, the technology in this realm has even surpassed that of the living world in some aspects. After all, here, work can continue uninterrupted, day and night. For one does not truly perish, allowing for relentless labor. This unique mode of development has resulted in the peculiar landscape of the underworld today. 10 miles outside the village, a majestic black mountain looms. At the foot of this mountain lies a solitary courtyard, encircled by a tributary of the Yellow Springs, isolating it from the outside world. The Yellow Springs are the source of all waters in this realm, with every river and lake being its tributaries. For spirits, the waters of the Yellow Springs are exceedingly perilous. Once tainted, they will lose their memories and sink into eternal oblivion. Thus, even newly arrived spirits instinctively steer clear of the Yellow Springs and its tributaries. This secluded courtyard lies not far from the village, but is perilously close to the Yellow Springs. The village, 10 miles away, has never witnessed a spirit daring to approach it. One day, the once tranquil waters of the Yellow Springs suddenly stirred with ripples. Initially, they were barely perceptible waves, but in the blink of an eye, they expanded. Within mere moments, a whirlpool formed upon the surface. A head emerged from the vortex, its eyes spinning briefly before it swam toward the shore. Such a sight, if witnessed by other spirits, would surely send them into a panic. Never before had a spirit escaped the Yellow Springs unscathed, let alone in such a vigorous state. Were Zheng Kun present, he would recognize this as none other than Uncle Feng, whom he had reduced to ashes. At this moment, Uncle Feng appeared significantly younger than he had been in the realm of the living. Even his distinctive black beard transformed into a soft fuzz. He swam swiftly out of the Yellow Springs. The tributary was narrow, and in no time, he reached the shore. Strangely, though he had emerged from the Yellow Springs, his gray robes were completely dry. Habitually, he brushed off his clothing and gazed toward the courtyard before him, a bitter smile creeping upon his lips. He feared he would face aliens' reprimands for quite some time. As a spirit of longevity, he shared a unique connection with the underworld. This mysterious lineage is said to stem from ancient and bizarre entities, though the origins have been lost to time. Alien, unlike him, while also of an ancient and strange nature, found herself at odds with the underworld. To this end, he had arranged for them to reincarnate together, only to find themselves, akin to the misfortune of a celestial general misplacing his birth, transformed into an uncle and niece. This must have been orchestrated by someone within the underworld. Even worse, Alien faced obstacles in her cultivation within the underworld and, upon reincarnation, had yet to find a suitable vessel, resulting in a depletion of her lifespan. Contemplating this, he shook his head with a sigh and pushed open the courtyard door. In the next instant, his expression changed drastically, and he dashed into the courtyard. Alien! Alien! He frantically searched every corner, yet found no trace of her. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and abruptly halted. Tendrils of black mist seeped from his body, stirring the surrounding energy. A sudden gust of wind swirled around him, forming a whirlwind. The whirlwind intensified, dark red lightning flickering within. A thunderous roar erupted from the ground, soaring into the heavens. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds gathered, enveloping the entire village. The spirits within the village scattered in panic at the sudden change. Bolts of heavenly lightning struck down, and many spirits were instantly reduced to ashes. Within the colossal black city, a gentleman clad in a white suit gazed skyward, his civil cane tapping lightly, transforming into a beam of white light that vanished. When he reappeared, he stood at the bank of the Yellow Springs tributary, directly in front of Uncle Feng's courtyard. At this moment, the heavens churned with thunderclouds, and lightning flashed furiously. Chapter 40. The Eerie Chain of Murders. Yet this violent spectacle seemed to have no effect on him. Not even the hem of his garment fluttered. He stood amidst the rain, his gaze penetrating through the heavy downpour, fixated on the courtyard. The wind howled, and a figure stood at the center of the storm. Lao Jiu, have you lost your mind? Do you wish to overturn the underworld? Uncle Feng suddenly turned around, his eyes flashing with dark light. The middle-aged man in white recoiled in shock. Alien's soul has been taken. The voice was soft yet pierced through the rain, clearly reaching the ears of the elder in white. The civil cane in the old man's hand struck the ground with force, embedding itself deeply into the iron-hard earth. Is this how it ends? On the ferry returning to port, Rona remained unsettled. The events of the day had been too bizarre. The entire village had inexplicably fallen into a stupor, and 2 individuals had perished. One of the deceased uttered some strange words to Zheng Kun before passing away, and surprisingly, Zheng Kun took them seriously and proceeded to incinerate the 2 bodies. After all, they were police officers. Such a hasty decision. Didn't he fear it would incite a major uproar? Zheng Kun approached with a copper basin in hand. Rona gazed at the foot basin he held, her expression one of utter exasperation. What nonsense about a connecting basin? What yin and yang realms? It's utterly absurd. The truth will reveal itself upon return. By the way, where do you reside? Rona's eyes widened, watching him warily. We must find a place to experiment. Zheng Kun shook the copper basin, saying, I live with my junior sister. It wouldn't be appropriate for her to know about this. Shall we book a hotel room? Rona's ears flushed, and she hastily shook her head. No need. Let's go to my apartment. During the journey, Rona was unsettled, while Zheng Kun too was lost in thought. Ever since Shun Jia appeared, everything had been thrown into chaos. The Red Dragon, the Skin Peeler, such ridiculous names. A formidable character capable of besting Uncle Feng has come to Hong Kong specifically targeting him, with a clear purpose. And then there's that mysteriously missing videotape. These 2 groups of visitors from the mainland harbor enmity towards Xinjia and are certainly up to no good. What could they possibly want? It wasn't until they docked that Rona's call snapped him back to reality. The 2 rode in silence towards Rona's apartment. You live here? Zheng Kun surveyed the spacious living room, taken aback. I never imagined you were a little wealthy lady. Wealthy lady? Zheng, please don't mock me. My family has immigrated overseas, leaving me alone on Hong Kong Island, and this apartment is all mine. Not bad at all, with this property. You'll be worry-free about food and clothing in the future, Zheng Kun teased, then picked up the copper basin and headed to the bathroom, filling it with half a basin of clean water. Upon seeing Zheng Kun emerge with the water basin, Rona's brow furrowed even more. Zheng, do you truly believe that this basin of water can connect to the underworld? This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. This man was no longer suitable. Though handsome, humorous, and a bit rogue, his superstitions and foolishness in attempting such a thing were rare indeed. Trying at one tea cost anything. Zheng Kun placed the copper basin on the coffee table, ignoring Rona's knitted brow, took a deep breath, and with both hands formed a seal. Slowly dipped them into the water. Suddenly, as his fingertips grazed the surface, the water in the basin erupted into a violent boil, mist swirling upwards, causing Rona to step back in shock. At this moment, she still believed Zheng Kun was merely performing a trick to impress her. Indeed, she had always been this confident. What she didn't realize was that Zheng Kun intended to woo her, but not through tricks. Rather, he was attempting to conjure something supernatural before her. The difference between the 2 intentions was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Snap! Snap! Abruptly, dark red lightning crackled within the mist, catching Zheng Kun off guard as he yelped and stumbled back. Wow, is connecting the yin and yang really supposed to be this dramatic? Rona, startled by the thunder, covered her mouth, her eyes wide. This performance was alarmingly convincing. In the next moment, her mind went blank. A human head slowly emerged from the water's surface. It was none other than Officer Feng Si from Dongping's Hao. But why did he appear so much younger? Uncle Feng. This yin and yang communication shouldn't occur like this, right? Zheng Kun glanced at Rona, whose worldview was collapsing, silently mocking. Even if I were to assist in wooing a girl, it wouldn't require such exaggeration. Alien's soul has been taken by the Red Dragon, Feng Si said. Ignoring the jibe, his tone grave. They aim to control the gangs of Hong Kong Island, and those 6 skin bodies were key figures in various gangs. Alien's soul is unique. You must rescue her. Uncle Feng, I understand your urgency, but could you at least reveal your entire face? It's quite awkward only seeing half of it. Zheng Kun exclaimed, supporting a weak-kneed Rona. Feng Si glared at him, his expression darkening. Alien's bloodline is of the same origin as mine. If she is exploited, it will spell disaster. Then at least share the information regarding the Red Dragon and the Skin Peeler. Just as he finished speaking, Feng Si's head began to distort like a television with poor reception. Hey, what are you doing, Uncle Jiao? Kid, the boundary between yin and yang must not be crossed. A strange voice suddenly echoed. Who are you? Zheng Kun watched in disbelief as Feng Si was dragged back into the water, utterly bewildered. When you die, I will personally come for you. The voice, laced with mockery, vanished, and the water's surface returned to calm. Zheng Kun glared at the empty basin, gritting his teeth. Asking for help yet withholding information? You pull me away the moment I mention the Red Dragon? Are you toying with me? As the lightning faded, only Rona remained, rooted in the misty room. Zheng, what do we do now? Her voice trembled, her worldview teetering between collapse and reconstruction. All signs indicated that the likelihood of this possibility was minuscule. Truly troublesome. Zheng Kun poured another half basin of water, attempting to perform the connecting technique. But the water remained still. This attempt to show off had completely backfired. He sighed in resignation. What else can I do? I can only seek out the involved parties. The clues provided by Uncle Feng were currently of no use. The identities of the gang members replaced by the skin peelers remained a mystery. In this era, there was no means of identification. Once skinned, even fingerprints could not be verified, leaving only flesh and blood. Gangs in Hong Kong were as numerous as the stars, with major associations like Hung Hing and Hyung Xing boasting tens of thousands of members, while smaller gangs comprised dozens or hundreds. To identify a target among so many was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Although these imposters would inevitably reveal flaws in their behavior, the fact that they dared to act this way meant they were well prepared. It was possible that even their substitutes were meticulously selected. To unearth the true culprit among hundreds of thousands of gang members was an almost insurmountable challenge. The strategy of replacing one with another would only prove effective when employed on key individuals at critical moments. Zheng Kun instructed Rona, "You must handle two tasks. First, obtain the autopsy reports for those 6 bodies. Second, keep an eye on any unusual movements among the major gangs. Remember, only observe, do not investigate. And do not leak any information." Understood, Rona replied crisply. Then, as Zheng Kun was about to leave, she inquired, "Where are you going, Zheng?" "Me? I'm going to find that troublemaker. Shinjia. All this chaos is of his making. Had he not come to Hong Kong Island, none of this would have transpired." However, this situation also affirmed an important piece of information for Zheng Kun. The influence of the Underworld on the living realm truly is limited. Even a major Underworld figure like Uncle Feng can only relay messages through the underground channel of the connecting technique. Now that this channel has been exposed and sealed, it is unlikely he can rely on Uncle Feng in the short term. He must seek out Shinjia. At that moment, Shinjia was in a state of utter distress. The street fight had not only brought trouble upon himself, but had also made things difficult for the Hong Kong police. Witnesses had captured the fight in photos that were more dramatic than a movie, instantly igniting tabloid frenzy. As a mainland visitor, his photo was taken clearly. And during this sensitive period, it had made headlines. Truly a dire situation. The mainland had already made several calls holding him accountable. Had it not been for his formidable credentials, he would have been recalled long ago. These past few days, he felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, with no mind to attend to external affairs. Upon seeing Zheng Kun enter, Shinjia was filled with indignation. Clearly, they had both caused this mess together. Why was it that this kid could frolic freely while he had to bear the brunt of it? "Huh, you actually know to come? I thought you had perished out there." "I didn't die, but Feng Si has," Zheng Kun said nonchalantly as he plopped down onto the couch, grabbing the teapot and taking several gulps, then dropped a bombshell. "What? Feng Si is dead?" Shinjia's face drained of color in an instant, and the grievances he had meticulously prepared became lodged in his throat. "The Red Dragoness doing. Do you know of the Red Dragon?" The name that slipped from Zheng Kun's lips left Shinjia momentarily stunned once more. "Naturally, I am well aware of the Red Dragoness affairs, and I am intimately familiar with the movements of the Skinning Walker. You may not have left Hong Kong Island recently, but you might not know that the Skinning Walker has eliminated 6 core members of various gangs and has assumed their identities. To this day, I have been unable to ascertain the true origins of these imposters. Their aim is to seize control of the underground forces in Hong Kong Island, and through these gangs, gradually infiltrate the entirety of the island, with the ultimate goal of complete dominion over this land. You claim they are like stray dogs? I would argue they resemble wolves released from your own ranks. You must have been aware of this matter long ago, correct?" Zheng Kun's piercing gaze fixed on Shinjia as he declared with unwavering certainty, "You knew all along." Shinjia fell into a long silence before finally revealing a bitter smile. "It appears that the worst has indeed come to pass. What exactly constitutes the worst outcome? I must know everything. The clues have become so glaringly obvious. Can you truly not discern them? These individuals cannot remain in the mainland. And after fleeing to Hong Kong Island, they are unwilling to relinquish their ambitions, seeking to transform this place into their stronghold, waiting for the opportune moment to return with renewed vigor. Do they truly believe they can establish themselves in Hong Kong Island?" Zheng Kun was incredulous. Although Hong Kong Island is not governed by the mainland, it remains British territory. Those colonizers have roamed the world for centuries. Do they lack supernatural powers to safeguard their realm? The situation is far more complex than it appears. The man known as Guazi sat slumped on the sofa, stating that occupying Hong Kong Island is merely their deluded fantasy. The truly challenging aspect lies in their intention to transform this place into a long-term base. You must have heard the whispers. Negotiations between China and Britain regarding the reclamation of Hong Kong Island are about to commence. At that time, it is highly likely that the British will covertly support this group, allowing them to consistently create trouble for us. Zheng Kun was taken aback by the revelation. He had indeed never considered such a possibility. That those who were setting fires and infiltrating gangs in Hong Kong Island could potentially gain the support of the British? It seemed his perspective had been too limited. However, what mattered most at this moment was that, regardless of whether this case is solved, it does not affect my promotion. Guazi paused for a moment, both amused and exasperated. Is that all you care about, your promotion? It is not a matter of desire. Zheng Kun shrugged. I simply do not wish to be trampled upon by a pack of fools. By the way, there is another matter. Uncle Feng's niece, Alien, was killed by the Red Dragon, and her soul has been taken away. Uncle Feng mentioned that Alien possesses a special bloodline. This matter is likely not simple. A special bloodline? A demon hunter? Guazi clearly heard this for the first time as well. The specifics are unclear. But Uncle Feng said it shares the same origin, but is of a different kind. You know that Uncle Feng's Shogui bloodline originates from an ancient existence in the Underworld, if Alien is likewise. Shen Jie's face contorted into a pained expression. Do you have a way to save Alien? Zheng Kun inquired. Although their bond was not profound, they were still acquaintances. I will investigate, but my strength is limited as an individual. You are a police officer, you can. Hold on. Zheng Kun raised his hand to interrupt. I am just a lowly officer, devoid of power, influence, or prospects. I will handle what is within my purview. But I do not wish to wade through the murky waters of the troubles you have stirred up, the cursed videotape, Alien's disappearance, gang infiltration, the Red Dragon gang. Leave the charge into battle to the professionals. You have a good relationship with Hongxing. It is no longer what it once was. Since the incident with Lianxing, do you think Zhang Quan would treat me as he did before? Gangs are, after all, gangs. Guazi said meaningfully, with your abilities, Zhang Quan, being a clever man, will certainly give you face. Zhang Quan is about to retire and is preparing to pass the mantle to Jiang Tianxing. During this time, Jiang Tianxing has been quite active, and several veteran leaders of Hongxing are starting to feel restless. Huang Weiming has seized the opportunity to infiltrate Hongxing, hoping to make a profit. Do you think he can help me now? A gang is still a gang. Guazi's eyes fixed on Zheng Kun, his tone growing heavier. Fine. I will handle the gang matters. Everything else is out of my hands. That may not be feasible. Huh. Zheng Kun scoffed. Guazi, know your place. Do you think it is your role to instruct me on how to conduct my affairs? I am not instructing you. I am inviting you. Chapter 41. Setting a trap to capture the demon. Guazi stood up, walked to the television cabinet, opened a drawer, and retrieved a small notebook, tossing it before Zheng Kun. Congratulations, the review has been approved. Review? What does that mean? Zheng Kun was bewildered, but when he picked up the red booklet, his hand trembled violently, nearly dropping it. Titanium Extreme Golden Body. Truly, it is in line with the Hong Kong style, extravagant enough. You have trained in the Rui Force and Iron Cloth Shirt, with considerable prowess. However, the Iron Cloth Shirt is an ancient martial art, now outdated. This Titanium Extreme Golden Body encompasses the merits of all hard techniques, refining the crude to extract the essence, then optimizing through computer simulations, resulting in an entirely new form of hard technique. With your foundation in the Iron Cloth Shirt, transitioning to the Titanium Extreme Golden Body will allow for a faster breakthrough, culminating in your first physical transformation. The first transformation? Super mental energy, a leap in spiritual force. The manifestation of spiritual traits, super physical energy, bodily transformation, the manifestation of physical traits. This is a new martial art, a future direction supported by science. The tide of technology is unstoppable. Any traditionalist will be crushed. Guazi waved his hand, exuding an air of authority. Our research into super physical energy has already reached a profound depth. Its essence lies in absorbing external energy to enhance the body. Once the essence is grasped, utilizing modern technology to simulate martial arts naturally yields superior results. The Red Dragon's people cling to antiquated relics, failing to progress, and will inevitably be eliminated. Having practiced the Iron Cloth Shirt, you should understand how difficult it is to get started. Zheng Kun nodded. If it weren't for Yang Zhulan's training experience, given his qualifications, it would have taken him at least a year or two to grasp the basics. For an ordinary person, 3 to 5 years would be an optimistic estimate. The Iron Cloth Shirt is merely an ordinary hard technique, and if it is this challenging, one can only imagine the complexities of more advanced martial arts. Yet now, elite soldiers practicing the improved version of the Iron Battlesuit can master it in a month with the right methods, attaining a level of defense comparable to yours within a year. A squad of soldiers equipped with the Iron Battlesuit, paired with modern weaponry. Do you believe you could withstand that? Withstand what? I would surely be reduced to rubble. Zheng Kun was acutely aware of the limits of martial prowess. Even if material interference with spiritual energy could yield extraordinary abilities, such powers remain confined to the individual. His telekinesis could manipulate objects weighing nearly 100 pounds within a 30-meter radius. Entering a dream could affect the weak-willed, but what use is that? In the face of an army armed with firearms, such capabilities are utterly meaningless. The Red Dragon's people are no different. While a martial artist or superhuman may find it easy to kill one or two individuals, how many can they truly slay? No matter how potent an individual has strength, they are no match for collective power. Magneto is formidable, is he not? Unable to harm him, yet he ultimately fell to a few syringes, did he not? The Red Dragon-S people may be brazen in the mainland, but should we deploy 2 teams armed with dozens of machine guns? Let us see if they dare to act so recklessly. This is the power of the state, the power of technology. This is the prevailing trend. The Iron Battlesuit. The Titanium Extreme Golden Body. You imply that the Titanium Extreme Golden Body is the culmination of all hard techniques, a top-tier martial arts manual. Why would you bestow it upon me? Frankly, a mere Iron Battlesuit would suffice. Perhaps I could even get by with that, even if I have passed your scrutiny. There is no need to grant me such a precious manual, is there? Because your identity is special. The man known as Gwazi, with an air of calm composure, remarked. Though you may be an ordinary police officer, you possess considerable renown on Hong Kong Island, wielding both influence and charisma, which holds significant value for us. In comparison to your worth, the titanium body is of little consequence. Why is it that a royal Hong Kong officer like myself is able to pass your scrutiny? According to mainland standards, my father's background is rather unsatisfactory, which should be a detriment, no? Haha. Gwazi forced a couple of dry laughs. Initially, he regarded Zheng Kun merely as a potential ally, assuming that the higher-ups would use the steel battle armor as bait. He was taken aback when they directly presented the titanium body, clearly signaling their intent to invest considerable effort in his development. It was only after he perused the highly confidential dossier accompanying the titanium body that his doubts were alleviated. However, the classification of that document was exceedingly high, and after reading it, he destroyed it, feeling it inappropriate to divulge even to Zheng Kun, the very individual involved, merely managing a couple of awkward chuckles in response. I am unclear about how the higher-ups conduct their evaluations or what their criteria are. All I know is that I received notice that you have passed the assessment. As for how you choose to proceed in the future, that is no longer my concern. And what is your responsibility? To deal with the Qilong gang as effectively as possible. As effectively as possible? Zheng Kun scoffed. I see that you are already at a loss. In the past, you could manage them not through your own strength, but by leveraging the collective power of the mainland. Now, you have come to Hong Kong Island alone, with little support. What can you accomplish? Zheng Kun's words pierced through the facade of Gwazi's bravado. You are correct, Gwazi conceded, his tone deflated. My mission is essentially a failure. If your information is accurate, I may soon face expulsion. What? Expulsion? Zheng Kun's expression turned to one of disbelief. He had intended to imply that Gwazi lacked the necessary power, but he had not anticipated that Gwazi would directly reference the prospect of fleeing. And with such a veneer of dignity. Consider this, if those foreign devils truly allied with the Qilong, I would become their greatest threat. Now that I have incriminating evidence in their possession, they could easily justify my expulsion. So this is a disastrous situation? Not entirely. Gwazi stroked his chin. For the foreigners and Qilong to truly collaborate, they must navigate through various challenges. Qilong needs to demonstrate its strength, while the foreigners must maintain the upper hand. There will undoubtedly be trials, conflicts, and compromises. Until then, I will not be expelled, but I will certainly face restrictions. So, there are no further details. Until you are expelled, my only obligation is to manage the gang affairs. Understood. Should I indeed be expelled, I will ensure that all intelligence regarding Qilong is handed over to you before I depart. The specifics of how to accomplish this are up to you. You are quite nonchalant, Zheng Kun remarked, stuffing the titanium body into his pocket as he stood. If there are any updates regarding Alien's spirit, please remember to inform me. I will attend to this matter promptly. Furthermore, it is advisable to maintain contact with Feng Si. His connections in the Underworld are profound and could provide us with substantial assistance. Did you not claim to rely solely on science and dismiss such superstitions? The so-called ghosts are merely a unique form of life. The Underworld is simply an alternate dimension. While science may not yet fully explain these phenomena, we are progressing in our understanding. Given time, we shall unravel the mysteries. Thus, this is not superstition, it is science. Upon leaving Shun Jia's office, Zheng Kun returned directly to the police station. The grisly sight of 6 individuals flayed, arranged in an eerie manner reminiscent of some arcane ritual, naturally drew the attention of higher authorities. He was aware of the situation, yet could not articulate it openly, and could only conduct a gradual investigation, although it was merely a formality. As soon as his vehicle came to a halt, and before he could exit, a throng of reporters descended upon him. Zheng, we heard you are handling an exceptionally brutal case. Could you share a few words? Zheng, is it true that someone has been flayed? Zheng, will this case be resolved swiftly? Are there any leads at present? The reporters bombarded him with questions, one after another, nearly overwhelming him. What was happening? How had the news leaked? Confused, he stepped out of the car, scanning the gathered journalists. exasperatedly rubbing his nose as he mustered a faint smile and raised his hand to signal for silence. Your information travels fast indeed. Yes, this case is under my purview. But as of now, we have yet to uncover any valuable leads. Therefore, I have no further comments. He spread his hands, offering a wry smile to the reporters. I am equally perplexed, and since you are all here, I might as well ask for your assistance. If anyone in your family has gone missing or has been unreachable in recent days, please come to the police station to identify the bodies. However, do prepare yourselves psychologically, as those are. Moreover, if you possess any leads, please relay them to the police promptly to aid us in solving this case. With that, he paused, feigning frustration as he shook his head and carefully navigated through the throng of reporters, entering the police station while ignoring their continued inquiries. There is no other choice. One must not take life too seriously. One must bow when required. There are numerous unsolvable cases in this world. This one is no exception. I shall not boast before these individuals, nor will I lose my composure over an unsolved case. Since the information is already out, it would be prudent to issue a preemptive caution, indicating the complexity of the case. This way, even if we fail to resolve it in the future or if complications arise, the groundwork laid today will enhance public acceptance and minimize the impact on me. After all, no one can expect the police to solve every case. I do not aspire to be a detective. I am merely passing time, so why exert myself so? Zheng, the autopsy report. Upon entering his office, Luana, her complexion pale, approached him, handing over a document. Is it possible to ascertain the identity of the deceased? Zheng Kun perused the report, glancing through it without finding any useful information, then looked up and inquired. At present, there is no way to determine. I will. Understood. Zheng Kun interrupted her. As I previously stated, keep a close watch on those gangs. Monitor them without intervening, understood? Yes. Zheng, Banggu and the others have returned. And 2 colleagues from Baixiang Police Station are here as well. Baixiang Police Station? Zheng Kun paused, just as he saw 2 figures approaching briskly. A Kun, a Zheng. When good Jigu. Zheng Kun greeted them with a smile, embracing the 2 warmly. The visitors were none other than the formidable De Tu-1 and the ever-enthusiastic Ko Shueji. Excellent. Truly excellent. A Kun, I after a moment. De Tu-1 raised his head and said, A Kun, we did not anticipate that this young man was under your command. However, I am utterly convinced that he is the perpetrator of this case. I have handled enough cases over the decades to be certain of it. If it weren't for you, I would never have turned him in. Observing De Tu-1's resolute demeanor, Zheng Kun furrowed his brow. In his estimation, while De Tu-1's abilities were mediocre, he was nonetheless a competent officer, possessing the requisite qualities to hold the position of a small leader in Baixiang. The unwavering certainty exhibited by a police officer suggested that he undoubtedly possessed irrefutable evidence that could condemn Guijialuan. A Kun. The evidence in this case is as solid as a rock. The murderer is indeed Guijialuan. He checked into a hotel in Baixiang with a woman. And as you know, the soundproofing at Old Ding's place is quite poor. Old Ding reported that they were making a racket until the early hours. And when he went to knock on the door at 10 in the morning, he found it unlocked. Upon entering, he saw Guijialuan sitting on the bed, stark naked. In a daze, while the woman lay dead beside him. The victim had been strangled, and her neck was covered in his fingerprints, which he himself admitted to. Were it not for your standing, Zheng, we would have long since handed this case over to the Department of Justice. Ko Shueji interjected. Baixiang is a place where you seldom encounter a homicide. You understand, Zheng? Zheng Kun nodded, fully aware that they owed a debt of gratitude to the Baixiang Police Department in this instance. A lavish seafood feast was laid out on the table. Yet apart from Ko Shueji and De Tu-1, the others lacked an appetite. Guijialuan was generally well-liked, and his sudden fall from grace as a criminal was difficult for everyone to accept. Boss, could there be a mistake? Song Zijie was the first to voice his concerns. Ko Shueji's expression darkened immediately. What do you mean? Are you implying we are wronging him? That is not my intention. De Tu-1 scoffed. Are you familiar with him? Do you know what he does after work? Zheng Kun rapped the table. Enough of this bickering. I have reviewed the files. The evidence and eyewitness accounts are comprehensive. And he has confessed. If you have any doubts, you may reinterrogate him upon returning. However, if no discrepancies arise, you must apologize to our colleagues in Baixiang. Chapter 42. Insightful Vision. Unraveling the Cult Conspiracy. Song Zijie wished to argue further, but was silenced by a glance from Zheng Kun. My master once said, one must admit when wrong. Zheng Kun turned to Ko Shueji and added, this lad is rather straightforward. Do not take it to heart. Boss, do not wrongfully accuse me. I am not as despicable as he is. Song Zijie's remark elicited laughter from the entire table. The banquet concluded late into the night, and Zheng Kun arranged for 2 individuals to stay overnight. Stepping out of the hotel and gazing into the pitch-black sky, he let out a long sigh. Such social engagements were truly exhausting. Zheng Kun had a solitary nature and preferred solitude. even when accompanied by Jin Qing and Yu Wenhui. He was disinclined to engage with them unless necessary. Fortunately, neither woman was the clingy type. Jin Qing was absorbed in pursuing the title of the gambling god, while Yu Wenhui was pragmatic and focused on her legal career and the management of Longsheng Electronics. Her relationship with Zheng Kun resembled that of comrades rather than lovers. This was one of the reasons Zheng Kun admired her, and also why he had yet to act on his feelings for Luana. Luana's overly sentimental nature made her prone to attachment, leaving him to weigh whether he could endure it. After a social gathering, his thoughts became chaotic. Clutching the titanium extreme body manual, he found himself reluctant to return home, where a woman awaited him. He regretted the impulsive decision to bring Jin Qing to live with him. All right, he acknowledged that he was indeed a cad, and there was no need for debate. However, as he felt the manual in his pocket and contemplated the current situation, he ultimately sighed and drove home. His demeanor resembled that of a middle-aged man who had stayed up late watching television, reluctant to sleep. You've had quite a bit to drink tonight. Upon arriving home, Jin Qing noticed his inebriated state and helped him to sit down. I made soup. How about a bowl later? No need. Zheng Kun waved his hand. This little bit of alcohol cannot incapacitate me. Jin Qing nodded obediently and poured him a cup of tea. By the way, have you had any news from your father lately? Jin Qing paused, a flicker of hesitation crossing her face. No, I haven't been in touch for quite some time. Is that so? Zheng Kun took a sip of tea, observing her unnatural expression with a smile. Do not worry, if he seeks you out. It is no concern of mine. I harbor no grievances against him. Why should you be anxious? I was merely afraid of dragging you into it. Now that time has passed, his appearance is not surprising. Just be cautious. Really? Jin Qing's eyes sparkled with joy. Of course. Help me arrange a meeting with him. I have matters to discuss. Jin Qing's fingers trembled slightly, her movements halting. What is it? Are you unwilling? It is not just that my father's condition has been poor lately, but I have said that I will not make things difficult for him. This time, I am asking for his assistance. Assistance with what? No need to ask too much, just contact him. All right. Understanding Zheng Kun's temperament, Jin Qing refrained from pressing further. Noticing her slightly aggrieved demeanor, coupled with the effects of alcohol, Zheng Kun suddenly felt a surge of interest and turned to press her down onto the sofa. Everything flowed naturally from there until dawn broke. By the balcony, Zheng Kun lit a cigarette. In the morning light, he exhaled smoke rings, and the sense of shock lingered in his mind. The new martial arts technique, titanium extreme body. This was not merely a manual, but also encapsulated a new philosophy of martial arts. It could not be articulated in a few words. Only through personal practice could one truly comprehend it. He finally understood why Guazilio emphasized science. This was indeed a science. Without scientific analysis, the new martial arts could not even be discussed. They were genuinely utilizing scientific methods to dissect martial arts, or rather, the essence of martial arts was fundamentally about absorbing the vital energy of heaven and earth to strengthen oneself. What is the vital energy of heaven and earth? It is the energy contained in the air. However, this energy is too sparse for an ordinary person or even a martial artist to perceive. Only those with keen sensitivity, like Zheng Kun, can sense that subtle force within the air. Ancient martial arts did not require the perception of this force. They merely needed to find methods for extraction, breathing techniques, and energy cultivation methods all fall into this category. Since energy is drawn from the air to differentiate it, ancient practitioners referred to it as vital energy or spiritual energy. However, due to the limited technology of ancient times, they never fully grasped the essence of this energy. Yet, in today's era, technology has advanced by leaps and bounds, and scientific understanding has deepened, leading to the emergence of various precision instruments. More importantly, society has never lacked ambitious individuals, seekers of superpowers, and fervent researchers. Through their studies, they ultimately unveiled the mysteries of vital energy, discovering that its true essence is merely the various energy particles diffused in the air. By absorbing different attributes of energy particles through specific breathing techniques, one can produce varying effects and powers, which is the crux of the matter. Following this groundbreaking discovery, researchers utilized supercomputers to develop an entirely new cultivation system. This new system could accurately filter beneficial energy particles while eliminating useless components, resulting in a dramatic increase in energy absorption efficiency. Consequently, there was a leap in cultivation efficiency, significantly lowering the barriers to entry for aspiring martial artists. Many individuals who previously lacked the qualifications could now become novice martial artists through this method. This was the fundamental reason for the failures of Qi Long and others. On the surface, such an efficient and rapid cultivation method should have been embraced by all martial artists. However, every matter has its pros and cons. Directly absorbing energy particles, while capable of swiftly enhancing strength, harbors a fatal flaw. It is too hot. This was Zheng Kun's vivid analogy. Just like drinking water. Warm or cool water can be consumed, but boiling water poured down one's throat can result in burns or even death. Energy particles, too, carry intense radiation. Traditional martial arts, having evolved over millennia, have established a comprehensive system. Practitioners exhibit a relatively low absorption efficiency, with limited intake, and the energy is filtered, thereby minimizing radiation hazards. This gradual method of cultivation can progressively strengthen the body, ultimately enabling adaptation to radiation and the awakening of extraordinary abilities. Regrettably, this righteous path is marked by slow progress. In stark contrast, the new martial arts involve direct energy absorption, simultaneously exposing the body to intense radiation, which gives rise to numerous complications. This is the crux of the vehement opposition from figures like Qilong. They denounce this perilous method of cultivation as diabolic, positioning themselves as the true orthodox. In truth, both paths share a fundamental essence. Both transform the body through energy particles and their radiation, facilitating a metamorphosis into specialized forms. This process, known as aberration, is fraught with risks, as the body may undergo astonishing mutations under energy radiation. For instance, the ancient martial art tiger's roar golden bell practiced by Lei Qingda causes the body to become metallic and indestructible during cultivation. The titanic golden body is even more radical, with a more rapid and intense aberration process. The prerequisite is that the practitioner must withstand the trials of transformation. The authorities recognize the foundational work Zheng Kun laid with his practice of the iron cloth shirt, which is why they imparted the titanic golden body to him. No. Zheng Kun suddenly realized that this energy radiation not only affects the body but also assaults the mind. The aberration process of the new martial arts is exceptionally treacherous. There have been practitioners who lost control during their initial aberration, ultimately transforming into ancient trees by the riverbank. The titanic golden body is no exception. Failures may result in permanent metallization. Although my spiritual perception can directly capture the required energy particles, this method exacerbates mental radiation. Until the consequences are clear, it is wiser to proceed with a methodical approach to cultivation. So, the question arises, what exactly are ghosts? Are they also special energy aggregates? And what about the illusions experienced during the initiation of the titanic golden body? Could they truly be manifestations of one's inner demons? This seems utterly absurd. Zheng Kun is entirely unaware of this, nor does he believe that science can easily provide explanations. Analyzing martial arts and probing into the mysterious are fundamentally disparate pursuits. Zheng Kun is acutely aware of this distinction. The analysis of the titanic golden body is coherent and ostensibly elucidates the essence of martial arts. Yet what of those enigmatic phenomena? The old man merely offered him a vague statement. It is a special energy entity. How ridiculous. Such a generalized explanation is applicable in any context, rendering it essentially meaningless. The new martial arts are indeed bizarre, far from the righteous path. No wonder Qilong and others disparage it as demonic practice. Although entry is swift, advancing further necessitates enduring mental distortion and contamination, particularly during the first bodily transformation. Even those with fortitude cannot evade mental pollution. Without a will of iron, one cannot endure. The visions are utterly horrifying. The initial bodily transformation is a leap to a new level of existence. The titanic golden body merely states in passing, illusions will manifest during transformation, referred to in ancient martial arts as inner demons, requiring one to steadfastly guard their heart and subdue errant thoughts. Easier said than done. But what is the actual situation? Can those be called errant thoughts? Within the illusions, there are neither seductive celestial dances, nor mountains of gold and silver to claim, nor lofty promotions. There is nothing but insects. Reflecting on his first transformation after fully converting the iron cloth shirt to the titanic golden body's energy, Zheng Kun still shudders with dread. He utterly comprehends the sentiments of Qilong and others. This is fundamentally a diabolic path. No, it is worse than that. It is sheer sorcery. So sinister, strange, terrifying, and malevolent. This is the conclusion Zheng Kun reached after completing his initial transformation. The radiation of energy particles not only impacts the body but profoundly affects the mind, with the mental onslaught far surpassing the physical. This influence gives rise to visions that are almost tangible. Were it not for his innate ability to manipulate dreams and his exceptional spiritual perception, he might have struggled to grasp the entirety of the process. And he certainly would not have recognized the terrors of these energy particles. Is it truly wise to expose one's body and mind entirely to the radiation of energy particles? For him, it appears to be a commendable choice. Ding. Detecting manifest energy, the system is charging. Ding. Detecting manifest energy, the system is charging. When he began practicing the breathing technique of the titanic golden body, the system unexpectedly reacted. This seemingly ordinary cultivation session inadvertently unveiled parts of the system's secrets. The so-called manifest energy is, in fact, the radiation of energy particles. This revelation nearly drove him to madness. Fortunately, at that moment, he was merely practicing introductory techniques, transforming the iron cloth shirt into the titanic golden body. Both belong to the category of hard skills, with the energy particles absorbed being fundamentally the same. Only the application of the titanic golden body is more exquisite and thorough. Thus, the illusions generated during initiation were not severe, akin to experiencing goosebumps that quickly dissipated. And the iron cloth shirt successfully completed its transformation. This should have been the end. However, due to the existence of the system, the situation took an unexpected turn. As the system absorbed manifest energy, the titanic golden body continued to function, combined with his own black dream bloodline, and by the time he sensed something amiss, his body had already begun its first aberration transformation. What is aberration? When practicing the new martial arts, if the body and mind cannot withstand the radiation of energy particles, terrifying mutations will occur, and this is aberration. The moment of bodily aberration also assaults the mind. A plethora of restricted illusions surged before his eyes, while whispers echoed in his ears, murmuring and shrieking. Each sound sent tremors through his spirit. Every whisper conjured new visions. Armored in scales, monstrous entities with 6 eyes crawled rapidly. Towering 3 to 4 meters high, their blood-red eyes and 4 pallid tentacles lunging at him, along with grayish-green mold-like fibers emerging from the ground, shedding fine powder that drifted through the air. All of this was enough to drive an ordinary person to madness. Zheng Kun immediately entered a state of profound stillness. All illusions and mental distortions began to shift. Countless frenzied thoughts surged in Jean Qingjian's mind, at times contemplating dismembering her, at times fantasizing about crafting lanterns from her skin, at times scheming to sculpt every inch of her flesh into a work of art. His thoughts drifted into the dream realm, imagining contorting the dream's master into grotesque postures, even fantasizing about piecing together a horrifying human centipede within the dream. These bloody and bizarre thoughts relentlessly assailed his reason, unleashing his most primal desires. Every insane notion arose and dissipated, ultimately dissolving into nothingness within the state of profound stillness. Were it not for the suppression of this stillness, he might have long since descended into complete madness. More terrifying was that whenever these dark thoughts surfaced, his body would undergo aberrations, skin erupting with countless goosebumps, large patches of rotting flesh threatening to peel away, body hair rapidly decaying to gray. His very life seemed to be rotting away alongside it. When these aberrations finally subsided, only Zheng Kun's cold visage remained. Suddenly, his skin began to writhe. The energy of the titanic golden body surged within him like a flood, transforming into countless energy particles that coursed through his entire being. The first transformation had commenced. The whispers in his ears grew increasingly dense, and Zheng Kun distinctly felt his mental power undergoing aberration. Chapter 43, Permissions Unlocked, the Forbidden Zone of the Police Station. The radiation of energy particles warped his consciousness, and various illusions inundated him. In the state of profound stillness, he calmly analyzed. Are these illusions caused by radiation, or are they real? The rustling sound echoed in his ears, akin to countless insects crawling over withered grass. This sound stirred his gaze. No, it is still the illusion distorting my perception. At this moment, his body was undergoing a horrific transformation. The skin erupted with dense goosebumps, swiftly swelling into bluish-gray lumps, their surfaces glistening with an eerie metallic sheen. An unbearable itch surged over him like a tidal wave. Bang! The first lump burst, and dozens of hair-thin grotesque insects emerged. Following closely, more lumps exploded in succession, countless creatures crawling and gnawing at his flesh. In this desolate state of mind, the details of these insects became starkly visible, compound eyes rotating in every direction, scales mottled with mold, and densely packed legs beneath their abdomens. The horde of insects swiftly devoured his arms, legs, and ultimately left nothing of his head. Strangely, his consciousness remained intact, even allowing him to feel the torment of every inch being consumed. This was not mere annihilation, but a distortion and mutation on a spiritual level. Damn it, I seriously suspect that the fellow with the sunflower seeds is playing me for a fool. No wonder the Red Dragon and his companions deemed this as demonic arts. This is no mere sorcery, but a veritable mishmash of monstrous evils. The entry was swift. Yet if one could not withstand such mental distortion and pollution, they would undoubtedly descend into madness. Even more terrifying was the thought that if he could not resist this spiritual contamination, all consequences would reverberate back into reality, and his body would indeed be devoured by those insects. From whence do these reality feedbacking insects arise? They are the byproduct of energy particles merging with his mental force. This mirrors his ability to manifest dream damage that affects reality. What normal person could bear such an extent of mental distortion? even if warned repeatedly before training. Confronting such horror was an entirely different matter. Thus, the new martial arts could not rapidly cultivate a multitude of masters. Its advantage lies in the ability to mass-produce foundational warriors and martial artists, enabling ordinary individuals to swiftly enter and enhance their strength. Relying on a vast population base to create warriors, combined with advanced weaponry, easily overwhelmed the likes of the Red Dragon and his peers. As his body was devoured by the swarm, the writhing insects on the ground gradually slowed, eventually coming to a complete halt, beginning to spin silk. They were spinning silk. Countless bluish-gray threads wove together into a massive cocoon, shimmering with a metallic luster. Once the silk was spun, the insects disintegrated into ash. With a rip. Approximately 10 minutes later, the enormous cocoon split open, and the devoured Zheng Kun emerged from within. The bluish-gray cocoon promptly turned to ash and vanished. He lightly shook his form, exhaled deeply, feeling the surge of titanium-like energy coursing within him, his fists slowly clenching. A bluish-gray radiance instantaneously enveloped his entire being, transforming him into an entity seemingly forged of bluish-gray metal. Titanium body. Wasn't this akin to a steel titan? Anyone else would have crumbled under the pressure. To witness oneself being consumed by a swarm of insects, to endure the torment of being devoured by myriad creatures, who would not question their humanity. Any normal person would harbor such thoughts. This is the essence of spiritual pollution. The moment one begins to doubt their own existence, the contamination has already taken root. Once spiritual pollution manifests, it will severely impact future cultivation, potentially distorting the path of training entirely. This truly is a nefarious path. Had it not been for Zheng Kun's ability to enter dreams, had he not possessed keen spiritual awareness and a desolate state of mind to immediately discern that the so-called swarm was merely an illusion, he too might have succumbed to spiritual contamination. Even having seen through the ruse, he still felt uncomfortable in his own skin, hesitant to even touch his body. He needed time to shake off this damn nausea. However, the rewards were equally astonishing. Compared to the previous iron cloth shirt, the titanium body was immensely superior. The iron cloth shirt could at best deflect punches and kicks, but would be utterly defeated by firearms. Now, the strength of the titanium body meant that not only could it withstand blades and ordinary firearms, but even a barrage of gunfire would fail to harm him. Only steel core and armor-piercing rounds posed a genuine threat, albeit merely a threat. Now, he could boldly declare himself impervious to blades and bullets. Additionally, after completing his first transformation, his body developed a resistance to mysterious forces. What does this signify? After undergoing the initial transformation, a protective energy membrane would naturally form during the circulation of internal energy, passively shielding against mental harm. Just like the last time he faced Lei Qingde, when Zheng Kun attempted to pull him into a dream but failed. It was precisely because Lei Qingde had already undergone a bodily transformation, creating a protective energy membrane. This membrane allowed superhumans to resist the mysterious techniques of superpsychics. What is the essence of this energy membrane? It is the distilled power of vitality and blood. After the first transformation, his entire body would naturally form a protective layer during the flow of internal energy, guarding his spirit. He truly achieved an invulnerable state, repelling all evils. He meticulously compared his energy membrane with Lei Qingde's, only to discover that Lei Qingde's membrane was utterly feeble. Were they to meet at this moment, he could easily tear through the opponent's membrane and drag him into the dream. This is one of the benefits brought by the transformation. This is also the unique advantage of the new martial arts. While entry is easy, progress is challenging. However, one must ask, which martial art in the world is easy to cultivate? Even in ancient martial arts, even with true transmission, the cultivation process, while safer than new martial arts, consumes far more time. Furthermore, the requirements for aptitude in ancient martial arts far exceed those of new martial arts, resulting in very few who can achieve anything. Their numbers even less than those of new martial arts. The speed of cultivation in new martial arts is astonishing. Although aiming for higher realms carries immense risks, the world is never short of geniuses and individuals with resolute will, supported by a vast population base, as long as one is willing to bear losses. A batch of high-level combatants can be cultivated in a short time, with upper-level combatants lacking an edge and lower-level combatants completely suppressed. Such a martial arts system would be astonishing if it were not eliminated. The fundamental issue with new martial arts lies in its ability to analyze supernormal effects through scientific methods, even innovating and creating numerous new martial arts. Yet it struggles immensely when it comes to deciphering the mysterious. Can advanced scientific instruments truly unravel the enigmatic? Zheng Kun harbored deep skepticism regarding this. To him, the technological level of this world was only slightly higher than that of his previous life, utterly incapable of reaching the level required to analyze the mysterious. Even more fatal is the fact that the mysterious is often accompanied by terror. It would be one thing if they could not analyze it. What if they misanalyzed it, or, during the process, triggered some horrific existence? The consequences would be unimaginable. This may very well be the reason for the slow progress in analyzing the mysterious. It is conceivable that they encountered some unspeakable terrifying events during the analysis process, causing them to be wary and slow their pace, or perhaps they have even ceased entirely. The so-called analysis of the mysterious is ultimately just an unattainable ideal. So, what exactly am I now? His ability to complete the first transformation was entirely reliant on his desolate state of mind, suppressing all the restless spiritual pollution. Yet, the visions of that spiritual contamination lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Upon exiting the desolate state of mind, he could not help but harbor the same question. Fortunately, he had maintained his true self, understanding that these were merely illusions. No, there is definitely something wrong. He suddenly realized a grave issue. He possessed a desolate state of mind, but others did not. Without the desolate state of mind, how could one combat such terrifying illusions? Having personally experienced the bodily transformation, he understood better than anyone the horror of this spiritual pollution. A normal person would be utterly incapable of resisting it. If cultivating the titanium body meant facing such horrifying spiritual pollution upon completing the first transformation, it would be utterly impossible to achieve. Such a method could not possibly be promoted as a standard manual. Because once the cultivation fails, not only will the practitioner suffer a mental breakdown, but it may also trigger exceedingly terrifying events. With this thought in mind, he abruptly retrieved the manual for the titanium extreme golden body and meticulously studied the explanatory section. After a considerable pause, he could no longer restrain himself and uttered an expletive. Damn, no wonder those visions felt so familiar. Wasn't this precisely the Cthulhu-style narrative I conceived during my previous life while languishing from brain cancer? From the onset of physical metamorphosis to its conclusion, the entire process was intimately connected to me. In my past life, I had encountered numerous Cthulhu-themed eerie tales, and upon realizing that my demise was imminent, my imagination began to run wild, including this very scenario of resurrection after death. This was exactly my interpretation of the Cthulhu mental pollution concept. Indeed, I have been reborn after death, but certainly not in the manner I had envisioned. The heart demon tribulation arising from the physical transformation is a projection of the practitioner's inner darkness. In other words, if your thoughts are complex and bizarre, indicating pre-existing mental issues, then the mental pollution experienced will become convoluted, fully manifesting the darkness within, just as I have experienced. Conversely, those with simpler minds or a lack of imagination will encounter limited horrors, and the degree of mental pollution they face will be comparatively mild. If that is the case, my cultivation after the transformation will undoubtedly be far more profound than that of others practicing the titanium extreme golden body. He recalled another phrase from the manual. The more terrifying the heart demon tribulation encountered, the stronger the transformed body will be. Well, setting aside the question of physical strength, is this heart demon tribulation something I have brought upon myself? Or is it simply due to a lack of information? He sighed softly, flicking the spent cigarette but down to the street below. Jean Qin, observing his listless demeanor while tidying the room, couldn't help but chuckle. Regardless, he had finally completed the first transformation of his body. The process itself mattered little. What counted was the favorable outcome. Early morning, West Kowloon Police Station. Criminal Investigation Team 3. The atmosphere was heavy. Guo Jialuan had confessed and was escorted back to the Baixiang Police Station. Although this outcome was anticipated, the members of Team 3 were reluctant to accept it, except for Zheng Kun. Guo Jialuan was indeed the murderer. He had personally strangled the woman. A fact Zheng Kun had no doubt about. Yet he was not the true perpetrator, as, strictly speaking, it was not he who acted, but rather teacher Chu Rinmei who had possessed him. At the moment of the act, he had been under her control. However, such a statement could not be made. He could not use this reasoning to exonerate Guo Jialuan. The only course of action available was to have the Baixiang Police Station retract the charges against Guo Jialuan. Only accusing him of. That was certainly not the case. At most it could be categorized as a case of coerced compliance. This was indeed the best possible outcome. Although the current state of Hong Kong still had its issues, no one had been sentenced to death by hanging for over a decade or two. The crime was severe, but it did not warrant capital punishment. Guo Jialuan's fate would likely involve spending several decades in prison, and if fortune favored him, he might be released after 10 years, still able to celebrate his 40th or 50th birthday. However, this situation posed a significant blow to the West Kowloon Police Station, Criminal Investigation Team 3, and Zheng Kun himself. After all, Guo Jialuan was an active police officer, and one under the command of the highly regarded Zheng Kun. Following the exposure of this incident, it garnered immense attention. How could the leader of a team have no responsibility when a subordinate was involved in such a scandal? Indeed, it was said that those who do not attract envy are mediocre, and trouble was now at hand. In the office, Zheng Kun gently set down the documents in his hand. This time, he distinctly felt the external pressure and malice. The pressure emanated from various sources. Guojialuan's case was merely one aspect, alongside the 6 skinned bodies. As for dealing with supernatural entities, it was best left to professionals. At this moment, he had only one matter to address, the case of the Skinner. A scapegoat had to be found. Zheng Kun's fingers lightly tapped on the desk. As a resolve formed within him, if it were not for Guojialuan's case, he would not mind if this unsolved case lingered in his hands. After all, his persona was not that of the legendary detective Li Changyu. Failing to solve a case would not significantly impact him. However, with Guojialuan's case suddenly surfacing, the intertwining of these two matters altered the situation entirely. Troubles were mounting, and it could potentially jeopardize his career. Yet, the case of the Skinner was deeply entangled and required careful handling. If he proceeded too slowly, it would take too long and tarnish his reputation. Chapter 44. Signing in at the Police Department Archives, uncovering the dark secrets of past detectives. During this period, the best strategy was to create a sensational news story to divert the public's attention. Hong Kong is a place of press freedom, with a thriving media landscape, where various credible and dubious news items circulate daily. In such an environment, maintaining news momentum is no easy feat. Recently, the Skinner case had stirred up significant commotion, and it would not be long before Guojialuan's case was also sensationalized by those with ulterior motives. Faced with this situation, what should be done? Should he confront it head-on? Clashing with the media is certainly not an option. Remaining silent? Equally unwise. Once silence ensues, who knows what sensational stories and scrupulous media might concoct. The most effective approach is to create a larger news event to overshadow the previous buzz. How to generate major news? Naturally, by solving a case, a sensational case that captivates the entire city. Let everyone know that Zheng Kun, who detests evil and bravely combats crime, has returned. Given the nature of unscrupulous media, as long as the news is explosive enough, they will pursue it relentlessly. At that point, the Skinner case, the police case, will all be forgotten. This way, the case of the Skinner can be downplayed, or even completely obscured. This is of utmost urgency. So, from which case should he begin? Naturally, it must be Hongxing. He fixed his sights on Hongxing because it was large enough, chaotic enough, and rife with topics of interest, especially the chaos. This alone is sufficient to draw attention. Jiang Quan was about to step down, intending to pass the position to Jiang Tianxing. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianxing has been clandestinely maneuvering, causing several factions within Hongxing to feel threatened. Particularly those leaders he had sidelined were not to be underestimated. Individuals like Han Bin and Long Niao, who secretly allied with Jiang Tianxing, faced suppression from their respective factions. Some leaders even colluded with the Dongxing gang and other groups in preparation for a switch. The entire Hongxing was on the brink. Isn't there an editor who writes martial arts stories? Have him write it. Give him a full page. The title must be striking, written in a way that is thrilling and eye-catching, allowing him to craft it as a martial arts novel. Facts. What facts? Just report the basic facts, and let him take creative liberties with the rest of the plot. Additionally, send a few reporters to Repulse Bay. I intend to make an arrest shortly. Just like that. Hanging up the phone, Zheng Kun pondered for a moment, then called out, "Bang Gu, come in." If one wishes to make a name for oneself on Hong Kong Island, it is imperative to deeply understand the local temperament. For instance, Zheng Kun aspires to ascend to the pinnacle of the police force. Reputation is of utmost importance. Where does reputation stem from? Personal character is certainly crucial, but more importantly, one must have patrons. Without someone to promote you, even the finest character is rendered moot. Thus, it is essential to cultivate friendships within the media, wielding influence. Given Zheng Kun's disposition, it would be far simpler and more direct for him to promote himself rather than rely on others. The most effective method of self-promotion is undoubtedly to acquire a media outlet. Although Zheng Kun currently lacks the financial means to purchase a radio or television station, acquiring a tabloid is well within his reach. On Hong Kong Island, tabloids abound, and the Universal Island Daily is one that Zheng Kun successfully acquired. After taking over, he entrusted its management to Yu Wenhui while maintaining overall control of its direction. Drawing upon his past experiences, he possessed a clear vision for media operations in this era. Within a mere 6 months, the circulation of the Universal Island Daily surged 3- to 4-fold, even consuming another tabloid. Although it could not compete with mainstream newspapers, it had garnered a modest reputation on Hong Kong Island. Now, he needed to create a major news story, and naturally, he would utilize his own media to seize the headlines. Knock, knock, knock. A knock resounded. Come in. Zheng Kun set down the document in his hand and picked up another to peruse. Su Yongbang entered. "Bang Gu, have a seat." Zheng Kun looked up at him. "Zheng, what instructions do you have?" Su Yongbang appeared weary, evidently affected by the Guo Jialuan incident. "I've heard that the gangs in our jurisdiction have been quite unruly lately. With frequent knife attacks on the streets, the detention center is nearly overflowing. Is that true? Indeed, Zheng. The internal instability within Hung Hing is troubling, and the records department is quite vexed, fearing they might cause a major disturbance. What about this Lian Haolong? He injured 3 uniformed officers, one of whom is severely injured. The case has dragged on for a week without any progress. Why is that? Zheng Kun raised the document in his hand. Su Yongbang was taken aback. Recently, gang conflicts had been escalating, with assaults occurring even in broad daylight. Both the records and criminal investigation teams were overwhelmed, especially with cases involving officer injuries, which were particularly thorny. Zheng Kun referred to one such serious case where the thug Lian Haolong had attacked 3 uniformed police officers. A wanted notice had been issued, and the case had been assigned to the West Kowloon 3rd Team, led by Song Zijie and Fei Tang. Unexpectedly, Zheng Kun suddenly inquired, Zheng, we've discovered that Lian Haolong hasn't fled but is hiding in the territory of Brother Li in North Point. However, the specific location remains uncertain, making it impossible to act for now. Brother Li? The one who sells magazines? He has expanded his business beyond just magazines. Recently, he has been closely associating with East Star, increasing the number of his operations. Is it confirmed that he is on Brother Li's turf? Confirmed, but sensing Zheng Kun's eagerness, Su Yongbang's tone faltered. But what? The records department is wary of Hung Hing, fearing the situation might spiral out of control. The records department? Zheng Kun scoffed. Since when do we need to heed their opinions? Who says we can't take action? Huang Weiming. Zheng Kun disdainfully replied, just a useless figure. Ignore him. Inform Song Zijie, Fei Tang, and Luo Na that we'll act in 1 hour. In 1 hour? Su Yongbang was taken aback. Is that urgent? It must be urgent. Zheng Kun's tone was icy. Hung Hing is currently in turmoil. Allowing them to continue unchecked will only embolden them further. We must strike now to instill a sense of reverence. What is the specific plan? You'll know when the time comes. An hour later, Zheng Kun and his team departed the police station in vehicles. Meanwhile, in the records office, Huang Weiming picked up the phone. Amidst the wail of police sirens, 2 cars sped past. A few minutes later, Su Yongbang frowned and remarked, Zheng, aren't we heading to North Point? Who said that? Zheng Kun retorted, casting him a glance. You just notified Zijie, and within 20 minutes, the news leaked. What? How is that possible? How is it not possible? Zheng Kun scoffed. The records department is in cahoots with the gangs. What secrets does the police station have? So, where are we going now? Repulse Bay, to apprehend Jiang Quan. Jiang Quan. Not only Su Yongbang, but even Luo Na was taken aback. This kid actually dares to target the leader of Hung Hing. Does Inspector William know about this? Does someone of this caliber not require approval from William? As long as he remains in this position, he must oversee Hung Hing's matters, Zheng Kun coldly stated. If he doesn't, then someone else will take over. The vehicle fell silent. An hour later, 3 roaring cars halted outside a villa in Repulse Bay. Upon exiting the vehicle, Su Yongbang and Luo Na were astonished to find a gathering of over a dozen thugs at the entrance, divided into groups glaring at each other. Without hesitation, Zheng Kun drove straight towards the gate, nearly running over one group. Are you blind? A long-haired thug raised his middle finger and cursed. After Zheng Kun and his team disembarked, the thugs immediately erupted in chaos, with some even whistling at Luo Na. Bang! In the next moment, the long-haired thug who had raised his middle finger was sent flying. The thugs instantly surrounded them, and the expressions of Su Yongbang and the others turned grim. Thinking of as he spoke, he forcefully shoved aside the 2 henchmen and strode directly to the grand table, disregarding Jiang Quan's displeased expression, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. The formidable figures of Tsiun Mountain, West Ring Aki, Deepwater Port's beautiful mother, Brother Niu, Uncle Xing, and Xian were present. TSK, quite the spectacle. Isn't it? Today, will it be Uncle Quan relinquishing his position, or are they plotting a coup? Zheng, I fail to comprehend your words. Today, we are convening a shareholder meeting, and it seems you were not invited. Jiang Quan finally snapped, his voice dark and his murky old eyes fixed menacingly on Zheng Kun, as if attempting to incinerate him with his glare. In the face of Zheng Kun, he could no longer maintain his previous air of superiority. This young man employed ruthless tactics. The chilling thought of the outcome with Lianxing sent shivers down his spine. He was genuinely afraid. However, no matter how apprehensive he felt, he could not display weakness in such a setting, lest he seal his own fate. Company? Shareholder meeting? A plausible excuse, indeed. To absolve you of suspicions regarding your involvement in illegal activities, Zheng Kun mused, stroking his chin with a smile. Uncle Quan, you truly live up to your reputation. The older the ginger, the hotter it is. What brings you here today, Zheng? There's a fellow named Lian Haolong, allegedly one of your Hung Hing associates, who has been rather audacious of late, even daring to confront the police. I have come to seek your assistance in locating him, Zheng continued. Lian Haolong? I've never heard of him, Jiang Quan replied, shaking his head. Zheng, You know as well as I do that there are tens of thousands on the streets claiming to represent Hung Hing, even if he were indeed one of ours. I couldn't he possibly know each one? He feigned ignorance, glancing around at the other hall masters. Do any of you recognize him? No. Who knows him? Hey, Zheng. Don't go around throwing baseless accusations without evidence. Chapter 45. The Reconfiguration of Gang Interests. Zheng Kun invites alliances. The hall masters erupted in a cacophony of voices, some even crying out in protest, distancing themselves from the matter entirely. Zheng, as you can see, no one here recognizes Lian Haolong. You've come to the wrong place. Wrong place? Surely not. I've heard he is hiding in Fat Li's establishment. Zheng Kun squinted. Fat Li, tell me, where's Lian Haolong? Zheng, don't joke around. I'm a legitimate businessman, Fat Li said, biting into an apple, juice splattering as he grinned. Without evidence, you can't wrongfully accuse me. Fat Li. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Zheng Kun said, his gaze fixed on the lecherous fat man, a cold sneer briefly flickering at the corner of his mouth. In an instant, he forcefully pressed Fat Li's head down, smashing it against the corner of the table. Bang! Fat Li let out a blood-curdling scream, blood streaming from his forehead, staining the table. Crash! The surrounding gangsters immediately closed in, some with fierce expressions, others reaching for their waists, the atmosphere tense and charged. What? Do you want to? Zheng Kun held Fat Li's head firmly, unwavering despite his struggles. Zheng, I will report you for violent enforcement. Lawyer Shang Yifu took a couple of steps forward, then nervously retreated, attempting to appear calm. He had encountered many police officers, but none as unrestrained as Zheng Kun. Violent enforcement? Can't you see? Are you blind? Zheng retorted. Everyone present saw him being assaulted, they only saw you strike him. Is that so? Then let us see who the judge believes. Me or you? Gangster. Ah Kun, this is excessive. Zheng Kun's face darkened. Zheng Kun's actions had clearly crossed his boundaries. This is my house, not your interrogation room. Indeed, this is your house, so shouldn't you be responsible for what transpires here? Zheng Kun flashed him a grin. Ah Kun, let us speak plainly. Jiang Tianxing finally interjected, raising his gaze to Zheng Kun. You're not merely here for a show of strength today, are you? Boss. You finally spoke. Zheng Kun sighed in relief upon hearing Jiang Tianxing's voice. He feared performing theatrics before the boss, but dreaded even more the silence of the boss. Jiang Tianxing remained calm beside Zheng Kun, his demeanor indifferent. The face that had seemed unremarkable to Zheng Kun now exuded an inexplicable familiarity, as the system absorbed perceptual energy. Although not enough to induce a screen-shattering effect, it sent a shiver through him. The figure of Jiang Tianxing gradually overlapped with that of Jiang Cheng in his memory. This situation felt odd. He was well aware that Jiang Tianxing and Jiang Cheng were portrayed by the same actor in a film, but the myriad roles played by Brother Hua were too numerous to draw connections solely based on the actor's likeness. Moreover, the Jiang Tianxing of this world bore little resemblance to the character in the film. At least until today, he had never perceived any similarity. Perhaps it was due to his first transformation that both the system and his instincts had sharpened. Upon entering the hall, he detected a familiar aura emanating from Jiang Tianxing. The scent of energy particles, promptly followed by a system notification. Confirmed. Even if this fellow were not Jiang Cheng, he undoubtedly shared profound ties with him. Who knows what concepts of avatars or primordial spirits exist? In dramas, aren't the Pangu clan capable of manifesting their primordial spirits? As a premier powerhouse of the clan, Jiang Cheng would undoubtedly excel at such feats. Thus, he conceded. In the presence of such a powerful figure, yielding was not a sign of weakness. Brother Sheng, today I shall grant you face, he said, lifting his hand from Fat Li's head and casting a glance at Jiang Tianxing, the Prince of Hung Hing, the future leader. Internally, he couldn't help but curse. You, a max-level character, come to dabble in gang affairs? I can't help but admire your audacity. Yet this utterly disrupted his plans. All arrangements had to be recalibrated. Surely, no one could discern my facade of bravado, could they? His mind raced, calculating how to modify his strategy to extract the utmost benefit. Zheng, you're not here merely to flaunt your authority before us, are you? Jiang Quan's tone grew increasingly unfriendly. Of course not, Zheng Kun replied nonchalantly. I'm here to investigate a case. Recently, there has been a highly publicized skinning murder case. I'm aware of that case, but what does it have to do with me? Jiang Quan felt as though he were being toyed with. You're looking for the perpetrator of a serial killer case and expect me, the gang leader, to assist? Shouldn't you be at a mental institution investigating? You will know soon enough. Zheng Kun's emotions had calmed. Regardless of Jiang Tianxing's background, it was irrelevant to his objectives today. If the boss desired to experience life, he would naturally cooperate, as creating a harmonious and stable environment was paramount. Thus, he turned his attention to another individual. This man was robust, with a prominent brow and a fierce demeanor accentuated by a dark red scar across his cheek. You, step forward. He pointed at the brawny man. The The man's eyes flashed with a sinister glint, yet he stood his ground. Zheng, we don't know each other, do we? Now we do. Zheng Kun moved like lightning, closing the distance in an instant, raising his hand to seize the man's head. Unbeknownst to him, he had developed a habit of grabbing people by the head, a side effect of practicing eagle claw kung fu. This man was no match for Fat Li. As Zheng Kun advanced, the man did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward, executing a swift kick aimed at Zheng's groin, his movements alarmingly adept. Clearly a seasoned practitioner of the technique. Zheng Kun sidestepped, an old-fashioned razor suddenly appearing in his hand. Smack! The blade glinted. The man staggered back, a fresh cut appearing on his face. You seek death. The man roared, launching himself into the air, his legs creating a flurry of shadows, unleashing a barrage of kicks upon Zheng Kun. Furious wind kick. Smack, smack, smack. In the blink of an eye, over 20 kicks landed with force. Yet the final kick inexplicably struck the solid wooden table, which was 20 centimeters thick, shattering it instantly, splintering wood flying everywhere. Everyone stared, dumbfounded. Is legwork truly this versatile? Judging by the dull thuds of impact, a normal person would likely perish after enduring just 1 or 2 kicks. Yet Zheng Kun remained unfazed, a cold smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. As the great man gathered his strength, he twisted his neck and his smile grew increasingly sinister. Is this all the strength you possess? Have you not dined? The iron shirt, a display of formidable skill. The burly man failed to recognize Zheng Kun's titanium body. In fact, such a level of assault did not necessitate the true titanium form, since he was aware of the iron shirt. He must have heard of the eagle claw technique as well. Before his words fell silent, Zheng Kun's other hand darted out like lightning, striking once more towards the burly man's face. The man's complexion changed abruptly. Instinctively, he recoiled, only to witness Zheng Kun's assault swift as thunder, his 5 fingers precisely piercing the recently inflicted wound, giving it a gentle tug. With a crisp sound, an incredible scene unfolded. Zheng Kun's tug completely stripped the burly man of all his garments. Indeed, not a single piece of underwear remained, an utter disrobing. The onlookers were left speechless. Even Jiang Tiansheng raised an eyebrow, subsequently revealing a look of astonishment akin to that of the crowd. What lay exposed after the outer garments were removed was not merely flesh, but a peculiar figure shrouded in a tight, beige leather suit, with only the eyes, nose, and mouth visible, the ears meticulously wrapped. The figure rolled and darted like an arrow towards the window. Whoosh! A cold glint flashed from Zheng Kun's hand, a playing card accurately slicing through the figure's ankle before returning to his grasp. Amidst a piercing scream, severed limbs gushed blood, and the figure crashed to the ground. Uncle Quan, can you now recognize whether this person is not the esteemed prince of your organization? Zheng Kun wiped the blood from the playing card, giving the garment a light shake, which landed as nothing more than a withered remnant. When that intact card was finally displayed before everyone, the air instantaneously thickened. The renowned dual flower red stick of Hongxing, the prince of Tsimsha Sui, had indeed been skinned and substituted. Fear surged like a tidal wave through every heart. The gazes directed at Zheng Kun had transformed. Previous discontent and indignation had entirely morphed into reverence. This officer not only uncovered the truth, but also exposed a shocking conspiracy before the public eye. Zhang Quan signaled for his subordinates to step forward. Yet the 2 lackeys hesitated, uncertain of the monstrous entity concealed beneath that bizarre leather suit. Witnessing the authority being undermined, Duan Haishan silently stepped forward, and as he restrained the wailing figure, his expression shifted dramatically. Had the opponent not lost a leg, he would have struggled to contain that terrifying strength. Upon unmasking the face to reveal a stranger, a collective sigh of relief spread among the crowd. Could it be that they truly believed it to be a ghost? Zheng Kun surveyed the crowd with a smile, declaring, "It can now be confirmed that among the 6 victims of the skinning case, there is indeed your esteemed Ganzi Tai. I kindly request everyone to accompany me back to the police station to assist with the investigation." Zheng Kun grinned, resembling a satisfied fox. The rising star of the police force strikes with thunderous force. The saga of Jiang Quan, the head of Hongxing, falls into the hands of justice, unveiling the largest syndicate on Hong Kong Island. My 7-day secret with Jiang Quan, the rise and fall of the Hongxing dynasty. The tumultuous underworld, a breathtaking tale from military general to mafia godfather. The media of Hong Kong erupted in a frenzy. From the late-night evening papers to the morning dailies, every headline was dominated by the same series of photographs showcasing Zheng Kun leading Jiang Quan and 11 Hongxing leaders out of the luxurious mansion in Shallow Water Bay. This exclusive set of images captured by the Universal Island Daily was eagerly purchased by major media outlets, resulting in a windfall for the photographer. Following the eradication of He and Lianxing, could this police legend be preparing to strike against Hongxing again? Even more shocking was the revelation that he and Hongxing's head, Jiang Quan, were not on cordial terms. What hidden stories lay beneath this surface? The public's curiosity was thoroughly ignited. Zheng Kun had risen to prominence. Hongxing was in chaos. And the entire underworld was stirred into a frenzy by this event. The Universal Island Daily seized the momentum, publishing a special issue the next day ranking the power dynamics of all local gangs, meticulously analyzing their strengths and weaknesses, elevating this storm to its zenith and even attracting international attention. That evening, a throng of reporters flocked to the West Kowloon police station. But the police announced that the press conference would be postponed until the following afternoon at 2, leaving the media greatly disappointed. Many journalists remained undeterred, lingering outside the station, hoping to catch a glimpse of Zheng Kun and unearth exclusive scoops. However, Zheng Kun left them empty-handed after escorting Jiang Quan and the others into the station. He did not make an appearance for a full 24 hours. In the office of the West Kowloon police chief, Director William rubbed his temples, repeatedly reviewing the report submitted by Zheng Kun, his expression one of complexity. He had to admit that this flamboyant subordinate indeed possessed considerable skill. A bizarre mystery had been crafted into a crime drama brimming with conspiracy, captivating even William himself. The press conference would proceed according to the report's contents. William ultimately set the documents aside, stating, "Since the political department has taken over this case, you need not intervene." "As you command, Chief," he replied. "Additionally, finish questioning those Hongxing leaders quickly and release them. If the underlings are left unattended, they may stir up trouble again. Remember, maintaining social stability is our foremost priority. Under this premise, we can effectively combat organized crime." "Understood. I am aware of the balance." "Very well, I shall not attend the press conference." William contemplated privately that it would be more prudent for Zheng Kun to face the media during such a sensitive time. This aligned perfectly with Zheng Kun's intentions. He aimed to create a sensational effect and divert public attention. Now that the major news had erupted and the case had been successfully deflected, it was time to let this storm intensify. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in the press conference hall of the West Kowloon police station, when Zheng Kun made his entrance, the flashes of cameras converged into a singular blinding light. The reporters surged forward in a frenzy, and the female officer maintaining order had to repeatedly call out to control the chaotic scene. Once the environment settled slightly, Zheng Kun, wearing his signature smile, picked up the microphone. "Thank you to all the media friends for attending. This press conference is solely to report the latest developments regarding the serial skinning case. As the investigation is still ongoing, specific details will not be disclosed, and there will be no question and answer session." Zheng, some reporters persistently shouted, raising their hands. "Let me reiterate. This press conference is solely to report on the case's progress and will not entertain questions." Zheng Kun scanned the crowd of raised hands, inwardly scoffing at the absence of even a single attractive female journalist who might have posed a question. He casually flipped open the prepared report. Upon investigation, the identity of one of the 6 victims of the skinning has been confirmed. Ganzi Tai, a resident of Hong Kong Island, known as the Prince, is the head of the Hongxing Tsim Sha Sui region. Of course, Zheng Kun suddenly displayed a playful smile. "Mr. Jiang Quan, chairman of Hongxing, insists that they are not a gang. To respect the parties involved, let me rephrase. Mr. Ganzi Tai is a minor shareholder of the Hongxing Group, concurrently serving as the vice president of the Tsim Sha Sui branch and security supervisor." Laughter erupted throughout the venue. But soon, some astute reporters caught on to the key information. Hongxing's Prince, the Tsim Sha Sui's top enforcer, had been skinned to create a disguise. This was no ordinary homicide. Rumors of internal strife within Hongxing had been rampant. Could it be? "Everyone, please refrain from wild speculation," Zheng Kun interrupted the whispers. The assailant crafted a disguise from Ganzi Tai's skin, infiltrating Hongxing, even passing the scrutiny of Chairman Jiang Quan. A gasp echoed through the crowd. Skinning for disguise? This was akin to a tale from a bizarre novel. "Based on intelligence, we have apprehended the imposter during the Hongxing board meeting. To thoroughly investigate this case, we now invite all Hongxing directors to assist in the inquiry. Note, this is a request for cooperation, not an arrest." Zheng Kun suddenly raised a transparent evidence bag, and the flashes of cameras erupted like a torrential downpour. In the bag lay a processed item, stark and revealing. The perpetrator may have employed the same tactics to infiltrate other organizations. He rapped on the evidence bag, urging the entrepreneurs to scrutinize their subordinates for any unusual behaviors. "Remember, in the face of danger, do not hesitate to call for help. It is not a matter of shame." As the commotion subsided, Zheng Kun suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. "The case has been transferred to the political department. Henceforth, I shall not respond to any related inquiries." As he bowed and exited, a faint smile graced his lips. Tonight, the underworld of the entire Hong Kong island is destined for sleeplessness. Before the counterfeiters are apprehended, the leaders of various factions will likely remain subdued for a time. As for the Hong Hing faction, the turmoil they have stirred will undoubtedly delay Jiang Quan's abdication plan. allowing for a temporary quelling of internal strife. After all, such a bizarre incident is sufficient to instill fear and trepidation. Zheng Kun stated that only 6 individuals met their demise, but who can ascertain how many more lie hidden in the shadows? Among those 6, was it truly only Gan Zitai who belonged to Hong Hing? The struggle for power and profit? If another decoy were to emerge, desperately clinging to what was seized, it would ultimately benefit others. One can only imagine the outcry from the political department at this moment. The political department is an exceedingly unique entity within the Hong Kong police force, ostensibly under its jurisdiction, yet in reality, it operates directly under the command of the Military Intelligence Division 5. Their actions have always been shrouded in secrecy. This time, they were directed to apprehend the suspects captured by Zheng Kun, acting covertly. Initially, they intended to take just one individual, never anticipating that they would end up with the entire case. According to their customary approach, they typically observe the progress of a case, intervening forcefully only if there is potential for profit, otherwise disengaging entirely. However, they could never have anticipated that Zheng Kun would seize the opportunity to offload the entire mess onto them. At the West Kowloon Police Station, within the Criminal Investigation Unit 3, Zheng Kun stared at the words political department inscribed in his notebook, scoffing as he picked up his pen and harshly crossed them out. The political department occupies a peculiar position within the police force. While it nominally reports to the police, it directly answers to the Military Intelligence Division 5. This department is both feared and loathed by the police force, rivaling the Independent Commission Against Corruption in notoriety. Yet, there exists a distinction between the political department and the ICAC. The latter was established to suppress the police and the Chinese factions in Hong Kong, whereas the political department dares to investigate even the foreign nationals, causing headaches for all who encounter them. Although they bear the police insignia, their relations with other departments are notoriously poor, often engaging in sabotage rather than collaboration. When they do collaborate, they do so with an air of arrogance, demanding unconditional cooperation from other departments. For instance, in this case, individuals apprehended by Zheng Kun were taken away without even the formality of documentation, all based on mere words. How could William not be infuriated? Even more exasperating was the fact that after seizing the suspects, the political department provided no explanation, neither confirming their assumption of the case nor offering any statement, clearly indicating that while the case is investigated, any credit would be claimed by them. William, with connections of his own, could hardly tolerate such humiliation. He insinuated to Zheng Kun that since the political department had taken the suspects, the case should be left unexamined to avoid doing the work for others. Zheng Kun not only grasped William's implication but went a step further by publicly announcing at the press conference that the case had been handed over to the political department, thoroughly absolving himself of responsibility. As for how the political department would react, it was of no concern to him. Despite the political department's considerable power within the police force, it is largely confined to operational matters, lacking any influence over personnel promotions. Thus, Zheng Kun's maneuver bore no repercussions for his future. In fact, many high-ranking officials secretly applauded his defiance against the political department's misfortune. Unless the political department could uncover dirt on Zheng Kun, would he ever provide them with such an opportunity? Upon learning of this, William merely smiled, believing Zheng Kun's youthful exuberance was merely a venting of frustrations. Little did he know that Zheng Kun's actions were laden with deeper significance. Zheng Kun's understanding of the case far surpassed William's imagination. According to intelligence reports, the Qilong faction and the foreign nationals in Hong Kong harbored no fundamental conflicts, and there was even potential for collaboration. However, before any such cooperation could occur, both sides would inevitably engage in a display of strength to secure a more advantageous position. Thus, a confrontation was unavoidable, given that a clash was destined. Zheng Kun had no qualms about fanning the flames. At present, opportunities for contact were scant, let alone collaboration. Therefore, Zheng Kun welcomed the prospect of a significant conflict between the two parties, even subtly orchestrating the circumstances. This case presented the perfect opportunity. Zheng, what shall be your next course of action? Zheng Kun closed his notebook and stepped out of his office, where the team had long been waiting in an agitated state. They were unaware of the depths of the waters they were treading, only knowing that the case had been snatched away by the political department, leaving them seething with indignation. A case as bizarre as skinning and identity substitution was one that an ordinary officer might not encounter in a lifetime. After finally uncovering a lead, to have it handed over was disheartening. The team looked at Zheng Kun with a mix of disappointment and anticipation. What else could be done? The case had already been transferred to the political department, and it was no longer their concern. Zheng Kun shrugged, stating that discovering a lead today and rescuing a victim could serve as a public accountability of sorts. Are we truly not pursuing it further? Song Zijie remained unconvinced. No further investigation, Zheng Kun asserted firmly, insisting they refrain from any clandestine actions. The case in the hands of the political department was too convoluted. Even William might struggle to withstand it. We are merely junior officers. There is no need to jeopardize ourselves. This statement was half truth, half lie. The news from the press conference would undoubtedly stir the Qilong faction, and Zheng Kun had not only disrupted their plans, but had also captured one of their own. Would Qilong simply let this go? The most direct retaliation would be to abduct someone. Therefore, he unceremoniously passed the hot potato to the political department. Even after undergoing physical enhancements, he had not become so arrogant as to challenge the entire Qilong faction, especially after Uncle Feng had already stumbled. Reflecting on Uncle Feng, he rubbed his temples. The tape with Jinzi, the appearance of Chu Renmei, the soul of alien being captured, and the turmoil surrounding Guazi were all sources of relentless distress. In that moment, he truly felt isolated and unsupported. Banggu, you handle other cases. This one ends here. If anyone inquires, just pass it off to the political department and avoid unnecessary entanglements. Understood? The team nodded in silence. Though reluctant, they understood that the skinning case had, for them, reached its conclusion. As for what would follow, that depended entirely on whether the political department would take notice. At this juncture, they ironically hoped the political department would refrain from contacting them. Human sentiments are indeed peculiar. Rona, come with me. After delegating tasks, Zheng Kun suddenly called out. Rona was taken aback, excitement flashing in her eyes. The past few days of shadowing Zheng Kun in his investigations had completely reshaped her understanding. As the only participant from Unit 3 throughout the process, it was natural for Zheng Kun to seek her involvement. At least, that was her assumption. In reality, Zheng Kun merely sought to showcase before the attractive woman. Zheng Kun had a clear perception of his own identity, a scoundrel. However, to maintain a healthy mindset, he must embrace this persona. Otherwise, how could he confront the bizarre world of his dreams? How could he resist the numbing of his spirit? He decisively chose to revel in the role of a scoundrel over that of a deviant. Later, he discovered a new rationale: survival. He had already recognized his own vulnerability and the pressing need for assistance. Yet, how easy was that to attain? Other time travelers exuded an aura of dominance, with subordinates readily submitting. In contrast, he bore the visage of an ordinary passerby, having yet to establish any influence, relying solely on charm to acquire his two meager allies. Most of the business operations were managed by Yu Wenhui, a woman inherently a powerhouse in the business realm, efficiently overseeing the enterprise and relieving him of considerable burdens. As for the affairs within the Thousand Doors, Zheng Kun intended to entrust them to Jin Qing. Presently, Jin Qing had begun to grasp the essentials, making rapid progress. And under his guidance, she had innovated many techniques that aligned with modern demands, revitalizing traditional methods. Merely this point suffices to suppress Gao Jin. Not to mention that her remarkable prowess has also given rise to a unique ability. Such strength is more than adequate to stabilize the reputation of Qianmen on behalf of Zheng Kun. With business under management and Qianmen having a formidable presence, what remains crucial? Naturally, it pertains to the affairs of the supernatural realm. Zheng Kun also requires assistance, which is precisely why he brought Rona along. Is it merely due to her beauty? Well, that is indeed one significant reason. However, the more pivotal aspect is that Rona possesses extraordinary talent. Not only does she have exceptional aptitude, but she also carries the bloodline of an exorcist. Otherwise, Zheng Kun would have treated her as nothing more than a decorative object, never bringing her along for every matter. Currently, they are still in the phase of adaptation, but when the timing is ripe, he will awaken her exorcist bloodline. By then, she would serve as a capable ally in the realm of the supernatural. Of course, this also somewhat serves as an excuse for himself. Where are we headed this time? In the car, Rona was perusing the case files handed to her by Zheng Kun, her expression subtly enigmatic. There is still a glimmer of hope for Alan. We need to consult an expert. An expert? Indeed, an expert. Zheng Kun smiled. After all, Alan is one of my own. I cannot stand idly by after such an incident. I don't believe he would engage in such behavior, so I conducted some investigations. I have a rough idea of what Alan encountered, but if I were to disclose it, no one would believe me, nor could it aid in exonerating him. Therefore, we must devise another plan. What other plan could there possibly be? Rona inquired, perplexed. The case concerning Guijialuan is a solid conviction. He has already confessed and is undergoing prosecution. How could it be overturned? I'm not certain, but perhaps someone has dealt with a similar situation. They might possess a solution. They? Yes, they. Zheng Kun ceased further conversation and focused on driving. Half an hour later, the vehicle halted in front of an old Tang-style building. Rona curiously surveyed her surroundings. This was not a secluded area, but rather a bustling district. The streets were alive with activity, lined with small stalls, and a large shopping mall was not far off. Navigating through the crowd, Zheng Kun led her up a narrow staircase, directly to the third floor. Upon reaching a weathered wooden door, Zheng Kun knocked forcefully. Who is it? Came an impatient voice from within. just as the door was pulled open. Bang! Zheng Kun, unable to retract his hand in time, ended up striking the forehead of the person who opened the door. Zheng Kun, you did that on purpose, Ma Dingdang exclaimed, clutching her reddened forehead. Upon recognizing him, her brows furrowed in anger as she brandished her demon-slaying staff. What does this mean, Ma? Zheng Kun firmly caught the staff. Have I offended you? Stop playing dumb. Let me go? Ma Dingdang struggled to reclaim her staff, but found it immovable. I'm here on official business. Zheng Kun released his grip and waved the documents he had taken from Rona. Aren't you exorcists supposed to handle matters like this? You are not welcome here. Isn't the Ma family renowned for their demon slaying? Now, witnessing a crisis and refusing to intervene, was it all just for show? Officer Zheng, provocations are futile. Ma Dingdang stood up from her rocking chair. We want to interfere with the matter of the skin peeler. I'm not here for that. Zheng Kun shook his head. The skin peeler case has been handed over to the political department. Even I cannot intervene. This time, it's about another matter that concerns the lives of many in Baiyang. Will you truly not take action? You, Dingdang, please allow Officer Zheng to enter. Humph. Ma Dingdang reluctantly stepped aside. Zheng Kun deliberately waved the file in front of her before stepping inside. Ms. Ma, it's a pleasure to see you again. It's been a while. Ma Dingdang cast a glance at Zheng Kun, her gaze settling on Rona beside him. And this is? Rona, my colleague. An ordinary person? Ma Dingdang's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed. But she is a police officer. Since she is involved, there is no escaping it. No escaping it. Ma Dingdang scoffed. In matters like this, there is no such thing as escaping. It all depends on whether one can control their curiosity. Curiosity may kill the cat, and it can certainly bring one to ruin. As long as one withdraws in time and refrains from probing into those strange occurrences, they can mostly avoid trouble. Chapter 47. Sweeping through the Macau casinos. Otherwise, how do you think those urban legends come into existence? However, this was Zheng Kun's affair, and she was disinclined to inquire further. What brings you to seek us out? There is a troublesome ghost in Baiyang. Zheng Kun handed over a document. I had suspected something was amiss there, but lacked any leads. Later, one of my subordinates encountered trouble in Baiyang, and upon investigation, I discovered the situation was far from simple. Hence my visit to consult you experts. Ma Dingdang perused the document and quickly set it aside, looking up at Zheng Kun. Do you suspect he is possessed? Not suspect, but certain. When he was brought back to Baiyang, the ominous energy surrounding him was nearly palpable. Aside from possession, I can think of no other explanation. And what do you intend to do? Ma Dingdang questioned, puzzled. If Guijialuan is still possessed, it would be reasonable to seek your help in exorcism. But he appears to be perfectly normal now. What can you do? I truly don't know. Zheng Kun sighed. He is my subordinate and a police officer. After such an incident, I want to help but feel powerless. You are exorcists with rich experience. Surely you must have a way. Ma Dingdang shook her head. In this day and age, who still believes in ghosts? Being possessed is merely a stroke of bad luck for him. Bad luck? Haven't you collaborated with the secret department? Can't you operate discreetly? Ma Dingdang nearly laughed in exasperation. We never collaborate with any department, let alone interfere with judicial matters. If you truly wish to help him, it would be better to find a psychiatrist for a diagnosis. If he indeed has a mental illness. Zheng Kun's eyes lit up. Of course. How did I not think of that? The greatest loophole in modern law is that the mentally ill are exempt from punishment. He is now somewhat versed in the realm of mental health. Couldn't he be declared mentally ill? After all, that lad has changed drastically since being arrested, behaving like a madman. Witnessing Zheng Kun's excitement, Ma Dingdang's expression darkened. Regretting having suggested such a poor idea. Enough, this matter ends here. She hesitated, but Zheng Kun laughed. Let us not discuss that. What do you think of the ghost in Baiyang? What business is it of ours? Ma Dingdang scoffed. Aren't you exorcists? Isn't this precisely your line of work? Aren't you as well? No. Zheng Kun waved his hands repeatedly. I merely possess the bloodline of an exorcist, but I am not a professional. It is precisely because I cannot handle it that I came to seek your assistance. Then we cannot help you either. Very well, I shall take my leave. Zheng Kun stood up, suddenly pointing at Rona. By the way, what do you think of her? What do you mean? Ma Dingdang suddenly felt uneasy. Rona, my colleague. I believe she has good potential. What do you think? I find her quite average. Ma Dingdang scoffed. The enmity between women often arises for inexplicable reasons. This is her birth date and time. Please take a look. Zheng Kun produced a slip of paper as if performing a magic trick. Birth date and time? Ma Dingdang took the paper, her expression filled with confusion. Rona stood beside her, stunned. Wait, how do you have my birth date and time? I'm not even sure myself. As your superior, all your information is in my possession, including your date of birth. Did you think I brought you to this place to handle a case merely out of interest in you? Rona's face instantly flushed with a crimson hue. She indeed possessed a profound confidence in her allure, and the thought flitted through her mind. The enigmatic Madonna furrowed her brow at Rona's birth chart. swiftly calculating with her fingers, only to reveal a look of puzzlement. Born in the year of the Een, on a Een month, Een day, and Een hour? Although a purely Een destiny is rare, it is not entirely uncommon. In modern society, the vast population and advanced medical systems make individuals with pure Een or pure Yang destinies relatively easy to find. The most one might encounter are certain enhancements during specific practices. Zheng Kun insisted. Indeed, purely Een destinies are not uncommon in contemporary society. But she gives off an exceptionally unique aura. I suspect her fate is more intricate than simply being purely Een. It may be intertwined with other characteristics. Akin to an exorcist. Perhaps you should calculate again more meticulously? Madonna's expression darkened. What is there to calculate? While birth charts can predict many aspects, they also have their limitations. The Ma family is dedicated to exorcism and protecting the righteous, excelling in combat rather than fortune-telling. Being able to ascertain Rona's purely Een destiny is already stretching the limits of our capabilities. Why not do this? I will keep her here, and you can teach her. There might be unexpected benefits. Have you lost your mind? She is not a member of the Ma family. What grounds do we have to teach her? The nefarious forces from the mainland have infiltrated Hong Kong Island. I have received intel that they wish to unify the supernatural realm here. Feng Si has already fallen, and now he can only fret in the underworld. His niece, Alien's soul, has been captured. Who knows what those people will do? The supernatural circle in Hong Kong Island is already lacking in capable fighters, aside from your Ma family. Alien's soul has been captured? This was the first time Madonna had heard this news. Indeed, Feng Si is helpless in the underworld. I wish to assist him, but my abilities are limited, and I must covertly investigate their movements. I truly lack the energy to care for her, so I must entrust her to you. After a moment of silence, Madonna finally nodded. Very well, I will give it a try. The Ma family, renowned in the supernatural circles of Hong Kong Island, represents a pinnacle of excellence to some degree. Although their developmental path has diverged somewhat over the past 2 millennia, they have an unbroken lineage spanning over 2,000 years. Just contemplating this is awe-inspiring. Not to mention, the Ma family not only boasts female heirs, their male descendants are equally exceptional. With the reincarnation of the Underworld's Lord Xidagarba being a descendant of the Ma family, such a historical foundation is something even the Shaolin Temple cannot aspire to match. Entrusting Rona to the Ma family for cultivation is undoubtedly the optimal choice. As for whether Rona would refuse, what a jest. This is the supernatural realm. Rona is innately curious. Otherwise, she would not have followed Zheng Kun after the incident with Uncle Feng. Observing her eager demeanor, to claim she has no interest in the supernatural circles would be a deceit. With this opportunity at hand, how could she possibly let it slip away? As for Zheng Kun making decisions without consulting her, does he respect her autonomy? Zheng Kun is entirely indifferent. It is either acceptance of the arrangement or the end of the line. Rona clearly chose the former. That sufficed. Zheng Kun's objective for this journey was essentially achieved. By leaving Chu Renmei and Rona in the care of the Ma family, he would be free to address more pressing matters. Zheng, do you truly think the Ma family will teach me spells? Rona asked anxiously on the return trip. Zheng Kun chuckled. With your exceptional talent, Madonna will surely recognize it. Furthermore, my goodwill is also in play. I took this initiative, but such an opportunity is rare. The Ma family's 2,000 years of heritage is ample for you to learn from. I understand. What about Alien's matter? Quite simple. Have her lawyer consult several authoritative psychiatrists for evaluations, preferably the most reputable. But Alien clearly has no mental illness. Who says he doesn't? How could he commit such an unconscionable act without a mental disorder? Zheng Kun abruptly interrupted. Alien is fundamentally good-natured. Had he not been deranged, he would never have committed such an atrocity. What do you think? I think so too. Rona immediately grasped the implication. If they were to use mental illness as a defense, their colleagues could very well be summoned to testify during the trial. The response Zheng Kun provided was indeed the standard answer. Many mental illnesses are not outwardly apparent. Zheng Kun turned the steering wheel, for instance. Individuals with depression often appear no different from normal people, and can even be quite charming, just like Alien. Yet, they may already be in a dire state, and without intervention, could resort to self-harm. The sound of tires screeching to a halt marked the car's arrival at Rona's apartment building. We have arrived. As Rona opened the door, her fingertips trembled, and she suddenly turned around. Zheng, would you like to come up for a cup of tea? Perhaps another time. Zheng Kun smiled as he rolled down the car window. Starting tomorrow, we will proceed as planned. Make sure to visit the Ma family more after work. Cultivation is no easy task. Prepare yourself mentally. Understood. Rona's ears flushed as she watched the car disappear around the corner. Half an hour later, at a budget hotel in Sham Shui Po, Ji Ning opened the door, his eyes sunken as if they were 2 black holes. The information is on the table. He stepped aside to clear the passage, his voice resembling a rusty hinge. Zheng Kun weighed the brown paper bag but did not open it, abruptly turning to say, The Dongfan Island people have already withdrawn. There's no need for you. Does the promise that allows A Qing to become a gambling god still hold? Of course. Zheng Kun's fingertips grazed the envelope seal, but only now do you think of the deep bond between father and daughter? The rules of the Qianmen dictate that one must accept their losses. As the door closed, Jin Qing's figure emerged from the shadows of the corridor. She gazed at the direction Zheng Kun had departed until his footsteps faded into silence. For Zheng Kun, a con artist like Jin Nung resembled a Swiss watch, seemingly antiquated, yet capable of unlocking the most intricate locks at a crucial moment. At this moment, the dossier he was perusing revealed the factional dynamics of Hong Kong's elite. As clear as a surgical anatomy chart, even listing the hotel room numbers of certain key figures known for keeping mistresses. To ignite the conflict between the Red Dragon and the Foreign Devils, one must initiate a new narrative outside of their scripts. The optimal moment to ensnare them would be when those high-ranking individuals are caught completely off guard and drawn into the whirlpool. It must be swift and unexpected. In the clandestine space beneath the 6th floor of the Yanghe Hospital, the rhythmic beeping of a heart monitor resonated. The tendons of Gan Zitai had been severed, his body fixed to the hospital bed like a specimen, the restraints leaving deep crimson marks on his pallid skin. Zheng Kun had awakened, his gaze vacantly fixed on the ceiling, his eyes devoid of focus, as if he had lost the will to live. Not far away, in the doctor's office, a foreign doctor in his 50s or 60s leaned back in his chair, resting his eyes. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted his repose. Another foreign doctor, clad in a white coat, entered, holding Zheng Kun's skin tissue sample and a grayish-white sharkskin jacket. The experimental results are in. Quickly speak. The foreign doctor sitting in the office chair immediately straightened his posture. This is indeed skin tissue that has undergone special processing, resolving the decay issue. Although it has been removed, it remains viable, as if it were still part of a living body. This is a technology one have never encountered before. What of the jacket? It is crafted from sharkskin, extremely lightweight, and also specially treated. It can adhere closely to the skin, forming a protective layer akin to human tissue. When combined with these skin tissues, it not only resolves size matching issues, but also maximizes skin viability while preventing contamination from bacteria and secretions on the body's surface. So this acts as an isolation layer? Truly a brilliant design. Can you replicate this technology? To be frank, the craftsmanship involved in creating sharkskin garments is not particularly advanced. It is merely an enhancement of traditional techniques. However, the treatment of the skin's tissue transcends the realm of conventional science, seemingly incorporating elements akin to sorcery. Sorcery? Peter pondered for a moment. John, we have been old friends for some time. Let us be straightforward. Could this be classified as a mysterious artifact? One could say that. While it is not highly enigmatic, it indeed employs supernatural methods. You have heard about the developments in the mainland, haven't you? That is no longer a secret. John chuckled. Though our intelligence operations regarding the mainland are not particularly proficient, many have managed to escape, becoming our sources of information. John placed the skin sample and the sharkskin coat on Peter's desk. The struggle over there has concluded, with the victors claiming everything. Some among the vanquished have fled, and I suspect some may have arrived here. This incident is likely orchestrated by them. What has become of that fellow? Has he spoken? How could he? He has undergone professional training and would not divulge information easily. We cannot extract any useful intelligence from him. He can only serve as bait. However, Peter, are you certain you wish to capture all of these individuals? Capture them all? That is impossible. Peter shook his head. They are quite valuable to us. You are aware that the higher-ups are preparing to negotiate with the mainland. According to the intelligence we have gathered, the mainland's stance is quite firm. If they refuse to compromise, the empire stands to lose its last colony. Yet, we still have time in our own plans. Hence, I have decided to release him. Release him? Indeed. To express our goodwill through him. We have no fundamental conflict of interest with those individuals. One could even argue that we share a common enemy. You are more familiar with the empire's diplomatic policies than I am. We must maintain equilibrium. Chapter 48. Unraveling the Thousand Gates Fraud Syndicate. Retaining these individuals is more valuable than exterminating them entirely. Yet, they seem to have their own agenda, and they have already begun to implement it. Their plans have already failed. Peter scoffed. Those organizations are not foolish. Upon discovering their scheme, they will undoubtedly conduct an internal investigation. While this impersonation tactic is clever, once thoroughly examined, it will inevitably reveal its flaws. So, you intend to support them? Or lend them a hand? No. If we allow them to control the organization, matters would spiral out of control. Peter shook his head, at least for now and the foreseeable future. It remains under our control. Whether it is us stationed in the harbor or those in Downing Street, none wish for our interests here to be compromised. Thus, we must tame them, making them serve our purposes, just as the Empire has done in India. Although they are all like lost dogs, their strength still endures. Taming them will not be easy. At least our influence here is insufficient. I have submitted a report to my superiors, and soon reinforcements will arrive. The incoming personnel are not the fools from the tailor shop, are they? The tailor shop personnel will not be coming. The gentlemen from the Gentlemen's Alliance are the ones arriving. The Gentlemen's Alliance? Huh, can they be relied upon? Even if they are willing to come, will we be able to command them once they arrive? We shall see when they come. We do not even need to command them. The primary purpose is to demonstrate our strength. It seems a decision has already been made. The Military Intelligence Section 5 has begun to arrange this matter. When will he be released? We shall decide once the Alliance's members arrive. He has sustained serious injuries. One of his legs is already incapacitated. Officer Zheng was rather heavy-handed. To sever an opponent's ankle with a playing card, Officer Zheng is truly formidable. His profile is here. Peter tossed a dossier onto the table. He is a successor of the Thousand Gates and also a master, albeit not in the usual sense, but in the art of flying cards. It is said that his skills have reached an extraordinary level, capable of transforming a common playing card into a lethal weapon. A master. John's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this term. The most enigmatic group from the East, yet we have never been able to grasp its mysteries. Are you still fixated on this? Of course. Just think about it. Methods that can comprehensively enhance physical capabilities, bestow superhuman abilities, or even prolong life. How could one easily relinquish such prospects? Do not entertain such notions. It is precisely because they cling to their traditions that they have been expelled from the mainland. We attempted this a century ago, and what was the outcome? A complete failure. That was last century. The technological landscape has changed drastically since then. This is not a matter of technology. We obtained the cultivation methods a century ago, yet all non-Han experimental subjects failed. It is akin to the bloodlines of blue-blooded aristocrats, inscribed with genetic limitations. Are you suggesting that all Easterners possess such blue blood? The nature is similar. What about mixed blood individuals? No chance. Peter scoffed at John's despondent expression. Why be so entangled? We have our own power structures. We need not be inferior to them. I am well aware of our shortcomings concerning the blue-blooded aristocrats. However, if we could, the Empire would experience a qualitative leap. Anyone can engage in idle talk. John, do you lack blue blood specimens for dissection? There has been no progress. Focus on your duties. Some domains cannot be forced. Additionally, inform the political department to avoid conflicts with that group in the near future. It is not something we can simply choose to avoid. John chuckled ruefully. Officer Zheng deliberately leaked the case's transfer to the political department. And now the entire harbor knows that the perpetrator is in our custody. If we are to release him, it should be done swiftly, at least to make a gesture of goodwill. However, releasing him now would seem like a trap. There is no foundation of trust between the two parties. The urgent matter is to establish a channel of communication. Is there a suitable candidate? That Officer Zheng would be quite fitting. You want me to continue investigating this case? Me. Zheng Kun stared at William, bewildered. Initially, shifting the blame to the political department was William's idea, and he had explicitly instructed him not to involve himself further. It has only been a few days, and now he is expected to pick up this hot potato? Uncover the mastermind behind it? Sir, are you jesting? Do I appear to be joking? At least provide a reason. Now the entire harbor knows I have withdrawn the case. Wouldn't investigating it again be akin to slapping my own face? Who would get the credit? The political department would undoubtedly swoop in to claim the fruits. To work for that group of sycophants? In your dreams. Zheng Kun suddenly became agitated. I am not asking you to assist the political department. I merely need you to gather clues, without necessitating a direct confrontation. How should I investigate? Previously, it was inferred that the culprit was impersonating a member of the organization. But my reputation in the underworld has long since soured. The connections my master left me have been squandered, and now both the law and the underworld are avoiding me. Unless I start with the organization to identify the other 5 imposters, which faction would cooperate with the police? You devise the method. I only require results. Very well. Seeing William's resolute attitude, Zheng Kun could only resign himself to nodding. Deeply understanding the meaning of higher ranks suppressed the lower. However, he remained skeptical of William's intentions. William is actively seeking to investigate this case? It is utterly absurd. Who in the entire police force does not know that William has the worst relationship with the political department? How could he suddenly switch gears to assist them in investigating a case? Absolutely impossible. Zheng Kun also found it hard to believe that William would help the political department. If not assisting the political department, then who is being aided? Who else would show interest in this case? No, their intrigue lies not in the case itself, but rather in the individuals behind it. It seems that the foreign powers have already begun to take action. Truly, there is not a single virtuous entity among them. Negotiations with the mainland have yet to commence, and they are already scheming to lay traps and obstacles. Their premature maneuvers indicate a profound lack of confidence in these negotiations, compelling them to resort to such underhanded tactics. If I, Zheng Kun, do not bring them to their knees, how could I ever claim to be the successor of the Thousand Doors? Zheng Kun attempted to manifest a cold smirk reminiscent of the Dragon King, yet could not manage the required curvature. Boss, what are you doing? Song Zijie approached, a stack of documents in his arms. Unable to suppress his curiosity upon seeing Zheng Kun's contorted expression. My jaw is sore, just stretching it, Zheng Kun replied, stroking his chin with utmost seriousness. Could it be facial paralysis? Did you catch a chill from the fan last night? Song Zijie inquired with a hint of concern. Facial paralysis? Nonsense. Just the heat lately. But don't direct the fan at me. Some people's faces have been blown out of shape. However, I do know an esteemed traditional Chinese doctor. Acupuncture is quite effective. Do I look like I have facial paralysis? Zheng Kun retorted, dismissively lowering his hand. All right, let us not dwell on that, Song Zijie replied perfunctorily. These are the case files for the peeling case. The political department is urging us to hand them over. Handle it for me. Zheng Kun took the documents, asserting, let us not concern ourselves with this case. But Alan is about to go to court, and his lawyer. Mental illness isn't something you can dictate. Answer whatever the judge asks. Do not think of aiding Alan in fabricating lies. However, speaking the truth is detrimental to Alan. Want to be in contempt of court? Zheng Kun glared. Alan's condition is often undetectable, only flaring up at crucial moments. After dismissing Song Zijie, Zheng Kun focused on the case files, lost in thought. To investigate this case, one need only keep an eye on the recently emerging tough characters in the society. It may even be quicker to delve into the dream world. But why should he follow someone else's script? Do the foreigners seek to pacify those individuals? Then he must covertly sabotage their efforts. If he is to act, he must do so grandly. Otherwise, all previous arrangements will be in vain. Zheng Kun tossed aside the case files and retrieved the information acquired from Jinneng. In Hong Kong Island's upper echelons, apart from the governor, there were only a few elderly figures of significance. If he were to act, it must be against someone of weight, worthy of his grand scheme. At last, I have found you. As night descended and starlight dimmed, the stars in the dream world appeared perpetually hazy. Zheng Kun ambled through the dream world, his gaze sweeping across the floating dream bubbles, ultimately halting before a pitch-black wall. This world, composed of countless dreams, appeared bizarre only within the bubbles, while the space beyond them was monotonous and dreary. As someone capable of traversing dreams freely, ordinary dreams posed no defense against Zheng Kun. However, during prolonged exploration, he noted the emergence of two peculiar phenomena in the dream world aside from the bubbles: black walls and black fissures. These black walls served as physical barriers against mental forces, akin to Magneto's helmet. The black fissures represented a natural mental defense mechanism formed by practitioners. Any practitioner dealing with the mental realm would generate such passive defenses, often actively reinforcing them. The depths of these fissures were unfathomable, evoking dread. Thus, although Zheng Kun's dream-invading ability could overpower ordinary individuals, he dared not use it lightly against those from the supernatural realm. These defensive mechanisms acted like alarm systems, instantly triggering upon mental intrusion. This was also the reason he had been unable to find clues regarding the Scarlet Dragon organization for so long. A turning point emerged after capturing Wei Mingde. This formidable ancient martial artist, while not delving into the mental realm, seemed to be under the protection of the organization's mental abilities. Zheng Kun, utilizing his unique abilities, bypassed the defenses and gleaned some information from Wei Mingde's dreams. Unfortunately, this low-level executor possessed limited knowledge, even unaware of the organization's true intentions. More troubling was the fact that the Scarlet Dragon organization was exceptionally cautious, likely having suffered setbacks in the mainland. The fragmented clues obtained from Wei Mingde might even be traps set by the other party. As a con artist by background, Zheng Kun naturally did not take these pieces of information at face value, until Wei Mingde was taken away by the political department. For Zheng Kun, who held a police identity, this represented the loss of a case. However, for him, with ulterior motives, it was an excellent opportunity. Had he not previously marked Wei Mingde's mental imprint, he would never have discovered this secret facility hidden beneath Yanghe Hospital. He had not anticipated such a place existed in Hong Kong. Zheng Kun stared at the black wall, a smile creeping across his lips. Previously, he had discovered 3 black walls in the dream world, located at the governor's residence, the police headquarters, and the military base, illustrating the authorities' deep understanding of the supernatural realm. Since he intended to launch a surprise attack, it must be executed unexpectedly. With a mere thought, countless bizarre insects, adorned with scales and multiple eyes, surged from the ground like a tide, assaulting the black wall. The sound of gnawing soon echoed as they bore large holes into the wall. And Zheng Kun confidently stepped through, the swarm continuing to invade the interior. In the real world, alarms suddenly blared from the 6th underground level of Yanghe Hospital. Disheveled, Peter burst from his office, shouting, "What is happening? The mental dampener is under attack." A subordinate reported anxiously. "No intruders have been detected." It may be a purely mental assault, a purely mental level attack. Peter's expression changed dramatically as he rushed back into his office, rifling through drawers. Moments later, he unearthed a peculiar hat and donned it hastily before rushing out again. What is the current situation with the perpetrator? Take me to check immediately. Faced with a mental side attack, he immediately thought of the Scarlet Dragon Group, the image of Wei Mingda flashing in his mind. He couldn't help but curse internally. I never intended to be your enemy. I was even prepared for reconciliation. So why have you come knocking at my door? This completely disrupted his plans. Peter, something is amiss. The target does not seem to be us. John emerged from the laboratory with a grave expression. Of course, I know the target is not us, but even if we were to rescue someone, it should not be done in such a manner. Indeed, rescuing someone is certainly not the way. The mental side attack was supposed to be used for realizing the gravity of the situation. Both their faces paled simultaneously, and they dashed toward the intensive care unit. Wei Mingda remained strapped to the hospital bed, eyes tightly shut, but at that moment, his eyelids fluttered violently, and his facial expressions twisted continuously, his body trembling subtly. This is a dream attack, John suddenly realized, his face paling. Quick, we must awaken him immediately. Several doctors in white coats rushed forward, attempting various methods to rouse Wei Mingda. However, no matter their efforts, Wei Mingda remained unresponsive, even his trembling gradually subsiding. We must find a way to wake him up. After multiple failed attempts, Peter's expression grew exceedingly grim. Sir, we have tried every method, even administering an overdose of medication. Yet we still cannot awaken him, a doctor reported helplessly to Peter. Suddenly, a doctor let out a terrified scream. What is this ghastly thing? Quickly retreat. Leave this place immediately. John's countenance shifted dramatically as he seized Peter, who had yet to comprehend the situation, and dashed out of the intensive care unit, hastily securing the door behind them, utterly disregarding the two trapped doctors within. Immediately seal off the ICU. Notify everyone to prepare for evacuation. Inside the unit, countless minuscule insects were erupting from Wei Mingda's body. In that moment, Wei Mingda appeared to have transformed into a veritable nest of bugs. The dream was encroaching upon reality. A gentle breeze caressed the window illuminated by the bright moon, while the candlelight flickered softly in the gentle zephyr. Wei Mingda, lost in bewilderment, surveyed his surroundings, familiar scenes, familiar faces, familiar narratives. This particular storyline was equally familiar to Zheng Kun, to the point of evoking laughter, so utterly cliched it was beyond words. He never anticipated that such a rugged man as Wei Mingda harbored such a delicate dream within. This was not merely an ordinary dream, but a poignant recollection of youth. A tale of bittersweet nostalgia. Of course, in the eyes of the unromantic Zheng Kun, it was nothing more than a worthless melodramatic love story. Yet, one must admit, it was indeed captivating. A pair of youthful lovers, hindered by their respective sects, forced to terminate their pure romance in a tragic denouement. Wei Mingda's dream depicted the very scene of their forced separation, the plot's banality rivaling the most hackneyed of romantic dramas. Zheng Kun found himself unwittingly engrossed until the conclusion, only then recalling the true purpose of his visit. In the dream, Wei Mingda watched his beloved depart, his eyes brimming with unending anguish and sorrow. Suddenly, a shadow darted in front of the woman, seizing her long hair. "Ame, be careful." Wei Mingda's heart tightened instantaneously. What a terrifying entity it was, entirely cloaked in darkness. Towering nearly 3 meters tall, its limbs unnaturally slender, resembling anything but a human form, its maw filled with dense, sharp fangs. The shadow yanked the woman's hair backward, and she struggled desperately, emitting a piercing scream. At that moment, the creature abruptly unfurled its gaping maw. With a violent retch, countless multifaceted, centipede-like insects surged forth from its mouth, directly invading the woman's agape mouth. The woman's body stiffened abruptly, beginning to convulse weakly. Wei Mingda charged forward in a frenzy, but it was too late. The surface of the woman's contorted body revealed countless writhing traces beneath her skin, as if thousands of insects were scuttling beneath the surface. With a sickening squelch, the first bloodworm burst forth, followed closely by the second, the third. As an increasing number of skins were torn apart, and the swarm surged forth like a tidal wave, ultimately consuming the entire world. In the depths of the 6th floor of Yanghe Hospital, eerie sounds echoed. Wei Mingda's body convulsed violently, as numerous black threads emerged from beneath his skin. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be densely packed, four-eyed centipede-like monstrosities. Peter and the others had yet to regain their senses when the swarm flooded over the hospital bed. The two doctors had barely turned to flee when they were engulfed by the black tide. In an instant, the entire ICU succumbed to the undulating sea of insects. The rustling sounds rose and fell, reminiscent of thousands of insects gnawing at leaves. The faint noises coalesced into a chilling symphony of death. Quick, evacuate. The walls of the sealed ICU were gnawed away, forming massive holes. Arriving security personnel fired wildly, but their bullets merely bounced off the ground, swallowed by the swarm. All teams, retreat. John bellowed as he dashed toward the exit. The escape door, seemingly within reach, now felt like an unreachable shore. Glancing back, the entire 6th floor had devolved into an insect paradise. Peter, think of a way. John's voice was laced with despair. Gritting his teeth, Peter produced a silver cross, hurling it to the ground. Holy Spirit, protect us. A blinding curtain of platinum light collided with the sea of insects, emitting a hissing sound. Everyone's insides felt as though they were being seized by an invisible hand. Peter's face contorted as he shouted, "It won't hold for long." Suddenly, John drew a gun and pressed it to his chin. "It's all an illusion." Mother said the sound of gunfire would. His body collapsed heavily to the ground. The surviving guards stared in stunned silence. Zheng Kun was equally taken aback. This fool actually believed in such nonsense? While his judgment had not been mistaken, this was no dream. Illusions were only perceived by others. Death, however, was painfully real. As the tide of insects enveloped them, they fell into the dream. But John was different. He lingered in reality. With that shot, he had ended his own life. Clean and decisive, a single bullet to the head. Fool. Your mother was lying to you. She didn't deceive you. Zheng Kun rubbed his eyes, fixating on the ethereal image rising from John. Good heavens, that was not John's spirit, but the apparition of an aged Western woman. The thick, inky darkness suddenly expanded. Ding, detecting significant energy, system charging. Ding, charging complete. Would you like to sign in? Sign. Ding, system charging completed. Would you like to sign in? Sign. Ding, sign in successful. Sign in subject, Misty Day. Acquired which lineage? Warning, which lineage conflicts with Exorcist lineage? A piercing alarm exploded in his mind as Zheng Kun's blood surged with fury. A tearing pain engulfed every inch of his skin. What a joke. Damn system. He instantaneously entered a state of desolation, yet the sensation of tearing persisted like a relentless tide. His facial muscles contorted, teeth clenched, yet a low growl escaped his throat. The desolate state could freeze emotions, yet it could not shield him from pain. This was a battle at the bloodline level, as if two primal forces were tearing him apart from within. Amidst the agony, his consciousness plummeted into the void. This was no illusion, but a manifestation triggered by bloodline resonance. In the boundless darkness, a writhing shadow extended translucent tendrils, lashing out at the surroundings. The sea of insects surged, countless grotesque mandibles gnawing at the edges of the shadow. The insect chorus hissed, even shaking the desolate state, as twisted malevolence sprouted like toxic buds. More terrifying was the vague sense that something indescribable lurked behind the sea of insects. Merely brushing against that consciousness caused those malevolent thoughts to proliferate wildly. Ding. Bloodline conflict. Please choose whether to eliminate the which bloodline. Eliminate. The sound of insects crescendoed. The illusion transformed dramatically. A massive limb pierced the darkness, tearing an opening. The shadow contracted violently, revealing a translucent jellyfish-like giant. The tendrils entwined the limb, but shattered upon contact. The darkness ultimately dissipated. Ding. Which bloodline has been eliminated? Ding. Charging complete. Would you like to sign in? Sign. Without a moment's hesitation, Zheng Kun replied. Ding. Sign in subject, Misty Day? Sorcery experience, Animagus sign in. Warning. Host bloodline detected with which contamination? Warning. Host bloodline undergoing mutation. Warning. Host mental state exhibiting abnormal fluctuations. Warning. Host psyche is persistently distorting. The chilling sound of the system prompt erupted in Zheng Kun's mind, inundating his consciousness with a torrent of information akin to a breached dam. The dogged system. In the desolate stillness of his mind, Zheng Kun uncharacteristically uttered a curse, as the once clear tranquility was now sullied. He acutely sensed a frigid energy eroding his mental fortitude, provoking an unprecedented metamorphosis. As a practitioner, Zheng Kun was well versed in various arcane arts, employing techniques such as the titanium golden body, thunderous fist, and the innate bagua, all of which were manifestations of mental power. Yet, much like a skilled driver may not comprehend the intricacies of automobile manufacturing, he was utterly ignorant of the fundamental cultivation of mental energy. This chilling current not only distorted his mental prowess, but also fiercely grappled for dominion over it. Although his desolate mind preserved his last shred of reason, it rendered his consciousness as frigid and piercing as eternal ice. You wish to control me? Let us see where your limits lie. Zheng Kun suddenly unleashed all his mental energy, coalescing the controllable fragments into ancient runes. Under the influence of telekinesis, these runes existed in a state between reality and illusion. At this moment, a third of his mental realm had succumbed, leaving him with no recourse but to defend. The innate bagua formation required stringent conditions in the material realm, yet in the mental domain, combined with the dream infiltration ability, the construction of the runes exceeded all expectations. As the cold wave consumed over half of his mental energy, the final rune finally took shape. A sudden burst of dark red radiance erupted, intertwining countless strands of light into a blazing inferno that blazed fiercely within the mental world. The cold current trembled violently, emitting a shrill, insect-like sound. Yet it could no longer disturb Zheng Kun in the slightest. The flames surged along the channels of his mental energy, relentlessly pushing back the chilling tide. Ultimately, the polluted mental energy was also transformed into fuel for the fire. As the last remnants of the cold wave dissipated, the flames began to lash back at Zheng Kun's original mental energy. In the process of purification and reconstruction, the flames gradually weakened like a candle flickering in the wind. When the final vestige of mental energy was consumed, the firelight finally extinguished silently. In that fleeting moment of darkness, a thin yet striking mist quietly emerged. Zheng Kun opened his eyes, shaking off the blood-soaked remnants of his body. With a mere gesture, the furniture in the room, tables, chairs, and cabinets, levitated gracefully, returning to their rightful places as per his thoughts. As his gaze swept across the desk, a steel pen suddenly danced in midair, fluidly inscribing words upon the paper. The paper then drifted before Zheng Kun, revealing a neatly written line in a song-style font, the system nurtured by the little maid. A faint twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed a bitter smile. His first leap in mental prowess had occurred in such a perilous and unintended manner. He abruptly raised his head, his mental energy swelling like a tide. His vision rapidly shifted, ultimately focusing on the corridor of the 6th basement level of the Yanghe Hospital. An elderly foreign woman was pressing her hand against the gaping wound in John's head. A miracle unfolded. John's shattered jaw and skull began to twitch and mend. Even the mangled brain tissue was reorganizing. The immortal witch Misty Day, a being rumored to resurrect the dead. Within 10 breaths, John's wounds were entirely healed. He suddenly opened his eyes, greedily gasping, "Mama." The woman smiled gently, leaning down to kiss his cheek, but then abruptly turned her gaze, piercing through layers of space. Colliding with Zheng Kun's sight, the kindly visage twisted in an instant, transforming into a sharp spiritual spear that shot toward him. Damn, a child with a mother is a treasure. Zheng Kun cursed internally, instinctively distorting his mental energy into a bagua formation. As the spiritual spear collided with the bagua formation, a jolt of pain surged through his brain like an electric shock. As the formation dissipated, the woman's spiritual form disintegrated into ash. Zheng Kun coldly regarded the staggering John. "Your mother did not deceive you, but she can only save you once." A cacophony of insect-like sounds engulfed the newly revived body. In the realm of reality, mere seconds had passed, yet the mental world had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. Zheng Kun scrutinized the misty remnants of his mental energy, finally grasping the arcane concept that Guazi Lao had spoken of. Previously, manipulating a pen required precise control over each stroke. Now, it merely required a thought. The automatic defense of the innate bagua formation was the true terror of this misty mental energy. Intelligent, he gazed at the swirling mist in his palm, silently smiling. Having completed the leap in mental prowess through the innate bagua formation, arranging the formation became as natural as breathing. With a mere thought, the bagua formation would materialize in the air, granting him a significant advantage in mental confrontations. Even more wondrously, this leap had greatly enhanced his dream infiltration abilities. Now, within the nightmare realm, he no longer needed to laboriously pull the architect into dreams to construct edifices from the debris of countless dreams. They would automatically stack into magnificent structures at the behest of his thoughts. On the surface, everything seemed to unfold smoothly. Yet, what about the hidden dangers? The leap in mental energy had not purified the demon hunter bloodline. Rather, it had made it even more formidable, though the cacophony of insects had faded. When his mental energy unfurled like mist, the screeching and gnawing sounds trailed closely behind. This was not mere auditory hallucination. It was a real sound audible even to bystanders. These sounds posed no threat to him, yet they could spell doom for an ordinary person. He had become a veritable mobile source of contamination. Even the innate bagua formation had succumbed to the taint, each rune appearing as though twisted and intertwined by countless four-eyed, thousand-legged insects. Even the innate bagua formation had been polluted. He sighed deeply, collapsing onto his bed and plunging into a dream. Chapter 50, Fierce Battle with Mutated Zombies. In the early morning, Zheng Kun was counting insects in a bizarre dream when a shrill ringtone suddenly shattered the silence. After completing his leap in mental prowess the previous night, he felt not exhilaration but an overwhelming fatigue. Upon realizing his own transformations, he collapsed into sleep once more, re-entering that eternally unchanging world of bizarre dreams beneath the dim yellow sky, where pale white fluff floated, and on the desolate plains. A conscious zombie was honing its mental strength. Dull, tedious, He could only ceaselessly refine his mental power post-leap until the phone yanked him back to reality. The caller was William, who merely instructed him to return to the police station quickly before hanging up. Upon arriving, the entire West Kowloon police station was in chaos. Sirens blared incessantly, and vehicles screeched out in haste. Rarely seen in police uniform, William stood at the entrance, his expression grave as if he had been waiting for him. "William, what is the urgent matter that requires everyone to mobilize?" Zheng Kun glanced at several colleagues who had been hastily recalled from their leave. This seemed rather premature. "Get in the car." William pulled him into the passenger seat with urgency. "Aside from the report on the skinning case, are there any other leads?" The moment the wheels began to turn, William impatiently inquired. "You just had me investigate yesterday. I had just finished reviewing the files and was preparing to start work today when a new case arose." "It's a new case, but it's connected to the old one." William slammed the steering wheel, heading for Yangha Hospital. "Yangha Hospital?" Zheng Kun's pupils constricted. "That guy was sent there for treatment, and something went wrong? A serious incident has occurred." William's lips twitched. The political department is in deep trouble this time. "Remember, when you arrive at the scene, shift all the responsibility onto them. This case no longer concerns us, understood?" Zheng Kun complied, but couldn't resist pressing for clarity. "Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over the death of a suspect? This is just the beginning." William chuckled wryly, though I'm not entirely clear on the specifics either. They ran 7 red lights, and 20 minutes later, they arrived at Yangha Hospital. The entire hospital was cordoned off like a fortified fortress, with ambulances relaying patients. However, William's vehicle drove straight into the outpatient hall, which was packed. Aside from a few familiar faces seen on television, Zheng Kun did not recognize anyone else. William led Zheng Kun towards a foreigner in the crowd and, with a broad smile, introduced her. "Kun, this is Secretary Smith, the aide to the governor. Smith, this is Zheng Kun, who is in charge of this case." "Hello, Smith." Zheng Kun greeted the middle-aged foreign woman with a smile. Smith's eyes brightened as she enthusiastically extended her slender, albeit slightly frail hand, firmly grasping Zheng Kun's. "Officer Zheng, I have long admired your reputation." "I am flattered," Zheng Kun thought to himself, remaining vigilant. "This is Superintendent Lampard, head of the political department." "The political department?" Zheng Kun's gaze shifted slightly, and with a forced smile, he saluted the balding middle-aged superintendent. Lampard's expression darkened. "Officer Zheng, do you have any new leads regarding the skinning case?" This question echoed William's inquiry. "The chief has already asked. I have reviewed the case materials and found no groundbreaking discoveries as of now. But I have organized everything and can hand it over to the political department at any time." Lampard's expression grew even darker. "Really not a single clue? Mr. Lampard, are you suggesting that the West Kowloon police station is deliberately concealing information?" William interjected coldly, meeting his gaze. "The case has already been handed over to your political department for full responsibility. Now that issues have arisen, you wouldn't want to pin the blame on us, would you?" "William, you know the severity of the situation." "Of course, but what does this have to do with the West Kowloon police station?" William scoffed. "We never interfere in matters of military intelligence. 5. It's certainly not our place to find a scapegoat." "Gentlemen, now is not the time for disputes," Smith interjected helplessly. Turning to a bespectacled elder in his 60s, "Mr. Parsons, what are your thoughts?" The tall, white-haired gentleman, sporting a mustache, glanced briefly at Zheng Kun's face, then surveyed Lampard and the others, finally returning his gaze to Zheng Kun. "We require more leads. I hope you can cooperate with the investigation." "Cooperate with the investigation? Investigate what? What exactly happened here?" Zheng Kun furrowed his brow, wondering if the suspect they had handed over had died. "How did you know he was dead?" Lampard suddenly raised his voice, as if seizing upon a clue. "Is that difficult to guess?" Zheng Kun countered. "Given his severe injuries, he would certainly need hospitalization." "You are questioning me about the case. What else could it be?" He displayed a look of confusion. "He's merely a suspect." "Is it truly necessary to involve so many people?" "Indeed." The scene not only included the governor's secretary and the head of the political department, but also the commissioner of police, Stinson, and the secretary for security, Parsons. Even the military was on alert. This was hardly the sort of arrangement befitting an ordinary suspect. If it were merely the death of a suspect, we wouldn't mobilize so many resources. Smith regarded Zheng Kun with approval. "The situation is quite complex. You will understand shortly." "Understand?" Zheng Kun was perplexed when suddenly the roar of helicopter rotors filled the air. "She has arrived." The helicopter landed on the lawn of the Yanghe Hospital. A stunning woman stepped out of the cabin, her fiery red lips and high heels echoing sharply. With golden hair and striking blue eyes, her long legs were captivating. The moment she disembarked, she captured the attention of the entire gathering, Zheng Kun included. This woman, appearing to be in her 30s, had skin as pale and luminous as snow, exuding an allure reminiscent of ripe peaches. As she strode forward, even the soldiers on guard could not help but stare. "This is Mina," Sent by headquarters to take full charge of this case. Smith beamed, turning to Zheng Kun. Officer Zheng. From now on you will assist Mina with the investigation. Understood. Zheng Kun stepped forward, his expression indifferent. While Mina may not have been a paragon of beauty, she possessed a remarkable presence. What truly drew attention was not her features, but rather her distinctive aura. Mina, this is Officer Zheng Kun, a local from Hong Kong Island, and one of the most outstanding detectives in the police force. I have long admired your reputation, Officer Zheng. Mina, who typically exuded an icy demeanor, momentarily softened upon seeing Zheng Kun's ordinary yet righteous visage, a flicker of intrigue sparkling in her eyes. Rarely did she smile, but she reached out her hand. Mina Hack, a pleasure to meet you. Zheng Kun politely shook her hand, then fell into silence. Mina, this way please. The Secretary for Security, Parsons, and Superintendent Lampard approached her. No need. I have already reviewed the materials on the plane. We will head straight to the scene. All right. Please follow me. Smith wore a professional smile, though internally, she harbored a measure of disdain for this alluring woman. However, the latter's stature necessitated a show of respect. As the governor's secretary, she was aware that the secret base at Yonghe Hospital was something even the governor was kept in the dark about. Following the incident, the Ministry of Defense and Military Intelligence 5 had bypassed the governor to take charge, indicating the woman's substantial background. Why send a seemingly fragile woman? Smith mused privately. Could she be a witch? As a high-ranking official, she possessed a modicum of knowledge about the supernatural realm, understanding that only extraordinary individuals could manage such events. The woman before her, able to walk in the sunlight, was evidently no vampire. A female werewolf would be too jarring. The most likely explanation was indeed a witch. Remembering the infamous reputation of witches in her ancestral home, Smith felt a sense of urgency, maintaining a poised nobility. No one else needs to follow. Officer Zheng will enter with me. Mina suddenly gestured towards Zheng Kun, adding, also, clear the scene. Too many people will disrupt the energy. Lampard immediately complied. This case was fraught with peril. A slight misstep could lead to calamity, and he opted for total cooperation. 10 minutes later, the hospital was cleared. Just as Mina was about to lead Zheng Kun inside, she was halted by Smith. Officer Zheng, please sign the confidentiality agreement first. If I don't sign, I cannot enter. Zheng Kun retorted suddenly. Smith paused. What do you mean by that? It's merely a confirmation. Zheng Kun replied with a wry smile as he signed his name. In the elevator, Mina broke the silence. You speak very little. There is no need for excessive conversation in investigations. Zheng Kun shifted his gaze to the elevator buttons. We have arrived. On the 6th underground floor. The corridor echoed with the sound of their footsteps. Your English is excellent. There are not many locals on Hong Kong Island who speak it so fluently. It's acceptable. I have reviewed the files. This incident stems from the skinning case you handled. What is your perspective on that case? The methods were professional, bearing traces of certain secret techniques. Aside from that, there was nothing particularly remarkable. Secret techniques? Special traditions within the Chinese martial arts community, akin to your realm of the supernatural. As they conversed, they stopped before a fully armed foreign soldier lying on the ground, who still gripped an automatic weapon in death. Zheng Kun's expression grew serious as he gazed at the distorted face, the bloodshot eyes wide open, with dried blood seeping from the mouth and nose. Do you know their identity? He crouched down, gently brushing his fingertips across the soldier's nostrils, the tissue stained with dark red mucus. His brow furrowed deeper as he murmured, incredible, yet all signs point to one conclusion. He was scared to death. Scared to death? There are no external injuries, abdominal distension, and traumatic damage to the brain and internal organs. Zheng Kun stood up, his voice laced with confusion, reminiscent of the old saying, the liver and gallbladder are shattered. The question is, what could instill such terror in a trained soldier that he would lose his composure on the spot? Mina suddenly tilted her head back, her nostrils slightly twitching. There lingers a residue of extraordinary power. Besides us and the deceased, a third presence exists here. A third presence? It is right there. Mina walked towards the end of the corridor, pausing beside the security door. John, how could he have perished in such a place? The same look of terror twisted upon his face, the same bulging bloodshot eyes. Zheng Kun noted her complex expression. Do you know him? He was the objective of my visit. Mina's nails dug into her palm. Whoever the murderer was, they had stirred up a great deal of trouble. His mother, Misty Day, was an elder of the witch coven, capable of guarding her son even after death through a token. As for his father, she suddenly turned to Zheng Kun. He was a demon as charming as you. Zheng Kun was caught off guard by this blunt jest. Taking a step back to the point, what about that lingering presence? Misty's protective spell has been shattered by some force. Mina crouched down to examine. The killer had never set foot at the scene, yet could conjure real nightmares from afar. A heart-induced sudden death of this magnitude is not the work of an ordinary extraordinary being. Is it a ghost at play? If it were a spirit, I would sense it. Mina shook her head. It resembles more of an illusionary ability capable of penetrating protective barriers. How could such a manipulator hide in Hong Kong? A glimmer of cold light suddenly flashed between Zheng Kun's fingers. A playing card was driven into the metal wall. I have spent 20 years studying in the Thousand Doors, encountering numerous charlatans. An elemental manipulator. Mina's pupils constricted. No wonder you were able to subdue the robber through magical means. The card was embedded 3 inches into the wall. A feat of imbuing ordinary cards with extraordinary properties. Speaking of which, I have previously witnessed your people's unique abilities. It certainly qualifies as extraordinary. You can infuse your essence into your body or objects, significantly enhancing strength and defense. Such a skill is difficult for even ordinary extraordinary beings to master. You flatter me. Although we cannot currently locate the murderer, the only case involving extraordinary events is that of the skinning. That case is no longer under my jurisdiction. It now belongs to the political department. Well then, the skinning case is under the purview of the political department. Mina chuckled lightly. This internal power struggle within the colony is something he couldn't care less about. The forces behind it did not act to save lives, but to silence them. And he anticipated their ruthlessness. If one is not ruthless, one cannot stand firm. Zheng Kun grinned. That's what my master taught me. It matters not how many die, but John has perished. We must provide an explanation to the witch coven, or no one shall find peace. Mina replied coolly. There is nothing more to investigate here. Let us return. This is it. Zheng Kun looked perplexed. After merely 10 minutes, having seen 2 corpses, this is the conclusion? Shouldn't we thoroughly comb through the scene? Chapter 51. Signing into the zombie nest, acquiring the blood of the Panga clan. The Military Intelligence 5 has already investigated. The mental dampener has been destroyed. Based on the traces at the scene, the assailant never appeared in person but employed a mental attack. No clues can be found here. Mina walked towards the elevator without looking back. Zheng Kun had no choice but to follow. Detective Mina, how is the situation? As soon as they exited the Yanghe hospital, Smith and the others surrounded them. Just as Zheng Kun had surmised, Mina's time below was absurdly brief, resembling nothing more than a formality. 2 points can be determined. First, there remains a strong residue of extraordinary power underground, presumed to be the work of an extraordinary being capable of conjuring large-scale illusions, who first destroyed the mental dampener and then infiltrated the base. Second, this case is related to the skinning case, with the underlying motive being to silence witnesses. She paused. Looking at Smith, I need the records of all extraordinary beings on Hong Kong Island. Furthermore, I will be taking over the skinning case from now on. Lampard, this case is in your political department, correct? Yes, we have taken over. Send all the records to the hotel. This case is no longer the political department's concern. However, Lampard began to argue, but Smith interrupted directly. No problem. Detective Mina, do you have any other needs? The Hong Kong government will fully cooperate. Not for now. By the way, he is not bad. Leave him to assist me. Mina pointed at Zheng Kun. Of course, Officer Zheng is already assisting you. Very well, follow me. Mina said to Zheng Kun. Detective Mina, I'm afraid that's not possible. Why not? The records of the skinning case are still in my possession. I was summoned abruptly this morning and have yet to transfer them to the political department. I need to return and organize them for delivery to the hotel. As soon as possible. Mina stepped into a black sedan in her high heels and departed. William, what do you think about this matter? Zheng Kun glanced awkwardly at William, who had just arrived. I have but one request. Fully cooperate with Detective Mina. Every member of your criminal investigation team 3 must spare no effort to apprehend the true culprit behind the skinning case. William declared with righteous fervor. An hour later, presidential suite of the CG Marriott Hotel. Zheng Kun laid out the skinning case materials before Mina. Detective Mina, this is the case I am most familiar with. I have gone through the files countless times and have yet to discover any useful clues. However, it is certain that their target is the syndicate. I have instructed my informants to fully pursue the remaining 5 imposters, and I am confident there will be breakthroughs. That is indeed the conventional approach. However, these imposters are quite cunning. Once one is exposed, the others will undoubtedly become alert, making it challenging to unearth them in a short time. There is no difficulty in the world if one is willing to put in the effort. I do not believe they are without flaws. Bring any suspicious targets directly to me. I will interrogate them personally. No problem. Zheng Kun readily agreed, his gaze sweeping over Mina's silk pajamas before he turned to leave. Want you have a drink before you go? I've quit drinking. Thank you for the invitation. He seemed to have misunderstood the underlying meaning, leaving without looking back, and even thoughtfully closed the door behind him. What do you think? Mina suddenly asked, staring at the closed door. Ha! A strange laugh erupted in the empty room. Would you like to hear the truth or a lie? The trench coat on the hanger suddenly trembled in midair as if an invisible person was putting it on, yet beneath the hem, there was clearly nothing. China. Mina's voice turned icy. Do not be angry, dear. That lad did not reject you because you lack charm. The hood of the coat automatically tightened around the emptiness. It is because his female police officer girlfriend is far more beautiful than you. What did you say? Mina's expression froze instantly. I saw it with my own eyes. That girl is certainly more pleasing to the eye than you. The empty hood swayed triumphantly above the collar. Damn, Shina. The truth is always painful, sweetheart. Mina took a deep breath to calm her emotions, then after a moment, spoke in a low voice. After following him for so long, have you discerned anything? Nothing suspicious. His actions are all quite normal. Continue to keep an eye on him. I want to grasp all his movements. Do you suspect him? The practitioners from the mainland are typically reclusive. One would think they should be closer to those who fled to Hong Kong. Very well. The coat's hood simultaneously fell to the ground, accompanied by the fading sound of footsteps, and silence returned as the door opened and closed. On a moonless night, the damp sea breeze wrapped in fine rain enveloped Hong Kong Island. Jean Xing fell into a deep sleep after their tender encounter. Zheng Kun tucked her in with a light blanket and walked alone to the balcony. Raindrops fell into his palms. Beneath his feet lay the semi-transparent, eerie figure, the invisible man Shina, who had been tailing him all night. At this moment, the body of this Caucasian male exhibited a gelatinous texture, with the contours of his organs faintly visible. He had not intended to act at home, but this fellow had dared to follow him into the bedroom. After confirming his identity through memory retrieval, Zheng Kun decisively dealt with the translucent individual sent by the Special Gentleman's Alliance. Merely a trifling pawn relying on potions for invisibility, lacking even mental defenses. Mina Harker's identity was also unveiled as the renowned mistress of Count Dracula. Beneath the rain curtain, Zheng Kun sneered. Eliminating such scum was simpler than crushing an ant. Although the so-called Special Gentleman's Alliance comprised a few extraordinary beings, the majority of its members were mere mortals. Only two truly possessed extraordinary abilities, Mina Harker and Dorian Gray, the latter being the father of John Gray, a legendary immortal in the urban myths of the gay community, whose fatal weakness lay in that portrait. As for the translucent individual, Shina, and the monstrous hide, they were but grotesque products birthed from drugs, barely scraping the threshold of the extraordinary. Such an organization hardly warranted respect. Of course, there existed disparity between cinematic portrayals and reality. The translucent one remained inept. Yet Mina Harker evoked a sense of danger within him. This vampire, capable of walking in sunlight, and once the mistress of Count Dracula, was no ordinary foe. Gazing out at the intensifying rain, he took a deep breath. What splendid weather it was. On the top floor of the CG Wanhao Hotel in Hong Kong, Mina Harker stood before the floor-to-ceiling window clad in a silk nightgown, the lights of Victoria Harbor reflected in her somber eyes. The spiritual realms of the East and West have always been distinctly separate, especially following that significant event a century ago, causing the Eastern domain to become even more enigmatic, leaving even the supernatural circles of this minuscule island wary. Had it not been for her quest to investigate John and the debt owed to the witch coven, she would never have set foot in this place. In hindsight, her venture to the 6th basement level of Yonghe Hospital seemed rather reckless, even sending chills down her spine as a vampire. Crafting large-scale illusions was certainly not her forte. As a member of the bloodline, she excelled in violent domination. Although she possessed some knowledge of blood magic, her defenses against mental assaults were already at their limit. Suddenly, unease erupted. In an instant, she transformed into a cloud of black mist. Almost simultaneously, a loud crash resounded as the floor-to-ceiling window shattered, a dark figure crashing through the glass and reducing the coffee table to splinters. It was Shina, half-transparent. Is it you? Mina materialized in the corner, her claws expanding. Amidst the sparks, her nails grazed the chest of the sudden intruder, tearing only the outer layer of his garment. To strip on our first meeting? Zheng Kun, tearing away the tattered shirt, advanced. Ms. Mina, your enthusiasm is rather excessive. Why would a rising star in Hong Kong's police force jeopardize her future? Mina retreated swiftly to the corner. Future? Zheng Kun chuckled softly. Just like the case at Yonghe Hospital, I was the one who killed, yet I remained the investigator. A swarm of bats suddenly erupted, lunging towards the doorway, only to be struck by dark red lightning. Amidst the wailing, Zheng Kun's palms surged with thunder. Can you escape? The dark red lightning erupted, staining the entire room crimson. Mina, a rare daywalker, was indeed an anomaly among vampires. She possessed strength and intellect far surpassing her kin. Yet she had encountered her nemesis in Zheng Kun. The laws of opposition within the supernatural realm were vividly displayed at that moment. Thunderclap fist. The blazing rays of righteousness held a deadly suppression over the sinister bloodline. Zheng Kun, enveloped in dark red lightning, leaped off the ground. His fingers splayed wide as he wove a vast net of thunder. Within the room, the bats fell like rain. Some disintegrated into ash instantaneously, while others twitched and smoked. The few remaining emitted piercing shrieks, yet none could evade the pursuit of the lightning. A foolish choice, Mina. Zheng Kun laughed heartily. Transforming into a bat was a life-saving technique for the bloodline, yet it led Mina to commit a fatal error. Her dispersed power was utterly powerless against the thunder. Had she relied on her true form, she might have held her ground, but at this moment, bang! Zheng Kun landed heavily before the window, suddenly halting. A cryptic chant echoed in his ears, soon clarifying into coherent English, blood boiling. Blood surged backward in his chest, and Zheng Kun's vision darkened. Mina's claws were already upon him. Die! On the scorched ground, Zheng Kun coldly observed the flying ash. Not dead yet? He darted towards the shattered window. Yet in that fleeting moment of life and death, he encountered Mina's final counterattack. At that moment, Mina was unrecognizable, her charred body emitting the scent of roasted flesh. Her mutilated form missing an arm and an eye, a far cry from her alluring demeanor upon their first encounter. Her remaining eye glowed with vengeful red light. Her sharp nails poised at Zheng Kun's throat, flickering with an eerie, blood-red luminescence as she chanted incantations, determinately slashing towards his neck. Hiss! Zheng Kun leaned back to evade, her claws leaving a trail of blood on his neck. This seemingly minor wound indicated that his titanium body had been breached. A single more strike would surely draw blood. No! Mina let out a harrowing scream. Zheng Kun swiftly spread his left hand, dark red runes swirling, a searing aura instantly filling the room. Sensing danger, Mina transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards the shattered window. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dark red beams shot out like lasers. Suddenly, a red grid appeared at the window, completely sealing off the exit. Ah! Mina screamed as the red light struck her, her body exploding into ash. The innate 8 trigrams formation. As Mina disintegrated into dust, Zheng Kun's newly acquired iron 8 trigrams also shattered. It was an ordinary item he had purchased that afternoon, capable of withstanding the formation's power only once. Utilizing the innate 8 trigrams formation to complete his mental leap, Zheng Kun found arranging the formation far simpler than Uncle Feng. With merely the 8 trigrams as a medium, he could establish a rudimentary formation. This was truly the end. Both the Thunderclap Fist and the innate 8 trigrams formation were nemeses to dark creatures. Zheng Kun dared to take action against Mina precisely because of this dual assurance. A faint, unwilling roar echoed in his ears. Zheng Kun inhaled deeply, calming his boiling blood. As rustling sounds emerged, the surroundings abruptly transformed. Ah! The anguished cries filled with resentment grew clearer, and Mina's hazy figure re-emerged. Such a dense aura of malice, perfectly nourishing my nightmare space. After completing his mental leap, Zheng Kun could partially manifest his nightmare space in reality. This was akin to the ghost domain formed by vengeful spirits. Observing Mina, whose resentment coalesced, Zheng Kun sneered, "Do you think death can bring you relief? Transforming into a ghost will allow you to escape retribution?" Behind him, a spectral castle materialized, a grotesque structure assembled from the debris of dreamlike bubbles, resembling the gaping maw of a centipede. Although it could not fully materialize, it was sufficient to suppress the hellish forces from another realm. The East is not your territory. In the isolation of the nightmare space, Hell ultimately failed to claim this vampire's soul. In truth, even without the nightmare space, Hell would likely be unable to contain Mina's soul. At this moment, Mina had completely descended into darkness, the resentment within her soul continuously accumulating. Almost on the verge of transforming into a malevolent spirit, Zheng Kun, I will kill you, even if I fall into hell. I will claw my way back to drag you down with me for 100 years, 1,000 years, 1,000,000 years. I will never relent. This venomous roar made Zheng Kun furrow his brow slightly, and he sighed. Thus, I must eradicate you thoroughly, ensuring your soul is scattered. As long as you exist, I cannot find peace. Suddenly, the sound of gnawing filled the air, intermingled with Mina's terrified wails. Excellent, splendid, resentment and fear. This is precisely the nourishment that the nightmare realm craves. Indeed, Sadako did not deceive me. No, Zheng Kun, you must not treat me this way. Amidst the cacophony of the swarm's hissing, Mina's soul was ensnared by a multitude of four-eyed centipedes, being gradually devoured. Chapter 52, The Exorcist's Curse Loosens. The heart of desolation advances. She found herself with no escape, yet still unwilling to succumb to oblivion. Even descending into hell was far preferable to having her soul scattered. How did it come to this? What have I done wrong? In the moment of death, she felt no fear, only a profound hatred for Zheng Kun. For she understood that death would lead her to a terrifying place known to mortals as hell, yet for her, it was not the end. As the lover of Count Dracula, she possessed immortality. Death was merely a new beginning. In hell, she had her support, otherwise, her past life would not have led to reincarnation. Thus, she was consumed with thoughts of how to exact vengeance upon Zheng Kun, until, where's this place? Why am I here? There were no demons, no infernos, no scent of sulfur. only a dim and shadowy expanse. This is not hell. Just as her doubts began to swirl, she caught sight of Zheng Kun's mocking smile, along with the faint, sinister silhouette of a castle looming behind him. In the next moment, the eerie sounds of insects and gnawing echoed in her ears, her soul beginning to twist and corrode. Zheng Kun, who are you truly? Why are you doing this? Her pent-up resentment instantly morphed into terror, and she trembled as she posed her final question. Even at this moment, she could not fathom why this promising officer from the harbor island would seek her demise. Could he truly be the mastermind behind the skinning case? Was he in league with those sorcerers from the mainland? The thought struck her with a sense of injustice so profound that she felt pitifully wronged. She had never sought enmity with these individuals. She merely came to, wait, why am I here? Who am I? Zheng Kun observed with quiet satisfaction as Mina's soul was consumed. Villains often fall due to their verbosity. While he did not consider himself a villain, he too wished to avoid such a folly. Mina's unique identity necessitated that he ensure her complete obliteration, leaving no opportunity for a comeback. Indeed, the emotion of fear was the very sustenance for the growth of that ruin. By analyzing Sadako's videotape, Zheng Kun had long since uncovered its core secret. Although the supernatural power of the tape diminished when copied, the fear generated by viewers would accumulate and ultimately restore its original potency. Were it not for the limitations of the tape's supernatural force, it might indeed unleash apocalyptic disaster. However, its maximum potential was ultimately constrained by Sadako's inherent power. When Zheng Kun's Nightmare Realm castle was completed, the core rune of Sadako's videotape manifested within the castle. Zheng Kun was not surprised. This was precisely the technique acquired after his mental transition. He had now become a sorcerer. The power of sorcery, shaped by his subconscious conception of the castle, had facilitated this construction. This was also a form of instruction from his subconscious regarding his own sorcery. Unless he could thoroughly analyze his subconscious, he would not fully comprehend the entirety of the insect fortress's power within the Nightmare Realm. Exploring the subconscious, evidently, was beyond his current capabilities. It required a profound inquiry into the self, a lofty state often only reached by enlightened monks. A quintessential example being, as the tides of the Qiantang River surge, today I realize I am me. This clarity is typically achieved only at the moment of death. How old are you, Zheng Kun? How dare you aspire to such heights? Dream on. Thus, he ceased to press the issue, allowing it to unfold naturally. Romania, Transylvania. At the moment Mina's soul was utterly consumed, a long-dormant ancient aura surged within the depths of the castle. A piercing wail rent the heavens, transforming into a soul-stirring wave of sound that radiated outward from the castle. Dark clouds enveloped the entire valley town. A biting wind howled as it swept through, freezing everything in its path. Frost blanketed the ground. In the greater America, New York City, in a dim, squalid alley, a disheveled man, reeking of alcohol and clad in a trench coat, stumbled against the wall, vomiting onto the ground. Afterward, he unsteadily unfastened his trousers and urinated against the wall. Just then, a sudden chill coursed through him. The cigarette fell from his lips, and urine splattered half of his pant leg. Yet, he paid it no mind. His murky eyes suddenly cleared, and he retrieved a deck of tarot cards from his pocket. Murmuring a few incantations, upon drawing a card, it spontaneously ignited into ashes. Mina Hark is dead. Hell will have its hands full now. No, Shao Kahn. We are not busy at all. A provocatively dressed, alluring Latino woman appeared before him, revealing that Mina's soul had not merely entered hell, it had been completely obliterated. What? The man looked up sharply. Who would dare be so ruthless? I don't know. I only know that she encountered trouble on Harbor Island. The East? What would she be doing in that cursed place? The East is not only unfriendly to the Western supernatural realm, but also exceedingly perilous. This is a shared understanding. Why would an old vampire venture into such a locale? Thus, someone wishes to inquire if you will take on this job. Great Dragon, Prajna Buddhas, world-honored Ksitigarbha. Prajna Bamahong, old demon, daring to drink human blood. Reveal your true form. Great Dragon, world-honored Ksitigarbha. Great spells of the Luo. Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Bamahong, demon. Meet your demise. In the conference room, a booming voice echoed, righteous and imposing, stirring the spirits of all present. Smack. The stop button on the tape recorder was pressed, the reverberations still trembling in the air. What do you think? William turned to Zheng Kun, who was lost in thought. What do I think? Zheng Kun replied, bewildered. William, did you summon me merely to hear this dialogue? Mina is still waiting for me, if there is nothing else. I shall take my leave. Mina is dead. What? Zheng Kun's body quaked, disbelief etched across his face. Who has died? Mina is dead. Impossible. She was perfectly fine when I left yesterday. When did you leave yesterday? Around noon. You were assisting her investigation. Why did you part ways at noon? I need to know your entire whereabouts yesterday. Zheng Kun trembled again, staring at William. William, You can't possibly suspect me, can you? Aren't you worthy of suspicion? William questioned Zheng Kun, his gaze piercing. Originally, you were arranged to assist Mina, yet you left at noon, and that very evening, she was murdered. It is difficult not to suspect that you were deliberately creating an alibi. What nonsense. Zheng Kun spun around and sat down forcefully. Is this even worthy of suspicion? I left to investigate the skinning case. I spent the entire afternoon chasing this case. This was a task assigned personally by Mina. Do you think someone of her caliber would run fieldwork herself? It is we minor characters who do the work, he explained. His face contorted with indignation. After delivering the case files to her at the hotel around noon, I followed her instructions to contact informants and investigate key figures in various organizations, remaining busy until the evening. I even called the hotel to report my progress. All of this can be verified. We have thoroughly verified all of this, William said in a deep voice. However, you must understand that Mina's identity is quite unique. Not only does she have connections within MI5, but it is also rumored that she has substantial ties with the upper echelons of her ancestral family. Think carefully. Is there any clue you might have overlooked? Clue. Zheng Kun scoffed. You are already aware of the events from yesterday morning. I delivered the file on the skinning case to the hotel around noon and departed. I hardly spent 4 minutes in her company. Why don't you inquire with them? I have already questioned them, and their responses are precisely what you just heard. What answers? The report states that a young monk suddenly appeared at the hotel last night and attacked Mina. She was caught off guard and met her demise. The recording you just heard was captured by the security system. A monk? Zheng Kun shook his head repeatedly. I have no connections with such individuals. Director William. I cannot take on this case. Speaking of which, with Mina deceased, what will happen to the skinning case? Shouldn't it be handed back to the political department? Handed back to the political department? Indeed, Mina was the one handling this case, and the procedures were not completed. Now that she is gone, William abruptly interrupted. You seem rather indifferent to Mina's death. I have only met her once. Zheng Kun grimaced, revealing a look of disdain. Do you know why I left at noon? She actually attempted to proposition me. She should consider her own age. It's utterly revolting. Even if she were alive, I would still refuse this assignment. I could always accuse her of sexual harassment. Enough. William's face turned ashen, inwardly cursing Mina for her desperate behavior. However, upon reflection, Zheng Kun's appearance was not entirely unappealing. Currently, those in power are in a frenzy over Mina's death. Who has the time to focus on the skinning case? Continue your investigation for now, and we will discuss the matter of handover later. William rubbed his temples and suddenly shifted the conversation. By the way, you hail from a prominent family and possess some knowledge of the underworld. You must be quite familiar with this circle, correct? Not particularly familiar. The prominent families are not well regarded in the underworld. I know little about such matters. Zheng Kun responded cautiously. You aren't considering utilizing underworld connections to find the culprit, are you? Solving the case is not my responsibility. However, the sudden emergence of such a peculiar individual in Hong Kong is hardly a positive development for public safety. Indeed, it sounds like the person is unhinged. Zheng Kun pointed at the recording device. Where did this come from? It was recorded by the security system. Just audio? Only audio. What explanation did they provide? What explanation could they possibly offer? William sneered. The incident occurred under their protection. They claimed that Mina's room was isolated by some force, preventing entry or visibility inside. All they could hear were those sounds. Isn't that a blatant attempt to shirk responsibility? Zheng Kun exclaimed indignantly. Their charge was harmed. And instead of seeking them out, they come to question me? What business is it of mine? This is merely a routine inquiry. There is no need to be anxious. Zheng Kun scoffed inwardly. I would be a fool to trust you. Yet he forced a smile. Then it settled. Erase all memories related to Mina. William regarded him with a meaningful glance. You have missed a tremendous opportunity, yet you have also evaded a significant predicament. With my capabilities, opportunities abound. It's the troubles that concern me. Zheng Kun stood up and stated. So, everything remains as it is? Everything remains as it is. William waved his hand listlessly. He had originally intended to leverage this situation to forge connections and gain benefits, but now he thought better of it. As Zheng Kun stepped outside, his face was taut, yet his heart brimmed with delight. He could easily surmise that the prominent figures in Hong Kong were undoubtedly stomping their feet in frustration, anxious as ants on a hot stove. This was precisely the outcome he desired, to keep these individuals restless and preoccupied, allowing him the opportunity to act. On the rooftop of a building near Kai Tak Airport, Zheng Kun watched from a distance as the man with the sunflower seeds entered the departure hall, until his figure vanished. This liaison from the mainland had ultimately been expelled from Hong Kong. Mina's case had stirred significant turmoil in both Hong Kong and the foreign country. To Zheng Kun, she was merely a vampire who had crossed paths with misfortune. Killing her was inconsequential. However, he had not anticipated the extensive ramifications of her demise. Entangled with Count Dracula, the witch coven, vampire clans, the foreign community, and that particular gentleman's alliance, all linked to her. The Hong Kong authorities, unable to withstand the pressure, saw the governor resign. The interim leader, by Li Xuan, immediately took action, expelling the man with the sunflower seeds. Someone had to take the blame. Although they could not directly accuse him of being the murderer, once the hat was placed upon him, he had no choice but to leave in disgrace. The mainlanders were far too rule-abiding, Zheng Kun mused. If it were him, he would have plunged into the underground for a grand uproar. Unfortunately, the man with the sunflower seeds was a disciplined individual, not even bothering to bid farewell. Zheng Kun completely understood this. Meeting during such a sensitive period was indeed inadvisable. Thinking of Count Dracula, the first image that sprang to Zheng Kun's mind was a childhood cartoon he had watched. It was only upon growing older that he realized vampires truly existed. These legends, strange tales, and supernatural phenomena suddenly sparked a flash of inspiration in his mind, as if he had unraveled many mysteries. Having been immersed in various fantastical works in his previous life, Zheng Kun's imagination was particularly vivid. Dracula reminded him of those segments in the dreamlike world, invaded by strange tales. A bold hypothesis gradually took shape. From another perspective, wasn't Dracula's story a quintessential urban legend? Chapter 53, Severing the Financial Lifeline of the Syndicate. To be precise, the entire Western vampire lore can be viewed as a complete system of strange tales, with Dracula standing as the most renowned and enigmatic figure within this framework. Precisely for this reason, he has attained true immortality. No matter how many times he is vanquished, he continues to linger in Transylvania. Perhaps even the very place of Transylvania is a manifestation of this strange tale. Continuing along this line of thought, heaven and hell could also be regarded as an already established colossal strange tale, couldn't they? If this assumption holds, then the world of strange tales has never truly vanished. It merely continues in another form, evolving into legends, transforming into myths, ultimately becoming a commonplace existence for humanity. Zheng Kun gently stroked his chin. Leveraging the vast wealth of legends and concepts accumulated at this source of horror, he embarked on a journey of unfettered imagination. The key element of a strange tale's manifestation should be the degree of legend. Only when a particular story is widely circulated, known by many, and deeply believed by enough individuals, can it evolve into a strange tale. The prominent characters or objects within it would then metamorphose into enigmatic entities. Could I perhaps attempt this as well? To create a household name legend, allowing myself to become one of its bizarre entities. Would that not grant me the possibility of achieving eternal existence? As long as the strange tale endures, I shall forever endure. Yet, this is no simple task. The number of legends that can reach such a level is exceedingly rare. In the Western world, only heaven and hell are predominantly tied to religion. Dracula, however, is an anomaly. Indeed, this being, who has existed for merely a few hundred years, possesses a legendary status that rivals that of heaven and hell. If my conjecture is correct, the degree of legend is the core metric. Precisely because Dracula stands as the most famous monster in the West and serves as the protagonist in various vampire legends, he has undergone a transformation into an enigmatic entity. This is perhaps also the reason the West cannot completely eradicate him. This individual's legendary status eclipses that of numerous angels, standing second only to God and Satan. Who possesses the true capability to eliminate him? And what of myself? Is it conceivable that I could become one of the eerie entities spoken of in urban legends? This is not entirely beyond the realm of possibility. By immersing oneself in folklore and transforming into one of its enigmatic figures, one might acquire the qualities of immortality. Regardless of its veracity, why not take the chance? After all, fortune favors the bold. What if success were to grace my endeavors? Perhaps then, I could stand shoulder to shoulder with revered figures of legend. With this thought in mind, he began to contemplate earnestly. The essence of becoming an urban legend lies in its notoriety. The more individuals who are aware, the wider the dissemination, the more established the legend becomes. If sufficient people were to unconditionally believe, it could even evolve into a form of religion, wielding a unique influence over human society. Otherwise, it would merely be an ephemeral illusion. If the legend lacks allure, the so-called eeriness becomes moot. Thus, the choice of which urban legend to pursue is of paramount importance. To create one myself? Absurd. Without the time to cultivate and accumulate, how could a hastily concocted tale ever become a legend? At best, it would amount to a mere ordinary story. The optimal strategy would be to select an existing legend steeped in history or a renowned tale, integrating oneself into its fabric. This would simplify matters considerably. Which legend to choose? The first that sprang to his mind were Journey to the West and Investiture of the Gods. He then chided himself with a self-deprecating slap. What a daydreamer I am. Zheng, are you interested in such books? Rona, driving, glanced at Zheng Kun, who was perusing a volume in the passenger seat, curiosity evident in her tone. It's not interest, just some recent thoughts. Zheng Kun closed the book and inquired. By the way, how have you fared at the Ma family? Not too shabby, Rona replied modestly, though the gleam of pride in her eyes betrayed her. Her recent experiences could only be described as fantastical, not metaphorically, but truly magical. The spells she once believed were confined to myth now unfolded before her very eyes. Even more astonishing was her rapid progress. The master of the Ma family repeatedly praised her talent, asserting that had it not been for the bloodline constraints of their magic, she would undoubtedly become the most distinguished successor of the next generation. Ma Dingdang felt a surge of discontent brewing within her. Yet, what could she do about it? Rona's speed of learning energy techniques was astonishing, far surpassing that of Ma Dingdang in her prime, even eclipsing the current Ma Shaoling. Study is study, mastering it is paramount. Just steer clear of the Ma family's affairs, Zheng Kun cautioned. Their matters are far more complex than you can imagine. But she is my master, Rona retorted. Did they ask you to assist in dealing with Zhang Qin? Not at all. After spending a few days with the Ma family, Rona had grasped the intricacies of the feud between Jiang Chun and the Ma family. Zheng, is Jiang Chun truly as terrifying as they say? My master claims he is the king of zombies, with all zombies in existence being his progeny. Is it true that the Ma family has battled him for 2 millennia without success? 2 millennia? To eliminate him? Zheng Kun scoffed, tossing aside the martial arts novel he held. Do not heed their nonsensical tales, nor believe in the myths of exterminating Jiang Chun. They dare to speak of it. But Jiang Chun is far beyond their capabilities. I think so too. Rona nodded. If it were truly as they claim, the world would have long been ruled by zombies. Yet before encountering you, I had not even seen a shadow of a zombie. That's a valid point, but do not share this with your master, or she will undoubtedly become incensed. Why? Rona asked, perplexed. Because I have already mentioned it to them. Zheng Kun chuckled, almost causing the two relatives to retreat into themselves. If this continued, it seemed at least one of them would fall into madness. Rona couldn't help but giggle at the dialogue between Zheng Kun and the Ma family. Zheng, you are incorrigible. The eradication of Jiang Chun is the Ma family's 2,000-year obsession. To call it a belief would not be an exaggeration. You have belittled their faith to nothingness. Anyone would fight you for it. That is true. What are your thoughts on martial arts? I used to find it quite intriguing, but now it feels rather odd. Odd. Indeed, the characters seem both foolish and dim-witted. This summation of foolish and dim-witted was quite astute. The martial arts world lacks the giants like Jin Yong and Gu Long. The protagonists are excessively perfect, rendering them hypocritical, akin to Western superheroes like Superman and Batman. The villains may torment me 1,000 times, yet I remain merciful. In reality, such individuals would have long been eliminated. This trope is exceedingly outdated. In contrast, the villains in martial arts narratives are far more fleshed out. Regrettably, this world is devoid of masterful authors and classic scripts, rendering it challenging to serve as a vessel for urban legends. Within the entire martial arts framework, only Bodhidharma and Sanfeng could be deemed enigmatic. The rest are mere dross. To transform martial arts into a medium for urban legends is rather unrealistic, unless one were to transport the classic martial arts tales of a past life, adapt them into film or animation, embedding the narratives deeply into the audience's psyche. Yet, even so, the limitations of martial arts remain substantial. The settings are confined. While this world encompasses realms of the supernatural, many dilemmas cannot be resolved solely through martial prowess. Moreover, the internal energy of this world diverges significantly from that of martial arts, capable of giving rise to extraordinary abilities, whereas internal energy cannot. Should I perhaps delve into immortal tales prematurely? Creating an urban legend from scratch isn't out of the question. One could craft a blockbuster story, utilizing media promotion to embed the legend into the collective consciousness, and then harness the spiritual power of the masses to bring it to fruition. However, the strangeness of the martial arts world simply isn't sufficient. Is there truly a need for immortal tales to emerge prematurely? Historical legends of deities abound. Any one of them possesses far greater influence than a newly concocted tale. Which type of urban legend is truly suited for me? He fell into deep contemplation. Zheng, have you encountered something recently? You seem a bit off. Off? In what way? You seem to have grown profoundly contemplative, pondering matters I cannot grasp. Is it not beneficial to think deeply? Not exactly. In truth, what Rona found disconcerting was Zheng Kun's lack of playful banter over the past few days. He used to tease her incessantly, often inciting her ire. Now, however, he had suddenly grown quiet, lost in his own world, leaving her feeling uneasy. Yet, she would not voice this discomfort. At that moment, Zheng Kun remained oblivious to her unease, his mind consumed with thoughts of legends. Am I truly to create a legend myself? A mere small newspaper cannot suffice. While the Huan Island Daily had seen an uptick in sales, it still lingered on the fringes of the Hong Kong newspaper industry, barely qualifying as a medium-sized publication. Media, traffic. Zheng Kun suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. Ultimately, it boiled down to a question of notoriety. Without recognition, it was akin to a novel on a platform with no subscriptions. No matter how well written, it risks being abandoned. By the way, how are things over at Bay Village? It seems rather challenging. Ma Dingdang has made several attempts, encountering success only once, and even then, suffering some losses. Dingdang suffered losses? Zheng Kun raised an eyebrow, incredulous. If she cannot handle a mere small ghost, how does she expect to confront Jiang Chun? This is utterly absurd. Sister Dingdang did not summon a divine dragon. Though she faced some setbacks, she has managed to uncover the truth about the wandering spirits. My master said she would take me to see it in a couple of days. Take you along? Surely she does not intend to use you as a pawn? What nonsense are you spouting? Rona cast a piercing glance at him, declaring that her master had remarked upon her promising aptitude and the awakening of her Exorcist bloodline. Seizing this opportunity to hone her skills. Your bloodline has awakened? Did the Ma family assist you? It awakened naturally during my cultivation, she replied. What kind of bloodline? I'm not entirely sure, but after its awakening, my cultivation speed has accelerated, and the potency of my spells has intensified. As they arrived at the court, Zheng noted. Today marks the day of Guo Jialuan's appearance. Zheng Kun, as a former superior, had been summoned to testify. His colleague Su Yongbang had also been listed as a witness by the prosecution, arriving even earlier than they did. Under Zheng Kun's direction, Guo Jialuan's lawyer had enlisted multiple psychiatric experts, including a leading authority in Hong Kong psychiatry, whose unanimous diagnosis deemed him mentally ill. This irrefutable evidence led to a downfall for the prosecution. Ultimately, Guo Jialuan was adjudicated as mentally ill, exempt from criminal responsibility, and mandated to undergo institutional treatment until recovery. Everything proceeded according to Zheng Kun's plan, yet both he and Su Yongbang found little joy in the verdict. The family of the deceased fainted in the courtroom, with the father glaring furiously at the judge, yet powerless to alter the outcome. The law is the law. Whose fault is this, after all? Zheng Kun did not perceive any wrongdoing on his part. He merely wished to assist an innocent officer. Guo Jialuan had erred, but he should not bear the blame for Chu Rinmei's crimes. This was precisely why Zheng Kun sought to leverage the Ma family's influence against Chu Rinmei. The vengeful spirit forming the ghost domain posed a significant threat to ordinary people. As resentment accumulated, Chu Rinmei would inevitably transform into a mindless, malevolent entity, akin to the monster depicted in films that killed even its own nephew. Bay Village represented the starting point of Zheng Kun's career in the police force, a place filled with colleagues and friends. He could not allow Chu Rinmei to endanger these individuals. Zheng Kun, along with his companions, exited the courtroom with somber expressions. He and Rona made their way directly to the exit, while Su Yongbang veered toward another direction. Bang Gu, are you not coming with us? No. I have another case to attend to, Su Yongbang replied. Another case? Yes, it's a colleague's case. Zheng Kun's eyes flickered. Whose? Is it concluding today? It's the final hearing. Su Yongbang's voice was heavy. This case was even more suffocating than the Guo Jialuan matter. The facts were not complex. A police officer had shot a wanted criminal. While it is entirely justified for an officer to apprehend a fugitive, the officer faced charges for failing to issue a warning shot. The absurdity was compounded by the fact that the criminal had not been apprehended at the time of the crime and had not committed any offenses recently. The deceased had previously killed a police officer, and it just so happened to be a former colleague of Ming. Among the assembled officers at the scene, only the newcomer Lu Jiehue submitted a contradictory report, which he even leaked to the media. Zheng Kun took note of this troublemaker, Lu Jiehue. Lu Jiehue appeared complex on the witness stand, yet each of his testimonies was unwaveringly resolute. Ming's complexion grew increasingly ashen with each statement. The police officers in the audience fell into a collective silence. Zheng Kun stroked his chin while scrutinizing Lu Jiehue. He possesses a keen political instinct, but alas, he is far too eager for immediate results. The police force values camaraderie. The death of a criminal hardly seems significant. Yet he insisted on invoking the spirit of the rule of law. When the jury rendered their verdict of guilt, the judge's ruling sent shockwaves through the courtroom. A 20-year prison sentence, with no chance of parole for 10 years. Lu Jiehue stood frozen in shock, while Ming hung his head despondently. As Zheng Kun rose to leave, he secretly shook his head. Young man, you have made a grave misstep. Lu Jiehue had thoroughly miscalculated this time. The sentence was excessively harsh. A 20-year term was nearly tantamount to a life sentence. Chapter 54. Upholding the bottom line of law enforcement. It was merely the killing of a wanted criminal. Why the severe punishment? Lu Jiehue likely sought to establish his authority through this case, crafting an image of someone unafraid of power and unwaveringly just. Unfortunately, while his persona might have been solidified, his reputation within the police force was irreparably tarnished. People are inherently pragmatic. Who would dare collaborate with him in the future? Who would wish to be his colleague? This betrayal cut deeply. Zheng Kun glanced at the disheartened Lu Jiehue, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Let us go? Bang Gu, it is time to return. Su Yongbang nodded. his expression dejected and his mood complex. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say he felt somewhat lost. He was a good person, and from his standpoint, he found it difficult to cast blame upon Lu Jiehui. Yet, the severity of Ming's sentence was equally hard to bear. In that moment, his worldview felt precariously unstable. On their journey back, the three remained silent until they returned to the police station. Zheng, I would like to request a few days off. No problem. Zheng Kun readily agreed, then added, by the way, Bangu, could you look into the matter of Ming's appeal? I've been studying law recently, and know quite a few lawyers who might be able to assist. All right, Su Yongbang nodded. Though his expression was somewhat peculiar, having served as a police officer for over a decade, he had encountered all sorts of individuals. Zheng Kuen's actions were clearly aimed at winning over hearts, a strategy far more adept than Lu Jiehui's. Bangu, I merely wish to help. And I am not so naive as to concoct foolish ideas again. Indeed, upon witnessing the parents of the deceased in court today, he realized that his suggestion to Guijialuan had been woefully misguided. The crux was that once Guijialuan regained consciousness, he might not even feel gratitude toward him. The emotional blow of having personally suffocated one's own future was immense. Spending a few years in prison to reflect might actually serve him better. What was the current situation? It denied him the opportunity for regret and atonement. By the time he regained his senses, overcoming such psychological barriers would be daunting. Perhaps it would be better for him to remain in the psychiatric hospital for a few years to regain composure. Of course, this was merely in regard to Guijialuan. For Zheng Kun, the advantages of this maneuver were glaringly apparent. In the eyes of his colleagues, he had earned a stellar reputation for being capable, loyal, responsible, and competent. Henceforth, anyone who partnered with him would feel secure. This method of winning allies starkly contrasted with Lu Jiehui's approach. Just look at the mess Lu Jiehui had created. An officer with over 20 years of service, now facing not only the loss of his pension, but also a 2-decade prison sentence. How many 20-year spans does one have in life? Even if Lu Jiehui had not anticipated such a severe sentence, his actions had effectively ostracized him from the police force. At least among the lower-ranking officers, he would no longer be welcomed. Zheng, regardless of your motives, I extend my gratitude on behalf of Ming. Su Yongbang sighed. It was my obligation. Zheng Kun smiled, then inquired, by the way, Bangu, you've kept an eye on this case for quite some time. Have you uncovered any information? What is the background of that foreign judge, and why was the sentence so harsh? The ruling is indeed excessively severe. Reflecting on the judge with the white wig and the prosecutor, Zheng Kun felt that something was amiss. What else could it be? They merely wished to send a warning to the police. Su Yongbang offered a bitter smile. Ever since the last police corruption incident, the higher-ups have been less than favorable toward the police force, particularly those traditional foreign judges and legal professionals, always seeking opportunities to suppress us. Ming's case provided them with the perfect pretext. At this point, both men fell into silence. For Zheng Kun, the 2 court hearings were mere interludes. The true challenge that lay ahead was the urban legend experiment. He needed to cultivate a fully formed urban legend to validate his hypotheses. The key lay in its legendary status. The highest legendary status in the world naturally belonged to myths and religions. Regrettably, they were far too ancient, too distant for him to carve out his own niche. Enough of this. The evidence in Li Lishan's case is irrefutable. It has already been handed over to the Department of Justice. Your commotion here is futile. A cacophony of agitated shouts erupted, prompting Zheng Kun to raise his gaze and behold a throng of individuals in the office area, a veritable maelstrom of chaos. Within the crowd, Zhou Ziqing's voice boomed as he endeavored to restore order, yet his attempts proved futile. The more vociferously he shouted, the more the commotion escalated. Who could these people be? Zheng Kun could not suppress his curiosity. In these times, it was rare to witness such brazen defiance against a police station. And yet this group had boldly infiltrated the office area, leaving the precinct powerless. The irascible and high-ranking William had yet to make an appearance. What manner of individuals were these? A glance revealed their uniform white robes, reminiscent of an ancient Greek historical drama, adorned with embroidered flames. In Hong Kong, few would dare to don such peculiar attire, and it was likely only Zhou who would do so. What on earth was happening? What else could it be but a gathering of lunatics? Zhou Ziqing wiped the sweat from his brow, recalling that the members of the Doomsday cult had recently lost their leader to drug trafficking and arrest. And now they had the audacity to demand a siege of the courthouse. Was this not madness? Doomsday? Zheng Kun's thoughts sparked with inspiration, a smile gracing his countenance. Continuing in this stalemate was untenable. Should he summon some brothers to disperse them? This was beyond my jurisdiction, Zheng Kun shrugged, adopting an expression of helplessness. Afternoon tea is on me. His mood brightened suddenly, for he had finally recalled a neglected thread of supernatural lore. Doomsday. It was an impeccable entry point. The early 1980s were not the 21st century. That famed prophecy of doom had yet to be disproven and had only intensified as the millennium approached. Coupled with the essence of this supernatural realm, the legend of Nuwa's world-ending wrath rendered the prophecy all the more plausible. Was this not a ready-made tale of the macabre? Its notoriety perfectly aligned with Zheng Kun's needs. With this realization, he turned to retrace his steps. Hey, Zheng, where are you going? Rona called out, hastening to catch up with him. Just remembered something. I'm off to buy a few books. Books? What kind of books? Rona queried. Suspecting he was once again veering into his previous obsession with martial arts novels, now apparently shifting to something else. You'll see when I get back. Half an hour later, Rona stared in disbelief at the book Zheng Kun held, The Great Prophecies of Nostradamus. Zheng, do you actually believe in this? Not belief. Zheng Kun replied, shaking the book. Those doomsday fanatics were quite intriguing, even daring to blockade the police station. I thought it prudent to study their mindset. I see now. Rona exclaimed, admiration shining in her eyes as she regarded Zheng Kun. You always think ahead. The blade in question was an exceedingly peculiar razor, sharp enough to slice through the body of a second-generation zombie. Yet, that was merely the tip of the iceberg. Zheng Kun had already discerned two remarkable attributes. First, that wounds inflicted on living beings would bleed profusely, unyielding to any attempt at cessation or healing. Second, that it could inflict severe damage to spiritual entities. Just on the strength of these two characteristics, this blade rivaled the value of the demon-slaying staff wielded by Ma Dingdang. That staff was effective only against ghosts, nearly ineffective against humans. In the presence of the living, it was at best a mere rubber stick, perhaps even less durable than an ordinary one. Its lethal potency against spiritual beings was what had rendered it a cherished artifact of the Ma family for generations. Clearly, Ma Dingdang had been haunted by the memory of the razor's power. But what of it? Even if you were the woman of Shungo, you shall not take my prize blade. The distance from Kowloon to Baytown was considerable. Rona drove at a swift pace, finally reaching Baytown as dusk fell. She expertly parked the car by the riverside, where the Ma family had long awaited her arrival. Upon seeing Zheng Kun, Ma Dingdang immediately frowned. What brings you here? Is this place inscribed with your name? Preposterous. Zheng Kun retorted without reservation. Enough squabbling, Ma Denai interjected. We're here on serious business. Of course, I understand. Zheng Kun bypassed Ma Dingdang and approached the riverbank. I've heard you've crossed paths before. What was the outcome? What is it to you? Dingdang shot back. Dingdang. Ma Denai chided her niece, turning to Zheng Kun. We have basically pinpointed the location of the remains, but she has gained considerable strength, forming a ghostly domain that we find difficult to breach. Difficult to breach? Zheng Kun raised an exaggerated eyebrow, incredulous that the illustrious Ma family, with 2 millennia of experience in hunting the zombie king, was thwarted by a mere malevolent spirit. One cannot easily summon the dragon, Ma Denai said in a grave tone. We must rely on our own strength. Rely on ourselves? Zheng Kun scoffed. Are you saying one cannot capture ghosts without the dragon? How amusing. If you're so capable, why not take the lead? Ma Dingdang shot back. That is precisely my intention. Zheng Kun strode forward. Are the remains in place? From this tree as a reference point to the massive rock on the opposite shore, the margin of error should not exceed 10 meters. Ma Dingdang gestured, cautioning. But I warn you, the boundaries of the ghostly domain are unclear. Once you step inside, you'll be ensnared in her realm. What fear is there from a mere malevolent spirit? As soon as the words left his lips, dark crimson lightning ensnared him, crackling ominously. Zheng Kun leapt into the air, channeling the electric energy into his fists and launching a powerful strike towards the water's surface. Thunderbolt fist. The resounding boom echoed across the landscape, causing the 3 of them to experience a ringing in their ears. Rona turned pale, feeling as if she had been struck, dizzy and disoriented. Thunderbolt fist. Ma Denai's pupils constricted, staring in disbelief at Zheng Kun, who had plunged into the water. That's a secret of Mao Shan. Even the zombie Taoist Mao Xiaofang has not mastered it. Such mastery requires at least a decade of rigorous training. A disciple of the 1,000 Gates in their 20s? Are you jesting? At that moment, Zheng Kun sank into the water like a boulder. As he descended, the surrounding currents began to twist and swirl in a peculiar manner. Dark crimson lightning danced between his fists, emitting a piercing crackle as the water's surface flickered ominously. The electricity stirred tumultuous waves, rippling outward with rapidity. Zheng Kun's form descended gradually like a lead weight, ultimately becoming ensnared in the riverbed's silt. Where is the ghostly domain? Where is Chu Rinmei? He stood on the soft riverbed, nearly choking on the murky water. Wasn't this entire body of water her territory? Why was it so eerily empty? The river was only 3 to 4 meters deep, and with Zheng Kun's perceptive abilities, he could discern every corner. Scattered stones, broken branches, dark silt, and bits of refuse. There were neither remains nor a ghostly domain, resembling an ordinary riverbed, yet devoid of life. No swimming fish, no crabs, not even microorganisms. It was a lifeless expanse of water. Have I frightened him away? He dissipated the electric light from his fists and lingered at the riverbed for 10 minutes before resurfacing. Is this a trick by the Ma family? As he ascended the bank, the electric light flashed, and amidst the rising mist, his clothes were singed more than half. What about the ghost domain? Not a hair was in sight. You stormed in with murderous intent. It would be remarkable if you could see anything. Ma Dana rubbed her forehead. The Thunder Fist specifically targets spectral entities. Shiman is neither foolish nor naive enough to take it head-on. And what are the bones? A fully cultivated ghost would have long concealed the remains within the ghost domain. So, I ran here for nothing? If only you could be a tad more patient. Ma Dingdang observed coldly. This situation resembles Sun Wukong battling the river of sand. Shiman is akin to that sand monk, refusing to reveal herself. There must be a way to compel her to emerge. Zheng Kun gritted his teeth. The Ma family boasts a 2,000-year legacy. Don't tell me they lack a contingency plan. Zheng Kun, do not be too arrogant. The results of today's trial have left me quite displeased, and I need an outlet for my frustration. A hint of bloodshot appeared in his eyes. Otherwise, it would be easy to lose control. Lose control? Are you even aware of the complications that arise from the bloodline you've activated? He glared at Ma Dingdang, causing her to take a half-step back. Ma Dana interjected at the right moment. Even if you draw her out, do you have the confidence to subdue her? This ancient specter is no trifling matter. Chapter 55. Cross-district collaboration to encircle the Dongxing Society's stronghold. Of course, Zheng Kun was self-assured. Once the ghost domain is opened, she would have nowhere to flee. Then let us proceed. Ma Dana cast him a deep glance. This self-proclaimed heir of the Thousand Gates is likely a hidden agent of Maoshan on Hong Kong Island. Given the current severe situation in the mainland, it is only natural for prominent sects to leave themselves an escape route. Realizing this, she took the demon-suppressing staff. Ding Dang. Step back. Aunt. Ma Dana silently waved her hand, and Ma Ding Dang had no choice but to withdraw, her gaze towards Zheng Kun growing increasingly sharp. Alas, foolish child. Do you think I wish to fight so desperately? It is for your future. You have offended Zheng Kun. If you do not seize this opportunity to resolve the enmity, after my death, who will protect you? Ma Dana sighed inwardly, yet her face remained impassive. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I will gouge out your eyes. Zheng Kun showed no courtesy towards Ma Dingdang while signaling Lena to retreat beside her. Safety first. Once the safety of the two was confirmed, Ma Dana looked towards Zheng Kun, her eyes seemingly questioning. Why do you not leave? Do not concern yourself with me. Attend to your own matters. Zheng Kun replied nonchalantly. Very well. Ma Dana seemed to be testing the depths of Zheng Kun's capabilities, not minding his rudeness. In the next moment, she raised the demon-suppressing staff, chanting an obscure incantation. The voice was strange and difficult to comprehend, yet Zheng Kun found it familiar, as though he had heard it somewhere before. As the chanting intensified, the surrounding energy particles began to stir. In his mind, system prompts rang out consecutively. Ding. Detected manifest energy, system charging. Ding. Detected manifest energy, system charging. Charge, charge, charge. You piece of junk. Zheng Kun cursed inwardly, too indifferent to pay attention to this broken system. At the current charging speed, completion was impossible in a short time. Perhaps defeating Shiman might fill at once, but that was not what he needed. As the incantation concluded, Ma Dana flicked her wrist, and the tip of the demon-suppressing staff emitted a faint glow, particularly striking against the night. What is this? A glimmer flickered in Zheng Kun's eyes as he activated his yin-yang eye. Within his spiritual vision, countless almost imperceptible particles drifted from the staff's tip. Particles? An inexplicable sense of discomfort washed over Zheng Kun, akin to an elderly woman in her 50s playing some fairy tricks. She ought to consider her own portly figure. Just as he was inwardly mocking, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Within his spiritual sight, the gray powder had enveloped the surroundings, shrouding him. Having inadvertently inhaled a trace, his mind was instantly tainted. Impressive. He immediately held his breath. The powder floated like mist, slowly drifting towards the river's surface. In the obscurity, a moth-like wing emerged, the powder coalescing into compound eyes that glimmered faintly. Huh. Ma Dana suddenly opened her eyes, issuing a sharp command. In an instant, a cacophony of flapping wings filled Zheng Kun's ears, akin to thousands of moths fluttering about. The compound eyes glimmered with a gray hue, and suddenly, splash. The tranquil river surface quaked violently, ripples spreading, as an invisible force surged forth. The surrounding scenery transformed abruptly. The river vanished, replaced by a desolate ancient village. The ghost domain had descended. Amidst the remnants of crumbling walls and overgrown weeds lay a pale female corpse clad in blue theatrical garb, her long hair cascading. Chiramice? No. Merely an illusion. Zheng Kun discerned it in an instant. Vengeful spirits, after undergoing spiritual leaps, create unique ghost domains. Within this domain, they hold absolute dominion. At this moment, Zheng Kun felt as though he were trapped in a heavy, damp coat, his movements sluggish. His internal energy seemed to stagnate like quicksilver, rendering the Thunder Fist nearly impossible to execute. Even more bizarrely, an invisible force was eroding his spirit. Within the ghost domain, illusions proliferated, and he primarily relied on his spiritual perception to investigate his surroundings. When the ghost domain fully unfolded, the sensation of his spiritual awareness being eroded felt akin to someone throwing sand into his eyes. It stung painfully. The myriad illusions not only manifested before him, but also invaded his spiritual perception. The sound of insects chirping suddenly erupted, drowning out the interference of the illusions. After all, his mental fortitude had undergone a transformation, grounded in the innate 8 trigrams formation. He inherently possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Suddenly, he sensed unusual movement beneath his feet. A pale hand emerged from the ground, grabbing his ankle with a fierce grip, dragging him downwards. He glanced down to find his legs sinking to the knees, rendering his body immobile. "Is this all you can do?" He scoffed, unfazed. Though the scene was eerie, he was well aware it was not real. Merely Chiranmai utilizing the ghost domain to disrupt his perception. Disrupting the mind is a ghost's innate ability. As a vengeful spirit, Chiranmai wielded this capability to its utmost within her own ghost domain. But that is all there is to it. In the face of illusions, panic is the greatest enemy. With calmness comes the method to break the cycle. Zheng Kun's response was straightforward, overpowering finesse with brute strength. His spiritual energy erupted suddenly. The sounds of insects and gnawing intensified. The rustling, the countless tiny insects gnawing on leaves melded into a soul-stirring melody. The ground beneath him began to distort, transforming from grassland into a mire, and then from mire into desert. The rustling grew louder, and the surrounding scenery shifted accordingly. Suddenly, the space trembled. A pair of pale hands shot forth from the void, aiming directly for Zheng Kun's face. Zheng Kun smirked slightly, flipping his left hand. A razor glimmered between his fingers. And bang! The ground erupted, the gleaming blade slicing through the air, meeting that claw. Sizzle! The trajectory of the blade momentarily faltered, as if encountering resistance. Yet it failed to halt its momentum. The claw that had emerged from the void was severed in an instant. Faintly, a chilling scream echoed in his ears. The severed claw that should have fallen to the ground vanished into thin air. Whoosh! Another sound of air being split rushed from behind him. Zheng Kun pivoted swiftly, as if he had a pair of eyes on the back of his head, and the razor sliced backward. This time, however, it met only emptiness. Teleportation? After 2 exchanges, he had grasped the characteristics of Chiranmai's ghost domain. Besides enhancing illusions, it allowed her soul to teleport freely within space. At the moment of the first strike, Chiranmai had not anticipated the razor sharpness of the blade in her hand, resulting in an unexpected setback. Nowadays, she has become considerably more cautious. Yet, what is the value of such caution? One must always regard the essence of things. Although Chiranmai is indeed a malevolent spirit, burdened with deep resentment, at her core, she is merely an actress, not even a martial artist. Her means of combat are exceedingly limited. While she may find it easy to deal with ordinary individuals, when faced with someone like Zheng Kun, who possesses extraordinary abilities, her meager tricks appear utterly laughable. At this moment, everything within the realm of spirits is merely an extension of her innate abilities, enhanced by that very realm. She can disturb the mind and create illusions. She can manipulate objects with her psychic power. However, within this ghostly domain, her telekinesis holds no sway over Zheng Kun. As a martial artist, his vital energy is robust, making him the bane of all spirits. Her psychic powers cannot even approach him. Moreover, her illusions also falter. Apart from her innate ghostly powers, her domain possesses 2 additional capabilities. One is the suppression of yang energy, specifically designed to counteract martial artists. The other is the ability to teleport her soul, allowing her to traverse freely within the ghostly realm. And that is about all. What use are illusions? What does it matter if her yang energy is suppressed? He does not rely on it. Though formless, her psychic energy poses little threat. The only means by which she could contend with him is through the teleportation within her ghostly domain. Although swift, her strikes are slow, pitting a ghost, devoid of any martial foundation, against a seasoned veteran like Zheng Kun, even if she can vanish and reappear the moment she strikes. It is ample time for Zheng Kun to retaliate. Just as before, Zheng Kun always manages to accurately predict Chiranmai's offensive maneuvers, countering the moment she initiates her attack. This renders her advantage null and void. After just a few exchanges, Zheng Kun has completely discerned her tactics. With this understanding, his assaults grow increasingly fierce. The sounds of insects buzzing and gnawing begin to fill the air, as if countless venomous creatures are roaming the void, devouring all in their path. Chiranmai realizes with alarm that her ghostly domain is being eroded by some bizarre force, yet she is powerless to stop it. At this rate, not only will her offensive be thwarted, but even her ghostly domain will be consumed by this incessant rustling creature, though twisted in mind by her resentment. She is by no means a fool. In an instant, Zheng Kun senses a distortion in space, the searing pain in his eyes vanishing abruptly as a membranous barrier begins to contract. Within his spiritual sight, the ghostly domain is rapidly receding. This is the moment he has been waiting for. Zheng Kun sneers as he stomps the ground, the instant he exits the ghostly domain. He flips his palm to summon the golden 8 trigrams mirror. The innate 8 trigrams formation activates. 8 beams of apricot yellow light shoot skyward, transforming into a luminous banner that seals the heavens and the earth. The contracting ghostly domain is instantly frozen in place. Crimson streams of light shoot from the banner's surface, causing the space to quake violently. Accompanied by the resounding thunder, a shadow wrapped in ghostly light screeches as it crashes into the light barrier, attempting to break free. Seeking death, Zheng Kun's body crackles with electric energy as he soars into the sky like a cannonball. The thunderclap fist strikes down. His thunderous, lightning-wreathed fist shatters the shadow, and before the remnants can touch the ground, they are completely refined by the apricot yellow barrier. Ding! System energy recharge complete. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. As the 8 apricot yellow banners rise, Madonna's pupils constrict sharply. The thunderclap fist, the innate 8 trigrams formation. Can one still claim it is not the true legacy of Mao Shan? Regardless of his self-proclaimed lineage to the Qianmen, such a transmission cannot be feigned. It is likely that the late master from Zaizibi also donned the cloak of Qianmen while being a true descendant of Mao Shan. What is the Qianmen's Rui technique worth? She could effortlessly replicate 10 or 8 similar techniques. Ma Dingdang and Lona are already dumbfounded. Can humans truly wield such supernatural powers? This grand barrier enveloping the entirety of the river captures everyone within, embodying the true essence of the innate 8 trigrams formation. Zheng Kun approaches over the water. Yet within him, his blood boils strangely. Ding. Sign in target, Madonna. Bloodline acquired. Fate-breaking moth. Detected compatibility with the dream-eating seed bloodline. Fuse. Amidst the searing heat of the bloodline fusion, system notifications flicker. Fusion successful. New bloodline awakened. Yet she is certain that her current bloodline must be intricately connected to fate. Once again, she has been ensnared by this damned system. The bloodline of the Ma family is already manipulated by destiny. How could it be unrelated? Just listen to the name Fate-breaking moth. It is clearly aimed at destiny. Breaking fate? What a foolish dream. Fate is the ultimate sovereign of the world of the undead, a presence both mysterious and unpredictable. Anyone who becomes entangled with it faces a grim fate. Just look at the Ma family's tragic 2,000-year history to understand how troublesome this matter is. Now, she has inexplicably established a connection with fate through the bloodline of the Ma family. What more can be said? One can only silently bear the burden and strive to enhance their strength, regardless of what intentions fate harbors. As long as one possesses sufficient strength and holds the means to resist, they need not fear anything. The innate 8 trigrams formation. The thunderclap fist officer Zheng is truly an enigmatic figure. Madonna gazes at the advancing Zheng Kun, her expression softening into a gentle smile. Zheng Kun detects an unusual warmth in her tone, but pays it no mind, merely casting a fleeting glance in her direction before striding past her to grasp Luana's wrist firmly. We are leaving. Huh. Oh, just as Luana is about to speak. She feels the scorching heat radiating from his palm, her face changing dramatically as she obediently responds. Master, we shall take our leave. With that, she allows Zheng Kun to lead her into the vehicle, departing swiftly and leaving the 2 women of the Ma family behind. Madonna and Ma Dingdang exchange glances. Aunt, what is he doing? He must have paid a price to eliminate Chu Ranmei, possibly related to awakening his bloodline, and he doesn't trust us, hence the hasty departure. Madonna explains, suppressing her irritation at being neglected. Now that the problem is resolved, we should return. He was clearly capable of handling it alone. Why did he still seek us out? Ma Dingdang is astonished by Zheng Kun's displayed prowess. Just that innate 8 trigrams formation alone would have left her with no means to counter, if not for summoning the divine dragon. Even if summoning the divine dragon could break the formation, it remains uncertain. His thoughts are inscrutable, yet his identity as a true descendant of Mao Shan is indisputable. I should find He Yingxiu to inquire whether she knows of any remaining lineage of Mao Shan in Hong Kong.